5 years ago, mysterious portals suddenly appeared all over the world, connecting it to other realms. Because of this, terrifying subterranean creatures, resistant to modern military weapons, began pouring out to wreak havoc. At the same time, a new profession was born: hunters, who enter these portals to fight back. These monsters need to be wiped out. Hunters are chosen individuals who enter these portals. Portals are ranked from high to low: gold, silver, and bronze. Gold-ranked hunters are those with peerless power, the highest rank, enjoying immense wealth, fame, and whatever else they could ever want. While Subaru was busy watching an interview with idol Renji, learning how one becomes a top-tier gold hunter, a glittering 5-star gold portal suddenly materialized right beside him. Stunned, Subaru was just about to reach out and step inside when his own flesh and blood, a guy who only ever cared about himself, pushed him aside. His 3-year-old brother, Taiga, lunged forward, shoved Subaru away with brute force, and stepped inside instead. Just like that, Subaru's first chance to change his life was snatched away. From that moment, his life went downhill at breakneck speed. After stepping out of that portal, his bratty little brother became the youngest gold hunter in Japan, and his fame skyrocketed. Taiga had all the money, gold, and women he could want. Subaru, on the other hand, began a life as a pathetic worm. At school, he was relentlessly bullied by his brother and his brother's goons, to the point of being humiliated beyond belief. At home, he lived in a storage shed no better than a cage for bugs. He suffered through boiling summers and freezing winters. Abused by his parents and Taiga, he was worked to the bone day and night. Sometimes, Taiga would even treat him like a pet, bossing him around for the most ridiculous errands. Even late at night, if Taiga demanded water, Subaru couldn't fight back. He could only endure it, picking up the money Taiga threw in his face. Sent out to buy water, Subaru walked the streets, feeling completely hopeless. Thinking about the disdainful look in his brother's eyes, he felt like giving up. Imagining himself old, frail, and trembling, still forced to kneel and take money from his brother just to do chores, he suddenly felt like he just wanted to die. Subaru thought back on the past, burning with regret. If only he had just dived into that gold portal back then, he would have had everything. What was the point of living like this? It was like the saying, "Be careful what you wish for." The moment he muttered about wanting to end it all, he ran into 3 of Taiga's lackeys. They had just finished farming monsters, and they were in a foul mood. With their faces already scarred, they were looking for someone to take their frustration out on. And wouldn't you know it, they ran into Subaru. It was the perfect opportunity to vent. Subaru was pathetic, but he wasn't stupid. He knew he was about to get beaten again, so he tried to limp away, but there was no way he could outrun them. They chased him down, tearing his clothes to shreds, and one of them even sliced his arm off. They toyed with him like a beast. Just a moment ago, he wanted to die. But now that death was staring him in the face, he desperately clung to life. They kicked him into a dead-end alley, and as he collapsed, Subaru wept in absolute despair. But they had no intention of letting him go. They stomped and beat him mercilessly, as blood splattered everywhere. Subaru thought he was a goner. Just as one of them prepared to finish him off with a bronze-rank technique, a portal suddenly appeared, slicing the guy in half. He died instantly. The portal that appeared before Subaru was a bronze-rank 5-star portal, but strangely, it began to crack and shift into silver. It didn't stop there. It continued to shatter and evolve into gold. And then, something unprecedented happened. The portal continued to tremble and transformed into a rainbow portal. Subaru saw the light of truth shining through his heart. This time, no one would be able to steal this from him. He crawled forward, struggling to enter. The 2 remaining bronze-rank lackeys weren't about to let him pass. They desperately unleashed their skills to stop him, severing one of Subaru's legs. But Subaru, the legless successor to the spirit of Levi Ackerman, wasn't about to give up so easily. His motivation multiplied tenfold, and he used every ounce of strength to lunge into the portal. He had to claim everything. The rainbow portal closed behind him, and Subaru collapsed onto the floor. A monster slowly materialized, wearing a sly grin. The rainbow challenge had begun. Subaru lay face down, completely out of it. The monster approached him and poked a finger through his head. A jolt of electricity surged through him. The system announced that it was updating, upgrading his body, and curing his nearsightedness. His 2 severed legs grew back, and his heart and lungs returned to their original state. Subaru opened his eyes wide and suddenly sat up. His eyes locked onto the monster, and he jumped back in shock. The monster turned around and sat down on a chair. Subaru was still completely bewildered. Where was he? Who was he? After a moment of loading, he finally realized he was inside the rainbow portal, and that monster sitting so arrogantly with its legs crossed was the master of this domain. Subaru trembled, remembering the trial story from his idol. The idol had to fight a golden knight with a sword to earn his power. Subaru broke into a cold sweat. Did he have to defeat that creature that looked just like a monster? The monster, resting its chin on its hand, seemed to have lost patience. It sighed and called out to Subaru, scratching its head, asking if his body had fully recovered, or if his brain had rotted away. Subaru, being called out, sweated profusely and trembled, saying he was fine. The slow-witted young man still hadn't fully processed that he was actually talking to the monster. While he was still questioning reality, the monster waved its hand, telling him to come over. Just follow the trial procedure. If you can land one hit on me, kid, I'll grant you power. Subaru hurriedly interrupted, asking who the monster was. The monster was like, "What the F? What kind of stupid questions are you asking?" Subaru scrambled to explain, mentioning the 3 types of portals: gold, silver, and bronze. But he had never seen or heard of a rainbow portal before. The monster, with a hot temper, didn't even wait for him to finish before cutting him off. "I don't give a damn." With a flick of its hand, a massive wave of power swept over Subaru, and the rainbow portal appeared once more. Subaru didn't dare move. He hugged his head in fear. How could he possibly land a hit on this monster? The monster lost its patience, tapping its fingers on the armrest repeatedly. It roared, yelling at Subaru to get his butt up and fight. "I want to finish this piece of garbage and go home to sleep." What a waste of time. Subaru was berated mercilessly. He trembled and replied that he wanted to stand up, but his legs were shaking so hard he couldn't. "Save me," he thought. The monster looked at him as if he were telling a joke, unable to do anything but hold its head in frustration. Seriously? How did a pathetic loser like this get chosen? Does he have protagonist armor or something? The monster, having no other choice, waved its hand, and immediately, several weapons fell from the sky, surrounding Subaru. The young protagonist thought he was about to die, and screamed like he was in labor. It was like food being served on a silver platter. The monster pointed at the weapons and told him if he was too scared to fight, he should use those. If you can't even do that, find another portal. Go straight, turn right, and get the hell home. Subaru trembled, deep in thought. Choosing between fighting this monster or returning to his old life, he stood there, dazed for a moment, then shakily limped toward the portal. The monster stroked its chin. "Are you serious?" The monster added more insults to hurt the pride of this fragile snowflake. "Subaru, didn't you open this portal because you wanted power? You really are no better than a disgusting bug." The monster's mockery kept echoing in the protagonist's ears, especially the part about being a bug. He thought back to before. How many people had called him a bug? They trampled him under their feet, and his life wasn't even worth that of an animal. The monster looked at him, seeing he had no intention of turning back. It sighed in frustration. "Whatever. I'm going to sleep." "You can live like that your whole life. Live forever with your hands and knees in the dirt. Go ahead and take responsibility for your own choices." Subaru's tears streamed down his face. He caught a glimpse of himself at 70 years old, reflected in the portal. He gritted his teeth and pounded on the portal. This behavior made the monster curious, craning its neck to see what the hell the kid was planning. Subaru seemed to go crazy, pounding on the portal non-stop. He yelled and cursed. "What the hell is this? What kind of cage is this? What the F? You guys are all just a bunch of arrogant animals." The monster, seeing some progress, looked excited. "I'm almost ready to go back to sleep, huh?" Subaru, on the other side, clenched his fists and kept screaming, cursing the heavens. "You guys think that just because you have power, you can do whatever the F you want? Calling people bugs is okay, you bastards?" The monster, seeing this, became even more interested, knowing how to add fuel to the fire. It kept goading Subaru, laughing mockingly. "Of course you can, you idiot." The resentment reached its boiling point. Subaru screamed, pouring out his misery. "It hurts when you guys hit me too. Why are you guys so cruel to treat me like trash?" The monster laughed, even more delighted. It had found Subaru's sore spot and kept poking at it. Bug here, bug there. It made Subaru angrier and more resentful. He screamed, "Shut up." He didn't want to hear it. It was as if Subaru had been injected with adrenaline, his courage multiplied 10 billion-fold. Before the monster's expectant eyes, Subaru charged forward without hesitation. He punched the monster right in the face. Only after landing the hit did he realize he had actually done it. The monster stood up, satisfied, and patted Subaru's shoulder, cheering him on. "Fing, awesome. I knew you could do it if you put your heart into it. I could feel the intense hatred in your punch. I wasn't wrong at all. I approve of you." Immediately, the monster sank its teeth into Subaru's shoulder, making him gasp in shock. A wave of power surged through him. Subaru screamed in pain, thinking the monster was about to kill him. This time, however, Subaru was different. He wasn't just sitting there waiting to die. He snapped back to his senses and bit down hard on the monster's shoulder. The monster laughed with glee. How interesting. I'll grant you a few more privileges. A rainbow-colored energy surged, far more intense than before, so powerful that Subaru couldn't even keep his bite clamped down. He collapsed to the ground, panting. The test was over, and it was confirmed Subaru's physical configuration had officially reached the level of a monster hunter. The creature smiled, satisfied with its handiwork. It identified itself as Vanquis, then bid him farewell, hoping they would meet again. As Vanquis slowly faded away, it seemed genuinely pleased. The protagonist, Subaru, had become a ranked hunter. Now having inherited the powers of the vampire ancestor Vanquis, Subaru drifted back to consciousness. A series of skills updated and flashed before his eyes. Bloodthirst, level 1. On top of that, he gained a bonus rainbow skill, along with several other specialized techniques. One who reaps blood, one who loathes the radiance, one who walks beneath the shadow of the sun. Subaru's eyes sparkled. He was still a bit dazed, muttering, "Rainbow." Suddenly, the notification panel shifted, announcing that the gateway was disappearing. Subaru was stunned to read the prompt. Exit the gate within 30 seconds. The ground beneath him was collapsing, and he couldn't even lift his own body. He stared as the door faded away, then fell freely into the void. Outside the gate, those two thugs were watching the rainbow portal shatter, guessing that the pathetic worm inside. Subaru must have failed. What a waste, they spat. Just as they turned to leave, the rubble of the shattered gate shifted. The protagonist, Subaru now looking cool, handsome, and steady on his feet, burst out. Seeing him, the two thugs were shocked, their teeth grinding in frustration. "That worm, did he actually become a hunter?" they shouted, demanding to know if he had become a sovereign. Subaru stood there, blank-faced, not yet fully recovered. He vaguely remembered receiving power from Vanquis. Without waiting for him to speak, the two thugs drew their swords and charged at him. But he wasn't the useless worm he used to be. Like someone had installed an AI in his brain, he tilted his body and easily dodged the thug's attack. He hurriedly raised his hand, telling them to wait a second. The thug, however, was shameless, playing the victim while being the aggressor, demanding to know how he dared to steal the gate from them. Subaru was confused. That gate was his to begin with. The thug swung his sword again, but in Subaru's eyes, the attack looked as slow as a snail. Subaru leaned down, effortlessly dodging the blade. Now, he could see through every single one of the thug's movements. No matter how many times the guy swung, Subaru dodged every single one. The other thug stood there, jaw dropped. The first one, realizing he couldn't land a hit, grew increasingly agitated and kept slashing down. Subaru seized the opportunity and caught the hand holding the sword. He told the thug to stop. At first, the guy was surprised his hand had been blocked, but when he saw Subaru's legs shaking like leaves, his confidence returned. He sneered, putting on a menacing face to intimidate him. Subaru, timid by nature, got scared by the glare, trembling as he let go and apologized. The thug took the chance to punch him right in the back. The guy raised his fist and landed another blow to Subaru's face. While hitting him, he cursed, calling him a pathetic loser who had no right to stand on the same level as him. Subaru had expected the hits to hurt like hell, but surprisingly, they didn't. A stat window popped up before his eyes. The system's interface, showing his HP bar, the symbol of his life force. If this reaches 0, you will lose your abilities. Therefore, you must avoid taking hits as much as possible. Subaru suddenly realized this was the vision of a sovereign. The punch hadn't hurt because he had truly become one. The thug, seeing that his attacks were doing nothing, gnashed his teeth in anger. The other thug loudly tried to stop him, but the thug wouldn't listen. He didn't want to be shown up by the guy who had been wetting his pants earlier that morning. Enraged, he channeled his Crimson Rose technique into his hand and hurled it at Subaru. The blast hit him dead on, and his hand and face began to bleed. Subaru winced in panic, thinking he was about to die. He looked at his status bar again, feeling frantic. "I'm losing too much blood. If I take any more hits, I'm done for." The thug was stunned. "Are you kidding me? My Crimson Rose could destroy a car. That worm Subaru took it point blank and only got that much damage? No way." The other thug kept trying to advise him. He urged the thug to back down, noting that the gate Subaru entered was clearly even stronger than the Golden Gate. But the thug wouldn't listen to a word. "Subaru is only at level 1 right now. We have to take him out now. If he levels up, we won't even have a 0.1% chance of winning. We have to finish him while we can." Subaru didn't know what the two were whispering about. He looked around, planning to take the chance to run away, but before he could move, a bunch of ropes bound him. It was the other guy's binding rope technique. The two of them had decided to team up. and Subaru was tied up, unable to move. The swordsman rushed in to attack again. Subaru was in a total panic, having no clue how to use his techniques. Just as he closed his eyes, waiting to be pierced, a force activated his skill. A flurry of red blades erupted from within him, stabbing into the thug. He coughed up blood and collapsed. It was Vanquis who had triggered the technique. It had just used blood control, thinking to itself that as a sovereign, it had a responsibility to hold its successor's hand and guide him through everything. Even while running its mouth, Vanquis was teaching Subaru how to use its power. Blood control allows the user to manipulate the state of their blood for 10 seconds. Just now, I turned it into blades. It explained only that much. As the 10 seconds passed, the blades returned to their original liquid blood form. Vanquis reminded Subaru to stoke the flames of his anger. Then it vanished. Subaru didn't have time to be dazed. The thug, despite being severely wounded, struggled to get up and swung his sword again. Subaru sidestepped, retreating. Unable to believe how tough this guy was, he was still attacking. The thug spat blood, hurling curses at Subaru, wishing him dead. "Die, you murderer! You killed our friend!" The thug grew more hysterical, mocking Subaru, asking why he didn't just die sooner, claiming that no one would be sad or miss him if he were gone. Subaru was used to being insulted like that, but he remained silent, remembering Vanquis's words, "Stoke the flames of your anger." This time, he wouldn't just take the insults silently. Subaru radiated a rainbow light. He made his resolve and began to attack. With just one punch, Subaru easily shattered the thug's sword, then struck him right in the face, sending him flying 8 meters back, sliding against the wall. He flew straight up into the air. The other thug watched his friend fly up and crash down like trash, beginning to tremble. Subaru, bursting with momentum, started walking toward him. He used his binding rope technique to flee with the other thug. Subaru couldn't believe his eyes, they were actually running away. The thug ran for his life, terrified of being chased. He couldn't believe what he'd just seen. That punch, it was incredibly powerful. What even is he? He's only level 1. What kind of monster did that pathetic piece of trash Subaru get his power from? Subaru fell to his knees, raising his hands in triumph. He had won. The first victory of his life. He looked back at the mess in the alley, including the body of Kunisaki, which had been torn in two. What was he supposed to do with all this? The next morning, the police discovered Kunisaki's body. The way it had been sliced in two, it certainly wasn't the work of a human. They suspected it might have been an underworld monster. Just then, Subaru's idol, Renji, arrived. He claimed he had scouted the area and found no signs of underworld monsters. They found Kunisaki's sovereign registration card. Renji speculated that to slice a bronze-rank sovereign in two, the culprit had to be at least as strong as a silver-rank sovereign. Renji felt his heart race strangely, but it wasn't his own heartbeat, it was his sovereign's. He handed the card back to the officer. "Now is not the time for sovereigns to fight among themselves. Our duty is to destroy as many gates as possible." Renji looked up at the sky. A clock was counting down, signaling that something terrible was about to happen. Early in the morning, Subaru still hadn't returned home. Taiga, his close younger brother, who was clearly more interested in himself, burst into Subaru's bug cage to find him, cursing under his breath because Subaru hadn't even read his messages. Taiga pulled out his phone. He suddenly scrolled past a new update from 2 hours ago. A bronze sovereign had been assassinated by another sovereign. Taiga scrolled down to check the details and recognized the victim. It was one of the three who used to bully Subaru, Eric's. Taiga suddenly had a bad feeling. He thought back to the time a golden gate appeared in front of Subaru. If I hadn't snatched it from him, maybe Subaru's life would be different now. Taiga gritted his teeth, unable to handle it. He slammed his fist, smashing Subaru's bug cage. Could that worm have actually become a sovereign? At the headquarters of the Japan Sovereign Alliance, a place for awakened sovereigns, to manage their powers and control the gates, Subaru walked in timidly, assessing his surroundings. "Wait, are everyone here, sovereigns?" He walked up to the reception desk for registration. He wanted to register as a sovereign in Japan. It was illegal for non-members to enter a gate, so to get stronger, he had to become a member. Yesterday's incident was being treated as a murder. Investigating the death of a sovereign was also the work of other sovereigns. A strong opponent, very likely a golden rank sovereign, would emerge. If that turns out to be Taiga, I'm dead for sure. I have to destroy as many gates as possible. That's the only way to level up and prepare myself. The tour guide starts droning on about the rules, but Subaru isn't really paying attention. He already did his homework at the internet cafe. There are 3 things he needs to keep in mind. First, if you want to break a portal, you have to level up. Second, the more stars a portal has, the harder it is to clear. And third, once you break a portal, you can trade the stars for cash. Suddenly, Subaru remembers. He remembers the star, the one named Watari, that he dropped yesterday. He asks the guide if he can trade it for money, since his pockets are completely empty right now. He feels bad about it, but what else can he do? The guide, who was cheerful just a second ago, suddenly turns cold. She glares at the star, scrutinizing it, and demands to know, "Subaru, who does this belong to?" Subaru turns pale with fear, stuttering as he tries to come up with an excuse. He explains that yesterday, right after he became a master, a portal suddenly appeared in front of him, and he got this after destroying it. The guide explains that anyone who isn't a member and breaks into a portal faces a 5-year prison sentence or a fine of up to 1 million yen. Subaru is stunned at the mention of prison. He was careless. He had no idea the penalty was this severe. His mind goes blank. What is he supposed to do? Meanwhile, that scumbag, Subaru's cousin Taiga, is wandering the streets. He's headed to the police station to ask about the master assassination case from yesterday. Back on Subaru's side, he finally manages to trade the star for cash. Usually, it's a serious crime for a non-member to break a portal, but in this case, the guide decided to turn a blind eye and help him out, so he's off the hook. After successfully trading the star for money, he is shocked by the amount he receives. He never expected a master to get paid this much. 1 star is worth 1 million yen, and 5 stars is over 100 million. It's like a dream come true. Now, Subaru has to find another portal, but his eyes drift toward a barbershop and a clothing store. He looks at his own ragged appearance and decides to treat himself to a makeover. They say money can't buy happiness, but it sure can change a guy. Subaru looks completely different, no longer the pathetic nerd he used to be. He carries bags of new clothes and sits down at a cafe to wait for his drink. Subaru has never felt like this before. It's absolutely blissful. He bought his own clothes and got his own haircut. This is his first time doing things like this, his first time sitting in a cafe. Subaru sips his coffee. Turns out it's a caramel macchiato. It's been so long since he last had something sweet. Suddenly, Subaru feels emotional. He wipes away his tears, thinking about his past, and how he lived like a maggot. But now, he's changed. For the first time in his life, he gets to enjoy freedom. Subaru grips his cup tight, making a vow. As soon as he finishes this, he's going to find a portal, and after he clears it, he's coming back here for more. He is a master now. He's no longer the maggot he used to be, but just as he's getting comfortable, a shadow looms over him. That scumbag Taiga has found him. He reaches out, smashes the cafe window, and storms in. He grabs Subaru by the collar and throws him hard out onto the street. Subaru, caught completely off guard, is about to bleed out when he realizes he's being thrown into a mother and her child. He desperately uses his blood manipulation technique to stop himself from flying further. Subaru screams at the mother and child to run away. He's already been severely injured by just one hit. He curses under his breath. This is absolutely terrible. His blood won't stop flowing. Taiga advances toward him with killing intent. He bellows in disbelief that Subaru has actually become a master too. Subaru grinds his teeth, fighting through the blood loss to take on a gold-ranked master, even though he's only level 1. He won't give up. The two of them start duking it out, causing a massive traffic jam. Taiga, the gold-ranked master, doesn't give a damn about anything. Subaru asks how the hell he found him, but Taiga just sneers. He doesn't bother answering, instead punching Subaru in the face and telling him to use his brain. Subaru barely dodges the next punch, stumbling back a few steps. He shouldn't have checked his bank account on his phone. There must be GPS on it. Taiga thinks it's a joke, something completely trivial. He activates his gold arm technique, his right arm encased in gleaming golden armor. Even a fool like Subaru knows the fight has started now. He closes his eyes, feeling the bloodthirst inside him. It reveals one more thing about his blood manipulation technique. It's a technique that turns HP into blood and allows him to control it, but if he overdoes it, his HP bar will run out fast. Subaru isn't trying to win today, he just needs to survive. That's the only thing on his mind right now. There's a 2-2 level gap between Subaru and Taiga. A head-on fight is just like throwing an egg against a rock. Taiga uses his gold impact technique, launching an explosion towards Subaru. But Subaru uses his blood to create a tether, swinging into the sky to make a run for it. Taiga isn't stupid. He immediately realizes Subaru is imitating his underling's technique. He reacts instantly. Taiga gathers momentum, flies into the air, and throws a punch at Subaru from above. But this time, Subaru is quick on his feet and dodges it, causing Taiga's strike to smash straight into the ground. Subaru breathes a sigh of relief. That was close. This guy is too strong. One hit and he'd be dead. Taiga is still analyzing Subaru's skills. Based on his initial assessment, Subaru has a skill that shoots tethers from his hands, allowing him to move around and grab things. What a pathetic ability. Taiga continues to charge at Subaru, determined to kill him. Subaru stays calm, using his HP to create a smokescreen to cover himself. He takes the opportunity to sneak behind Taiga and uses the same punch that downed Sawatari to strike him, but it doesn't even leave a scratch. Instead, his own hand starts bleeding. He lets out a cry of pain. Taiga seizes the chance and slashes his hand across Subaru's chest. Blood splatters everywhere, and Subaru's HP bar drops again. Subaru clutches his bleeding chest. Taiga laughs coldly. He moves to grab Subaru by the head to end the game. But suddenly, sharp spikes erupt from the ground, aiming for Taiga. Subaru hasn't given up yet. He flings the blood spilling from his chest at Taiga, turning it into bone and solid blood blocks to attack. Taiga Subaru gave it his all to create the hardest blood block he could, but it has no effect on Taiga at all. Subaru falls into despair. Speed, strength, defense. Everything about Taiga is on a different level. Taiga crushes the blood block Subaru just created and steps toward him. Subaru stands there, dazed. Even after becoming a master, facing death, no matter how many techniques he uses, he can't defeat Taiga. Subaru watches as Taiga's hand grips his face. He can't let Subaru live any longer. If he levels up, it'll be a real pain. He has to kill him now, before he can grow any stronger. Subaru watches the fist hurtling toward him. Taiga punches with all his might, sending Subaru flying. But contrary to his expectations, Subaru actually manages to block it. He used almost all his remaining HP to create something soft and sticky to absorb the blow. He created something with the ability to disperse. The impact like an airbag. The soft, sticky substance clings tightly to Taiga's arm and starts to spread. He struggles and shakes, but he can't peel it off. What Subaru imagined was an unbreakable rubber-like material. He looks at his MP bar, which is dropping fast. This is the crucial moment. Subaru raises his hand and summons more blood blobs. The effect of bloodthirst only lasts 10 seconds. Even if he uses up all his MP, he has to stop Taiga. The blood blobs stick to Taiga, preventing him from moving. Taiga is furious, but he can't do anything. What else can he do? All he can do is stand there like a maniac. While Taiga is busy questioning him, Subaru takes the chance to slip away. His goal was just to survive for 10 seconds. The bloodthirst effect ends, and the blood returns to its normal state. Taiga tries to pursue, but Subaru creates a screen of smoke, leaving him disoriented. Taiga grinds his teeth in frustration, going berserk and exerting his power. He's been played like a fool by Subaru. Just as he's about to chase after Subaru again, he's suddenly blocked. The people who arrived are Renji, accompanied by Udo and Shikishima. By now, even he realizes he might have gone a bit too far. But how could he give up now? He has to go after Subaru. Before he can finish boasting, he's chained up from behind. Taiga breaks into a cold sweat. How the hell are 7 gold-ranked masters gathered here? Renji. Renji holds his sword to Taiga's neck to force him to stand down. He grinds his teeth. He can't keep acting like a wild dog anymore. Meanwhile, after Subaru gets away, he runs for his life before stopping on the rooftop of a building. He's escaped. Subaru grinds his teeth. He couldn't even put a scratch on that guy. If he gets found again, he's a dead man for sure. Subaru looks down at his tattered clothes, the ones he just bought, and his other bags are all back at the cafe. Subaru sits on the rooftop. Shopping was fun, but he makes a vow. To regain his freedom, he has to fight. He refuses to go back to that maggot life. He will get stronger. At a certain portal, a girl is arguing with a group of people. She points to the portal, insisting that she reserved this one first. She had to book it online, but the group doesn't care. They don't give a damn about reservations. How can a weak girl stop them? They tell her she'd better be smart and leave the portal to them. But the girl isn't a pushover either. She looks incredibly confident, clenching her fists and getting into a fighting stance. She is the bronze-ranked master, Amamiya. A second ago she was talking big, but the next second, she gets pummeled by the group. The group over there was clearly questioning reality. To be so weak and yet so arrogant, it's honestly impressive they've survived this long. Amamiya was only level 8, yet she had to face a group of level 13. Naturally, she couldn't win. Those guys didn't hold back with their taunts, mocking her for being so old, yet still so weak. Amamiya was fuming but couldn't say a word. Their skills countered hers, so she was helpless. They used their numbers to bully her, telling her to just give up on the gate. They claimed someone as incompetent as her shouldn't even exist in this world. Hearing such stinging words, Amamiya felt a deep sense of sadness. In the past, she had been forced out of her team for having no talent. That's why, when it came to these people, she would never give up or accept defeat. The blonde guy clicked his tongue so annoying. He raised his hand, intending to end the fight. Amamiya thought she was done for. Just then, Subaru appeared out of nowhere. He politely asked if they were deciding who gets the gate based on who is the most suitable candidate. Every eye turned to Subaru. He nervously raised his hand, volunteering and asking if he could join. The group looked at him, all thinking the same thing. Who the hell is this guy? The blonde guy, acting all superior, got right in Subaru's face. He grabbed Subaru's collar to drag him away, but Subaru quickly used his blood control technique, causing the guy to faceplant. Subaru growled, "I don't have much time. I have to get stronger no matter what." The others watching were stunned. They irritably asked what level Subaru was. He replied that he was only level 1. They didn't believe it for a second, thinking he was bluffing. They speculated, does he have some long-range skill to land a hit on his opponent? If he really is level 1, then we can just crush him with the level gap. Immediately, they all charged at him, but with his super hack technique, Subaru easily sent them face down into the dirt. After clashing with Taiga, the people crawling around him looked slower than snails. It didn't take long for him to wipe the floor with them. The blonde guy who was taken down first woke up. He stood in a corner and, seizing the chance, pulled out a gun and fired repeatedly at Subaru. He thought he'd finally gotten him. But Subaru's blood control deflected everything. He didn't even move an inch. He threw another punch right into the guy's face. Sending his glasses flying and blood spraying, the guy collapsed to the ground. Amamiya stood to the side, jaw dropped. In her eyes, Subaru had ended them with just one strike. What kind of monster was he? If he was truly level 1, his skill level must be incredibly high. Amamiya wondered about Subaru's rank. Could he be a golden sovereign? Meanwhile, Subaru stripped the clothes off the group and put them on. His own were torn to shreds. After getting dressed, he approached the gate as Amamiya watched, stunned. Subaru smiled lightly. He gave a small nod as a greeting and just walked right into the gate. Amamiya realized something was off, but by the time she caught on, it was too late. Her gate had been snatched by Subaru. Subaru stepped inside, and a screen appeared before him. Karakan Volcano, difficulty, 2 stars. Subaru let out an, "Oh." He looked around. So this is what it's like inside a gate. Even though it's a dangerous place where you can run into monsters easily, the scenery is beautiful. As he was marveling at it, the door behind him suddenly burst open and slammed right into his head. Subaru groaned in pain and looked at the person who rushed in. It was Amamiya. With a confused look, he asked, "What the?" Amamiya walked in, completely natural, and locked the gate. A notification appeared. Gate lock confirmed. The sovereign cannot leave the stage before defeating the boss. Amamiya gave a mischievous laugh. Now those freaks can't get in even if they wake up. Subaru didn't understand what was going on. Didn't he rightfully claim the gate? Where did this girl come from? Amamiya spoke up, denying his claim she had already reserved this gate for herself. But those people outside kept trying to steal it. Gates found are registered on a website, and sovereigns can pre-book the right to clear them there. Subaru said, finally realizing the problem. He couldn't clear the gate if he had to do it all by himself. He hurriedly apologized to Amamiya. He explained that this was his first time in a gate and begged her to let him join. He had to level up no matter what. Seeing his desperate attitude, Amamiya believed he was truly level 1 and agreed to let him tag along. She also knew the feeling of wanting to become stronger, at any cost. So, Subaru got to join Amamiya, but with one condition. When it came to loot, she would take 70%, and he would take 30%. Subaru didn't hesitate, and accepted. When it came time to introduce themselves, Amamiya gave her name. Subaru was about to say his, but then he remembered that he was currently a criminal accused of assassinating a sovereign. He panicked and blurted out the name Vanquis. As they were about to set off, a rock was suddenly thrown from behind Amamiya. Subaru hurriedly warned her and prepared to use his technique to help, but Amamiya turned around and easily smashed the rock to pieces. While the two weren't paying attention, a group of goblins and kobolds appeared. Amamiya, full of energy, rushed forward to handle them. She clenched her fists and charged at the little demons. To defeat underworld monsters, a sovereign needs to increase their physical strength. Reflexes must exceed biological limits, and above all, have special techniques. Subaru stood to the side, watching Amamiya nimbly use her technique to take down the demons, his jaw dropping in admiration. Soon enough, they were all defeated. Subaru looked on, full of awe. Taking them down with just one punch, that's amazing. Over there, Amamiya felt her confidence skyrocket after beating the little demons. Her skill was to stun the opponent and punch. Long-range skills could counter her, but in close combat, she was invincible. As she was bragging, suddenly, a larger group of demons appeared. Amamiya's skill stuns the opponent, but only for 3 seconds from the moment of impact. In other words, You have to finish the enemy or escape within those 3 seconds. Or else, well, you know what happens. Amamiya cried out, trapped by the demons, and had to beg Subaru to save her. Subaru stood there like a statue. He heard her plea perfectly. Leave that to me. He didn't move an inch. It took Subaru a moment to understand Amamiya's situation. He realized her move had a time limit, just like his blood control. Right now, Amamiya was too far away, and she was right in the middle of the demons, so he couldn't let his blood blades fly wild. He decided to try something new. Subaru used blood control to shoot blood strings toward the demons, tightening them around their necks. He braced his core and flexed. To Amamiya's amazement, he gained leverage and pulled the strings hard, sending the demons crashing to the ground dead. A stream of light enveloped Subaru. The system reported he had leveled up 4 levels at once. His blood control also reached level 2, increasing the time limit to 15 seconds and boosting effectiveness. Subaru checked himself over. The wounds he got from Taiga had healed. His strength increased, and his HP and MP were fully restored. This was amazing. So this is the feeling of leveling up? It felt great. Amamiya finally ran over. Seeing the monsters all finished off, she was stunned. She couldn't believe Subaru alone could wipe them all out. What kind of monster is this guy? Subaru saw Amamiya and his eyes twinkled, complimenting her technique. That was incredible. Amamiya was completely lost. She should be the one saying that. Subaru was confused. Amamiya's technique stuns the opponent, without exception. Amamiya added, but it only works on opponents up to 3 levels below me. If they're higher, the duration is less than 3 seconds. Subaru explained. But wouldn't that make you invincible if you used your technique every 3 seconds in a solo fight? Amamiya froze for a moment before it clicked. It was like she had just learned something revolutionary. Subaru pointed to a rock formation where some monsters were still standing. Amamiya, feeling a surge of confidence, told him to stand back. She ran to the cliffside. Amamiya followed the theory Subaru just pointed out. Punch first, then stun, wait for the 3 seconds to end, then punch again. Sure enough, the monster couldn't react. Amamiya kept punching like that and finally succeeded in taking the monster down. She was overjoyed, her eyes shining with excitement. She immediately felt motivated again, shouting for the other monsters to bring it on. Subaru watched from the side, happy that Amamiya seemed okay now. Now he had to do something else. Amamiya was happily farming monsters when she suddenly saw a notification. Boss spawned. She hurriedly turned to call Subaru, only to see him standing face to face with 2 bosses level 17 and level 12. Subaru wasn't the least bit worried. He told Amamiya to finish off the rest. I'll handle this part. The 2 sides clashed, fighting from the ground all the way into the air. The level 12 wolf swiped its claws at Subaru. He blocked its attacks in succession. The remaining level, 17 goblin boss, riding on the wolf's back, took the chance to draw its bow and activate its 6 arrows level 2 skill. A volley of green arrows fired at Subaru, scattering in different directions. Subaru quickly activated blood control to wrap around his body for defense. The barrage of arrows hit the orb he created, causing it to explode with a bang. Subaru fell freely to the ground. These 2 are strong. If blood control wasn't at level 2, I would have been done for. So this is a boss? Their skills are overwhelming. Amamiya stood outside, worried. The battle was so intense she couldn't jump in to help. Her skill was completely useless because of the massive level gap. She had to clear out the small fry first. Subaru tried using his blood control technique, hurling a barrage of blades at the 2 bosses, but it was useless. The wolf effortlessly neutralized his skills and leaped, while the goblin kept raining arrows on him. Subaru had no choice but to dodge and weave through the onslaught, attacking whenever he could. But nothing was landing. The giant wolf kept closing the distance with incredible agility, and that goblin commander was a master marksman, raining attacks from afar. Subaru couldn't find a single opening. He couldn't even bind them with his blood threads. He didn't have much time to think. The goblin activated another technique. This time, it fired a level 3 ice arrow that punched through Subaru's shield and embedded itself in his shoulder. Subaru gritted his teeth in pain. The boss had a second skill that bypassed his blood defenses. It read the situation perfectly. This boss was no joke. The earlier volley of arrows was just a distraction. He had fallen into a trap. Subaru clutched his arm, kneeling. The goblin prepared another arrow, but just as it was about to loose the shot, Amamiya lunged out of nowhere and slammed her fist into the wolf's face, throwing the goblin off balance. Subaru's jaw dropped as he watched the wolf get stunned. Doesn't that technique only work on opponents within 3 levels? He wondered. As the wolf collapsed, Subaru turned to see the enemies on the path had all been defeated. Amamiya had reached level 9, and she had timed that 3-second window perfectly. She landed another punch, keeping the wolf stunned. Seeing things going south, the goblin detached itself from the wolf and took to the air. Amamiya broke into a cold sweat and shouted, "I'll leave that one to you." Subaru slowly stood up and transformed his blood into rubber, binding the wolf's head tight. He lunged forward, using the blood tether to pull back with all his might, successfully taking down the wolf and hitting level 6. His body, HP, and MP were fully restored. Subaru started thinking about a heavy close-range attack, recalling the technique of Taiga, that massive golden fist. Subaru imitated the technique, converting his blood into a giant fist that shattered the goblin's level 3 arrow and took it down as well. Subaru successfully leveled up to 9, and his blood control technique upgraded to level 3, extending its duration to 20 seconds. Karakan Volcano Dungeon, 2 stars, cleared. Subaru and Subaru surged to level 9, and their stats increased significantly. Outside, the group waiting there, the guy who had his clothes stolen by Subaru was sneezing uncontrollably. He shivered from the cold, swearing he'd shred whoever stole his coat. The blonde guy didn't care. All he cared about was the gate-clearing stats. When the others saw the completion time, they broke out in a cold sweat. It usually took 2 hours to clear a 2-star gate, but those 2 took only 15 minutes. It was unbelievable. Just then, Subaru and Amamiya stepped out. They were immediately confronted, the group still refusing to believe they'd cleared it. In such a short time, a notification appeared, confirming the Karakan volcano had been cleared, and the remaining time was added to the clock. Instantly, time was added to the massive clock in the sky, a timer so huge it could be seen from anywhere in the world. Life would end when that clock hit 0. The only way to stop it was to clear gates and add the remaining time to it. Subaru realized this was why the Godlords had to keep fighting. The orange-haired guy stood there, mouth agape, realizing those 2 had actually done it. A 2-star gate was supposed to be handled by a level 10 or higher, yet they cleared it with just a level 1 and a level 8. While the guy was lost in thought, Subaru leaned in, making him jump. Subaru apologized for ripping his coat and promised to make it up to him. The orange-haired guy was now pale with fear. He hurriedly waved it off, telling him there was no need to compensate him and that he should keep the coat. The blonde guy appeared, shoving his comrade and asking, "Weren't you going to shred him?" The orange-haired guy didn't dare do that now. He quickly denied it, saying he was just joking, and to ignore it, then changed the subject, telling everyone to get out of there. And just like that, the guys who were acting like jerks earlier lined up, bowed respectfully to Subaru, and left. Subaru stood there, clueless, wondering why their attitude changed faster than an ex-girlfriend's. The gate behind them suddenly shattered, and 2 stars fell out with a clatter. Amamiya grabbed the stars, holding them up. "Let's go exchange these for cash." Subaru hesitated, wanting to say something. They sat down at a cafe. He wanted the payment to be under Amamiya's name. She looked at him, confused. The cut was 7,030 if he did that. What would happen to his share? Unlike Amamiya, Subaru didn't care about the money at all. He stared blankly at his coffee, tears of emotion welling up in his eyes. After clearing the gate, he had finally returned to this cafe. Thank God. Seeing that Subaru wasn't listening, Amamiya snapped, asking what he planned to do with the money. Subaru mumbled that he would split it with her later. Amamiya suddenly dropped a bombshell that made Subaru spit out his coffee. She asked, "Vanquis isn't your real name, is it?" Seeing Subaru's reaction, she knew she had guessed right. Subaru was using a fake name, and he didn't want anyone to know he had been the one to clear the gate. Above all, that power even at level 1, it was terrifying. Subaru couldn't argue with what Amamiya said, but Amamiya had no intention of blaming him. After fighting side by side, she knew he was a good person. He had saved her life, and more than that, she still wanted to keep clearing gates with him from now on. She wanted to be his partner. As Amamiya kept talking, she felt a bit embarrassed. She was willing to help him, even if she didn't know if she was up to the task. Subaru's eyes widened. Partner. No one had ever called him that before. It was the first time someone had said that to him. Subaru suddenly felt a surge of happiness. It felt like a warm stream running through him. He gripped his glass, thanking Amamiya from the bottom of his heart. If she really wanted to be his partner, he would be very happy. Subaru decided to tell Amamiya everything about his real name and his past, and everything that had happened to him over the last 2 days. After hearing Subaru's story, Amamiya's head started to ache. Who would have thought his situation was even more complicated than she imagined? The Rainbow Gate. Then being framed for assassination, Amamiya couldn't believe it. Subaru was Taiga's brother. On top of that, that bastard had stolen his gate and become the Golden Godlord. Unbelievable. What a bastard, he couldn't be forgiven. The more Amamiya cursed, the more fired up she got. She asked Subaru if he wanted to get strong enough to defeat that jerk, Taiga. Subaru scratched his head. His life was on the line, so he just wanted to get stronger. Amamiya shared her story too. Her family had 3 daughters, all of whom were godlords. Her sisters had silver gates, but she was the only one with bronze. Her team had originally been formed with the 3 of them, but eventually, she was kicked out for being a liability. Because of that, her goal was to get strong and prove herself to them. Amamiya blushed, embarrassed, as this was the first time she had opened up to anyone. She felt her goal was similar to Subaru's, so she wanted them to both get stronger together. Amamiya smiled and held out her hand. She wanted to be his partner, promising never to betray or abandon him. Subaru was stunned. No one had ever said those things to him before. He grabbed Amamiya's hand, accepting. From then on, the two became partners. Meanwhile, at the God Lord Federation headquarters, at the top floor of the main political meeting room, 5 golden God Lords sat at a table discussing things. Since they had subdued Taiga, they were the only golden God Lords capable of acting. The other God Lords didn't seem to care much. 6 people were fine. Without that jerk Taiga, everything is still fine. Besides, everyone hated his lousy attitude anyway. The other God Lords seemed to agree. But the problem now was that except for 4 Stargates, only a golden God Lord could clear a 5-star gate. Their numbers weren't enough to handle the really difficult gates. Renji suggested increasing their ranks until the restraining order on Taiga was lifted. He also planned to call the Silver God Lord group to join the 5-star campaign. God Lord Shikishima Ryu was stunned by the suggestion. Silver tier? Are you serious? God Lord Udu Ryusei stroked his chin, calculating. 10 people over level 30 should probably be able to do it. Currently, there were 7 5-star gates that needed to be cleared quickly. As for the 4-Stargate campaign in Meguro City, they had decided to assign it to the Hizaki Ryuji team, who had an average level of 31. This team was led by the young master, Hizaki Ryuji, at level 38. Subaru and Amamiya, after clearing their gate, walked past Hizaki Ryuji's team. They were the strongest silver tier team for a reason. There was strength in numbers, but their business had nothing to do with them. Subaru and Amamiya headed out, excited to clear another 2-Stargate in Meguro City. The gate was named Soldier's Junkyard. They stepped inside, greeted by a very, very long staircase leading downward. As they descended, Subaru asked Amamiya, curious, "Do you know what's inside the gate beforehand?" Amamiya explained that they could come and go as they pleased as long as the gate wasn't locked from the inside, so the God Lord assigned to survey it would bring back information. For example, like this endless spiral staircase they were walking down. Subaru realized. Amamiya looked at the long, narrow staircase. This might be the perfect place for my skills to shine. Amamiya told Subaru to try locking the gate himself. After that, the mission would start, and the enemies would appear. Subaru listened and locked the gate. The system notified them that the mission had begun, and Amamiya, in high spirits, prepared to fight again. A rumbling sound echoed from below. Subaru suddenly had a bad feeling, his skin crawling. He stretched his neck to look down the staircase to see what it was. A horde of skeleton soldiers was marching up one after another. Seeing the sheer numbers, Amamiya felt a bit intimidated. Isn't this a little too many? While she was distracted, a skeleton swung its sword at her. Fortunately, Subaru reacted in time, using blood control to block the strike for her. Amamiya also reacted, punching the skeleton in the face. The skeleton flew back and vanished, but they couldn't let their guard down yet. Another wave rushed at them. These ones must have been level 10 or higher. They had to clear them out to get out of there. The two worked together. Subaru defended, while Amamiya attacked. This narrow terrain was perfect for Amamiya, but there were simply too many of them. Plus, there was that unsettling feeling he had sensed from the floor below earlier. It was even more terrifying than the goblin boss from before. The skeletons were continuously cut down, but Amamiya's stamina had a limit. She started gasping for air. Seeing the situation, Subaru told her they should take turns fighting to avoid exhausting herself. Amamiya turned to look at Subaru with a puzzled expression. It should be the other way around, shouldn't it? If you level up inside a portal, your HP and MP recover completely. The best way is to give it your all until you level up. So, Amamiya was currently in peak condition, with 10,000 HP, ready to keep fighting. Subaru felt energized by her call to action. Putting her strength to the test, he used blood control to shift his form into a blood tide, freezing the entire skeleton horde solid. Amamiya looked at the skeletons struggling in the blood and chuckled. "Your ultimate move is as pro as ever, huh?" Subaru, panting heavily, told Amamiya to move quickly. It wouldn't last long. Amamiya's eyes sparkled as she jumped and stomped on the skeletons' heads. She used her maximum speed to take out as many as possible, successfully reaching level 15. She left the rest for Subaru. He understood, using his ultimate move to crush the frozen skeletons, sending them to the afterlife. He also successfully reached level 16. Amamiya didn't know what else to say. Subaru was insane, just as she had expected. Even the enemies were terrified. Suddenly, a skeleton that wasn't fully finished tried to ambush Amamiya from behind, but that skeleton was instantly finished off by Subaru's blood arrow. He reminded her not to let her guard down. Amamiya could only sigh in apology. The two went deeper, defeating more monsters, but the bad feeling in Subaru's heart still hadn't vanished. The pressure from below was becoming stronger and stronger. As they reached the bottom of the staircase, Subaru had hit level 19, and Amamiya was at level 22. They were finally granted an audience with the big boss. The boss was a skeleton wearing a long dress and a crown. It was Queen Judith, level 29. The skeleton suddenly opened its eyes and swung its whip to attack. A single lash of its whip made the surrounding rocks look like they were about to collapse. Subaru used blood control to protect them both. He assessed the boss. Long-range, non-physical trajectory. Just like Amamiya said, we really don't stand a chance against it. Subaru gritted his teeth. He was still wondering if that persistent, chilling feeling from the beginning really came from this boss. The boss swung its whip wildly, forcing Subaru and Amamiya to dodge. Amamiya was so scared she was about to wet herself. She turned to ask Subaru what they should do. Even if they tried to close the distance, they couldn't stay close for long. Subaru remained silent, deducing the boss's skill. It seemed to use MP to lash the whip, but would it stop when it ran out of MP? Just like his blood? If so, this skill countered Amamiya's skill. Her instantaneous space would be useless when the level gap was too great. It was better to use blood control for both offense and defense. But if he did that, Amamiya wouldn't get any experience from this boss. He was very happy that Amamiya had said she would become his friend, and that they would never abandon each other. Subaru called out to Amamiya loudly, telling her he would block the whip and she should attack it repeatedly until she was satisfied. Amamiya didn't understand what he was planning, but she agreed. Subaru used blood control with 100% viscosity. The monster seemed to realize what he was planning. It swung its arm, lashing the whip toward the blood mass he had just created. The blood mass split apart, clinging to the monster and controlling its movements. Subaru turned and told Amamiya to act quickly. She obeyed, rushing forward to punch the monster's face repeatedly. If Amamiya wanted to get experience points, her HP needed to drop by at least 20%. As a master of defense and recovery, she surely had to put in a lot of effort to get stronger. Subaru glanced at the countdown timer. He reminded Amamiya she had 5 seconds before the blood control wore off. Amamiya understood and retreated. Just then, the monster broke free from the control and started swinging its whip at Amamiya again. But she was protected by Subaru's blood control and returned unscathed. They were about to attack again when a voice echoed from the monster. It questioned Subaru in a deep, gravelly tone, asking if he received that power from AI. He felt a chill. He didn't know if he was mishearing things. That monster had just spoken, confirming Subaru's deduction. The skeleton muttered, "That being cannot grant power to a mortal." Subaru quickly figured out the issue. The skeleton was likely talking about Vanquish. He hurriedly spoke up, telling the skeleton, "If you want to talk, take it easy. Why so hot-headed?" But the skeleton didn't listen. It went berserk, tearing its dress apart. It began to transform. This was an ultimate technique, a boss using its entire MP pool to change into another form. The skeleton began activating its ultimate. Subaru used blood control to wrap them both up. The skeleton continuously fired whips while transforming, causing even his blood shield to boil and evaporate. If he didn't keep replenishing the blood, he would soon be defeated. Looking at his MP bar slowly depleting, he didn't know what to do. At this rate, his MP would run dry. Moreover, Amamiya was right behind him. Subaru gritted his teeth and shifted blood control into a blood spear, charging forward. The skeleton raised its hand to attack him, but it was too slow. Subaru extended the blood shield into a spear, piercing through the skeleton's body and making its head fall off. The skeleton gradually vanished. Before it kicked the bucket, it still couldn't believe it had been defeated. Subaru successfully defeated the boss and leveled up to 20. Although he had taken it down, he couldn't feel satisfied. The boss earlier seemed to know about Vanquish, but he had no choice but to finish it off. He began to speculate. Could the masters of these gates be monsters from the underworld? Seeing that Subaru had succeeded, Amamiya jumped for joy. In the final moments, she had decided to hide behind him and had managed to reach level 21. Seeing Amamiya level up made Subaru happy. He thought that they could finally say they had achieved their goal of becoming stronger. If he met the boss again, next time, he would try to ask it. Amamiya exclaimed that they had defeated the boss, but they still hadn't received a notification that the gate was open. Subaru panicked. Does this mean we can't get out? Amamiya was at a loss, too. She had never encountered this situation before. Suddenly, behind Subaru, a rainbow-colored gate slowly appeared. Subaru turned around in a panic. Amamiya's jaw dropped. This was the first time she had ever seen a rainbow gate. Amamiya happily said that it must be Subaru's second gate. Subaru also found it strange. Was it normal for so many gates to appear? Amamiya, on the other hand, didn't see it as a bad thing. Each gate had different conditions, and she had heard that you could receive additional ultimate techniques after completing the challenges. Subaru rubbed his chin. What conditions? Is it because I reached level 20? Amamiya excitedly added that she had heard the strongest golden rank master, Renji, had currently opened 7 gates. Hearing that number, Subaru's jaw dropped. It showed they were doing exceptionally well. At this rate, they would become the strongest duo on Earth. Subaru looked at his hands. He could go this far even with just blood control. If he could receive other skills just as powerful, he could be on par with the golden rank. Amamiya urged Subaru, "Hurry up and go in." He was startled back to reality. Seeing Amamiya's sparkling, expectant eyes, he suddenly felt warm inside. Subaru turned and twisted the door handle. As soon as the door opened, it sliced off Subaru's left arm and simultaneously dealt a long slash across Amamiya's body. Subaru watched his arm fall to the ground and looked at Amamiya's eyes, which were gradually losing focus. She, trembling, whispered an apology to Subaru before falling down. Subaru ignored his bleeding arm and rushed toward Amamiya, but he couldn't make it more than a few steps before collapsing. Subaru looked at the person holding the sword standing at the rainbow gate. This individual wore a bloodthirsty grin. He obviously didn't consider the fact that he had just slashed someone to be anything of importance. Subaru was stunned, paralyzed. This feeling was exactly like the one he had sensed at the beginning, an overwhelming sense of terror. Panicked, Subaru scrambled to Amamiya. He used his remaining arm to embrace her. Subaru shouted her name repeatedly, but Amamiya didn't react. Both of their blood flowed continuously. The zombie standing at the rainbow gate uttered an apology that didn't sound like one. Weaklings who can't even take one blow aren't worth living. Hearing the zombie insult his friend, Subaru's face turned dark. He stood up from the ground, a rainbow-colored aura swirling outward. The zombie started to feel interested and laughed out loud. Subaru was incredibly, deeply furious. He didn't care about his bleeding arm. The zombie was also interested to the extreme. It introduced itself as one of Vanquish's subordinates, the Zombie Emperor. "I will be the one to test Subaru." Subaru stepped through the rainbow gate. Facing the Zombie Emperor, he was indeed a subordinate of Vanquish. Subaru closed his eyes, looking at Vanquish within himself. He shouted, questioning Vanquish. "Why are your subordinates attacking me? What on earth is going on?" Subaru was shaking with rage, yet Vanquish remained indifferent, offering no response. The Zombie Emperor chuckled, telling Subaru that the Vanquish inside him wasn't the real deal. It was just a guide on how to use blood manipulation. As for questions about the technique itself, it wouldn't breathe a word. The Zombie Emperor licked his lips. His only concern now was the upcoming fight. The Zombie Emperor greeted him politely, explaining that the condition to clear this trial was to land a wound on him. He wanted to see how much Subaru had grown. Subaru didn't wait for him to finish. He lunged straight at the Zombie Emperor, but the zombie raised his sword and easily blocked the strike. He clicked his tongue, mocking Subaru for being impatient, saying he should have at least perked up his ears and listened. The Zombie Emperor raised his sword and gave it a flick, promising that if Subaru cleared the trial, he'd receive one of Vanquish's treasures, the God Slicer sword he was holding. But Subaru wasn't listening to a word he said. Subaru was absolutely furious and had no patience for the zombie's endless chatter. All he wanted was to tear that zombie apart. Subaru activated his blood manipulation, and several tendrils sprouted from his back, striking at the zombie. But with just a slight leap, the zombie dodged them with ease. The zombie playfully praised Subaru, saying his use of blood manipulation was good, but it was still too slow to catch him. As soon as he finished speaking, another cluster of blood tendrils lunged at him. The zombie danced around them, laughing out loud. He finally understood. The blood whip from earlier was Subaru. Copying the technique of the boss he just fought, the zombie had been watching Subaru battle Vanquish from this side for quite a while, and based on what he saw, Subaru could turn an enemy's combat style into his own. Subaru became even more enraged that he couldn't land a hit and shouted at him not to run away. "Fight me! I don't have time to waste here. Amamiya is waiting for me." The Zombie Emperor laughed with delight, joking that Subaru was no fun, and started getting serious. The zombie jumped up, effortlessly slicing through all of Subaru's blood tendrils. Subaru was stunned. He couldn't figure out how that zombie could have wounded him. Subaru touched the cut on his face. That last move was the power of the God Slicer. The zombie emperor held up his sword to boast, saying that Vanquish had upgraded this blade into the ultimate blood sword, one capable of piercing through heaven itself. With this weapon, Subaru's defensive shield was as thin as paper. Just as the zombie emperor was dancing around and gloating, he felt the ground shake. Thrilled that things were getting interesting, he watched as a wave of blood tendrils erupted from the ground. The zombie dodged, letting out an "oh, how interesting." As Subaru whipped his tendrils from beneath the zombie's feet, the creature let out a wild, cackling laugh. "This is absolutely fantastic. This kid can come up with so many ways to attack. He might actually become an exceptional warrior." The zombie emperor kept unleashing a barrage of attacks. Subaru gritted his teeth, unable to believe the zombie could dodge everything in an instant. Suddenly, the zombie emperor was right in front of him. He was genuinely surprised that Subaru was this skilled. Before Subaru could react, the zombie punched him right in the stomach. Subaru coughed up blood. The zombie tossed his sword into the air, gathered his strength, and delivered another punch that nearly sent Subaru to the afterlife. The zombie gripped his hand, sending Subaru rolling 8 meters away. Just then, the God Slicer fell back down, and the zombie caught it perfectly, sneering in contempt. "You thought you'd gotten stronger? You must look down on me, you frog in a well. My trials aren't a joke." Seeing Subaru lying motionless in the sand, the zombie urged him on, saying if he didn't get up and keep attacking, he'd never be able to defeat him. Before he could even finish, the zombie found his opponent already moving. Subaru stood up, letting blood flow freely, and reactivated his blood manipulation. He wasn't letting a single word of the zombie emperor's nonsense enter his ears. Amamiya's life was on the line, and he couldn't afford to drag this out. Subaru activated his blood manipulation again, this time molding it into blood armor that encased his entire body. Following Vanquish's advice, he stoked the fires of his rage. Subaru lunged at the zombie emperor, but once again, the zombie dodged with ease, wasting not a second. Subaru fired blood tendrils from his back, and the zombie splayed his legs to dodge them. Subaru seized the opportunity to attack, refusing to let this beast escape. The zombie emperor laughed again, raising his fist to counter. This time, Subaru managed to block the punch. The zombie emperor was satisfied. "Sturdy armor, but let's see if you can take this." The zombie swung his sword, ready to strike down. Just then, Subaru thrust his fist out to attack. The God Slicer sliced down his arm, severing it, but Subaru's limb regenerated in an instant, and he punched the zombie in the face. The zombie turned and sliced off Subaru's other arm, but Subaru reattached it in a blink and countered with another blow. The zombie slashed away repeatedly, severing Subaru's limbs, but he kept reattaching them and striking back in the blink of an eye. The zombie realized the issue. No matter how many times he cut him, Subaru would just use his blood to stitch himself back together. At this rate, once his MP ran dry, his body would fall apart and he'd meet his end. Crazy bastard. I've really met a lunatic. The zombie remembered his conversation with Vanquish, who had praised Subaru as an interesting kid. Even while in agony from receiving the power, he'd bitten back. Vanquish had promised the zombie would grow to like him. He hadn't believed it then, but he did now. The zombie emperor cackled. He was starting to like this kid. Still, those weak attacks weren't enough to injure him. Just as the zombie was roaring with laughter, he realized his opponent was getting serious. Subaru growled, his aura swirling violently. "What the hell are you yapping about?" Subaru grabbed his own arm and transformed his left hand into a blood spear. The zombie emperor was the one who was underestimating him. The spear pierced right through the zombie, making him cough up green blood, while Subaru went into a frenzy. "Go to hell, you rotting corpse!" The zombie was impaled, his body severed at the waist, upper and lower halves landing in different spots. The zombie shrieked, "Are you serious? Instead of just wounding me, you want to devour me? You want to jump levels? You son of a bee!" Subaru had no mood to listen to his BS and urged him to hurry up and die. The zombie leaped up. How cruel. Subaru understood perfectly. If the zombie didn't go down, the gate wouldn't open. He had to get Amamiya to the hospital as soon as possible. The zombie emperor let out a long sigh. Time froze outside while they were inside the gate. The zombie asked how Subaru planned to survive. He'd used a secret technique to stitch his wounds, but once his MP drained, his body would fall apart, and he'd pass on. Subaru couldn't have cared less about himself. He couldn't think of any other way to defeat the zombie, and even though this was his trial, it dragged Amamiya into it. So, at the very least, before he kicked the bucket, he had to get her to a hospital. Subaru kept urging the zombie to hurry up and die. Even though time outside was frozen, his MP was constantly depleting. The zombie was getting creeped out, Amamiya this, Amamiya that. Did you get a crush on her, kid? Tears streamed down Subaru's face. It's not love. I promised her that we would never abandon each other. She is the first friend I've ever had in my life. The zombie fell silent. He remembered his own past. When he was on the brink of the abyss, Vanquis had reached out and saved him, swearing on his honor as a vampire that he would never betray or abandon him. The zombie emperor dropped his playful act, realizing he'd pushed things too far. He pointed to the God Slicer lying on the ground, offering it as an apology. He would give Subaru this God Slicer and his skills as a level-up reward. Subaru was confused. If he was going to die anyway, why give it to him? The zombie slowly began to fade, assuring Subaru he wouldn't die. This rainbow gate was inside the portal, so when Subaru leveled up, all his wounds would be restored. After defeating the zombie emperor, Subaru leveled up to 26, received the God Slicer, gained the tremor technique, and his blood manipulation reached level 6. As if remembering something, Subaru loudly asked the zombie, "Are all the masters of these gates monsters from the underworld?" The zombie confirmed they were all the same, and that Vanquis was one of them. Seeing he didn't have much time left, the zombie pointed a finger, offering one last piece of advice. If one day your friend heads to the afterlife, use Blood Grasp to save her. Before he vanished, he was extremely satisfied. Subaru's spirit just now was exactly like Vanquis's. The system announced the mission was over, and requested the player leave the gate. Subaru scrambled to carry Amamiya out, ignoring the mission and the timer. He desperately dialed 119. In another gate, the hideout of Moby Dick, the Hizaki Ryuji team, led by Hizaki Ryuji, was getting wiped out. Hizaki Ryuji stood frozen, staring at the massive whale. The whale fired jets of water, one by one, sending the Hizaki Ryuji team members to their deaths. To make matters worse, this whale wasn't even the boss. A subordinate desperately asked Hizaki Ryuji for orders on how to defeat the boss, noting they couldn't leave unless most of the Godmasters died. Hizaki Ryuji darkened and asked how many people were left. The subordinate didn't understand what he was asking. Suddenly, he looked back at the subordinate with a savage expression and growled, "How many more need to die for us to escape?" The subordinate was stunned. He never imagined Hizaki Ryuji would abandon his comrades just to run away. Clearly, Hizaki Ryuji was the one who had taken on this mission. Before the subordinate could finish, Hizaki Ryuji stabbed a sword through his head. His expression changed entirely. His own life was worth far more than a bunch of pathetic, useless subordinates. They weren't worth keeping alive. Suddenly, the system's red notification blared. Most of the Godmasters had already perished. "The gate will open right away." Hizaki Ryuji laughed, kicking his subordinate's body aside. Just then, other subordinates came rushing in. They had received the notification that if the gate opened now, the monsters inside would flood out, but Hizaki Ryuji didn't care about that at all. He turned and barked at his subordinates, asking why they were crawling there. He demanded they go back and stop the monster. The subordinates were terrified. They didn't know how to stop such a beast. But Hizaki Ryuji couldn't have cared less. He was losing his mind, turning around, and walking away. By now, the subordinates realized how rotten their captain's personality was. But they were awakened ones. They couldn't let this monster get out and harm civilians. So, they continued to fight outside the main gate, while Hizaki Ryuji struggled to push the gate open to escape. He had just stepped both feet outside, and, before he could even celebrate, he received a notification. No one else inside was alive, and the monster would soon break out. Hizaki Ryuji's eyes widened. Not even a minute later, a massive force struck from inside the gate, sending him flying 8 meters away. He fell to the ground, snot and tears streaming down his face. He clenched his fists, cursing his useless, damn subordinates for not being able to hold the monster for even a minute. A giant whale slowly squeezed its way out of the gate. Hizaki Ryuji received a notification that the monster would target the awakened ones who had been inside the gate. He shrieked for help. He started running for his life. On the other side, the rescue team had reached Subaru, who was performing first aid on Amamiya. Subaru stood by, his heart burning with anxiety, silently praying for her safety. Suddenly, a red notification board appeared. Mission failed. 5. Stargate. Moby Dick's lair. Abandoned. Remaining time. 5,837 hours. Penalty. Remaining time will be deducted from the main clock. Instantly, the time on the giant clock dropped by 240 days, leaving only 49 days. Subaru froze, wondering who had caused this. Suddenly, Hizaki Ryuji came sprinting toward him. Subaru recognized him as part of Hizaki Ryuji's team. He shouted, demanding that Subaru give him the ambulance. Subaru didn't understand what the guy was saying. Hizaki Ryuji grabbed Subaru's collar and screamed that the whale was chasing him. He told Subaru to hold the monster off and buy as much time as possible so he could get in the ambulance and escape. Then, Hizaki Ryuji went to the medical staff and demanded the vehicle. The staff were confused. They had to prioritize the injured first. But Hizaki Ryuji didn't care. He grabbed the driver, thinking his own life was more important. To hell with that injured girl. She was just a small fry, silver-ranked awakened one. He, a silver-ranked awakened one, deserved priority. Hizaki Ryuji wouldn't stop pestering the medic, refusing to let go of their collar. Subaru's face darkened. He grabbed Hizaki Ryuji's shoulder and told him to wait. Hizaki Ryuji snapped, asking what the hell he wanted. The whale had fully escaped the gate and was flying toward the city center. The awakened Union issued a warning. A subterranean world monster had appeared in Meguro City. Hazard level: 5 stars. Evacuation orders had been issued for Meguro City, Setagaya, and Shinagawa. It demanded all residents currently in those areas evacuate to safety immediately. Subaru turned and told the medical staff to go ahead. He entrusted Amamiya to them. Seeing the situation was getting tense, the staff didn't hesitate. They hurriedly loaded the patient and left. Seeing his lifeline disappear, Hizaki Ryuji started snarling, "What the hell are you doing?" Before he could finish, Subaru activated his ultimate technique, grabbing Hizaki Ryuji by the shoulder. "You'll what? If you've got guts, come at me." Even with his limited intelligence, Hizaki Ryuji knew his time was up. A moment later, Hizaki Ryuji was beaten to a pulp and hung from a tree by Subaru. He tried to struggle, but couldn't escape. Now, Hizaki Ryuji saw Subaru like a master, pleading and spilling everything he knew. The whale was targeting him. The monsters were after those who had been inside the gate. Having witnessed Subaru's power, Hizaki Ryuji was terrified. Subaru had taken him down without breaking a sweat, and he had never even seen this guy before. Subaru breathed a sigh of relief. That was good. As long as Hizaki Ryuji was alive, the monster wouldn't harm anyone else. He wouldn't let it chase Amamiya either. He had to defeat it right here and now. Subaru clenched his fists, controlling his blood arts, and slapped Hizaki Ryuji across the face, asking what skills the whale had. Hizaki Ryuji honestly confessed. The whale could summon and create water jets. The move was super fast and powerful, so they had no choice but to give up. No sooner had he finished speaking than the whale spewed a bunch of water bubbles. Hizaki Ryuji was so scared he wet his pants as columns of water shot toward him. Subaru didn't move an inch. He transformed his blood control into an azalea flower, blocking all the incoming water columns. The water columns evaporated in the blink of an eye. Hizaki Ryuji was stunned. He couldn't believe Subaru had blocked that attack, an attack that could easily pierce through any silver-ranked awakened one's shield. Subaru crouched to gain momentum. He was glad this whale floated in the air, so he could fight with all his might. Subaru surrounded himself with blood armor and soared into the sky, attacking the whale with blood-infused fists from above. But the attack had no effect. The whale just grew larger. Realizing there was a new target, it opened its mouth and let out a deafening roar. It shattered the glass of all the high-rise buildings. Subaru gritted his teeth. This was a 5-star monster. The gap in power meant his attacks were useless. Subaru decided to try out his new toy. He summoned the God Slayer. Just then, the whale opened its mouth wide. An eye popped out from inside its mouth, and the whale spat a series of missiles toward Subaru. Subaru gripped the God Slayer and used 13% of his MP, slashing through all the missiles the whale had fired. Hizaki Ryuji couldn't believe his eyes. The whale's attack had been repelled. Only then did Subaru read the God Slayer's instructions. Consumes the user's MP to deliver slashes. The more MP poured in, the more slashes, and the effectiveness increases. Subaru wondered if he should use less MP. He hadn't estimated how much he needed. Of course, that last attack wasn't enough to take down the whale. It returned, even more aggressive than before. The whale gathered another huge ball of water in its mouth, preparing to spit it out. Subaru could sense the scale of that attack. He had to stop it from firing. Subaru raised his hand, gripping his sword. He decided to use another 13% of his MP to launch the next attack. The whale was hit and shattered into many pieces, with a massive water ball falling and turning into heavy rain. After the bubbles faded, a rainbow appeared. The system announced the whale had been defeated. Subaru was soaked to the bone. Hizaki Ryuji, having witnessed the entire battle in full definition, was frozen in shock. He couldn't believe this guy had taken down the whale with just one strike. Don't tell me he's a gold-ranked awakened one. Subaru checked his stats. As he thought, defeating a boss outside a gate didn't grant levels, but he was relieved it didn't cause more damage. Subaru clenched his fists. He had to get to Amamiya right now. Subaru used his blood control to create armor beneath his feet and took flight. He didn't know that his entire performance had been recorded by an old man with a camera. The old man was just as surprised and immediately posted the video on the Blue Bird app, promising to take the internet by storm. At Shinagawa Hospital, Amamiya was in critical condition. By the time Subaru arrived, she had already been taken to the morgue. He pulled back the sheet and saw her lying motionless. Subaru fell into despair, collapsing to the floor and blaming himself. It was all his fault. Amamiya had been implicated because of him. Subaru thought of that rotten guy and felt furious, but then he remembered what the guy had said before he kicked the bucket. If one day your friend ascends, just use blood theft. Subaru snapped awake. He opened his skill menu, scrolling through until he clicked to unlock the skill. Resurrect a close awakened friend by turning them into family. It was effective within 1 hour of death. Current target: Amamiya. 17 seconds left before the time limit. Subaru froze. That meant Amamiya could be brought back. The countdown kept dropping. With 15 seconds left, Subaru didn't overthink it and activated blood theft, silently praying he would make it in time. A red aura enveloped Amamiya. The clock kept ticking down. When the final second ended, the red aura around Amamiya faded. Subaru went pale. Just then, 2 others burst in, shouting for Amamiya. They were her 2 older sisters. With tears streaming down their faces, they shoved Subaru aside to reach their younger sister. The eldest sister bitterly muttered that this was why she had told Amamiya not to become an awakened one. The second sister couldn't stop crying. She couldn't believe her little sister was gone. Subaru was speechless, unable to say a word. Only then did the eldest sister notice him. She turned and asked who he was. Subaru hesitated. Thinking of Amamiya made his heart ache. Tears filled his eyes as he said he was her friend. Hearing that, the eldest sister flew into a rage and lunged at Subaru. He didn't resist. She said through her tears, "It was you. You're the one who dragged Amamiya into that dangerous mission." They hadn't wanted to abandon her. They were just waiting until they were strong enough to come back and protect her. They were almost there, and then someone like Subaru appeared and stole their sister's life. The eldest sister prepared to land another blow on Subaru, when suddenly, a movement behind them grabbed their attention. Amamiya, who had been a cold corpse just a second ago, suddenly floated into midair. A red mark appeared on the back of her neck, and she gradually transformed into a different shape. She landed on the ground before the stunned eyes of everyone present. Amamiya stared at her sisters who were radiating murderous intent. Her eyes widened as she yelled at them to get their filthy hands off Subaru. With that, Amamiya lunged forward to attack her eldest sister. The sister froze, completely caught off guard, but luckily, Subaru was quick enough to intercept Amamiya's strike. If not for him, that sister would have been done for. Subaru blocked the attack, his hands trembling. How could she be this strong? Amamiya immediately let go and knelt down, facing Subaru to apologize. Her 2 sisters watched the scene, feeling uneasy. Subaru was pale with terror. "What on earth is going on?" he asked, then questioned Amamiya if she was truly herself. Amamiya confirmed she had been resurrected as his servant thanks to Subaru's technique. She had no memory of her past, but she would follow him absolutely. Subaru stood there, petrified. Hearing this, Amamiya's 2 sisters grew dark with rage. They didn't back down, activating their own techniques and branding Subaru a sick, twisted bastard. They demanded to know what he had done to their sister. Subaru broke out in a cold sweat, lost on what to do, while Amamiya added to his misery by asking if he was, in fact, a sick, twisted bastard. Subaru shook his head violently. Of course not. Since Amamiya was now his loyal subordinate, she drew her sword, ready to fight her sisters on his behalf. Subaru hurriedly stopped her, yelling out in a panic. He had no other choice but to use his technique to pin the 2 sisters against the wall behind them. Then he grabbed Amamiya and ran for his life. As he sprinted, he cursed, "Damn it! What kind of skill is this? This isn't even the Amamiya I knew anymore." Being dragged along, Amamiya looked confused. "Subaru, aren't you going to take care of those 2? Subaru ignored her question. He didn't know what to do anymore. He had to ask Amamiya about this insane bloodthirst relative business. As they reached the main hall, Subaru froze, seeing himself plastered all over the massive screen. He went deathly pale. He never expected someone to record his battle with that whale. Just as he was spacing out, someone approached him, mentioning that Subaru would likely become a celebrity soon. The 2 newcomers were Shikishima Ryu and Udo Ryusei, the 2nd and 3rd ranked Golden Sovereigns, respectively. Shikishima gritted his teeth in frustration. "I knew that bastard Taiga had an older brother." Seeing the 2 of them, Subaru became even more panicked. It seemed there was not just those 2, but another one as well. The important one always appeared last, and that person was none other than Renji, the leader of the Golden Sovereigns. Renji politely informed Subaru that he was under suspicion for destruction of commercial property in Shinagawa and for the attempted assassination of a fellow sovereign classmate. They invited him to come along with them for further questioning. Of course, Subaru knew this man. He had been his idol since he was a child. He was the strongest sovereign in Japan. Subaru could never believe he was actually meeting him like this. Subaru tensed up, standing defensively in front of Amamiya. Renji smiled and explained that the issues regarding the two of them had already been cleared up. Subaru and Amamiya were invited to join the three of them in their car. He told them everything that had happened to him over the last 2 days. He spilled every detail he knew, but he was still bothered by why he was no longer a suspect. Shikishima tossed a tablet to Subaru and asked if he knew how many surveillance cameras were in Tokyo. First, the destruction around the shopping district was recorded from start to finish. Subaru was just a victim targeted by Taiga. Next, regarding the attempted assassination of Kunisaki Sutaro, the door that turned him into a sovereign had appeared and sliced Kunisaki Sutaro in half, and 2 other witnesses at the scene had already testified in his favor. Subaru didn't expect those 2 bullies to testify for him. Obviously, he was no longer a suspect. Moreover, news that Subaru had taken down a 5-star monster without any casualties had spread everywhere, making him a hero. The word hero felt so foreign to Subaru. He had never once thought he would become one. After hearing his story, Shikishima realized many things. The mystery surrounding Taiga was also solved. Taiga only possessed one technique, the golden arm. A sovereign who steals a door from another one no matter how much they level up. A second door would never appear. That was how they knew about Subaru. This was likely the reason Taiga kept him close. Whenever another door appeared, he intended to steal it again. Only now did Subaru understand everything. No wonder Taiga wouldn't let him go. He wanted to do exactly that. The Golden Sovereign Group took Subaru down to the basement below the 6th floor of headquarters, the prison, for those who opposed the sovereigns. Upon seeing them, Taiga's eyes burned with rage, and he addressed Subaru with a tone filled with twisted affection. Taiga was bound by golden chains, so he couldn't do a thing. Shikishima kicked the iron prison door hard. He had hated this scumbag from the start, and now, after hearing Subaru's account, he vowed to investigate further based on the testimony. Taiga, appearing as if he'd lost his mind, slammed into the iron door continuously, hurling insults at Subaru's parents. He swore to the heavens that he would tear a low-life bug like Subaru to pieces. He insisted that all of Subaru's doors belonged to him. Subaru took all the verbal abuse from Taiga without reacting. Even though Amamiya beside him was seething with rage, Subaru remained as calm as water. He felt it was strange, too. Even though he was standing right in front of the aggressive and hateful Taiga, his heart didn't flutter in the slightest. Seeing Subaru's lack of reaction made Taiga even angrier. A pathetic bug like Subaru dared to look at him like that? He couldn't accept it. Subaru didn't want to hear Taiga's nonsense anymore. He turned to leave, letting Taiga continue barking behind him. Udu watched Subaru leave and asked if it was okay to just let him go. Renji looked thoughtfully at his tablet. He was also planning to grant Subaru some special privileges. They needed him to get stronger because news had arrived that a 6-star gate had appeared. Subaru brought 2 stars to the reception desk to exchange for money. The guide confirmed Subaru would receive 300,000 yen for the 2 stars. On top of that, he was gifted 20 million yen for defeating the 5-star monster. Subaru got goosebumps as the receptionist handed him a black card. Subaru had been granted additional privileges by the Federation. When he presented this black card, places like hotels and convenience stores affiliated with the Federation could be used for free. Subaru still hadn't grasped what was happening when the people behind him started gossiping. They admired Subaru for single-handedly taking down the blue whale and receiving special privileges. Subaru couldn't believe he was suddenly famous. The guide was the one who had told everyone about him. Now, Subaru had gained power, wealth, and fame. Everything was in his hands. The guide asked, "From now on, what does Subaru want to do?" Down on the 6th basement floor, Taiga was still raving mad, unable to stay still. He wouldn't stop pestering everyone about their parents. The elevator door opened again, and someone stepped out. She waved her hand, releasing golden chains that immobilized Taiga, sending him crashing to the floor. The newcomer was the 4th Golden Sovereign, Kinokawa Sakura, none other than the receptionist from earlier. Her real name and face were secrets, and she worked as a receptionist to pursue her own desires. Taiga hissed in frustration. Kinokawa tightened her hand, pulling the chains even tighter until Taiga couldn't make another sound. Taiga now realized a bitter truth. Subaru was now overwhelmingly powerful. He had surpassed 2 doors, and that indifferent attitude he didn't even look at Taiga. To Taiga, that was nothing short of an insult. He couldn't accept it. Taiga gnashed his teeth, beginning to curse the world. He believed the world had abandoned him. He just wanted everyone to drop dead. Taiga's resentment toward the world summoned a dark door. Seeing it, Kinokawa was stunned. She snapped, asking what the hell Taiga had done. Taiga only then noticed the door behind him, which emitted a series of hateful, wailing sounds. It mocked him, striking at his deepest insecurities, driving him mad. This world didn't want him. From the door, a hand reached out, grabbing Taiga and pulling him in, promising to destroy everyone. A swarm of hands crawled out from the door, grabbing Taiga, trying to drag him inside. Kinokawa Sakura certainly wouldn't let that happen. She activated her golden chains to hold Taiga back. However, her chains were shattered in an instant by the dark aura from the door. It attacked Kinokawa Sakura, slowly corroding her limbs. Taiga, seeing Kinokawa being easily defeated, was stunned. What kind of monstrous power was this? The door hit just the right spot for Taiga, promising him this power. Taiga slowly sank into the door. Subaru and Amamiya were chilling on the rooftop of a building. Amamiya saw her master deep in thought, and asked if he was troubled by something. Subaru placed his hand on his forehead, reflecting on Kinokawa's question. Wealth, power, and fame, everything was in his hands. From now on, what did he want to do? Subaru sat up abruptly. He glanced at Amamiya beside him and asked her what he should call her from now on. Calling her Amamiya felt a bit strange. Amamiya suggested he call her Amamiya. Subaru then asked if there was any way for her to return to the Amamiya she used to be. Seeing Subaru so full of worry, Amamiya blinked, realizing that the body she was currently using belonged to the person who was important to him. Amamiya asked if she could look at his bloodthirst technique stats. Since their souls were connected, she could view them. Looking at the stats, she pointed to the unopened level 35. According to her hypothesis, there was a high possibility that a third door would appear once he gained a new skill. If there was a way to bring Amamiya back, Amamiya asked if she could check his blood-sucking ultimate ability stats. Since their souls are connected, she can see his parameters. Looking at his stats, she pointed to level 35, which is still locked. She suspects that the third gate will likely appear once he obtains a new skill. Since he's back, it's best to ask those on the other side of the gate. Subaru finally saw it clearly. He should meet Vanquis, the one who gave him his skills, to ask for guidance. Regaining his focus, Subaru stood up. He had to concentrate on leveling up. He was currently at level 26. He needed to farm more monsters. Using his skill, Subaru transformed his energy into a new jacket. Now he had to find a new gate and meet Vanquis as soon as possible. The two arrived in front of a gate on a street. When the shopkeeper saw him, he thanked him, and a gate suddenly appeared right in front of the store. Ever since then, the man's business had been stagnating. He couldn't believe the legendary savior, Subaru, had actually come here. Subaru scratched his head in embarrassment. He opened the door and turned to ask Amamiya if she was coming in. Amamiya explained that since she was his subordinate, as long as she lived, she would serve him. Amamiya showed her stats to Subaru. He gasped. He never expected Amamiya could use blood control too. He wondered why her MP was 0. Amamiya explained that subordinates live off their master's MP and can use it to unleash their own special moves. Subaru finally understood. He suddenly realized that Amamiya was now twice as strong as Taiga, 20 times stronger than Amamiya. The two entered the gate. It was a 3-star gate called the Underworld. As soon as they entered, Amamiya offered to borrow Subaru's MP. He wanted to see her strength, so he told her to do as she pleased. Amamiya activated blood control and upgraded her blood circle. A massive circle appeared in midair. Amamiya seemed like a completely different person. One moment she was obedient, the next she was fierce and reckless, devouring all the demons. Subaru applauded. Not bad at all. Amamiya retracted the blood circle. This technique of hers was useless against high-level opponents, so it was just all right. The small fry demons were wiped out in no time, and the boss appeared. This time, Subaru took the lead. He summoned the God Thief and cleanly took out the boss. The two finished the mission and stepped out of the gate in a mere 10 minutes. The old man from earlier, seeing them come out right after entering, was stunned. That fast? After clearing the 3-star gate, Subaru had leveled up to 28. Just as he thought, the 3-star gate wasn't that hard. He was preparing to tackle a 4-star gate when, while he was lost in thought, someone called out to him. Subaru turned around and saw Shikishima from the Golden Lord group, lounging around waiting for him. He had been there for a while, resting his chin on his hand and praising him. Clearing a 3-star gate in 10 minutes, not bad. Subaru asked why he was here. Shikishima dropped down in front of him, chiding him for not checking the notifications. Shikishima gave him some grim news. Taiga had escaped. The incident happened late last night, so it hadn't hit the news yet. But one of the Golden Lords had been crushed. Subaru was panicked. No way. Who got hurt? Shikishima said. It was the fourth anonymous Golden Lord, the one who used golden chains to suppress Taiga. Shikishima kindly provided more info. The fourth one's real name was Kinokawa Sakura, someone Subaru had already met. Only now did Subaru realize the pink-haired girl who always sat at the front desk was Golden Lord number 4. Currently, she was unconscious. The security cameras and the data in the prison had all been destroyed, so there was no evidence. Considering the danger level, the Golden Lords would usually team up in pairs or more to clear gates. Subaru pointed at himself. Does this mean I'm a Golden Lord too now? Shikishima crossed his legs. Subaru's Rainbow Gate is likely even stronger than a Golden Gate. He told Subaru to choose whatever gate he wanted to clear and team up with him for a while. Subaru obediently followed orders. Shikishima, showing some rare kindness, volunteered to team up with Subaru for a while, warning him not to disappoint him. He was certain the first thing that bastard Taiga would target was Subaru. Just mentioning that name made him boil with rage. He crushed the water bottle in his hand. The two arrived in front of a 4-star gate called Saw Pit. Shikishima Ryu was the strongest Golden Lord after Renji. Even though enemies get 10 times stronger with each star level, for him, it was still a piece of cake. Subaru gave an awkward, forced smile. He wasn't sure if Shikishima even needed his help. Theoretically, Shikishima had a skill that could fire invisible bullets from his fingertip, though it didn't look very invisible. Then came the terrifying attacks from his 50th technique, turning the sky blue and clearing the gate. The two moved to the next one. Shikishima took out monsters in one hit. As far as Subaru knew, none of the monsters in this gate were weak. Notifications of monsters being defeated rang out incessantly. Shikishima found it annoying. We Golden Lords have to follow a rule in the real world outside the gates. We are strictly forbidden from using any techniques except for our first one, because the others have extremely high damage. After clearing the small fry, Shikishima led the way, swaggering off to finish the boss. After being identified as the master of the Rainbow Gate, all the Golden Lords in Japan were given the title of the Seven Knights. The one who gave Shikishima his power was a cavalryman. Shikishima told Subaru to prepare to choose the next gate. He planned to clear 3 more before the day was over. With a sigh, Shikishima had already cleared the boss of a 4-star gate. The 3 of them got into a car and moved to the next location. Shikishima grumbled. 52 minutes? Passable. Subaru thought he had become stronger, but the real Golden Lords were on a different level. Shikishima wiped out a 4-star boss in an instant. They call that outclassing. Shikishima told him, "You handle the next one yourself." The two arrived at another 4-star gate, Crystal Waterfall. This gate had a special terrain. Shikishima walked ahead, annoyed. He told Subaru to be careful in this stage. Low-level lords couldn't even move here. This special terrain only had the boss. Just as he finished speaking, a cat made of crystal jumped out. Subaru got into a defensive stance. The cat ambushed from above, leaping straight at Subaru's head. But he quickly summoned the God Thief and sliced off one of the cat's legs. Shikishima gasped. That's the sword from the video. He can actually use it to cut a 4-star boss? Not bad, kid. Subaru had just taken a hit and was struggling, blood covering his face. He was pale. This boss is even stronger than the zombie, maybe even several times stronger. Without this God Thief sword, I'd be in trouble. Subaru raised the sword to strike again, but he realized the cat's leg he'd just sliced off was slowly healing, growing a new one. Subaru was stunned. What the hell? It's regenerating? The cat swung its leg again, lashing out at Subaru. This time, he jumped to dodge. Subaru quickly assessed the situation. The God Thief sword was useless now. It consumed too much MP and didn't work on this boss. Amamiya saw the situation looked bad and was about to help, but Shikishima stopped her. He sat there, chin on his hand, watching the scene. Amamiya shot him a glare. You aren't thinking of abandoning Subaru, are you? Shikishima clicked his tongue. I don't walk on 4 legs, you know. I'll step in when the kid is about to lose. Shikishima felt lucky that Subaru encountered a sub-boss. Even though the Rainbow Gate was stronger than the Golden Gate, if the Lord using it was an idiot relying only on stats, it was completely meaningless. He needed to see Subaru's true potential. On the other side, Subaru was in a tight spot. This terrain countered his blood control. He couldn't stick his wires anywhere to anchor himself, and if he used bones, they would be blown away by the constant strong winds from the waterfall. Traps were useless too. This enemy was too big. Stopping it would cost too much MP. Subaru jumped up, trying to blind the cat with blood control, but the cat still landed a perfect hit on him. This cat aimed with extreme precision. It didn't use its eyes to observe. The cat swiped Subaru away, sending him crashing to the ground. Shikishima started to feel annoyed. What the hell? This doesn't look good. The kid is too inexperienced. This is what happens when you fight a weird boss for the first time. I guess I expected too much of him. Amamiya still had complete faith in her master. She told Shikishima not to underestimate him. Subaru had already found a way to counterattack. Across the way, the battle was shifting. Subaru connected his wires to the cat's body. If he couldn't use the terrain, he would just aim directly at the cat. This cat had no joints and no senses. It was like a slime in the shape of a cat. Maybe physical strikes and slashes without using the God Thief would affect it. Subaru used the zombie skill he had been given the other day, the death punch technique, which could destroy a target from the inside. Subaru applied his knowledge in practice. He combined blood control with the death punch to attack the cat. The cat was destroyed from within. Subaru used blood wires to wrap around its neck, using the pulling force of the destruction spring to smash its face in. If it's regeneration, I've regenerated my own body before. Subaru was serious and incredibly cool. You're using MP to regenerate, aren't you? Sorry, but I won't let you do that. I won't stop crushing you. Shikishima was surprised. The kid figured out the enemy's traits in such a short time. Most of all, he combined his first and second techniques. He had heard Subaru could control blood, but this Subaru possessed a much weirder way of attacking. Shikishima exclaimed, "This guy is insane!" Amamiya was extremely proud. Subaru and the crystal cat exchanged blows for hundreds of rounds. Both the human and the cat were exhausted. Shikishima stood below and called out. He said that if Subaru defeated the cat, he would treat him to sushi. Amamiya let out a snort of contempt. Did he really think her master was so easily lured by food? Truth proved that, yes, he was. After hearing he would get fed, Subaru's fighting spirit soared. He sprang forward like a coil, lunging at the cat and making it screech in pain. Subaru successfully cleared the 4-star gate and reached level 31. His accompanying skills were adjusted accordingly. Shikishima took Subaru to eat sushi, as promised. Hey, keep grumbling and you'll be staring at that sushi until it spoils. Hurry up and eat, Subaru. Subaru's eyes were sparkling as he gazed at the piece of sushi on the table. Unable to bring himself to eat it, he just wanted to look at it a bit longer. Moved to tears, Subaru sniffled. It was the first time in his life he'd ever seen sushi, and he was genuinely happy. Meanwhile, Amamiya was busy rolling around with the cat over there. I have to say, it sounds like Subaru has had a really rough time, huh? Shikishima suddenly felt a headache coming on. Seeing what Amamiya was doing, he snapped, "This is a high-class bar." Who would have thought that the two of them, Subaru and the others, would actually manage to subdue the crystal spirit after defeating it? After taking down a sub-boss, you can get rewards like Renji's earrings, or that scumbag Taiga's jacket. Subaru's red sword is the same kind of deal. Subaru, still drooling over the food, was startled back to reality. He looked over at the cat, which was stretching and letting out a long, lazy yawn. He wondered what the creature's abilities were. Shikishima suggested he give it a name. It was rare to get an underworld monster as a pet. After all, after a moment of hesitation, Subaru excitedly named the cat Sushi. The cat looked blankly at him as if it didn't quite get it, and the spirit in its shadow suddenly transformed into Sushi. Crystal Shikishima urged him again. Eat quickly. Sushi is best right after it's made. Stop just staring at it. Just as Subaru was about to pop the first piece into his mouth, the ground shook violently. Shikishima yelled in frustration. What kind of mess is it this time? Sure enough, something was wrong. A monster had escaped through a gate. Subaru jumped up, ready for battle. Shikishima adjusted his clothes, muttering, "That's why I told you to eat faster." This time, the monster was a falcon. It had snatched up a little girl and was flying high, showing off its power. When suddenly, the eagle was. Using their golden gun and blood rings, Shikishima and Amamiya shattered its 2 wings. Subaru leapt out of nowhere, landed on the bird's head, and used his blood control to stomp right through its skull. Since the bird couldn't even save itself, let alone anything else, it released its talons, and the little girl fell in freefall. Subaru used his blood control to catch her. The little girl's eyes sparkled as she looked at the person who had just saved her. Subaru landed on the ground and gently asked if she was hurt. She said she was fine, and thanked him repeatedly. Just then, someone Subaru knew ran over. It was Sawatari, the guy who used to lead the group that bullied him. Seeing him, Subaru was stunned, but he was even more surprised to realize the girl he'd just saved was Sawatari's little sister. Seeing they seemed to know each other, she asked, "Big brother, do you know Subaru?" Shikishima recognized Sawatari too. "Hey, it's that kid from the interrogation the other day," he exclaimed. He also knew Sawatari was one of the bullies, so he prodded him. "Hey, why don't you thank Subaru?" It was like hitting a nerve. Sawatari was about to snap. "Why should I thank a stinking bug?" But he quickly caught himself and didn't call Subaru a bug. Sawatari's sister, on the other hand, cheerfully said, "Thank you, Subaru." Sawatari immediately got agitated, demanding to know why his sister would thank a guy like him. His sister retorted, frustrated, "You just need to thank him for saving your sister. Is that so embarrassing?" Sawatari was speechless. He turned back to Subaru and tried to act tough, threatening that if Subaru wanted revenge, he'd leak the video of him wetting himself online. But Subaru didn't react at all. Subaru just gave a gentle smile, which made Sawatari swallow his words. Sawatari grabbed his own collar, blaming himself if only his gait had been stronger. Instead of blaming him back, Subaru thanked Sawatari for witnessing that he wasn't the culprit, and walked past him. Subaru excitedly urged Shikishima to get back to their sushi. The three of them strolled away. Sawatari's sister, sensing something off about her brother, tugged his shirt and asked what was wrong. Sawatari hung his head in shame, thinking, "I really am a pathetic person." The three of them returned to the sushi bar, only to find it had put up a closed sign due to the monster attack. Subaru's spirits plummeted. Shikishima quickly promised, "Next time, I'll bring you back here to eat." The next day, Sawatari sat dazed in class. He looked at the old videos of him bullying Subaru, and, without hesitation, hit delete on all of them. A blue-haired friend saw this and asked curiously, "You deleted the videos of you bullying Subaru?" Sawatari thought about it. It was true. If Subaru came back for revenge now, it would be terrifying. Sawatari muttered, "It's not about that," as he looked out the window. Suddenly, he saw something shocking and pulled his friend to look. At that exact moment, Subaru received a call from Shikishima. He picked up and got terrible news. The scumbag Taiga had appeared at their school, and they had to get there immediately. Sawatari, who had been happily checking a message from his sister promising to make him pork cutlets, was dragged to the window by his blue-haired friend. He stuck his head out and saw the familiar face of Taiga. Immediately, a series of dark gates appeared beside them. Taiga announced to all the godholders in the school that those dark gates would grant them new power so great it could rival the golden godholders. He lured them in. "Hurry and enter the gates. You will receive new power and join my ranks." On Subaru's side, Shikishima angrily held up a photo of the arrogant Taiga. He'd received notice from the school 3 minutes ago. The monster appearing was just a distraction. The real point was that this scumbag dared to copy his hairstyle. Subaru asked what the black gate behind Taiga was. Shikishima frowned. "How would I know?" But he had a bad feeling about this. They had to get there as fast as possible. Meanwhile, at school, Sawatari and his friend stood hesitating, staring at the dark gate. They had heard the announcement, but they weren't sure if they trusted it. "If we enter this gate, we'll be joining Taiga's army?" Sawatari was silent. Suddenly, Taiga appeared behind them out of nowhere, asking, "What are you still hesitating for?" Others screamed in terror at Taiga's appearance. Taiga started his usual speech. "Being weak is your fault. Don't you think it's unfair that there's such a gap between godholders, even though we all went through the same trials? Haven't you ever wondered why it isn't you, whenever you see those golden godholders being loved by everyone?" Taiga urged them to step into the gate to show the golden godholders what a real festival is like. Sawatari froze. He remembered his past, how he and his sister were abandoned by their parents in a room full of trash. The two siblings relied on each other. He didn't want his sister to cry, so he did everything he could to get food, enduring beatings and fighting in garbage dumps just to bring food home for her. In the middle of a cold winter, Sawatari walked alone in the snow. His eyes stopped at a house where a family of 3 was holding a birthday party for their child. When the mother saw Sawatari, she showed her disgust openly. Feeling repulsed, she quickly pulled the curtains to block him from looking into their home. Sawatari gasped for air in despair. He was exhausted and collapsed. "If I die, what will happen to Kana? Why us?" Right as he fell, the bronze gate appeared before his eyes. Sawatari wondered, why is Taiga doing this? He's a golden godholder too. Taiga calmly admitted he had stolen that gate. Subaru was the one chosen. The gates choose people with pure hearts. There's no way his heart is worse than that guy Subaru's. And on top of that, that jerk got a rainbow gate? Don't joke around. That Subaru belongs beneath me for the rest of his life. That's why I'm gonna flip this world upside down with this gate of darkness. The darkness has chosen me, Taiga asked. Sawatari, you want revenge on Subaru too, right? Come with me and we'll beat Subaru to a pulp. Sawatari thought to himself. If he refused, Taiga would surely devour him on the spot. Sawatari thought about his sister's message. He told himself, I can't die yet. He turned to his friend and said, let's go. Suddenly, his pocket vibrated. Sawatari pulled out his phone to check. It was a reply from his sister to his previous message. After reading it, He stood frozen. His sister thought he was a good person. Sawatari remembered back to when he first received the bronze gate. He thought, "Finally, I can get something for my sister to eat." Sawatari started strutting through the school. He had to show everyone they shouldn't underestimate him. After hearing Taiga had arrived, he realized he couldn't be the big boss of this school anymore. But at the same time, he heard Taiga's older brother was in the same grade as them, but was just a normal person. Sawatari started down the path of bullying Subaru. He painfully denied it. "I'm not a good person. Because I'm weak, I do terrible things to those even weaker." Sawatari found himself truly pathetic. Even though Kana was a sweet girl, she had a terrible brother like him. Sawatari turned to his friend and told him to make the pork cutlets for his sister that evening. His friend didn't understand what Sawatari was planning, but agreed. He opened his eyes wide, looking at Sawatari as he unleashed his ultimate technique toward Taiga. He turned to his friend. "Ask someone to pass on my apology to Subaru." Taiga looked on, as if witnessing something extremely hilarious. Sawatari yelled at his friend, "Get out of here!" His friend quickly used a grapple line to dash out of the classroom, repeating the reminder, "Sawatari, don't you dare die." Taiga rested his chin on his hand, bored. He wanted to hear the reason why Sawatari wouldn't follow him. "Yesterday, Subaru saved my sister, but instead of cursing me, he thanked me. I hate how pathetic I am, but at the same time, I think, no matter what, no matter how many terrible things happen in the world from now on, as long as Subaru is there, everything will be okay." Taiga scratched his head and jumped down from the windowsill. He didn't really get it. How shameful Sawatari actually wants to be friends with the guy he used to bully. Sawatari didn't care how shameful he looked, but he was certain that Subaru had a heart so vast he wouldn't mind it. Sawatari smiled, satisfied. Taiga sneered, "How pathetic." Sure enough, after hearing those words, Taiga lunged forward and grabbed Sawatari by the head. In his final moments, Sawatari thought of his little sister. He felt proud that he had made her smile. It was the only good thing he had ever done. Subaru lunged forward, crashing through the window and into the classroom, attacking Taiga. Seeing Sawatari lying in a pool of blood, Subaru snapped. He threw a punch. Taiga shoved him through the wall and outside. Taiga raised its golden arm to block the blow, smirking. "Our rematch is coming along faster than I thought, isn't it, Subaru?" Subaru sent Taiga into a freefall, growling. Why did you send Sawatari to his grave? He thought of little Kana. She didn't like Sawatari, but no matter what kind of person he was, someone was still waiting for him. Taiga was extremely excited, howling with delight as it unleashed its full power. "Watch this. I'll wipe you out myself." Taiga raised its golden arm to parry Subaru's attack. Under Taiga's blow, Subaru's armor shattered. Taiga's golden arm didn't fare much better, starting to crack as well. Taiga slowly stepped forward, intending to use another move. It was a bit early, but it wanted to finish Subaru off as quickly as possible. Just as it prepared to strike, Shikishima's bullet whizzed past its face, forcing it to stop. Shikishima and two other members of the Golden Monarch group had arrived. Shikishima's blood boiled as he challenged Taiga. "If you're so good, do it." Taiga sneered, recalling a bitter past. This was the second time the Golden Monarchs had ambushed it, and it burst into laughter, staring at the faces of those pathetic monarchs. Taiga cackled, thinking that finishing off that female fourth Golden Monarch must have hurt the fragile hearts of the remaining ones. Shikishima was even more furious than before. The other two were no better. Renji moved like lightning, darting past, and slicing off Taiga's golden arm. Before Taiga could stop laughing, it let out a cry of pain as blood sprayed everywhere. Yet, Taiga didn't care. It retorted mockingly. "That's the first time I've ever seen that confused look on your face, Renji." Renji's expression darkened as he thought of Kinokawa. He seemed so angry now that it even surprised himself. Renji was radiating intensity. Subaru couldn't even track his movements. He was like a passing flash of light. This was the true power of the top-ranked Golden Monarch in Japan. Renji turned to check on Subaru, asking if he was hurt. Subaru said he was fine. Baby Taiga, seeing Renji ignoring it, felt its pride wounded. It focused its dark power, creating a giant arm from the one that had just been severed, and attacked Renji. His sword shattered. At the same time, the third Golden Monarch, Udu, activated his second technique, the Golden Wall, isolating Taiga inside. Golden Monarchs were strictly forbidden from using any technique other than their first one while outside the gate. Udu knew that. He was ready to accept the punishment. Shikishima raised his gun, telling Subaru to get away from Taiga. He and Seiha simultaneously activated their golden techniques. The bullet and the blood ring attacked Taiga, but the bullet evaporated, and the blood ring was crushed in an instant. The golden wall Udu had just created also shattered. Taiga stepped out arrogantly, Didn't see that coming, did you? Not even a 5-star monster could break Udu's golden wall. Yet that thing had defeated the 4th golden monarch, Kinokawa Sakura. Renji landed next to Udu. He assessed they were doomed. Udu's face darkened. He asked Renji for permission to use his other techniques. The situation would only get worse if things continued like this. Renji raised his hand to stop him. If I allow that, countless civilians will be dragged into this, and that's exactly what Taiga wants to happen. Shikishima felt a headache coming on. If there were no other way, he would break the rules. But first, he couldn't do anything unless he identified the special effect of its skill. His bullets evaporated as if incinerated, and Seiha's and Udu's techniques were crushed. According to those quacks, Kinokawa's limbs had also shattered in the blink of an eye. Shikishima seemed to realize something. His eyes widened. Across the way, Taiga grew even more frantic, releasing waves of black smoke. It would etch its name into human history as the one who spread the most fear. Its wish was to hang all the golden monarch's corpses, for the world to see, and to tear them all to shreds. Subaru suddenly lunged forward, to everyone's shock. He had realized Taiga's technique. It could manipulate time. Time accelerated for anything it touched. Shikishima shouted a warning not to enter that smoke, but Subaru charged straight in. Taiga was incredibly satisfied, preparing to engage. It was certain that the moment Subaru jumped in, he would be a goner. A bug's life should only be that short. The two collided. A loud explosion echoed. Shikishima was tense and worried for Subaru, but Subaru was completely unharmed. He punched Taiga right in the face. To use blood control, the user had to convert MP into blood to manipulate it. Currently, Subaru was constantly refreshing the blood flowing through his body, so Taiga's technique was useless against him. Taiga froze, clutching its bleeding nose. It couldn't believe it had been punched that hard. Subaru was now in a new position. The time he spent fearing Taiga was over. He would fulfill Taiga's wish and show it his full power. Subaru's entire body was encased in a new, incredibly cool-looking armor. Blood Control version 2 Immortal. The battle between the two was intense. Taiga was punched, spewing blood from its nose. It couldn't accept that a pathetic bug like Subaru had the right to stand on equal footing with it. Taiga snapped, summoning a series of dark portals surrounding the Golden Monarch group. These portals emitted black smoke capable of crushing anything it touched. This was the first time they had seen a skill that could summon such gates. Taiga cackled like a madman. Since it couldn't hit Subaru, it turned to other plans. Even if only he could block the smoke, it was useless. It would turn the others into dust first. Subaru looked at Seiha. He thought of the scene of Seiha dying right in front of him. He closed his eyes, then opened them, radiating a powerful rainbow aura. Subaru looked at Taiga as if looking at a corpse. If you have the guts, touch my friend with one finger before me, you dog. From the depths of Subaru's heart, a fire of anger flared. He used his limit break technique, Aura Skill, one of the 3 strongest techniques Vanquish had given him. All abilities were increased by 30% when the user was in a rage. In their first battle, this move had no effect due to the rank gap, but now that Subaru was stronger, this move was finally taking effect. Both sides clashed fiercely. Taiga was somewhat outmatched, being repeatedly struck by Subaru and forced to raise its hands to defend. Taiga panted heavily. Its arm was broken. It screamed in pain, not understanding why it couldn't block the blows. Subaru used a blood whip to bind Taiga's arm tightly. It struggled, constantly emitting black smoke. Taiga couldn't believe, even in its next life, that this pathetic bug, Subaru, could overpower it. Subaru kicked Taiga's head into the ground. After that, it took an uppercut that sent it flying straight into the sky. Once Subaru had his blood armor version 2, he was on a completely different level. He used his skill rank to enhance his nervous system. That way, Subaru would move more naturally than when he was controlling it with his fingers. Taiga was being pummeled by Subaru. It fell to the ground like a sack of trash. A voice suddenly emerged from the dark portals. It lamented, "The master of the gate using blood control? It wasn't Carrion or Judith? Out of so many people, why is it this Vanquish brat?" Taiga currently had no chance of winning. Shikishima realized the situation was bad and shouted for Subaru to stop attacking and capture Taiga. They still had to get a lot of information out of it. Subaru snapped out of it, confused about what to do with the black smoke over there. Shikishima told Seiha to use blood control just like Subaru to dissipate the smoke. They successfully escaped the encirclement of the dark portals. Shikishima had analyzed everything in the blink of an eye. For the black smoke to disappear, contact was needed, like a chemical reaction. Once the reaction between the bone molecules and the smoke occurred, both would evaporate completely. The dark portal cackled, and an eye peered out from the gate. The dark portal's goal was to destroy the giant clock hanging in the sky. Shikishima sat up, asking, "How do you plan to destroy it?" The portal giggled. "As if I'd tell you. If only Taiga were a little smarter, everything would have been easier." The dark portal arrived, bearing a prophecy. Renji, Shikishima Ryu, and Udo Ryusei, all three would be defeated by Taiga in the near future. Who knows what the future holds, but for now, Taiga was unconscious. Whether it was fate or whatever in Fujigami, Shikishima remained arrogant, as if he weren't afraid at all. Subaru thought the prophecy was full of crap, because he wouldn't let that happen. The dark portal giggled again, moving closer to Subaru to see him more clearly. It knew he was the incarnation of Vanquish, a tough nut to crack. Subaru asked the dark portal for its identity. It replied, "I am Kokugashi, the Emperor of Darkness in the amniotic fluid." Kokugashi had the ambition to be the one to change the world, so it decided to destroy the current world, including its inhabitants. Subaru couldn't listen anymore. Kokugashi's words were as noisy as a dog barking. He raised his hand, intending to attack the gate, but the portal suddenly vanished. All the black smoke flew toward Taiga, enveloping it. Subaru just realized he had been played. He was tricked. The other gold-rank Divine Masters quickly unleashed attacks toward Taiga, but it was too late. Both Kokugashi and Taiga had already escaped. Amamiya sneered, acting smug, unable to believe it. 3 gold-rank Divine Masters, and you still let them get away? Shikishima fumed, his voice sharp. He hadn't been standing still, he was just restricted. Throughout the battle between Subaru and Taiga, he had been keeping an eye on 2 enemies that appeared on the rooftop. They were among those who had been passing through the dark portal. He could sense their power, which even surpassed Taiga's. After Kokugashi whisked Taiga away, he never stopped brainwashing the boy. Kokugashi whispered into Taiga's ear, "You pitiful, weak, stupid, ugly thing. You're completely useless." Kokugashi knew Taiga's inner thoughts. Taiga wished he were stronger, smarter, and better looking. Kokugashi alternated between abuse and comfort. One sentence would crush Taiga's self-esteem, the next would soothe him, promising to grant him power and reshape his body into the form Taiga dreamed of. Kokugashi kept Taiga in his grasp, then drifted off to meet his new subordinates. They were all there for one purpose only, to become stronger. Kokugashi cackled, extending a series of arms. He promised to help them all evolve to a new level and destroy everything. Sawatari had perished. His funeral was held in silence, and Sawatari's younger sister was like a soulless husk. The girl could only stand there, dazed, clutching her brother's portrait. Adesima delivered Sawatari's final apology to Subaru. After just a few words, he couldn't hold back his tears. Grieving for Sawatari's sister, Kana, his tears fell incessantly. Ever since Taiga first appeared, no more dark portals had emerged. However, there were currently only 5 Divine Masters left at the school, and several people in the city were missing, suspected of having joined the enemy. Subaru's current plan was to keep getting stronger and ask about Amamiya during the next portal clearing. He was also preparing to go clear a portal. Shikishima took a sip of water and jokingly brought up the other day, when Subaru had boldly declared he would become stronger to protect them. Subaru blushed, feeling embarrassed. Shikishima looked at him affectionately and told him he would be entering a portal with Renji tomorrow. The next day in Asakusa, Taito City, Tokyo, a bright and sparkling Renji was already waiting for Subaru. Because Shikishima's and Subaru's fighting styles were different, he didn't have much to teach the boy. Based on what he had seen, Subaru's close-quarters combat was decent, but his swordsmanship was still a mess, so he had asked Renji to train him. Subaru's heart soared. He couldn't believe the day had come where he would clear a portal with the strongest Divine Master in Japan. He was sure he would learn a lot. Subaru also tried to act cool, and complimented Renji's hairstyle today, but Renji gave him a cold response. He had just woken up, leaving Subaru incredibly embarrassed. They walked for a while, until they reached a portal, only to run into another team, a platinum-ranked team from the Yamada Club. They cheerfully told them they had already booked this portal. Renji opened his notebook to double-check and gave a bright, wide grin. "You're at the wrong portal. The one you booked is in Naruma City." Subaru stood there, completely frozen. WTF? It would take an hour just to take the train there. 90 minutes later, the two of them were in Naruma City, ready to conquer the 4-star portal, the mysterious forest. Renji smiled and shared some profound advice, reminding Subaru never to lower his guard, noting that the star rating of a portal was just an estimation of difficulty. This advice would have been truly useful if Renji hadn't just sunk into a swamp while saying it. Subaru panicked, not knowing what to do. Should he save him, or would he get out on his own? Renji sank completely into the mud. After a moment, there was still no movement. Earlier, Shikishima had warned Subaru 100 million times to keep a very close eye on Renji. He seemed intelligent and like the type of person who worked diligently at everything, except for the fact that he had no power. He couldn't do a damn thing. Subaru felt that life was ironic. How could his idol from childhood turn out like this? Just as Subaru was about to use blood manipulation to pull Renji out, an iron ant appeared. Renji surfaced from the mud and used his ultimate technique, the giant blade, taking down the iron ant in one strike. He exhaled in relief. Phew, that was close. I thought I was about to meet my maker. Renji was the strongest divine master in Japan, famous for his good looks and kind manners, but anyone who had known him for a long time would surely think just like Subaru. It was a miracle Renji had become a divine master at all. He had no special abilities growing up. Initially, his parents expected him to be a gifted child, but even though he didn't meet their expectations, instead of being disappointed, they continued to shower him with endless love and care. One day in 4th grade, Renji protected a classmate from being bullied. That friend cried and thanked him. Renji felt happy too. But the next day, when he became the target of those bullies, he was even more shocked to find that the friend he had protected was one of them. People often betray others, and they do it because they are weak. From that day on, Renji decided he would never betray anyone. Therefore, he believed he could truly become a genuine friend. They walked a bit further, and Renji sank into the mud again. Subaru had to use blood manipulation to pull him out once more. Renji laughed. Haha, the opponent's intuition is just too good, so I thought it would be better to use myself as bait to take it down. Subaru pulled Renji out, along with a massive monster. Subaru gradually began to understand Renji. He always made sure he was the first to fight the enemy to protect his teammates. He looked like he was full of weaknesses, but that wasn't the case. It wasn't because he was distracted, but because he was very flexible and open-minded. Subaru kindly handed him a towel to wipe himself off. The towel was in the bag that Shikishima had shoved into his hands to bring along. Inside, Shikishima had packed towels, water, and various other items so he could survive with Renji. Shikishima, that poor soul among all of Renji's friends. Shikishima had the hardest time with him. Right now, Shikishima was probably drowning in work, and that was exactly true. Right now, Shikishima was having to work like a man with 3 heads and 6 arms to handle all the tasks. He grumbled, "That idiot Renji can't do a damn thing. Kinokawa, hurry up and get better, so you can come back and take some of this workload off my plate." The gold-rank divine masters were very close, especially Renji, Shikishima, Udu, and Kinokawa. They had been members since the very founding of the Gold-Rank Divine Master Association, and they had been together for 8 long years. So, there was only one thing Renji was holding a grudge about: Taiga, who had severely injured Kinokawa. He would never forgive him. He told Subaru in advance that even if he and Taiga were brothers, he would still choose to defeat Taiga. Subaru became serious. He thought about Sawatari and Little Kana. He also had his own reasons to defeat Taiga. No matter what happened, he would always be ready. The two went deep inside and stopped on a cliffside. Renji used a subskill, his hawk eyes, to spot the boss at a distance of 20 kilometers. At the 6 o'clock position, the map boss was a gun tree spirit, level 81. It was a giant tree with eyes growing on its trunk. When it saw people approaching, it sprouted defensive thorns. Renji summoned his giant sword to block the gun tree spirit's attack. His sword shattered, and the force of the attack spread out, devastating the entire area. Luckily, Subaru quickly used blood manipulation to pull Renji into the sky to dodge the blow. Renji still had the passion to explain. As I said earlier, the difficulty rating on a portal is just an estimation. Subaru's face darkened. What the hell? The attack sequence of this tree was even more powerful, perhaps even exceeding Shikishima's. This thing was truly on a different level compared to other 4-star bosses. Renji raised his golden sword. The minions in this portal were equivalent to 4-star, but it seemed only this boss was a low-level 5-star. Renji was as calm as ever, lamenting, "This must be the struggle of constantly fighting nameless enemies, huh?" Renji even had the mood to comment on Subaru's flying skills. "I didn't expect you could fly that high." Subaru's nerves were frazzled. If Renji hadn't used his sword to block that hit earlier, he would have been on the brink of death. Now he was almost out of MP and could barely fly anymore. Renji swung his sword, and in the blink of an eye, the gun tree spirit was split in 2. This was his 6th ultimate technique, blade bending. He could bend the slash of his sword to any point within his range. There was a high chance that after using the ultimate technique, he would lose the blade, and even though it required a significant gamble and a large amount of MP, if used correctly, victory was almost certain. Subaru was shocked to his core. He hadn't even had a chance to do anything before the boss was already defeated. The two walked out of the portal, and it was already evening. They said their goodbyes and prepared to head home. Renji told Subaru not to tell Shikishima about today's events, but it was already too late. Subaru had already sent the full report to him. Shikishima looked like he was coming to collect a debt. He dragged Renji away. Even in his final moments, Renji was always smiling, saying he'd see Subaru tomorrow. He would book a 5-star portal. Subaru returned home, took a nice bath, then got into bed and reflected. He remembered the tree spirit boss from today. Subaru closed his eyes and imagined Renji's fighting style. He needed to adapt it in his own way. Over at Kokugashi's side, he was gathering personnel. So far, there were 20 people, ranging from weak to strong. They were constantly splitting up to recruit more manpower, heading to the park to recruit the Rex team, and into the residential area to recruit Hizaki Ryuji. But they all refused. He was determined to fight to the end, but the Kokugashi group wasn't giving up either. They continued to expand their hunt. Shikishima, annoyed, took a call from that idiot Hizaki's son. This brat should have been locked up until his sentence was decided, especially since the matter of him being a suspect in murdering his own comrades hadn't been cleared up yet. Hizaki chuckled, trying to reassure him, claiming he was the one who got attacked and had no other choice. According to the Divine Master ID card, the attacker was one Kishikawa Sauchi, a vassal who clearly had ties to the Shadow faction. Shikishima felt there was something strange about the guy's insect-controlling skills. Looking at the data on his computer screen, he realized the skill was completely different from what was originally registered. Just as he thought, the Shadow Gate could grant new skills to its users. Last night, many people were attacked, but that idiot Hizaki's son was the only one who managed to fight back. He figured this wouldn't end anytime soon, so he reminded Hizaki to be careful. As soon as that brat hung up the phone, he started badmouthing. That annoying guy in glasses. Elsewhere, the Shadow faction members were contacting each other to report the situation. The blonde guy announced that everything on his end was going well. They had defeated the 6-man Rex team and even beaten Hizaki Ryuji. On the other side, the report came in that they had already cleared the Platinum team. They discussed their next move. They intended to kill the gold-ranked Divine Masters at Marunouchi, Chiyoda City, Tokyo. In front of the new Marunouchi building, Renji and Subaru met the scout team before heading in to break the 5-star gate. The Scout Division is an intelligence unit established by Shikishima for those who possess movement and analytical skills. Their job is to bring back information about the gates and increase the survival rate of the Divine Masters assigned to those gates. The head of the Scout Division is Kosaka Masago. She is a married woman, which is why she stepped back from the front lines to return to the Scout Division. Her husband and child are in Meguro City, where Subaru defeated the whale, so she felt incredibly grateful to him. Kosaka held up her iPad to show everyone information about the gate. This is the Storm Gate. It's very small, consisting of only 2 areas, the garden and the palace. There are 2 thrones on the top floor of the palace, and there are bosses inside, possibly one of them, or perhaps both are bosses. Subaru felt a bit nervous. He had previously teamed up in a 2-star gate and encountered 2 bosses, but he couldn't believe he was facing that again in a 5-star gate. Renji waved to get his attention, gave him a brilliant, bright smile, asked if he was okay, and then led the way in. Subaru felt a bit calmer, although it was slightly different from what he had imagined. Renji was still amazing. As soon as the 2 of them stepped inside, the gate closed immediately, and the Shadow faction members swarmed them. They wounded one of Kosaka's subordinates. The Shadow faction members who arrived were copper-rank Divine Masters, who sucked up to the Shadow Gate. They were incredibly arrogant. Kosaka recognized that the people who arrived were on the list Shikishima had provided, and she couldn't let them do whatever they wanted. So, Kosaka fought back, but she was no match for them. Before long, she was taken down by the member of the Shadow faction. He pulled out his phone to report the situation. Renji and Subaru had entered the 5-star gate, so they should proceed to open the Shadow Gate in 10 minutes. The recipient of the message was Taiga. This time, his appearance had reached a whole new level. His mullet had turned into long, flowing hair, and he looked much more handsome and human. Inside the Storm Gate, the scenery was very poetic and peaceful, with a palace, a lake, and trees. If only he could come here for a vacation instead of sitting at home running deadlines for a demanding boss. That would be great. Renji raised his guard and smiled, asking Amamiya to lock the gate. Once the gate was locked, the gate-breaking process began immediately. The wind picked up, dark clouds gathered, and lightning crackled. The palace before them lit up. The way this gate changed its attitude was faster than an ex-lover. The enemies would reveal themselves quickly after the gate was locked. Both of them could feel the presence of the bosses on their mini-map, but the presence they felt was something that exceeded their expectations. They quickly realized the two bosses they were about to face were definitely top-tier 5-star monsters. They were Storm Delta, level 89, and Thunder Killam, level 93. The two bosses had also noticed the presence of Subaru and Renji. They could sense an acquaintance. One was a bright gold rank knight, and the other was a smelly person they never wanted to meet. The smell of that hateful zombie. Killam and Delta looked at each other and giggled, sharing a malicious intent. This zombie is still so weak. Wonder how long he can hold out. After a moment, a group of knights appeared before Renji and Subaru. Even though these were just soldiers, each one of them was stronger than the whale. With an average level of 60, Subaru shouted, ordering Amamiya not to worry about using his MP. He could handle it completely. No matter what, she had to protect Amamiya's body. Amamiya began to use blood control, transforming into her Annihilation Force form, looking at the soldiers rushing toward them. Subaru immediately entered his serious mode. If he didn't go all out from the start, he wouldn't be able to win. Instantly, Subaru shifted his blood control into his undying blood armor form. Renji flicked 2 fingers, and a giant sword pierced through the middle of the enemy formation. However, more than half were still alive. Their agility was higher than he thought. A soldier tried to attack Renji but was blocked by Subaru. He kicked the soldier's head sideways, but this soldier wasn't a pushover either. It grabbed Subaru's leg and slammed him to the ground. Then, it threw a punch that made Subaru spit blood. Are you kidding me? A single punch from a soldier was already on par with Sushi and Carry-On. The soldier attacked even more fiercely. Subaru tensed his abs, tightened his glutes, and lifted his leg to kick it away. He didn't come here to hold Renji back. He came here to stand by his side. Subaru used blood control to bind the soldier and then crushed it. The system announced he had successfully defeated a Storm Knight, level 54. He had only defeated one, yet Subaru was already exhausted, gasping for air. He didn't level up a single bit, and on top of that, he had wasted so much energy just to beat one of them. There were 4 others surrounding him. Subaru called out his Divine Blade. He couldn't use normal slashes because they consumed too much MP, so he had no choice but to slash directly. The soldiers also raised their hands, using their diamond sword technique. Unbelievable! These guys were monsters. They could even use techniques on their weapons. This was the level of a 5-star gate. Even though he was exhausted, Subaru's gaze remained determined. He exchanged a glance with Renji, telling him not to worry, this was nothing. Last night, Subaru had thought all night, and he realized that no matter how much he admired Renji, he could never be like him. When Shikishima said he wanted Renji to train him, he didn't mean training him to be Renji, but teaching him how to fight. It wasn't just about leveling up, but about how to always be ready for battle, how to stay calm, and how to have the feeling that he would never lose. Subaru closed his eyes. He wanted to become stronger, no matter how difficult or humiliating it might be. He had always been waiting for this battle. Subaru radiated an even more intense rainbow aura than before. He lunged forward to take on all 4. Participating in a fierce battle was what made him stronger. Subaru raised his divine blade to block the sword of one soldier, while another took the opportunity to slash at his back. Subaru gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. He didn't stop, but continued to charge. He used blood control to bind the arms of one soldier and then slashed it into pieces. Subaru leveled up from 31 to 32, and his HP and MP were restored. Subaru continued to fight, using his divine blade to slash downward, successfully taking down 2 more soldiers. He successfully leveled up to 33. Subaru was fired up and kept fighting. Renji, standing on the other side, didn't interfere. He remembered what Shikishima had told him. When entering the 5-star gate, don't help Subaru until the very last second, and don't try to teach him anything. Let him struggle on his own. In the near future, Subaru will stand side by side with you all. All he needs is experience. So, a fierce battle could push him to his limits. Shikishima also figured that a guy like Renji couldn't teach anyone anything anyway. He just told Renji to show all his coolness to his junior. Renji smiled faintly. He swung his sword, easily slicing through 2 soldiers rushing at him. He wondered if Subaru could become the ray of hope that could illuminate the dark, desperate future for them. 8 years had passed since the first gate appeared. Despair began to take root in the hearts of the strongest divine masters. The strongest gate at that time was 3-star, but 3 years later, a 4-star gate appeared. 3 more years later, a 5-star gate appeared. Every time a star was added, the difficulty increased tenfold. Renji had talked to Shikishima about this. If the difficulty updated every 3 years, that meant a 6-star gate would appear next year, and a 7-star gate would appear 4 years after that. But looking back at 2 years ago, The gold-rank Divine Masters could not become 10 times stronger. By the time the 6-star gate appeared, all the gold-rank Divine Masters would only have the option of destroying the 6-star gate together. If this continued, the Divine Masters would surely be overwhelmed and unable to keep up. The number and difficulty of the gates would also increase. This was a truly difficult problem. Who could handle a gate 10 times stronger than a 5-star gate? If the time for the 6-star gate to become 10 times stronger than the 5-star gate was up, it meant if they failed and couldn't break the gate, the clock would shatter immediately. And they couldn't ignore the low-level gates either, but there was always a shortage of Divine Masters. Could it be that humanity only had defeat to look forward to? Even though Renji tried to find a way, one problem after another kept emerging. He was afraid of the day he would lose his true friends. Just when they finally met, in a moment of despair, they suddenly received a call from Kinokawa Sakura. While she was with Udu, interrogating the murder suspects of the High Priest, she received news that a rainbow gate had appeared. Renji stood quietly, watching Subaru fight the soldiers seriously. He realized that he could only use swordsmanship directly to fight the enemy ahead. Little by little, Subaru took down the soldiers, and he gradually realized he only needed to focus on the tip of his blade. Once the Godslayer strike hit the enemy, he could even defeat high-defense targets. At the same time, it reduced the MP required. Renji was satisfied and praised him. Subaru wasn't learning from what was taught. He was learning from the actual experience of the battle. After taking down the soldiers around him, Subaru turned to check on Amamiya. She was using her mass destruction skill to take out the soldiers. This was an ultimate technique, setting a simple command for blood cells from the large amount of scattered blood. The command she set was, explode upon contact. However, at Amamiya's current level, no matter what she did, her attacks weren't effective, but that was more than enough, even if it was just a little. Amamiya would reduce the number of enemies surrounding Subaru and Renji. Her top priority was protecting Amamiya's body. Amamiya flew around trying to dodge, but she ran into another soldier. It raised its sword to strike, but Subaru arrived in time. He used Godslayer to cut the soldier down. Subaru was moved to tears and thanked Amamiya. Because she was safe, Amamiya blushed, feeling her heart thump wildly. The two of them split up again to take out the remaining soldiers. Subaru ran toward Renji, telling him that he felt it was quite difficult to level up here. Renji only just noticed then. He had thought it was because his current level was too high. But if Subaru felt the same way, it likely meant this was a special stage. These soldiers were no different from puppets created from the boss's ultimate technique. That was definitely why they were receiving so few experience points. It meant that from the very beginning, in this stage, there were only 2 bosses sitting on that throne. Subaru was stunned. There was no way. He could still level up, so he was fine. But Renji would only get more exhausted the longer he fought. Renji raised his sword to strike another soldier, saying it wasn't entirely meaningless. Killing these soldiers would lower the boss's MP. However, the enemy certainly wouldn't just let that happen. What they were planning remained a mystery. Killim and Delta also realized that Renji and Subaru had figured out their trick. They laughed with delight and finally got off their butts to join the fight. Seeing the enemy, in a moment of hesitation, Renji wondered if he should use Curved Blade right now. Curved Blade cost 80% of the user's maximum MP. It could reach the enemy instantly and slice them open. But would it be enough to cut both of the people in front of him? Renji made up his mind. Regardless of the outcome, this was his only chance to use it. He decided to use his 6th ultimate technique, but just as he was about to unleash it, the rain suddenly stopped. The skies cleared, and the Fujigami Mayweather returned to normal. The 2 bosses had been standing behind Renji for who knows how long. They reminded him not to try any tricks. It was boring. They just wanted to fight. The 2 bosses introduced themselves. The blonde one was Storm Delta, and the green-haired one was Thunder Killim. They wanted a fair fight. These 2 bosses could speak. They were like the boss at the Death Soldier Gate Subaru had been through before. Most bosses were mindless, like wild animals, killing anything that invaded their territory. But clearly, these 2 bosses could control the weather and act immediately when a strategy came to mind. This situation was intense. Renji tried talking to the 2 bosses. They were also polite enough to spare some time to listen. Renji clenched his fists. He had billions of questions for them. What exactly were those gates and doors? Why did their kind come to this world? Delta and Killim asked Renji back. Didn't that brat Louis tell you yet? Renji was startled. Louis was the owner of the Golden Gate. He possessed these 2 bosses and even knew about Louis. Don't tell me they were entities closest to the central manifestation. These 2 bosses were easier to talk to than expected. After all, they had been trapped here for too long. They would tell them everything they knew. Subaru gaped in disbelief, revealing world-shattering secrets. Was that easy? Oh my god. Renji quickly pulled out his phone, asking for permission to record. He wasn't confident in his own memory. Killam readily agreed, cleared its throat, and began to speak about basically what the gate was then. At the crucial part, the audio was suddenly cut off. This was a security issue. It couldn't be revealed. Renji still didn't give up. He pulled out pen and paper and shoved them at the two bosses, begging them to write it down. If he went back empty-handed, Shikishima would skin him alive. This time, Killam refused. It had waited long enough. It told the two of them that if they could defeat them, then they would get closer to the answers they were looking for. Killam and Delta took up fighting stances. Their hands and feet were itching for a fight. He thought the two bosses were going to use some top-tier moves, but it turned out they were playing rock, paper, scissors. After a few rounds, Delta was the winner. It had the right to choose its opponent. Without hesitation, it chose Renji. As soon as it finished speaking, Delta flew at Renji to attack. The two sides exchanged blows. Boom boom, flash flash, incessantly. Delta was extremely happy. It had found a good one. Renji also turned on his serious mode. This Delta was stronger than any opponent he had ever fought before. Subaru was still struggling to stand due to the pressure created by Delta's and Renji's strikes. Suddenly, Killam, looking gloomy, appeared beside him out of nowhere. Subaru was startled and jumped back. Killam was sad, but Killam didn't say why. Why did it have to fight the host of this damn zombie? Subaru politely apologized. Killam laughed, saying it wasn't his fault. For some reason, Subaru felt very comfortable. He could talk to Killam normally without any discomfort, which meant he couldn't feel any pressure from it at all, even though the two were enemies. Killam said it would try to have some fun with him, to see how many times it had to crush Subaru before he croaked. Killam raised its foot and stomped on Subaru once. He was sent flying from the palace entrance to the gate. Subaru thought that when someone stepped on a bug on the road, they didn't even use force because they were too weak. Killam was bored. It had only stomped once, and Subaru couldn't even dodge it. It didn't know exactly who he was the host for, but he was just too weak. Subaru was scorched, lying in a pile of black soot on the ground. Renji, on the other side, was panicked, worried about Subaru. He lost his focus for a moment and was hit by Delta's attack, losing an eye. On the other side, Killam picked up Subaru's Godslayer and inspected it. This sword didn't have a single scratch from its lightning strikes. This must be the reason it felt an imbalance in Subaru's power during the first half of the match. Killam felt the weight of this sword. A suspicion arose in its heart. Could Subaru be the host for the eternal god, Vanquis? Amamiya, with teary eyes, stood behind Killam. Killam waved its hand, kindly advising Amamiya not to do anything foolish. Interfering in a one-on-one fight of his was a death sentence. Amamiya gritted her teeth. She kept calling Subaru's name, begging him to wake up. Killam stood with its arms crossed. It was very sorry, but if your legs were blown off, were you going to stand up on faith and hope? That was exactly what happened. The pile of black soot, Subaru, gradually stood up behind it. He used blood manipulation to reconnect his body. Subaru told Amamiya to get away quickly and not to interfere. Earlier, Subaru had used the defensive technique he once used to avoid Taiga's black smoke, creating a large amount of semi-solid blood to wrap around his entire body. Even though he lost both his arms and legs, somehow, he survived. He had very little blood and MP left. Killam. Thunder was definitely the strongest opponent he had ever met. He couldn't even guess how much of a gap there was between his physique and its. But if he survived this, he would definitely be able to become stronger quickly. Killam clicked its tongue. It realized Subaru had used blood to patch his limbs, but it didn't like that. It was absolutely disgusting. A cockroach that wouldn't die. On the other side, Delta was throwing rapid punches, laughing like a maniac. It truly felt refreshed. Even though Renji had lost one eye, his right eye could still keep up with it. The remaining eye even shone brighter than before. Renji swung his sword to cut off one of Delta's arms, but it didn't stay still. It laughed triumphantly and kicked. Renji backed away. Renji held his sword tightly. He needed to thank Delta Storm. Not everyone is strong from the beginning. When he was a rookie, he was in danger many times like this. This time was the same. If he could defeat Delta, he would become even stronger. Renji used his fifth ultimate technique, Royal Aura, increasing all abilities and the influence of his techniques to 130%, while also consuming more of the user's MP. Delta also started to get serious. It rushed forward again to attack. Renji swung his sword to fight back. On the other side, Subaru was being chased relentlessly by Killam. Killam kept using lightning to hunt him down. Lightning moved at a speed of 100 kilometers per second, 1/3 the speed of light. Dodging it wasn't an easy task. Subaru needed to predict the movement of the lightning while constantly moving and never stopping, because once he got hit, he would be turned into dust. Kilim stood calmly, with its arms crossed, controlling the lightning to chase Subaru. The situation was getting worse and worse. If this continued, the soldiers would all be wiped out. With Subaru's current HP and MP, a single hit from the lightning meant death. Even though it was almost impossible, Subaru still had to try to defeat the soldiers to level up. He flew past a soldier and successfully cut off its head, leveling up to 34. His stats increased, his HP and MP were restored, and the lost parts of his body would also be fully regenerated. Kilim noticed that, but it didn't bother to care. Kilim only needed to lift its hand slightly to block Subaru's attack and then counterattack him. Subaru joined the ranks of the disabled once again. Kilim was bored and picked its ear. "I know it's impossible, so why are you still being such a stubborn idiot and keep fighting?" Subaru. Once again, he uses blood control to shoot spikes at Kilim, but Kilim doesn't even bother to dodge. Now, he finally understands why Subaru was chosen as the host for the hateful immortal. He hates his life, desperately clinging to it. And for that very reason, Subaru is always doing such meaningless things. Kilim lifts a foot and lightly kicks. The incoming spikes are crushed like nothing. Subaru shields himself, bracing against the pressure of Kilim's kick. If things keep going this way, he'll be crushed by Kilim's raw power before he even gets a chance to reach his goal. Kilim kindly advises that Subaru's pathetic little tricks don't stand a chance against its overwhelming strength. And if he plans on taking it down, his current power is nowhere near enough. Taking advantage of a moment, Kilim wasn't paying attention. Subaru's sushi cat snatches the god-slaying blade. Kilim strikes Sushi dead with lightning. Just as Subaru rushes to save his companion, a system notification pops up. Sushi is using MP to revive. Correction. Sushi is the name of the cat companion. Subaru suddenly remembers that Sushi has self-regeneration capabilities. It understands his strategy and is trying to help. Sushi throws the god-slaying blade towards Subaru. He successfully catches it, but before he can even celebrate for 3 seconds, Kilim is already right on top of him. This time, Subaru isn't playing defense anymore. Behind him, Sushi turns into a giant form. It swings its claws at Kilim. Kilim turns and kicks, shattering Sushi into pieces. While Kilim is busy attacking Sushi, Subaru is ready. He lunges toward the ground, swinging the god-slaying blade to kill the soldiers. He is betting all of his MP right here, right now. The soldiers have all been wiped out. Subaru successfully reaches level 35, and his leg grows back. Kilim descends from above, attacking from behind, and piercing its hand through his chest. "This isn't funny," Kilim says, thoroughly enraged by Subaru's actions. He casts aside the opportunity Sushi sacrificed everything to create, desperately trying to run away to recover. "Why are you so desperate to hold on to your life?" Kilim asks. "Weren't you here to defeat me? If you're going to be this pathetic, you won't even be able to win in your next life." Subaru's vision blurs. He no longer has the strength to fight back. He remembers how many people in the past humiliated him, calling him a worm, a good-for-nothing, a loser. But there were also people like Amamiya and Kinokawa who wanted to grow strong alongside him, wanting to know what he truly desired. Subaru truly wants to see Amamiya again. Even if it was only for a short time, the time they spent adventuring together was so happy. Tears fall from Subaru's eyes. Even if it's the last time, even if Amamiya doesn't want to forgive him, he just wants to see her again to say thank you and apologize for dragging her into this. If she is willing to forgive him, he wants them to grow strong together once more. Subaru enters a boy mood. Kilim doesn't understand what this guy is muttering about. Subaru has reached level 35, and he has won. The third door appears, severing Kilim's arm. Out walks Vanquis, looking cool and handsome. He speaks in a tone that is just asking for a punch. "Hello, kiddo. I've been watching you from the other side. Hurting my host is a serious crime, you know." Subaru lies on the ground, eyes fluttering, watching Vanquis appear. Vanquis uses his blood control skill to lift a thread of blood, hoisting Subaru onto his shoulder before stepping into the portal. Before leaving, he doesn't forget to kindly bid farewell to Kilim. Subaru will return stronger than ever. How could Kilim just let it go? It will never forget the day Vanquis killed it and Delta. Now, its mortal enemy is standing right there. How could it just stand by and watch? Kilim loses its mind and charges into the portal after Vanquis and Subaru. Inside, it's a sea of smoke and dust. On the other side, Vanquis is healing Subaru's broken body. Why is this kid always half dead whenever he appears before me? Subaru's consciousness is still hazy. He can't believe Vanquis is standing right in front of him. After a while, the healing is done. On the other side, Kilim is crackling with electricity, absolutely furious. Vanquish waves Kilim off. Stop sticking your nose into other people's family business. Get lost and go home. Kilim screams in frustration, claiming that Vanquish is the one interfering in its one-on-one duel with Subaru. It threatens that once it's done with the kid, it's going to gang up on Vanquish. Vanquish sighs, lamenting. Don't impose warrior fighting rules on a king. Trespassing into the human world and forcing a one-on-one duel. That's pathetic. Don't you feel ashamed? Vanquish muses. Kilim wants to defeat both him and Subaru. Suddenly, he gets a brilliant idea. Vanquish touches Subaru, merging into his body. He is going to borrow the kid's body for a few minutes to show him how he uses blood control. Vanquish slowly becomes one with Subaru. This kid's body isn't half bad, huh? Level 35 is plenty. To defeat someone exhausted from being sealed in a portal like Kilim, this is more than enough. Kilim's blood boils. It can't stand being humiliated like this. If only I could return to the underworld, I wouldn't be this beat up, it thinks. Before it can even finish its thought, Vanquish in Subaru's body slaps its head off. There are no ugly people, only those who don't know how to use their assets. Indeed, Vanquish in Subaru's body has taken his appearance to a new level, looking incredibly cool. Referencing the visual appeal shift, Kilim reattaches its head. Vanquish gathers energy in his hand and shoots it into Kilim's chest, sending it flying 8 meters back. Kilim grinds its teeth in pain. Vanquish has locked his eyes on Kilim. He uses the blood curse fusion skill. Kilim's body twists and contorts, getting crumpled into a ball. Kilim still tries to struggle. It lifts a foot to kick. Vanquish tilts his head to dodge. Kilim breaks free from the round shape. Vanquish slaps his thigh, praising, "Not bad." The two exchange blows again. Every move Kilim makes, Vanquish deflects. He even punches a hole through Kilim's body. Subaru, watching from the inside, is amazed he never realized Vanquish was this strong. Vanquish will jump, that's a given. Don't judge a book by its cover. Go find a puddle and look at yourself. Wearing glasses and a jersey? How uncool, Vanquish mocks. Subaru has nothing to say. He wonders why Thunder Kilim is so strong yet still takes damage. He has fought enemies who could regenerate, but they never suffered serious injuries until they ran out of MP. Vanquish excitedly explains it's because of the curse. He embedded it into the blood, a curse that can deeply wound the opponent's soul. This technique works on enemies who can regenerate, and even on formless spirits. What kind of move is that? It's straight out of a villain's playbook, Kilim snarls, clenching its fists. Don't underestimate me, you damn vampire. Subaru wonders why Kilim hates Vanquish so much. It turns out, back in the underworld, Vanquish killed Kilim and locked it in the portal. On the other side, Kilim starts getting serious. It pours a lot of power into its fist and lunges. Vanquish raises his hand to block, and pieces of Kilim's body vanish. It's not reconciled. If it had its full power, it wouldn't be in this state. Vanquish kindly advises. This wouldn't have happened if you had just killed Subaru sooner. Whether it's a duel or a fair fight, the moment Vanquish's door was summoned, Kilim had already lost. That was a convincing victory for Subaru. He used every ounce of strength to push past his limits. Kilim screams, "Don't mess with me," and starts to evaporate. Vanquish poignantly advises Kilim to get serious. The system announces the boss has been defeated. Kilim slowly disappears. It can no longer regenerate. It can no longer hold its spiritual form. Kilim continuously insults Vanquish's parents. Subaru's jaw drops. Vanquish defeated Kilim way too easily. He is simply too strong. He never paid much attention to creatures of the underworld before, but what kind of being is Vanquish? Just as the system notifies him that the boss is defeated, another notification pops up. Boss has revived. Subaru panics and turns to Vanquish, who remains as calm as ever. That's just a remnant. Kilim was regenerated by the Storm Purusha technique, which can revive the user with 5% of their maximum health. It can only be used once every 240 seconds. Kilim tries to lunge forward again, but is pinned to the ground by Vanquish's pointing finger. It struggles to break free, but can't. Kilim's soul is high rank, so it can activate the resurrection technique. But the side effect is that it can't retain its consciousness. Subaru worries. If it were Vanquish, he could easily defeat Kilim, but if it were him, he'd have to risk his life to take down this 5%. Suddenly, Subaru remembers. If Kilim has this resurrection technique, could it be that Renji's opponent has it too? Vanquish remembers. He exits Subaru's body. He was already getting a headache, wondering what to do for this trial, and now, one just fell from the sky. He points at the 5% Kilim and tells Subaru to defeat it. Subaru is about to resist, but Vanquish sternly warns him, "If you can't defeat Kilim, I don't need you anymore, and if something happens to you, I won't care." Vanquish tells him he needs to ignite his anger, but Subaru has no reason to hate Kilim. However, that's not what Vanquish means. He means that anyone with a goal always hates themselves for being weak. Perhaps that is why Subaru is treated like a worm by everyone around him. So, deep down, Subaru has always accepted that he is a useless trash, and that is the reason why he doesn't mind risking his life for others. He always blames himself for being useless and weak because he couldn't protect them. But Subaru is wrong. He shouldn't blame himself for being weak. Instead, he should hate his own weakness. That hatred shouldn't exist to trap him in the past. It should appear to temper him and allow him to step out of the past. That is the strength for Subaru to move forward. After hearing Vanquish's enlightenment, Subaru tears up. He grips his sword and steps forward. Vanquish watches his back like a father watching his son. He encourages him to be strong. Then one day, you will love yourself and truly be happy. Subaru and Kilim were locked in a tense 5% battle, while the situation on Renji's side was just as heated. The two sides were evenly matched, clashing blow for blow. Even Delta couldn't believe Renji had enough power to overwhelm it. Renji unleashed his second ultimate technique, binding chains, trapping one of Delta's arms and dragging the monster toward him. Renji gripped his sword tightly, calculating quickly. Royal Aura consumed a massive amount of MP. He only had about 48 seconds left before he'd be completely tapped out. The enemy's HP was estimated to be around 300,000 to 400,000. Renji made his move, unleashing his seventh ultimate technique, Itoi, copy of Demon Slayer Irex Dragonflight Slash. Delta was shredded into pieces. The monster couldn't believe it. The force of that strike tore right through the monster's body. Storm Delta collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. It realized the precision of Renji's attacks had spiked. This wasn't just a technique of brute strength, but one of pure skill. Renji followed up with several more strikes. He rapidly copied other skills to crush the monster, a dual head slash, then a move to shatter the storm. After such a relentless barrage, Delta's regenerative speed couldn't keep up, and it slowly began to disintegrate. Renji's seventh technique, Itoi, allowed the user to replicate techniques from famous warriors, modeled after the training he received from the leader of the Golden Knights, Louis. As the ultimate technique level increases, more techniques from famous warriors are unlocked. A notification popped up. Boss defeated. Renji collapsed to the ground, his HP and MP almost entirely drained. His crushed eye began to throb with pain, and he wondered if leveling up would restore it. He looked toward the rainbow door. He wondered how Subaru and the others were faring. Suddenly, the rainbow door shattered. A notification appeared. Boss revived. A 5% Delta stood tall right over his head and lunged at him. Renji tried to force himself up when suddenly, a rainbow-colored crack appeared in space, and Subaru jumped out from it. Subaru used a powerful punch to obliterate the 5% Delta. This time, the boss was defeated for good. Subaru successfully leveled up to 45, and the two completed the thunderstorm portal. Renji leveled up to 85, and his eye was restored. He thanked Subaru for saving his life, but Renji felt something was off. Why didn't Subaru level up? The rules of the portal state that if you contribute less than 20% of the total damage to the enemy, you don't receive experience points. Subaru only defeated 5%, so he got nothing. Renji was stunned. It was the first time he'd heard of that mechanic. He'd been a god host for 8 years, and Shikishima had explained it to him 10 times, but he'd forgotten it all. Subaru called Amamiya and Sushi to leave. As the two stepped out of the portal, people were already waiting for them. It was Udo, and the number one in Japan, Hiller Hizaki Ryuji, the younger brother of the reconnaissance department head, Kosaka. They had come to clean up the trash from the dark team who had been running their mouths earlier. This guy, Tree, used to be a god host. Udo had received an anonymous report, so he rushed over immediately. Being caught off guard by this brainless idiot, Udo apprehended him to interrogate him about the dark team. Udo turned to ask Subaru, "What happened to that guy?" Renji replied that he looked like he was about to kick the bucket. Udo hauled Tree away like a sack of potatoes, telling Subaru to fill out the detailed report and go get some rest. Renji, thinking he was included, was excited to head back, but Udo pulled him aside to go meet Shikishima. Subaru said goodbye to the pair, telling Amamiya that he had finally found a way to meet Amamiya again. The two went up to a rooftop and pulled out the guide board to read. Subaru's Bloodsteel skill had unlocked a new level. This skill could swap the original soul with a soul granted by the relative skill. The relative could trigger the swap at any time, but if the body was wrecked, it wouldn't be usable until it recovered. This meant that inside Amamiya's current body, the soul of Amamiya was still there. The body was severely injured, but it was recovering bit by bit over time. The souls could be swapped once the body healed. Subaru was overjoyed. After all, Amamiya's return was just a matter of time. He was so happy he jumped for joy. "Sorry, you stinking zombie," he thought. He had been right from the start. He felt guilty for doubting him. But then he wondered, where did Amamiya's soul come from? Amamiya excitedly asked what the reward for clearing the portal was. Subaru pulled 2 items from his pocket. It was a pair of thunder earrings, which could imbue weak lightning damage into every attack, and storm earrings, which could imbue weak wind effects into every action. He gave both to Amamiya. After that battle, he realized the truth: there would be times he couldn't use his own power to protect her. He would grow strong quickly, and until then, he wanted Amamiya to use these earrings to protect herself. Amamiya was flustered as she took the earrings. Shyly, she said, "Thank you." Subaru told her to try them on. Amamiya happily put them on, her face turning bright red from embarrassment, and she flew way up into the sky. Subaru stood there, stunned, not understanding why Amamiya flew so high. Sushi sighed in exasperation. She slapped Subaru across the face and then huffed, jumping down. At Subaru and Taiga's house, Subaru's biological father and Taiga's stepfather, Subaru Ryoa, was leisurely sipping a glass of wine. He wondered where his idiot son Subaru had wandered off to. His wife, Subaru Kiko, Taiga's biological mother, told him to stop standing by the window like that. What if the neighbors saw him? She was intently staring at her iPad, calling to order 2 necklaces, number 4 and number 51. Subaru's father was about to pour more wine. He never expected Subaru to become a god host, let alone a savior. He narcissistically assumed his own bloodline was truly exceptional. If things kept going like this, his life would be smoother than ever. He really needed to invest more money into this house. Before he could finish his sentence, the front door was kicked open. Taiga, the handsome version, walked in. With that look, his father didn't recognize him. He asked who he was and how he got the key. Taiga didn't even spare a glance. He reached out and strangled his father to death. Taiga's mother, still in the house, yelled for her husband to bring her another glass of champagne. The butler was finally back. No sooner had she said that than she saw Taiga set a glass of wine on the table for her. She squinted for a moment, then recognized her son. She made one comment about being glad he was back, then went right back to scrolling on her phone. Taiga smiled, satisfied. He hadn't expected his mother to recognize him even with this appearance. Taiga's mother, her eyes never leaving her phone, said, "Of course, I gave birth to you." She casually praised his makeup, saying it looked beautiful. Taiga was about to explain, but his mother cut him off, pointing to the necklace on her screen, bragging about how she had gotten the necklace she really wanted. Only 20 million for 5. What a bargain. Taiga smiled bitterly, dark energy radiating from him. Truly, his mother, no matter how much her son had changed, she still didn't give a damn about anything. It's a miracle he even got here. He shouldn't have been born in the first place. Black smoke gradually engulfed Taiga's mother. She turned to stone and ascended. Taiga dropped the champagne glass he was holding onto the floor. This world and I are both equally worthless, so let's just bury it all together. The next morning, the news reported a building collapse in Shinagawa City that occurred around 7 p.m. the previous evening. Currently, 2 deaths had been confirmed: Subaru Ryoa and Subaru Keiko, the couple living in the building that collapsed. The bodies were severely injured. Subaru watched the news. Holding himself, Subaru returned to the ruined house. Udo and Renji were also there. According to Udo's assessment, this compatibility was just like Kinokawa's. There was no doubt. Taiga was the culprit, but what he didn't expect was for that bastard to murder his own parents. Shikishima saw Subaru standing there in silence and comforted him. "You don't have to force yourself to come searching with us." Subaru stood looking at the wreckage. He had nothing to be sad about. Even though he had tried to recall memories with his father so many times, there was nothing worth remembering, and that was why he was sad. Subaru sat down, looking at the house's nameplate, X. He wondered what the hell Taiga was thinking, and where he was. Taiga was currently standing in front of the God Host Federation headquarters. He walked in nonchalantly, ignoring the whispers about him killing his own parents. Taiga walked straight to the reception desk. He didn't say a word, just released a burst of black energy. In no time, the Federation headquarters shattered and collapsed. The black energy radiating from it was even more intense. Power, intelligence, beauty. The Taiga who used to be ugly, stupid, and weak had always craved those things. But now that he had it all, he felt truly empty inside. He didn't know if his existence meant anything at all anymore. On the other side, Renji and his group were furious after receiving news that the Federation headquarters had been destroyed. Shikishima Ryu lost his temper, yelling into the phone, "How would I know if everyone is safe when I haven't received any information?" He told the person on the other end to hurry and send the Tachikawa branch, the biggest branch, to the rescue. As for the other branches, keep operating as normal. Don't let the clock break. Now, they would use the vehicle as a command center to gather information. Staying in one place was too dangerous. Udo had to admit that Taiga was terrifyingly calculated. If there were any traces of Taiga, they would have to disperse from the headquarters to search. They couldn't say for sure what he would target next. He had murdered his parents to distract them so he could go destroy the headquarters. Right now, at least 100 god hosts had been killed. It was impossible to imagine the total number of victims, including civilians. Shikishima cursed. Damn him! Who could believe he would dare to cause such a catastrophe? They shouldn't have brought Subaru home. He was about to call Subaru when a call came through. Shikishima picked up. A damn call with no warning that was 10 billion% the dark team. The caller was the demon IC. He asked a question with a sneer. Do you like the little declaration of war we prepared? IC announced that from now on, 6 more places would be attacked, just like the Allied headquarters was destroyed, and Taiga was currently at one of them. Renji, who had been silent, suddenly radiated a pressure-filled golden aura. He said nothing. He grabbed his sword and jumped onto the roof of a car before speeding off. Udo shouted for him to stop, but he couldn't hear a thing. Shikishima told her not to stop him, saying it would be better for Renji to take the field so that no more AIs would have to die. Shikishima asked if Issei had been watching them since school, warning that if he wants to join, he'd better watch his back. He vowed that if he ever runs into him and they clash again, he'll make sure to beat him to a pulp. Kiryu Issei left a chilling remark, looking forward to it, and hung up. Shikishima had already guessed what the dark faction was targeting. Kokugashi mentioned that they intend to destroy Taiga's time acceleration ultimate, which can crush any AI in the blink of an eye. In other words, they plan to use the gate's time to reduce the clock to 0, seeing it as punishment, because they couldn't destroy all the gates. The best choice right now is the 5-star gate, even though there is still plenty of time left. Currently, there are 870 days remaining on the clock. If they manage to destroy 3 5-star gates, they're done for. Shikishima ordered the Divine Masters to be deployed to every 5-star gate in Tokyo. As soon as the enemy is spotted, everyone must report to their superiors to coordinate, especially if they encounter Taiga. They must notify the Golden Divine Master immediately. Now the war has begun. On the Dark Faction's side, Himeno was checking her nails while listening to the call, laughing at how crazy it was they could have surprise attacked all 6 locations at once, so why bother declaring war? Taiga, or the Dark Faction, replied with excitement. They have to fight the Golden Divine Masters fair and square, otherwise, the game would be too easy. They discussed how the guy Udo captured earlier had escaped, and word is that his team is now targeting Subaru. Elsewhere, Subaru was sitting on a rooftop when a group came to surround him. These 3 are Kuzuki, and, of course, the kid, Kei. Kei had been beaten to a bloody pulp the other day, and he was told that if he wanted to fight Renji, he had to defeat Subaru first. Even though he had no grudge against him, he still had to kill him, but he wanted to play fair one-on-one. Subaru stood up from the ground, telling all 3 to come at him at once. He had heard everything from Shikishima, so he wouldn't let any of these 3 get away. Even though he had no personal beef with these 3, he would defeat them all and make them tell him where Taiga is. Kuzuki, annoyed by Subaru's arrogance, used his Black Flame Stone Protection Ultimate, wrapping his body in stone and earth, refusing to accept Subaru's condescending attitude. Kuzuki lunged to attack, but Subaru landed a light punch, shattering the armor. Kuzuki flew 8 meters away, vomiting blood. He couldn't believe he'd been defeated, and the armor vanished into thin air. He asked what just happened. It turns out Subaru had injected his blood into the gaps of the armor, destroying it from the inside. Kei sneered, surging with black smoke, and lunged to slash at him. Subaru dodged with a roll. He assessed Kei's attacks. The ground was shattering as if it were being eroded by time. Kei was channeling that black smoke into his blade, so getting hit directly would be extremely dangerous. The other guy, Kuzuki, didn't seem to want to join the fight. He sat there, enjoying the show. Kei didn't need any help either. He was incredibly confident in his skills. Subaru asked what the hell he wanted, constantly demanding a solo fight, but Kei didn't answer. He lunged at Subaru again, but this time Subaru blocked it with a blood shield. The 3 of them had been friends since childhood. Kei was the group leader. Kuzuki was his right-hand man, and the other Kuzuki was always watching from afar. To Kei, this kind of situation was just a typical day. Subaru stood there for a moment, stunned. What kind of nonsense was this guy spewing? Weren't they part of the Dark Faction here, to break the clock and destroy humanity? Kei replied coldly that he wasn't interested in that. He joined Kokugashi's wing just to become a group leader and get stronger. He was determined to prove that he could defeat Japan's strongest divine master, Renji, and then all three of them would reach the top that was his dream. Subaru looked at him like he was staring at a pile of trash. He was completely ignorant of such hobbies, because he didn't have a proper upbringing, and didn't know how to process this information. But Kei was the type of person who thought he was a gang leader like in a manga. Subaru realized the dark faction didn't seem very united. These three in front of him were quite different from the others. Subaru could understand Kei's dream. He asked what the reason was for attacking Kosaka. Kei remembered they were the three he met before the 5-star gate. He innocently replied, "Isn't it the Divine Master's fault for withdrawing from the front lines because they were too weak?" Before he could finish, Subaru punched him hard enough to shatter his jaw. Kei fell into the railing, blood streaming from his mouth and nose. What the hell was that? That was even faster than before. Subaru was truly furious. Those three were from the reconnaissance unit. They had families and children, yet they continued to be divine masters to protect the world. And yet, this jerk Kei dared to attack them. Subaru shouted that they weren't the kind of people Kei could discard for his own selfish dream. Subaru activated his conditional ultimate, Aura of the Night, boosting all his abilities by 45% while in a state of rage. Kei, trembling, still tried to swing his sword, shouting, "Don't you dare interfere with my dream!" Subaru was about to use blood control on Kei, but suddenly, Kuzuki jumped out of nowhere and kicked Kei, sending him rolling to the ground. He told Kei to stop there and admit defeat, saying the three of them would try their best next time. Kei collapsed, unconscious. Kuzuki didn't intend to fight. He explained that the three of them were indeed friends since childhood. But Kuzuki had another identity. Kuzuki showed the chat history with Shikishima to Subaru. He was a subordinate of Shikishima, a spy from the Divine Master side planted within the Dark faction. He was formerly a member of the reconnaissance team. He came here to inform Subaru about the locations of the 6 gates the Dark faction intended to destroy. Taiga approached one of the gates, and Shikishima arrived at the same time. Truth be told, he had been looking forward to facing the guy with glasses. But he had hit the jackpot. He had run into this bastard Taiga. He decided to go all out today. Shikishima knew that Kokugashi had predicted that he, Renji, and Udu would be the first 3 to die, but he wasn't afraid. "Don't underestimate me, you dog." Shikishima used his 5th ultimate, Sulfur Rain. A barrage of projectiles rained down from the sky, firing toward Taiga. It calmly dodged them. Thinking back, Shikishima was the first person to show suspicion toward it. Taiga recalled the past 3 years ago, Shikishima had asked why it was leveling up so slowly. The truth was, the Gatemaster Taiga stole from Subaru was the Gallia Breaker, but he had refused to cooperate with it. Even when Taiga passed level 20, the second gate usually appeared at that level. But in the end, there was nothing. At that time, Renji had defended Taiga, saying some people received their second gate at level 25 or 30, and maybe Taiga was in that same situation. He told Shikishima not to be so suspicious of Taiga. Shikishima didn't want to bring anyone down, but the truth was, Taiga's gate didn't appear, and it was leveling up too slowly. Saying it stole someone else's gate wasn't entirely groundless. Taiga, listening from outside the door, felt irritated, silently cursing at how the hell they could guess so accurately. Whatever, screw it. There was no evidence anyway, so it would just pretend to let it slide. Back then, Shikishima had mentioned someone in Osaka who had a skill to expose lies. They could discuss that further at the upcoming meeting. Taiga was extremely bitter, cursing Shikishima's parents repeatedly. Why did that bastard keep causing trouble for it? It vowed that one day, it would hack Shikishima to pieces. The foolish, childish murder plot Taiga had back then would now become reality. It unleashed the full power of Gallia, using a skill learned from Kokugashi to tear Gallia into pieces. In that case, death shall reign. Taiga emitted black smoke and snuck behind Shikishima. Shikishima held his position for a moment. He had used his clairvoyance ultimate to spot Taiga's location, so there was no way he would lose track of it. He could only say that this bastard Taiga had used some ultimate. That allowed it to teleport. Shikishima didn't budge an inch. He told Taiga not to be so high on itself and underestimate him. He used his 3rd ultimate, Ephemeral Flame. Taiga's fist, about to touch him, was incinerated by the flames. In an instant, Shikishima realized Taiga could only teleport within the range of the smoke. Not only that, it could escape quite well. He estimated Taiga's power to be on par with a level 50 Golden Divine Master. But what a pity, Taiga wasn't in the same league as him. He was already at level 82. That bastard didn't stand a chance. Taiga was bleeding profusely. Shikishima was about to continue the fight when a massive explosion occurred. Taiga knew the Divine Masters would send the strongest to the 5-star gates, so it had accelerated the time of the 4-star gate and pushed it to the final minute. Just then, about 200 monsters were released, and because the Divine Masters hadn't anticipated Taiga's team's attack, they had lost a large number of Divine Masters. Shikishima looked at the raging fire over there. He wondered if this thing was even Taiga anymore. How could it be so smart? Taiga looked at its newly regrown arm. Even though its soul and consciousness existed simultaneously, the Taiga of the past was already dead. Everything it once craved was now completely worthless, leaving only the tiny desire of the hand. The old desire in his mind was to take revenge on a world that never loved him. So now, the one inhabiting Taiga's body will grant this wish for him. Shikishima remained silent. He had always sensed Taiga's reckless fear, jealousy, pride, and twisted longing. He used to be recognized, but now he can no longer feel that spark from the current Taiga. In other words, Taiga might be hiding an ace up his sleeve, one that could destroy the Golden Lords. Shikishima finds this honestly pathetic. He feels like this Taiga truly hates himself so much that he wants to become a completely different person. Shikishima genuinely respects the feelings of the current Taiga, but he won't let him go any further. Shikishima uses his 6th ultimate technique, King Fire Manifestation. He is determined to kill Taiga and protect this city. Taiga also turns on his serious mode. Both of them lunge at each other, trading heavy blows. Thud, thud. Kiryu Issei, from the Dark Faction, watches from afar. He feels like Shikishima has already reached Taiga, but he doesn't have time to worry about that. His opponent right now is Renji. Renji is absolutely furious. He gives Issei some friendly advice to drop his weapon and surrender before he loses his cool, but Issei is stubborn and refuses to do so. He has his own circumstances. An hour ago, Issei said goodbye to his wife and child, getting ready for work. He promised to be back before dinner, then stepped through the dark portal. But those wife and child Issei spoke of are nothing more than walking corpses controlled by Kokugashi. Facing Renji now, only 3 Golden Lords, including Renji himself, are active, and the others cannot join for various reasons. He thinks this is a great chance to test Renji. Renji doesn't wait for him to spout more nonsense. He lunges forward, swinging his sword to attack. Issei feels not a hint of fear. Today, his luck is good. Continued. Issei feels not a hint of fear. Today, his luck is good. Issei swings his weapon, sending Renji flying back. To him, Renji is the easiest prey to deal with. Issei's weapon is the Dimension Piercer, capable of rending any space within a 150-meter radius. Physical counterattacks are useless against the rending strikes. Renji is pushed back, realizing the person in front of him is incredibly strong. What exactly is Issei's ultimate technique? He doesn't really get it either, because it's too complicated. But in short, it bends attacks much like his own sword-bending technique. This means he just needs to swing his sword faster than the speed of Issei's hammer. Renji lunges forward again. Halfway there, he suddenly feels his body unable to move. Issei swings his hammer, smashing him to the ground. Renji stands up again. What the heck is this? It's a signal that stops movement upon contact with the hammer. The problem is, he only sees it right at the moment of impact. Issei seems to realize his trick has been exposed. A moment ago, he used another technique called Defense Symbol, an ultimate technique that requires pre-installation. It can stop anything it touches for 1 second. No exceptions, except for the user. Before the contact, no one could see the area symbol. Issei is standing where many symbols have already been installed. Every time Renji lunges to attack, he gets frozen and hit on the head with the hammer, face planting into the ground. Just as Issei expected, Renji is extremely confident in his own abilities, so he chooses to attack head-on. It's true that the HP reduction from each hit is very small, but that's fine. As long as he can stall Renji until the other gates are destroyed, that's more than enough. If he's lucky and can take down and kill Renji, that would be perfect 10 out of 10. Renji switches to long-range attacks, launching his sword toward Issei, but it still has no effect. Those symbols can block ultimate techniques and deflect them. Renji gets even angrier. He demands to know why everyone who possesses such immense power doesn't use it to protect the world. Issei doesn't understand the question. It should be asked the other way around. He asks, "Why the hell would you protect this world? Why is Renji so angry? Is it because so many people have died? Or is it just because this is his job? Is Renji's anger really directed at the Dark Faction? Renji is 1 part angry, but Issei is 10 parts angry. He doesn't get what there is to be so bitter about. He swings his sword, delivering a blow from above toward Renji. Those who are willing to sacrifice themselves to protect this world. Like the lords, how righteous, how noble. But he has already lost everything he held dear. Issei has forgotten the value of this world. That is why he asks whether it is he or someone else who is truly insane. Kiryu Issei screams frantically. He swings his hammer, delivering another blow toward Renji. But he doesn't dodge. Renji raises his hand to block the attack. Kiryu Issei strikes repeatedly, but Renji doesn't budge an inch. Kiryu Issei recalls the past. He lost both his wife and child. The perpetrator who murdered them was a minor lord, so it was very difficult to convict that person. Issei was like a shell of a man after his family died. That was when the Dark Gate appeared. Empathizing with his pain, it promised to resurrect his wife and child if Issei helped it. Issei strikes for a while, and sees that Renji has no reaction. He suddenly finds it no longer fun. He clicks his tongue and asks, "Is Renji just going to be defeated and die like this?" Issei screams that he will kill Renji and send his teammates to hell. Renji closes his eyes, thinking of his comrades. Then he swings his sword, using his sixth ultimate technique to bend the sword's trajectory, slashing across Issei's body. Blood splatters everywhere. Issei coughs up blood and drops his weapon. Issei laughs gleefully. Renji's sixth ultimate technique, truly legendary, consumes 80% of the user's MP when activated. Finally, he managed to bait him into using it. Issei has successfully depleted both Renji's HP and MP. His mission is accomplished. Issei falls to the ground, his tired eyes looking toward Renji. He doesn't understand why Renji is crying. Renji approaches Issei. He doesn't know if it's because of his senses, but when fighting, he feels his opponent's emotions flowing into him little by little. And now, he is crying because every time Issei struck at him, he felt the boundless sorrow drifting within him. Renji smiles at Issei. Just as he said, he doesn't fight for the world. He wants to protect the world, to protect his friends, because he wants to be with them for as long as possible. So, Issei is not crazy at all. He is certain that everyone has their own reason to fight, but that is a reason Renji cannot abandon. Issei chuckles. He closes his eyes and tells Renji to just go. He has lost. Watching Renji fly away in his final moments, Issei thinks he couldn't resist Kokugashi's tempting offer. He just wanted to do anything at all to bring his family back. Renji is truly furious. He grinds his teeth and says, "Kokugashi, that plastic pig dared to exploit the weaknesses of others and manipulate them?" Deep inside, Kokugashi receives the news that Issei has been defeated. It doesn't seem to care at all. Renji is almost out of MP, so he can't use the sword-bending technique anymore. If things continue like this, they will win in the end. Kokugashi reaches out and retrieves the two puppets, Issei's wife and child. It cackles uncontrollably. Subaru receives a message from Kuzuki. He is currently in Ota City, facing a member of the Dark Faction. 19 members of the Dark Faction, including Taiga, have been assigned to different locations. All of them have been upgraded in power and received new skills from Kokugashi. Their skills are related to space and time. Kuzuki warns him that the enemy is about to use a skill. Subaru's opponent is a woman. She crouches, using the Beast Combination ultimate technique, transforming into a cat. Then she leaps, growing giant, and roars in Subaru's face. The cat prepares to jump and attack Subaru, but Sushi, the crystal, slaps it, slamming its face into the ground. Subaru pets Sushi and says thank you. He takes his phone and calls Amamiya to ask if she is okay. On the other end, Amamiya has just taken down a monster. She has cleared out the southern area of Sibria. She is in charge of annihilating the underworld monsters within the city. The two agree to meet up later and hang up. Suddenly, Amamiya feels her heart skip a beat. She stands still, feeling like something is not right. Somewhere else, the first and second sisters of Amamiya are facing a member of the Dark Faction. This woman is Himeno. Himeno used to be a silver rank. The eldest sister, Amamiya, uses the power of the Dragon King, delivering a blow from above. This is a skill that can release the Dragon King's power within the gate onto the target, temporarily increasing attack power by 500%. But the previous attack didn't even faze Himeno. The second sister, Amamiya, lunges forward, swinging her scythe, executing the Death Ultimate technique, which can reduce an opponent's HP by half upon contact with the blade. But unfortunately, the scythe doesn't hit Himeno. She dodges and kicks the second sister in the chest. The second sister, Mizuho, coughs up blood. She cannot believe it. That woman disappeared and then reappeared in the blink of an eye. What the heck is this? Himeno's ultimate technique is invisibility and presence erasure, which can delete the user's presence from the world for a few seconds, allowing them to act while invisible. If she uses 5 times the MP, the eldest sister, Hazuki, attacks from above again, but Himeno disappears. She appears behind Hazuki and kicks her, sending her flying back a long distance. Himeno kicks Hazuki in the face again, making her cough up blood. Hazuki couldn't react in time. That woman. This disappearing time is not only continuous, but she also appears right when she attacks. She can even move while invisible. This technique combines bending and invisibility. Hazuki raises her leg, intending to kick the incoming Himeno, but misses and gets punched instead. Hazuki's face swells up as she falls to the ground. Himeno laughs gleefully, having a blast. She realizes these two are the Amamiyas. The eldest sister has a cooler style than her, and the second sister is much cuter than her. Both are incredibly strong and have far more social media followers than her. Himeno jumps up with joy. Before, she used to be jealous of the two sisters, but now she possesses overwhelming power and will torture both of them to a pulp. Ha! Himeno doesn't care how many people have died for her happiness. Now, she feels glad that she turned her back on humanity. Hazuki and Mizuho grit their teeth in frustration. This woman is truly rotten to the core. There's no saving her. Just a moment ago, the two received a call from Subaru. He informed them that he has found a way to bring Amamiya back. He told them not to worry too much. It will only take a little more time. He is certain he will bring Amamiya back to them. Hazuki and Mizuho are determined. They must wait for their little sister to return. So, this world will hold on until Amamiya returns. They absolutely wouldn't let the Shadow faction destroy it. Himeno had once seen Amamiya's profile. To her, she was just a loser. She never expected that these two people in front of her were actually Amamiya's sisters. In her eyes, Amamiya was nothing. Just as she was busy running her mouth, Amamiya suddenly dropped down from behind. She told Amamiya to remember, just 3 minutes. Then, the soul-swapping process began, transferring the experience points accumulated by the immortal to survive, updating other ultimate techniques within Amamiya's soul. Amamiya made her comeback, using the Death Fist technique combined with electricity to smash Himeno's face in. Amamiya's two sisters were moved to tears, and Amamiya told them to leave the rest to her. Even though she didn't have much time, she had practiced thoroughly. Amamiya was now in a new position. She had reached level 40, and possessed the Blood Mold skill, and the Death Fist technique, plus a bonus pair of storm earrings. Amamiya moved her body, finally able to breathe this air freely. She could even feel the ground beneath her feet and protect those important to her. She felt truly happy. Seeing her two sisters covered in wounds, Amamiya grew furious. How dare that bitch do this? Over on the other side, Himeno had been punched until her teeth were a mess. She had lost a few. Himeno went crazy. You little bitch. Before she could do anything, Amamiya landed another punch on her face, sending her flying 8 meters away. Now she would show her the results of all her training. As Amamiya returned, Subaru naturally felt it too. They were connected through a soul link. Amamiya pummeled Himeno relentlessly. The wretch couldn't fight back. Her face was beaten into a swollen mess, covered in blood. Himeno wondered what kind of monster was in front of her. This wasn't an ordinary punch. She could feel electric shocks and shockwaves reverberating deep within her body. If she didn't run, she was done for. Himeno jerked back, intending to use her stealth technique to slip away, but the system displayed an error. Too many impurities in the surroundings. Please use it again in an area with cleaner air. Himeno was livid. What a useless thing. Amamiya fed her another lightning punch. The reason she couldn't use her technique was because of the red smog surrounding her. Amamiya had used blood control to create that mist and neutralize the bitch's annoying invisibility skill. Himeno tried to attack, but Amamiya dodged and landed another punch to Himeno's chest. The two sisters standing outside were also stunned. They couldn't believe their little sister had such skills. Her martial arts level was even higher than their eldest sister's. Remembering the past, the two had previously asked Amamiya to stop going on missions for a while. With Amamiya's level at the time, she couldn't keep up with their missions, and since they intended to fight to their last breath, they couldn't protect her. Amamiya had been very frustrated back then. She was determined to become strong on her own. She stormed out of the house, determined to prove to her sisters that she was useful. Some time passed. Hazuki asked Mizuho, "Have you heard anything from Amamiya lately?" Mizuho said she heard Amamiya had been hit by some bosses with skills that lowered her level to level 8, making her even weaker than before. But it seemed Amamiya still hadn't given up on becoming stronger. Mizuho was adamant. As soon as Amamiya became strong, she would return. Reality proved that to be true. The two standing outside cheered enthusiastically for Amamiya. Amamiya felt empowered, hitting Himeno even harder. So, in the end, Amamiya still got along with her sisters. Unlike Himeno, who grew up in a family that practiced favoritism, everyone only cared about her younger sister and always ignored her. Her sister received hundreds of thousands of likes, just for saying good morning, while her own selfies were total flops. Even though they wore the same outfit and said the same things, why did Himeno always get malicious feedback? Everyone told her, "Don't imitate your sister, try to be different." But that wasn't the answer Himeno wanted. Her sister was indeed amazing, but why didn't anyone tell her how to love herself? Himeno bit her nails in bitterness. That was when the shadow door appeared, giving her the answer she wanted. If someone was above you, you just had to pull them down. Himeno had used her claws to kill her own sister. Everything should have gone the way she wanted. But why was this little brat Amamiya on top of her now? She couldn't accept it. Himeno struggled to fight back, but she couldn't. She was beaten down by Amamiya. Himeno tried to get up. She had escaped the mist. Himeno used her stealth skill and vanished. She promised to harm what Amamiya cherished most. Himeno teleported near the second sister, Mizuho. She hated Mizuho's cute face, so she was going to slash it to pieces. But Himeno's slash was blocked by a shield. The one who created that shield was Amamiya. She had used blood barrier. Himeno screamed madly. Why doesn't this world operate the way I want it to? Everyone else is fucking useless. Amamiya appeared in front of Himeno. Himeno trembled and froze. Amamiya raised a massive, gigantic fist. She wouldn't let this damn bitch touch her family. The giant fist slammed straight into Himeno's face. A massive explosion shook the heavens and the earth. Himeno lay on the ground, pitch black, unable to move anymore. Amamiya's two sisters were protected by her blood shield, so they weren't affected. Hazuki and Mizuho were very proud of their little sister. She had finally grown up, even if she was a little too strong. Amamiya waved at her sisters cheerfully, boasting that she had won, but the joy didn't last long. Amamiya coughed up blood again. She was out of time. She and Amamiya had to switch back quickly so Amamiya could restart the recovery process. Amamiya understood. She said goodbye to her two sisters, promising to see them later. She had to sleep for a while. She promised to return, and when she did, she would team up with her sisters again. Her sisters understood and were ready to wait. Just then, Subaru arrived. Amamiya could feel how much Subaru wanted to see her again. She burst into tears. She was the one who needed to thank Subaru. He had always protected and saved her, yet she had hurt him deeply by dying right in front of him. Amamiya clenched her fists, her form beginning to crack. She thanked Amamiya for taking such good care of her body, but now she had to leave before her soul shattered. Amamiya asked Amamiya to relay a message to Subaru, and then she vanished. When Amamiya woke up, she saw Subaru in front of her. He asked, Amamiya was here, right? But she had returned to prevent her injuries from worsening and to keep her family out of trouble. Amamiya had forced herself to return for a short while. Subaru breathed a sigh of relief. Amamiya relayed Amamiya's message to him. I will wait for you at the Red Chamber. Amamiya returned to the previous spot, cheerfully entering a door, bragging about how she had fought without a single scratch. In this place, Amamiya had taken the zombie emperor as her master. He criticized Amamiya's fighting performance, giving her a score of 13 out of 100, a Storm Delta critique. Why so harsh? 30 points would have been fine. On the other hand, Killim was extremely annoyed, criticizing, why the hell did you only give her 4 points? How could you think it took 3 whole minutes while using my power? That's totally unreasonable. Amamiya was dejected. Why are you guys so strict? Scared, she continued to return to training. Subaru was still confused, not knowing what the Red Chamber was, when the eldest sister, Hazuki, rushed over. She was moved, grabbing Subaru's hands and thanking him profusely for helping them meet Amamiya. They apologized for doubting him before. They would never forget this kindness. Subaru also teared up. Amamiya's two sisters left again. They needed to continue hunting monsters. Subaru stared blankly at his hands. Vanquist told him he had to become truly happy, but he still didn't know what could make him happy, and the world was gradually turning into ruins. Subaru wiped away his tears. If he could truly be happy, then being with everyone would be enough. Even if they were far away, he would still stand by their side, as long as his soul remained. Amamiya's body had leveled up to level 40, thanks to a portion of her soul's memories being preserved. CA's innate skills had reawakened. CA could now consume Amamiya's MP to take action. Over on Shikishima's side, he released butterflies to fight Taiga. It used stealth in the smoke to sneak up on Shikishima, but it was useless. Shikishima's sixth ultimate technique, Fire Incarnation, summoning fire moths that could automatically track the target. In terms of power, this technique was weaker than Sulfur Rain, but it was more energy efficient and never lost track of the target. Taiga also found Shikishima's technique really annoying. Every time the moths exploded, Taiga's smoke was dispersed, and its teleportation range was narrowed because of it. Shikishima had both power and brains. Having gone through 8 years of combat, he was an extremely difficult opponent. Taiga wondered if it should unleash its trump card now. From behind Taiga, Renji arrived. He was using his fifth ultimate technique, Royal Aura. Over 15 minutes had passed since the battle between Shikishima and Taiga began. Renji had finally arrived. Goodbye, little brother. 8 years ago, when they, with Renji being only 18, first became gold sovereigns, he had excitedly tried to strike up a conversation with 14-year-old Shikishima. Shikishima was arrogant and didn't bother to answer, telling Renji not to talk to him if he didn't have anything important to say. Renji still didn't know how to feel embarrassed, and he stuck to Shikishima, asking for advice on the computer he had just been given. The moment he touched it, it blew up. The emergency fire alarm was triggered. Shikishima was dumbfounded. He was speechless, telling Renji never to touch a computer again. Currently, Taiga was having to face the two top gold sovereigns of Japan alone. This, being attacked from both sides by two gold sovereign lords, should have been the worst-case scenario. But Taiga remained confident that he would win. Suddenly, a dark portal appeared behind Shikishima. He assumed it was just releasing gas, so he jumped, but to his surprise, the portal sprouted a bunch of hands that grabbed him tight. I tried pulling Renji into Shikishima to activate the third ultimate technique, Ephemeral Flame, to escape, but it was no use. I couldn't trigger the ability. Things are looking bad. Taiga has realized the weakness of the Golden Sovereigns. Each possesses power so immense they can intervene in another's battle when nearby. Because they have such firm faith in each other's strength, they hesitate when deciding to support Subaru. Taiga has put Shikishima in a tight spot. He believes that if Shikishima has good intuition, he will surely understand that a decision at this moment will determine the fate of every AI here. Will Shikishima kill Taiga and end this battle himself, or will he throw that chance away and save Shikishima right before his eyes? Shikishima decides to use his seventh ultimate technique, Interwoven Piercing Slash, cutting through the arms wrapping around Shikishima. He knows what's coming, and he doesn't dodge. Taiga took the chance while Shikishima was saving Shikishima to use his ROI to slash him across the body. He felt no regrets. He smiled as he fell. At least he managed to save Shikishima. He was sliced in two. Shikishima screamed in pain. In the past, they had worked together and cleared the 3-star gate. It was said to be extremely difficult. Back then, they promised to grow stronger together. Later, Shikishima discussed with Kinokawa about forming a scouting division specialized in surveying gates. This way, at least the number of sovereigns dying to traps would decrease. He decided he would protect everyone because letting them die in battle would be such a waste. And when, one day, all the gates disappear from this world, he wants everyone to celebrate together and finally disband. Shikishima desperately hugs Renji's body, calling his name over and over, but there is no response. Can humans really give up their lives to protect what they cherish? Taiga sarcastically congratulates Shikishima, saying he truly was a real friend to Renji. Shikishima grits his teeth, his eyes turning red with rage. You son of a bitch, Taiga. I will never forgive you. I'll kill you. I will stand up and fight. But Shikishima cannot just abandon Renji's body in this state. Shikishima sobs uncontrollably, asking why Renji would die for someone like him, even though his purpose for fighting was just to be with everyone. Taiga approaches behind Shikishima and prepares to swing his weapon down when suddenly, a pillar of light descends from the sky. It's Subaru. He tells Shikishima not to worry. He definitely won't let Renji depart from this world. He uses his ultimate technique, blood appropriation. The pieces of Renji's body float up and are stitched together. Shikishima realizes this is Subaru's technique. He remembers the first time he met Subaru at the Rainbow Gate, the first time it appeared in the world. Subaru used it to revive Amamiya. Beside blood appropriation, it's an ultimate technique that can convert the soul of a sovereign, who has a connection with the user, into their kin. Right now, Subaru has reached level 35, and the conversion technique has been unlocked, so he can welcome a second kin. Subaru tells Shikishima that he cannot bring Renji back here right now, but he will keep Renji's body intact until he returns. Shikishima wipes his tears, continuously thanking Subaru. Subaru's body slowly heals and transforms. Renji lets out a wicked laugh and flies into the sky. The one possessing Renji's body is extremely excited. Seeing the human world for the first time, Subaru realizes who this familiar person is. He wonders, out of so many people, why is he here? He is one of the servants of Vanquis, an old acquaintance of Subaru's, the Zombie Emperor. From today on, he will be Subaru's kin. The Zombie Emperor is one of the 6 eternal emperors under Vanquis. After torturing Subaru in the trial pool last time, he regained some of his original appearance thanks to Subaru's progress. But with his current power, he's not the same as he was during the trial. Taiga frowns and summons many more dark portals, ordering them to eliminate all obstacles. A bunch of arms reach out from the portals. The Zombie Emperor isn't worried at all. Give the Emperor a warm round of applause. The zombie emperor realizes these arms belong to that withered old woman. She's just a babysitter for Kokugashi. The zombie emperor uses blood control, blood-severing Jade 6. A circle of blue blood appears in the sky and descends, a sudden rain. These few arms? It would take 100 million years for them to hit me. The zombie emperor changes the form of the falling rain into earthquake god. Those arms all shatter. That hurts, you bastards. Retreat into the gate. But the zombie emperor won't let it end like that. He grabs a pair of scissors from thin air and throws them straight into the gate. The octopus, the owner of the arms inside the gate, is sliced in two. The zombie emperor perfectly defeats Kokugashi's babysitter. He laughs boisterously and puts his arm around Subaru's shoulder. Taiga approaches. He looks at the zombie emperor. It seems his next opponent is him. But the zombie emperor scoffs, as if, why would I ever bother fighting? Unless Subaru orders me to, otherwise get lost. Taiga clenches his fists. He says he will kill Shikishima. But this is the zombie emperor. He couldn't care less about Taiga. What kind of nonsense is this guy spouting? Your real opponent is standing right in front of you. This is strange. Why have you been avoiding battle with Subaru all this time? The zombie emperor urges Taiga, hurry the hell up. My master has plenty of things to do. Stop barking. Taiga is stunned. He had been avoiding Subaru? No. He just didn't want anyone interfering with his arrangement with Subaru, that's all. He remembers the first time they met. Subaru greeted him so kindly and even wished for them to live in harmony later on. Since that moment, a fear had grown inside Taiga. He still remembers that feeling even after reincarnating. Taiga grits his teeth. Fine, come at me. Taiga summons a gate. Shikishima realizes Taiga intends to invite Subaru into the gate and stops him. Don't go! The zombie emperor whispers into Subaru's ear, telling him to leave this place to him and go fight. Subaru calls Sushi to go with him. He tells Shikishima to wait a moment, saying he will be gone for a bit, then leaps into the portal. Subaru sinks deep below. Today, he will put an end to the relationship between them, and thus, he can move forward. Kokugashi praises Taiga for taking down Renji and dragging Vanquish's subject to this place. The dark faction has won completely. Two people stand in a black space. Taiga tells Kokugashi not to interfere. Kokugashi has no intention of doing so anyway. The condition in the contract Taiga signed is that Subaru must be killed by his own hands. The contract of the gate will never be broken, so there's no need to worry about anyone else intervening. Kokugashi is full of schemes, no matter the outcome. He still benefits. Whether Taiga kills Subaru, or he kills Subaru after Taiga falls, but he didn't count on Renji being possessed by that zombie emperor. If Kokugashi kills Subaru, his kin will also appear. Perfect, just as I thought. No one else but me, whether golden, silver, or bronze, all of it will be mine. The king of the Dark Empire. Outside, Shikishima struggles constantly, yelling at the zombie emperor to let him down. That fake Renji letting Subaru charge into the enemy base alone like this is too dangerous. We have to follow him. The zombie emperor is annoyed. He'll be fine. The master has a strategy. Suddenly, a red notification appears. Remaining time for the 5-star gate. 2 paths upstream have hit 0. The clock will decrease by the amount of time the gate reduced down by 8,000 hours. Cracks suddenly appear on the clock. A warning. The remaining time on the clock is nearly 100 hours. There might be a serious problem with the system's maintenance. Shikishima is tense. This has never happened before. Not just the 5-star gate. The time on over 200 gates that Taiga controls must be a lot. If one more gate hits 0, we will definitely lose. What do we do now? The zombie emperor taps Shikishima's head, telling him to stay calm and not be so stressed. If Renji is that important to Shikishima, then protect what you cherish, Shikishima. He closes his eyes and slaps himself to regain his composure. He tells the zombie emperor, shut the hell up. Being lectured by someone wearing Renji's face makes him uncomfortable. He tells the zombie emperor to fly straight to the hospital. The two arrive at the hospital to meet Kinokawa, but she isn't there. Shikishima boils with rage. That bastard. In another place, Udu is fighting a dark faction member named Area Kohi. This guy Kohi is beaten to a pulp. He keeps cursing. What the hell is this guy? Kohei continues to rush in to attack, but Udu uses his golden wall to make Kohei spit blood. He can't believe it. Why is a user, with a shield like Udu so incredibly strong, he guards like a turtle, hiding in his shell? I can't take it. Damn it. Udu once spoke about his skills. If he uses the strongest shield to attack, it will become the strongest strike. Therefore, there's no need to worry about his attack power. Udu receives a call. Shikishima is calling. He picks up. Shikishima briefly explains the situation. The important thing now is that Kinokawa Sakura has disappeared. Shikishima asks Udu if he knows where she went. At that moment, in the sky, Kinokawa is fighting fiercely with golden armor, using a cannon to take down a monster. Udu tells Shikishima that Kinokawa is here together with him. Shikishima yells, "What the hell are you doing there while being seriously injured?" Kinokawa Sakura lands on the ground. "How could I calmly sleep while that claw looks like it's about to shatter?" Kinokawa Sakura grabs the phone and yells, asking, "What do we need to do from now on?" Shikishima makes a decision. "We have to make a mad dash for it. They are sovereign lords," Shikishima announced to everyone. "Their job is to break portals and protect the world. It doesn't matter how many stars a portal has. You need to reclaim the lost time by attacking any portal you find." Kinokawa, fired up and ready for blood, felt it was finally time for her to unleash her power after being in hibernation for so long. Shikishima turned to the zombie emperor to confirm once more that they didn't need to worry about Subaru anymore. The zombie emperor laughed hoarsely. "If even Subaru can't handle it, then no one can." Meanwhile, inside the dark portal, Kokugashi couldn't believe his eyes. "Why the hell was Vanquish here?" Vanquish cackled, saying he heard there was some brat with a rotten soul, so he decided to stop by. Taiga recognized Vanquish as the owner of the Rainbow Portal who had given Subaru his power, but his opponent now wasn't Vanquish. It was Subaru. Let's see whose strength, Taiga's mist or Subaru's blood, was superior. This would be the first and last duel between the two brothers. Kokugashi couldn't believe his eyes. How could Vanquish appear in this world? Vanquish called down, praising Subaru. "Well done for letting me know the exact location." Kokugashi went berserk, screaming and glaring, telling Subaru to look at him, but Subaru didn't even pay him any mind. Vanquish used a blood curse to bind Kokugashi, telling him, "Think bigger, you hopeless idiot." It was the first time Kokugashi had been insulted like that. He refused to let anyone call him an idiot. He flew into a rage, claiming that even an immortal god like Vanquish couldn't defeat him in this world. Kokugashi enveloped Vanquish in black energy. Taiga kept an eye on the commotion on the other side. That Kokugashi guy was losing his patience and trembling in fear. He hadn't expected Subaru to be the one causing this. Subaru, the one he used to fear, was actually capable of this? Subaru said this was a battle between brothers, but Taiga wondered how Subaru planned to defeat him. Subaru gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. No matter the scale, big or small, Taiga was his younger brother. He should have done this long ago, even before he became a sovereign lord. The first time he met Taiga, Subaru had been very withdrawn, and after Taiga became a sovereign lord, Subaru had been terrified. But he realized that was wrong. When a younger brother does something wrong, the older brother has to scold him. Taiga's expression darkened. "I've told you 1,000 times, stop acting like my brother. We don't share the same blood, and I won't care about your wishes." Taiga swung his axe at Subaru. Subaru ducked and delivered a punch to Taiga's face. Taiga stepped back, releasing black energy, but Subaru used blood control to retaliate. Subaru remained calm. Taiga's ultimate move had no effect on him. Subaru planted his feet, spun around, and kicked Taiga in the face, sending him reeling back. Taiga swung his arm, punching Subaru back. The two sides dove into a fierce exchange, trading blow for hundreds of rounds. Subaru punched Taiga, and Taiga punched Subaru back, until both were battered and bruised, pausing for only a moment. Subaru wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, glaring at Taiga. "Looks like you're finally ready to do this, huh, Taiga?" Taiga let out a breath, and then the two charged at each other again, punching and brawling until they were covered in blood and bruises, neither one willing to back down. On the other side, the battle between Kokugashi and Vanquish was just as tense. Kokugashi's ultimate technique, raining death, accelerated the time of any object or entity that touched his black amniotic fluid, no exceptions. However, Vanquish was the boss. That brat's little tricks didn't work on him at all. Kokugashi couldn't believe it was a total cheat. Vanquish should have aged 10,000 years in a blink of an eye. Kokugashi was furious. He decided to go all out. He activated his most powerful technique, the moment of destruction, aiming to swallow Vanquish with billions of years of life force. Vanquish sneered, using a freezing technique that immobilized Kokugashi completely, stopping his ultimate move mid-activation. Vanquish played with Kokugashi like he was a child. Time couldn't kill him, which was why he was truly immortal. Even now, Kokugashi still couldn't wrap his head around it. How pathetic. Kokugashi could have planned a better victory if he were smart enough. From the start, he hadn't realized that the more portals he opened, the more tracks he left behind. Vanquish had been able to pinpoint Kokugashi's location immediately because he was opening portals all over the place like an idiot. Furthermore, it was fortunate that Subaru chose the Zombie Emperor as his kin. The Zombie Emperor used to be Vanquish's subordinate, meaning their souls were linked, right up until the moment the Zombie Emperor became Subaru's kin. Vanquish laughed like a madman. The moment the Zombie Emperor became a Renji, he reported Vanquish's plan to Subaru, a plan on how he would crush Kokugashi in a single blow. Thanks to Subaru, he was able to find this place easily and slap that brat into next week. Kokugashi couldn't understand why he was still alive in this place full of amniotic fluid. The condition of his contract with Taiga was that Taiga had to kill Subaru himself, and it couldn't be broken. Kokugashi gritted his teeth, cursing Subaru. "You knew you couldn't kill me yourself, so you came down here and led Vanquish to me." Kokugashi shrieked and cursed, but what was the point? He was bound by Vanquish like a ball of yarn, unable to move. Vanquish approached Kokugashi and asked, "Where did you hear such foolishness? Who told you that breaking the clock would allow you to conquer the world? Don't dream, kid. You're finished for messing with my host." Vanquish carved a deep gash across Kokugashi's body. He screamed in pain as purple blood splattered everywhere. Vanquish sneered, "Ugly. But you do have a nice cry." Kokugashi squeezed his eyes shut and screamed, calling for some Safina to save him. A golden bell appeared above, and a woman's face materialized. Vanquish recognized this person as the Golden Bell, Safina, the mastermind behind everything. Seeing Safina was like seeing the truth itself. But before Kokugashi could even rejoice, Safina slapped him with her hand. "You pathetic piece of trash! How dare you ask me for help?" She opened a portal, which she claimed was her weakest one, preparing to toss him in. Kokugashi cried out desperately. He didn't want to enter that portal. He was an emperor who had lost his memories and his ability to speak. What did that make him, if not a beast? But no matter how he screamed, Safina ignored him, letting him drop straight into the portal. 1 star. Safina only then turned to greet Vanquish. He laughed heartily and waved his hand, shattering Safina's golden bell. The two exchanged goodbyes, agreeing to spar another time. Vanquish's job was done, and the rest was the protagonist's stage. He stood watching from above but did not intervene. He considered this a test for Subaru. Vanquish had faith that he could overcome it. On the other side, Taiga and Subaru were still trading punches. Even though they were covered in blood, neither had collapsed yet. Taiga saw the determination in Subaru's eyes and suddenly felt afraid. He remembered the past, 15 years ago, when his mother beat him, bruising him like a dog just because he ate the pudding in her fridge. That was what she did to him after leaving him home alone for 3 days, until Taiga fainted from hunger because he had only eaten 1 pudding. At that time, someone from the Child Protection Center came, but Mother Taiga insisted she was just disciplining him and that there was no abuse. She slammed the door shut, refusing to see any more visitors. Taiga's mother kept grumbling and cursing. Why were you even born? No. His mother was the piece of trash, and he was her son, just a dirty bug. The person she introduced to him as her new husband was also a piece of time. Garbage, living off his mother's money, a man he called stepfather. He had a child, and that person would become his older brother. Taiga was certain that no matter what kind of person he was just a bug, like him. But the first time he met Subaru, he saw the difference. How the hell could Subaru have eyes like that? Why would he greet him so happily? Subaru should have been a bug crawling out of the same trash can as him. What the hell are you smiling at? At that moment, Taiga's heart felt freezing cold, and impatience flowed through his body. He felt something called fear. He understood from the moment he met Subaru that the truth was that a happy person existed in this world, and unfortunately, it wasn't him. He was pissed off. Clearly, the situations of Taiga and Subaru were the same. They should have been the same. But how the hell was Subaru? Not complaining, nor desperate, and never giving up? Suddenly, he felt ashamed. How could he be rotten to the core? The only damn bug here was him. Taiga's soul was cruel and dirty, and he knew it. But he refused to accept it. He was terrified that Subaru would become happy. So when he saw the golden portal appear in front of Subaru, he fawned over it and then locked Subaru down, giving him a hard time. If Subaru became happier than him, even for a moment, the distance between them would surely never be the same. Therefore, he absolutely had to make sure Subaru stayed beneath him forever. Subaru was hit by a strike to the face. Every time they landed a blow, Subaru could feel Taiga's memories and heart flowing into him, so he could see his past and the reason why he had become so fearful and twisted. Taiga swung his leg down, but Subaru jumped up to dodge. Subaru delivered a strike from above, catching Taiga off guard and sending him crashing down, coughing up blood. Seizing the moment, Subaru unleashed a barrage of attacks before Taiga could react. Finally, Taiga lay motionless on the ground, exhausted. He saw the light of a rainbow flowing within him, and in that moment, he saw memories of Subaru's childhood, how Subaru's mother had abandoned the father and son, and how he had always clung. He asked his father about his mother, but his father heartlessly kicked him away. When Subaru realized he had a younger brother, he was genuinely happy. He had tried many times to stop Taiga's mother from hitting him, and even though she hit him back, he still comforted Taiga and encouraged him to keep going. Yet, every time he did that, Taiga would find him disgusting and push him away. Subaru could only watch, secretly resolving never to give up. Taiga looked at the scene from when he stole the golden door from Subaru, wondering if the intelligence of the soul was truly the requirement to open the gate. At that moment, Subaru thought he had to have the strength to protect the most important person in his life, and that person was Taiga. Taiga slowly stood up. In truth, he had realized long ago that in this world, Subaru was the only one who truly loved him. When Subaru was being brutally beaten by his father, Taiga just stood on the balcony, watching with indifference. He didn't know why Subaru was so stupid and stubborn. He had no idea what he was hiding. After his father finished the beating and left, Subaru wobbled over to the balcony, smiling brightly, and offered Taiga the pudding he had. At that moment, Taiga just thought Subaru had lost his mind. He felt a sense of resentment. Somehow, he couldn't win against Subaru. Taiga wondered how amazing it would be if he lived the way he wanted. Looking briefly at Vanquish, it was easy to see the battle was over. Taiga's body was no longer human. Once he reached his limit, like other underworld monsters, his soul would shatter and die. The blessing received from Kokugashi had also vanished, so his soul would wander forever in the void. Taiga looked blankly at Subaru, who couldn't stop shedding tears. He knew Subaru wasn't wrong. He had feared him. He had admired him. He couldn't cut ties or ignore him, and he only harbored hatred toward him. Once that hatred was exposed, Taiga hurt Subaru just because of his own pettiness, and it kept repeating. He knew he was about to disappear. Taiga closed his eyes. In his final moment, Subaru saw Taiga as a child. He said one day he wanted to eat pudding. He wanted to eat it with him. He truly regretted not being able to say thank you back then, but the truth was, Taiga had actually been very happy. Subaru couldn't stop crying because, in the end, Taiga disappeared with a smile on his lips. He thanked him. After all those years, only as he faded away did he finally feel happy. Subaru tried to catch Taiga's fading soul, but couldn't. He knelt down, screaming in pain, sobbing uncontrollably. He blamed himself for being a savior. "What kind of damn savior am I?" he choked out. "I couldn't even save my own brother." Vanquish came up to him and asked if he could still stand. Subaru didn't answer, keeping his head hung low. Vanquish continued, saying Taiga's greatest misery was knowing that what he did was wrong, but he did nothing to stop it. Every time he did something evil, he hated himself more, and the more he did it, the more his soul rotted. This ending was inevitable from the day Taiga stole Subaru's door. Subaru gripped his hands on the icy floor, asking if there was truly no other way. "Is this the only path?" Vanquish told him he had to spend his whole life finding the answer. He had to carry that question with him, and think about it until his dying day, and never forget it. Vanquish told Subaru to just cry, let it all out, don't be shy. He would still be here, waiting until he could stand up again. The system announced that the mini-boss Taiga had been defeated. Subaru leveled up to 48 and received the title Demon Hunter. He was rewarded with the Black Flame Katana and the side technique Golden Arm. Gallia had been waiting. 3 hours had passed since the crack appeared on the clock. All the Pillar Lords had destroyed their gates. A total of 195 gates had been broken. The time remaining on the clock had increased to 10,000 hours. The operating system stabilized and reactivated emergency mode. The clock turned green again. Shikishima called to inform the others that the crisis had passed. Now they just had to wait for Subaru to defeat Taiga. Amamiya's group and the Emperor Zombie were standing guard outside the Gate of Darkness. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed from inside the gate. Vanquish wailed in disbelief. Sure, he had said no matter how long it took, he would wait for Subaru to finish crying. But how the hell did he cry? Until he passed out and fell asleep. Is he a child or something? Vanquish was furious. He had crossed mountains and rivers, gone through so much trouble, to come here and help him, and this is how he treats him? He couldn't wait any longer, so he called for the glass sushi to carry Subaru out. Amamiya and the Emperor Zombie were overjoyed to see he was safe. Vanquish was still fuming. Subaru was sleeping soundly, dreaming of the beautiful moments between him and Taiga. The system announced a program update. Equipment added. Gate version 2. The 6-star gate had officially appeared. The probability of the 3-legged crow returning was very low. Then came a long string of code, and the system began updating from 0%. The Dark Pillar Lords had been sucking power from Kokugashi, and after he ascended, the techniques granted were also gone. Even though they knew this, they sat around indifferently, chatting. This would cause the three emperors to make a move, but they would take it slow. There was no need to fear. The clock was updating, so for now, they would just wait and see how things played out. Everyone returned to headquarters. Hizaki Ryuji came personally to heal Shikishima. He used the ultimate technique, Heavenly Blue Resurrection. And in no time, the cracks on Shikishima's face disappeared. Shikishima was fine, but Subaru was still in a deep sleep, unable to wake up. The Emperor Zombie said he was fine. He was just trying to heal his soul. The Emperor Zombie asked everyone how long they had been unconscious the first time they entered a gate. Shikishima said he had slept for 5 days straight. Hizaki Ryuji hadn't fared much better. Renji could move immediately after leaving the gate, but for 3 days afterward, she was stuck in bed. The Emperor Zombie said the stronger the contract, the more time the soul needs to adapt. If a normal person made a contract with Vanquish, their soul might die, or they could be in a coma for decades. Yet Subaru had been operating continuously for a month, meaning his soul power was fundamentally different. Of course, there were still limits, but he would surely wake up soon. Subaru was lost in a dream. He felt as if he were somewhere like a galaxy. Someone appeared and said, "This is the galaxy of the universal unconscious, where all souls are born and return." Currently, Subaru's soul was asleep, so he could meet him. It was the first, and possibly the last time. Subaru didn't know this man, but even though he had never met him before, he felt a strange sense of nostalgia. The man told him to prepare for battle. The situation had changed completely. An emperor from another world, though weak, would invade and create a hole in the human realm. And above all, Vanquish's host had become very famous. Gold, silver, and bronze, all other nations would seriously invade the human world. That man warned that a storm was coming, a storm of destruction that would make the battle against the dark faction feel like a gentle breeze. A cold, ruthless wind would come, disregarding the lives and feelings of humanity. Everything would be lost, and no one could stop it. The man said the only one who could stop it was Subaru. This was a storm that even Vanquish couldn't stop. Subaru asked, "In that case, what do I need to prepare?" The man said only a few cryptic words. Twilight, half moon, dawn apostle, and you must become the emperor. Subaru didn't quite understand. The man continued. He had failed, and now he only existed to return to the sea of the unconscious. But he was happy to meet Subaru one last time. Subaru asked who he was. He smiled and replied, "I am Subaru, the Dawn Emperor." He was him, the strongest of humanity, who couldn't protect the world and was defeated by the future. Currently, he couldn't tell him everything about the future, but he could reveal a few things. Subaru of the future raised his hand, sending a message to his past self. "Please, don't lose the world, your friends, and those who are precious to you." Subaru of the future closed his eyes, shedding a single tear. He gave Subaru a bracelet. This bracelet was called the Twilight Half Moon, allowing him to see the memories of the fallen Dawn Emperor and react to the catastrophe. The future Subaru gradually faded away. He told him to wake up quickly. The first disaster was coming. Subaru woke up in his bed. In front of him were 3 guardian gates, gold, silver, and bronze. The bracelet on Subaru's wrist glowed, and the 3 guardians of the gates stepped out to greet him, one by one. Safina, the Gold Emperor, Ruin, the Silver Emperor, and Varden, the Red Bronze Emperor. All 3 greeted the next-generation Emperor, the savior of divine blood. The 8 catastrophes. The first catastrophe is the 3 gates. Subaru clearly realized he wasn't dreaming. He had talked to the Dawn Emperor, or rather, himself in the future. The Twilight Half-Moon bracelet was on his wrist, and suddenly, many highly detailed memories of the future flooded in. He knew who these people were and why they had come. If the memories from this moment forward played out exactly as they were, then he would lose all his friends within the next 3 months. In his final moments, Shikishima, having lost an arm, had called him to say, "Don't die, and take good care of Renji." Amamiya and the Emperor Zombie had sacrificed themselves to save him. Udu Ryusei and Kinokawa had done the same. One by one, they fell, and finally, even Vanquish left. Everyone died one after another, handing the burden of the future to him. And then, the Dawn Emperor had lost. The apocalypse came, meteors turned the sky red, and Subaru couldn't save anyone. He had lost everything, forever. The Dawn Emperor wept in despair. Everyone placed their faith in him, yet he couldn't protect her. If he hadn't made that mistake back then, if only he could return to that day. The Dawn Emperor used the last of his strength, drawing from the infinite galaxy of the universal unconscious, to find the present-day Subaru. Subaru bowed his head, thanking him. He resolved that he would not let the Dawn Emperor's sacrifice be in vain. He would protect everyone. The three figures standing before him now were three Emperor's rulers holding the vastest territories in the realm known to humans as the Underworld. The strongest goddess of the Underworld, leader of the undefeated Golden Legion, the Twilight Queen, Safina, commander of the Beast Legion, who directs all monsters, and nine-tailed Platinum Ruin, master of nature spirits, and the demi-human tribes dwelling on Earth. They realized that Subaru was the perfect candidate to become the next emperor, and he had performed excellently. In repelling the invasion of the Shadow faction, Safina extended an invitation for him to join her Golden Nation. Ruin, not wanting to be outdone, tried to entice him to break his contract with Vanquish and sign with one of them instead. They stated outright that Subaru's soul was unlike any other. As long as he teamed up with the right master, he would become the strongest. Ruin emphasized that right meant the strongest. The three of them were the most powerful in the Underworld, meaning they were far superior to Vanquish. The zombie emperor was furious hearing this, but he couldn't refute it. Ruin had hit on Subaru's true objective, which was to protect the world from the threat of the gate. He lied, claiming that was also the goal of the gatekeepers. Therefore, Subaru switching sides would be more fitting and would save more lives. The zombie emperor couldn't hold back anymore and erupted. Ruin, annoyed by the interruption, changed his expression entirely and directly unleashed pressure onto the zombie emperor's soul. He threatened him to stop being insolent, then turned back to Subaru. They hadn't come just to ask Subaru to change masters. Instead, they had come to create the ultimate conditions for an exceptional individual like him. Safina claimed that if Subaru became her host, she would grant him a spear that pierces all things and command of the Golden Legion. Ruin promised that if Subaru became his host, he would grant him the Bow of Infinite Light and 100 high-level dragons. Varden declared that if Subaru became his host, he would grant him the Axe of Destruction and 20 forests filled with wondrous spirits. All three showered him with unimaginable benefits to tempt Subaru. Before Subaru could answer, the zombie emperor interrupted, telling him not to listen to them, that they only wanted him to choose them, because they were stronger than Vanquish. How laughable. The truth was they were just afraid that Subaru would grow stronger, and that he might regain his power. By then, who knew who would be left eating scraps? Subaru saw that Ruin was about to snap and run him through, so he hurriedly tried to stop the zombie emperor, telling him to be sensible and keep quiet. The zombie emperor, clueless, kept on ranting. Subaru was exhausted. He didn't fear a strong enemy. He feared a stupid teammate. Why couldn't the zombie emperor use his head and read his thoughts? He wouldn't team up with anyone except Vanquish. That was why the Dawn Emperor had avoided this temptation, and they had taken their revenge. In other words, that choice wasn't enough to save everyone. The Silver Emperor, Ruin, tried to compose himself. He patiently told the zombie emperor to let Subaru decide, but the zombie emperor, fueled by recklessness rather than logic, continued to bicker, directly calling Ruin a brainless fool. Who could stay calm after hearing that? Subaru stepped in, saying he was ready to switch if the deal was fair and the terms were good. The zombie emperor was infuriated, calling him a bastard. Subaru told the three emperors that if they were so sure, they should prove it to him. They assumed he wanted to see their power, but that wasn't it. He didn't need them to prove their strength. If his soul was truly different from others, it meant many other emperors would also want Subaru. He wanted to meet all the emperors. Perhaps one of them would offer better terms than the three of them. The three emperors were annoyed, but Subaru remained calm. Soon, there would be a meeting of all the underworld emperors, and he demanded to be allowed to attend. This was his first step toward his destiny. Ruin was dumbfounded. How the hell did a human know about that meeting? The zombie emperor looked like a total idiot. He hadn't said a word about it. Subaru was determined to change their predetermined fate. At the same time, while Subaru accepted the invitation from the three emperors, in the underworld, the domain of Vanquish, the seat of the Amamiya of Souls, Vanquish sat alone at a table, assessing the situation outside. The three emperors were acting sooner than he thought, but what worried him was Subaru's actions. Information in the underworld was top secret. There was no way he could know about the meeting. How the hell did he find out? Vanquish looked at the sunset halo ring and realized it was the dawn. Suddenly, Amamiya and Renji appeared out of nowhere, eavesdropping. They were happy to see Subaru had woken up, and since they were on a break, they came to snoop. They asked too many questions, so Vanquish had to explain. The Golden, Silver, and Bronze Emperors had come to ask Subaru to end his contract with Vanquish and switch to them. Amamiya and Renji exclaimed how crazy that was. Vanquish raised his hand, threatening to cut their throats. If Subaru switched, his connection to him would be severed, and he would lose his loved ones. Renji and Amamiya would also be done for. Predictably, the two of them turned pale with fear. They immediately started cheering for Subaru not to get tricked, but it was hard to ignore the situation. If Subaru refused, the three would surely take revenge. They wouldn't show mercy to anyone who rejected them. Vanquish had heard that the old witch had stolen some dangerous things from the treasure box. That item was called the Victim. If used on land, it would wipe out everything within a 70-kilometer radius from the center, killing at least 10 million people. Amamiya was terrified. What the hell? Wasn't the Master of the Gate supposed to be an ally? If Subaru chose their lives and didn't pick the three emperors, they would come for them. Renji and Amamiya anxiously asked if Subaru would be alright. Vanquish remained calm because he didn't know for sure, but he thought he would be fine. It seemed like someone had already helped him. Renji and Amamiya felt a bit relieved, asking if he was certain. Vanquish just vaguely replied, "Perhaps. First calamity. 3 gates. Difficulty. A. Scenario. The 3 underworld emperors are interested in you and demand you break your contract with Vanquish and sign a new one with one of them. If you refuse, there will be a horrific revenge. But if you accept, the future is unpredictable. You must protect your contract with Vanquish and avoid inciting conflict with the 3 emperors. Success. You may face the second calamity while maintaining your current status. Failure. Case A. Accept the offer and break the contract with Vanquish. The skills inherited from Vanquish will vanish. You will lose your loved ones. Amamiya and Renji will die. You will become an enemy of Vanquish. Failure. Case B. Refuse the offer and suffer the 3 emperors' revenge. 50% of the Kanto region will vanish. Over 10 million people will die. Many powerful sovereigns will perish. You will become an enemy of the 3 emperors. Varden, who had been silent, finally exploded. At a meeting of the Supreme Emperors, a mere mortal like Subaru demands to go. Subaru remained calm. Isn't this about fairness? Anyone who wants me can negotiate there. Winning over talent from the 3 emperors, Subaru's strategy was to delay. He wouldn't answer them immediately. Instead, he would buy time until the meeting of the emperors. His opponents here were the 3 strongest in the underworld, and they couldn't be defeated or neutralized further. The second calamity would arrive immediately upon his choice. Therefore, this was the only way to avoid the first calamity and safely greet the second. But the problem was, even if he chose to stall, he could still antagonize the 3. Ruin had no patience left. He couldn't stand that a human with an extraordinary soul could be so arrogant. He turned to Safina and told her to use that thing. They would watch and wait for the tragedy to unfold. Safina silently pulled the jewel from her person. It was the Victim, one of the rarest items in the Golden Nation's treasure box. It could trigger an explosion with a destructive force proportional to the amount of soul energy the owner poured into it. Memories from the Dawn Emperor on Subaru's hand were ringing out a warning signal. If the Victim transmitted more power from the 3 emperors and exploded, that future would repeat itself. Safina held the jewel in front of him and praised him for not being stupid enough to outright refuse their offer. If he had, she would have used it immediately. But he wasn't that short-sighted. He had bravely negotiated with them. Safina said she would consider his attendance at the meeting. Ruin and Varden saw Safina's decision and calmed down. Safina asked Subaru if he could overcome the coming trials without the power, weapons, or legions that they were ready to grant him. The clock outside finished updating. As the number 99 shifted to 100, a flash of red lightning struck, slicing across the sky. The system issued a red alert. A penalty would be applied due to the less than 100 hours remaining before the update. Although this was a memory Subaru had already been shown by Vong Tae, he didn't expect it to appear alongside the 3 second calamity stars. The 6-star gate at the Imperial Palace of Shame had about 7 days left. The maximum entry time is 3 days, with a 10-person limit. Special rule. The gate cannot be locked. A citywide alarm will sound after 6 p.m. today. The largest gate in history has appeared at the Itabashi intersection in Tokyo, causing chaos at the scene. The director of the Japan Divine Lord Federation, Hizaki Ryuji, announced that this is the first level 6 gate to appear in Japan. The director also stated he would gather high-level Divine Lords to clear the gate as soon as possible. With a 1-week deadline, Subaru calls Amamiya and the Zombie Emperor to read his mind. After they finish, everyone is shocked to the core. The Zombie Emperor curses out loud. He cannot accept that Vanquish dies in the future. Now he understands why Subaru knows about the three emperors and the meeting of the emperors. Subaru asks the zombie emperor if he knows where he can meet his future self. The zombie emperor tells him it's in the universal void galaxy. The galaxy is where all manifestations and human souls return. It is the final destination for every soul in every possible world. Now that he thinks about it, Subaru was sinking into it when his soul was about to split, but he returned to normal. How bizarre. Subaru asks who the Dawn Emperor is. The zombie emperor says he is the emperor of a super tiny nation, and to vanquish, he tries to add more. But a security layer prevents the zombie emperor from explaining. If future Subaru can inherit the Dawn Emperor's power, the Dawn Emperor can temporarily be considered. On their side, there are two reasons why Subaru wants to participate in the meeting of the emperors. One is to stop the three emperors from using victims, and the second is to meet the Dawn Emperor and make them an ally. Subaru feels sad. He apologizes to the zombie emperor and Amamiya for showing them that horrific future. He couldn't save Taiga. He didn't know if his choices back then were right or wrong, but Vanquish told him to spend his whole life finding the answer, and he thinks he was right. So, this time, he doesn't want to choose wrongly. He doesn't want anyone else to die. So, he needs the power of Amamiya and the zombie emperor. The zombie emperor is about to say, "You got it," but Amamiya solemnly kneels down. She vows to offer all her soul and strength to accompany and obey him, to the ends of the earth. This unavoidable fate this time, she will definitely overcome it. First, this second disaster, they will clear the 6 Stargate, without sacrificing anyone. Subaru pulls out his phone to report the situation to Shikishima, but notices many missed calls. The zombie emperor snatches Subaru's phone. In this battle, the Golden Divine Lord is not on their side. The zombie emperor explains that these Golden Knights have made a pact with Shikishima, and the others are subordinates of the Golden Emperor, Safina. This means if they tell others about the situation, the Golden Emperor and her subordinates will know their plan. The same goes for the Silver and Bronze ranks. In other words, Subaru cannot tell other Divine Lords, and cannot ask for cooperation. That means the memories of the future are a secret, shared only by the three of them, and Vanquish, Amamiya, and Renji know too. They can also see from the world beyond. Subaru screams for Vanquish. He tells him to talk whenever his next gate appears. He will definitely level up and prevent the disaster. When that time comes, if Vanquish can break out, he should do whatever he wants. After shouting, Subaru feels much more relieved. The zombie emperor, however, does not feel the same. He is annoyed because, due to his volume, Renji's eardrums are screaming. Amamiya and the zombie emperor take Subaru flying. Right now, they are looking for divine lords who can clear a 6 Stargate, but all they can see is mountain after mountain. Subaru, with extreme confidence, heads out to the sea. At the same time, in the underworld, Amamiya is being trained by Delta and Keelim. These two gods see Amamiya's progress and are very proud. After Amamiya defeats the soldiers, Keelim tells her to rest. After resting, it's a fight to the death. Renji and Vanquish go to the prisoner holding area. Renji begs that person to be his training master, but the prisoner jumps up and refuses because he is a traitor. Renji kneels before Louis again, begging her to train him. He wants to be useful to his friends in the upcoming battle. Louis is the commander of the Golden Legion, the master of Renji's trial gate. Second disaster, 6 Stargate, the Imperial Palace of Disgrace. Difficulty, B+. Penalty condition of the clock. The earlier than normal appearance of a higher level gate. Please clear the gate in 1 week without anyone dying. Success will earn a new ally and get closer to the truth of the world. Expanding the map. Failure, Case A, failing to clear the 6 Stargate. All participating Divine Lords will die. All monsters from the underworld from the 6 Stargate will invade the human world. The 3 emperors will use the victims. Failure, Case B, clearing the 6 Stargate, but someone dies. Many strong Divine Lords will die. The 3 emperors will use the victims. In Hitachi City, Ibaraki Prefecture, Subaru arrives to meet Tsunemori Jinga, a level 67 Silver Divine Lord. He wears a paper bag to cover his face, revealing only one eye. He stands with his arms crossed facing the sea, testing his skills. Subaru walks up beside him and introduces himself. Jinga jumps in surprise. Subaru asks what he is doing here. Tsunemori Jinga says he is checking if his skills are working properly. Such mysterious power could accidentally misfire at a critical moment. All these gates and skills are like things from fairy tales. Tsunemori Jinga has been a Divine Lord for 5 years, but he still feels that this is just a dream. Subaru thinks of his future dream. He feels a fleeting sadness. Jinga asks why he is looking for him. Subaru says straight out that he wants to borrow his power to clear a 6 Stargate. Jinga thinks Subaru wants him to support him like a scout unit. Subaru says he wants him to be the main fighter and defeat one of the 3 bosses in the 6 Stargate. Jinga jumps up, no way he can do that. Being the main fighter to clear a 6 Stargate is the duty of the Golden Divine Lord. He is just a mediocre Silver Divine Lord who has never even defeated a 5-star boss. Subaru tells Tsunemori Jinga to stay calm. He is sure he can do it. The current situation is indeed impossible, but after reaching level 70, Tsunemori Jinga's next gate will appear right before his eyes, and the ultimate skill he receives will be effective against the 6-star boss. Hearing Subaru say that, Jinga is still skeptical. How does Subaru know? He just appeared out of nowhere and is spouting nonsense. Subaru reaches a dead end. He puts on a scary expression and invites Jinga to go clear a 5-star gate that will appear in 1 minute. Once he levels up and reaches level 70, he will know immediately if he is right or wrong. Jinga is trembling because of how scary Subaru is. Jinga is far from believing Subaru. Population density is proportional to the number of 5-star gates, so it's impossible for many 5-star gates to be outside the city area. As soon as he finishes speaking, a notification appears. A 5-star gate has appeared in Hitachi City, Ibaraki Prefecture. Jinga freezes. Now, whether he wants to believe it or not, he has to. Subaru is too terrifying. Not only does he know the time, but he also knows the exact difficulty. Tsunemori Jinga twists, trying to convince himself. He demands that Subaru show his Divine Lord registration card and ID. He needs to check if he is a member of the Federation. Subaru sighs helplessly. Still don't believe it? Tsunemori Jinga promises that after he checks, he will go with him to clear the 5-star gate. Subaru is as happy as can be, jumping for joy. Jinga thinks this guy is really weird, and he doesn't understand why he decided to go with him. But even though Subaru acts very naturally, he can feel the urgency and desperation from him. Whatever his motive is, this behavior likely stems from that desperation. Jinga still can't believe he could be of any use against a 6-star gate. Jinga tells Subaru in advance that he is very suspicious and doesn't easily trust anyone. Subaru is completely comfortable with that. He trusts Jinga completely. His attitude makes Jinga terrified. Why is there someone so suspicious? It's clearly the first time they've met, so why is he acting so intimate? Subaru is sweating. He was too intimate with him without thinking, because Jinga is his last comrade in the future. Tsunemori Jinga, 19 years old, is a Divine Lord active, mainly in Ibaraki Prefecture. In the Dawn Emperor's future, he is known as the Late Blooming Flower. He will burst forth at level 70. He is the Divine Lord with the strongest freezing ultimate skill. The group enters the city. They go to the amusement park. This is where the most beautiful flowers are. When the autumn roses bloom, the whole park shines at night. It will be even more beautiful then. Tsunemori Jinga talks incessantly. They arrive at the 5-star gate and go inside. It is also full of roses, but they are man-eating roses with thorns. Tsunemori Jinga uses his first ultimate skill, Ice River Spear, and his second, Salt Bone, to freeze the flowers. The cold wind causes the paper bag covering Tsunemori Jinga's head to fly away. He turns on his serious mode and uses his third ultimate skill, Crystal Mirror, to wipe out the frozen flowers. He levels up to 68, 2 more levels to reach the goal. Subaru's next gate will also appear when he reaches level 50, so he will also join the battle. Subaru holds the divine carving in his right hand and a black katana in his left, igniting fire. The zombie. Emperor and Amamiya gasp after witnessing Tsunemori Jinga's skills. Not bad at all. He uses his ultimate skills without a single wasted movement, unlike the kill immediately fighting style of the Golden Divine Lords. This is the fighting style of a former Silver Divine Lord with 5 years of experience. Subaru. Entering the fray, he swung his katana and shintaku, slashing through the rose swarm. The flowers instantly withered and vanished. The sword Subaru was using was the one that reflected Taiga's soul, the black blade, Ignis. Ignis was a jet-black sword that embodied the power of Kokugashi. Through Taiga's soul, it possessed 2 effects. Ignis could rapidly destroy anything its black flames touched, and it allowed the user to teleport a short distance. It could be used multiple times, but each use consumed double the MP of the previous one. Amamiya also wanted to help Subaru because she had exchanged souls with Amamiya during the battle against the Dark Faction. As his ally, she had become even stronger. Amamiya activated her unique technique, Blood Rage Symphony. Blood Rage was a unique skill carved into Amamiya's soul, allowing her to summon creatures with vampire-like abilities. She controlled them to fight for her. If the technique leveled up, she could merge them into one. She ordered the summoned creatures to devour everything except Subaru. The zombie emperor wasn't pleased either. His mood was terrible, and he had nowhere to vent. Those flowers had the worst luck running into him. The zombie emperor used his death fist, wiping out an entire area with a single blow. Jinga watched how Subaru and the other two fought, and understood that all three were incredibly powerful, especially the zombie emperor, who seemed a bit overpowered. The more he thought, the less he understood. If Subaru had such strong allies, why did he go through the trouble of meeting him? Suddenly, a knight appeared before Tsunemori Jinga and slashed down with his sword. He jumped back to dodge and braced himself with his knee. Tsunemori Jinga could feel that the enemy in front of him was stronger than he was. It was a level 77 Black Rose Knight. Tsunemori Jinga transformed his bone spear. The bone spear lunged toward the knight. The knight's shield froze over. Jinga seized the chance to slash at the frozen spot, but it had no effect. The shield was so tough that even the cold couldn't penetrate it. The Black Rose Knight swung his shield at Tsunemori Jinga, sending him flying and crashing to the ground, spitting blood. The knight leaped up to attack from above. Tsunemori Jinga dodged, narrowly avoiding death. The knight used his special technique, Black Wind, firing dark projectiles at Jinga. He blocked them with his Saltbone technique, so he wasn't harmed. The knight pointed his sword at Tsunemori Jinga. He understood that the knight wanted a one-on-one duel like a true knight. It looked like the knight was acknowledging Tsunemori Jinga as a worthy opponent, but that wasn't the case at all. The knight was just trying to distract him to attack from behind. Tsunemori Jinga swung his arm and easily took down the Black Rose Knight's lackey, who was trying to sneak up on him. Tsunemori Jinga prided himself on being a suspicious person. First of all, he didn't believe in things like knightly honor, trusting that would leave you with nothing. Their fight was a struggle for survival, nothing more. Tsunemori Jinga glanced at the knight, challenging him to come at him. The knight charged, but this time Tsunemori Jinga played dirty. He didn't duel him, he brought in Subaru to make it 2-on-1. The knight reacted quickly, raising his shield to block. Jinga shouted a warning to Subaru about the knight's shield. Subaru didn't falter. He held the black sword, Ignis, and used his first technique, Super Speed Ruin, on the knight's shield. The knight swiftly swung his sword, using Black Wind, but Subaru was just as fast. With his other hand, he swung Shintaku. This time, he imitated Tsunemori Jinga by calling for a solo duel with the knight, only to gang up on him again. The knight was frozen by Tsunemori Jinga's technique. Subaru turned to the Black Rose Knight and apologized, saying there was really no other way. Playing fair was strictly forbidden. Tsunemori Jinga walked over, annoyed, and told him not to copy him. Subaru didn't hold back his praise, but Tsunemori Jinga remained grumpy. The two joined forces and crushed the knight. Jinga used his fourth technique, Ice Bullets, and Subaru used Shintaku. They took down the knight. Jinga trusted Subaru a little more now. Jinga leveled up to 70, and Subaru leveled up to 51. Both of their guardian gates appeared. By now, Jinga believed what Subaru said was true, and he knew Subaru was the rainbow god host everyone had been whispering about. He asked Subaru how much he actually knew. Subaru fell silent. He knew everything about him, including the reason why he left, but of course, he wouldn't say it now. The master of Jinga's gate came from the Platinum Empire, so they could report back to their emperor. On the other side, a deafening explosion echoed Amamiya, and the zombie emperor had finished cleaning up. Even so, the zombie emperor didn't seem any better. His face was still incredibly sour. Dealing with all those vegetables was boring as hell. It was completely useless. Amamiya saw the gate behind Tsunemori Jinga, exactly as it was in Subaru's memories. That meant the fate of the world had been determined by the technique, and Tsunemori Jinga would receive it. Subaru was completely confident that Tsunemori Jinga would obtain the technique that could break the 6-star gate. Jinga didn't know where Subaru got that confidence from. He told him to wait and stepped into the gate. Subaru was a bit nervous. He knew what the gate's trial would be like from his future memories. He stepped inside. Blue skies, white sand, and Amamiya were waiting for him. Subaru was so moved he shed tears. It had been a long time since he last saw her. Amamiya had been dragged into his trial and lost her life. She was his first comrade. He had always wanted to see her to apologize for dragging her into this mess and to thank her for being his ally. But now that she was standing right in front of him, he couldn't find the words. Subaru asked where Vanquis had gone. Amamiya said he had run off somewhere and told them to spend some time together. He also said he would come back after the trial ended. At this point, everyone understood. The trial Subaru had to pass was Amamiya herself. Amamiya focused her energy and activated Flash Step, closing the distance to Subaru in the blink of an eye. She used her Thunder God Fist, but it didn't hit Subaru. He had appeared elsewhere. That was the ability of the Ignis sword, bending space over short distances. Amamiya used lightning to strike at Subaru. He easily blocked it with Blood Curse. Now it was Subaru's turn to counterattack. He teleported close to Amamiya. A single strike from the black sword, Ignis, cracked the glove made from Amamiya's Blood Curse. Subaru intended to swing Shintaku, but Amamiya reacted. She used her special technique, Giant Fujigami Cloud. From her arm, a golden Fujigami cloud emerged. It crackled with electricity as she approached. Subaru smiled. He was really happy that Amamiya had become so strong. The two fought fiercely. Vanquis and Keelim stood to the side, watching. Youth is truly something, they thought. Vanquis didn't expect Keelim to train Amamiya so strictly. Keelim huffed, saying it wasn't exactly like that. When he had pierced Subaru's heart, he only heard Subaru say he wanted to become stronger together with someone. Back then, Keelim was just curious about who that person was. Now that he had met Amamiya, he was thrilled and praised her to no end. Amamiya had great potential and an amazing spirit. Even Vanquis didn't expect Keelim to be so fond of his disciple, but it was great for both Subaru and Amamiya. Their wishes had come true. No matter where they were, they would continue to grow stronger together. On the other side, after a long battle, both were exhausted and collapsed onto the sand. Amamiya raised her hand, promising she would definitely help Subaru stop the calamity. She promised she would never betray or abandon him, just as he never abandoned her life. The two would always be comrades until their souls burned out. Subaru was moved to tears. He finally felt a sense of relief. As for Jinga, he went in and met the master of the Silver Gate, the mystery behind the white wings. After surviving the ordeal, he received a new technique called 9 Ice. Vanquis saw that the two had been talking for so long that he jumped out to eavesdrop. After passing the trial, Subaru became even stronger again. His and Vanquis's powers were synchronizing. The day he obtained true power wasn't far off, but Vanquis had died in the future Subaru had seen. Now, they needed to seriously plan their strategy. After Subaru left the Rainbow Gate, everything outside was frozen. He looked around, bewildered. But seeing that the zombie emperor and Amamiya were safe, he felt less worried. While Subaru was lounging inside the gate, Jinga had already finished off the boss of this gate. The technique Jinga received was called 9 Ice. With this new technique, as long as the conditions were met, it could work on the 6-star gate. This technique was terrifying. The boss, Melilon the Black Rose, the boss of the 5-star gate, had died instantly after being frozen. The two had cleared the 5-star gate. Tsunemori Jinga leveled up to 74. At the Yudabashi intersection in Tokyo, before the 6-star gate at the Imperial Palace of Shame, the Shikishima group had gathered there. This included Hizaki Ryuji, a silver-ranked god host from the Yamada Fun Club, level 6. The head of the Yamada Fun Club, a silver-ranked god host, Yamada Rokuro, level 74. Yamada Kanan, from the Yamada Fun Club, level 79. And Carlos Jose Yamada, level 71. The golden god host, Udu Ryusei, level 80. Additionally, 2 people had traveled a long way to get there. The golden god host, Najose Akira, in charge of Western Rural Japan, level 82, and Fujigami Mei, a golden god host in charge of Eastern Rural Japan, level 70. Honestly, Najose Akira didn't want to be there at all. He was a fanatic for Renji. Being in Tokyo without Renji is just pointless. Shikishima is speechless at this obsessive fan. He starts explaining that this gate cannot be locked due to special regulations. People can enter and leave freely. But unlike ordinary gates, enemies have already been roaming around inside long before they even stepped in. They would be walking in completely blind. Najose Akira is like talking to a brick wall. He just wants to destroy the gate quickly and get it over with. But this gate isn't that simple. It's 10 times harder than a 5-star gate. Najose Akira keeps babbling on and on. There's a 1-week time limit on this gate, so every second wasted is a massive loss. Or does he want to wait until the time runs out? Sure, facing one opponent is easier, but if this gate is actually a special prison and the boss escapes the moment time expires, the city will suffer greatly. They aren't prepared for that scenario at all. The evacuation zone would have to be expanded significantly, impacting the Federation's economy. Does he even realize this? The board of directors and investors who lost billions due to the Shadow Faction's destruction will vehemently oppose this. Najose Akira keeps pressing Shikishima. He's talking so much that Kinokawa punches him right in the head. She finally regains the use of her limbs thanks to the repair technique Fujigami Mei brought back from America. Kinokawa tells Najose Akira to shut up for a moment. There's one more Golden Lord that Kinokawa has ordered to wait outside, just in case the team attacking Gate 6 gets injured. She is the healer, Mia Hurst, level 73. from the USA. She sits on a chair, bored. Why does everyone want to enter Japan at the worst possible time? She just wants to go buy figures. A 6-star gate has only just appeared in Japan. In America, the Golden Lords, including her, fought with all their might, and half of them lost their lives. She wonders how many will actually survive here. Just then, Subaru's group arrives. Shikishima sees him and gets furious, asking where he's been and why he isn't answering his phone. Subaru bows his head and hisses an apology. This is the first time Fujigami Mei and Najose Akira have met him, though they've heard rumors about his identity as the Rainbow Lord. Shikishima lets out a heavy sigh. He asks if Subaru wants to participate in the operation. Subaru puts on a blank expression. He hesitates for a moment. He doesn't want to answer. Whatever he says, he's bound to get slapped in the face for it. Shikishima asks what he wants to say. Subaru hesitates again and says that he wants his team and himself to be the only ones to clear the gate. Because, frankly, no one else might be able to do it. The lords are shocked, some are surprised, some are angry, and others find it amusing. The Emperor Zombie cackles like a maniac. Tsunemori Jinga breaks into a cold sweat. Who else would dare say that to the top lords of Japan? Shikishima can't believe his ears. He shakes Subaru, wanting to hear that again. Nahose Akira, who has a short fuse, is absolutely livid. He interprets Subaru's words to mean that they, the Golden Lords, are weaker than him and that he can do a better job than they can. Subaru tries to explain that's not what he meant, but the Emperor Zombie cuts in. He uses Renji's face to taunt them, deliberately adding fuel to the fire. Listen up, you lowly weaklings. You'll only be a hindrance to Subaru. Nahose Akira, the Renji superfan, can't take it anymore. He bursts into a rage, threatening to kill. The Emperor Zombie still isn't afraid. He challenges Najose Akira to come at him if he's so tough. Najose Akira summons his golden weapon. He is going to devour that fake Renji and his allies. Shikishima can't stop him. Just as Najose Akira is about to strike, Subaru punches him right in the face. Blood pours from his nose and mouth. He won't let Najose Akira join this operation, because he is one of the first people who will die in this campaign, and losing him will leave them in an even more impossible situation. This isn't a joke. Subaru is fuming. He never wanted to think about this. Without Najose Akira, he could perform better, but he can't afford to lose everyone. So instead, he will enter the gate alone. Najose Akira is left stunned and unconscious. Jinga turns pale and breaks into a cold sweat seeing this. What the hell was that? As soon as he strikes Najose, the other lords draw their weapons toward him. Sara is about to lunge, but the Emperor Zombie stops her. Shikishima asks what he thinks he's doing. Subaru calmly explains that Najose Akira was about to use a technique right in the middle of the city, so he was stopping him. He's incredibly strong, and since he was furious, he wouldn't listen. So he decided to knock him out in one hit. Fujigami Mei looks excited. She was actually planning to do the same thing after waiting half a second. With just those few short lines, Shikishima vaguely figures it out. Even though they are meeting for the first time, Subaru seems to understand Najose Akira perfectly. He asks if this is the answer he prepared in advance, and he realizes the person Subaru brought is Jinga. The Silver Lord specializes in ice. He can vaguely guess that by bringing Jinga here, Subaru has already formed a team with clear synergy. In his mind, Shikishima is certain that Subaru knows something about this gate. At this point, no one can fool Shikishima, so he just says, yes. Shikishima thinks there is no way Subaru would betray them. He asks point blank if there is something he cannot tell them, right? Subaru is moved. He feels warmed. He can't believe Shikishima could deduce that much from just a little information. Without hesitation, he says, yes. This proves he trusts him deeply. After hearing Subaru's confirmation, Shikishima connects everything. Subaru not answering his phone was for this reason. He definitely knew something and was trying to act. Naturally, they won't betray Subaru, so perhaps the reason he doesn't want to talk is that this relates to the underworld. Shikishima looks at the Emperor Zombie, gritting his teeth in frustration. He finds him an eyesore. Shikishima asks Subaru one more question. Is there really nothing they can do to help him? Subaru denies it. He says they will have to fight this gate 3 times, so this will be the only time he goes in alone. Shikishima tells everyone to drop their weapons. He decides to leave this gate to Subaru. Once Shikishima makes a decision, the other lords trust him implicitly and have no objections. Subaru is relieved and happy. The other lords are extremely chill, but only Nahose Akira is not. He's woken up after being punched and is furious. He screams, asking if everyone has lost their minds. How can they trust some kid so easily? Shikishima trusts Subaru completely. He has always risked his life to protect his friends and has always emerged victorious. Shikishima tells Najose Akira to back off. He'll be punished for using techniques in the city. Najose Akira is resentful, but forced to grit his teeth and step back. Subaru's group opens the gate and steps inside. The moment the gate opens, a wave of heat rushes toward them. As the door is about to close, Najose Akira still tries to shout after him, saying he won't acknowledge him. Subaru. He says they will talk when he returns. Subaru also apologizes for hitting him. Lord Mia Hurst from the US thinks they are crazy for entering a 6-star gate with only 4 people. 30 Golden Lords entered there, and 15 died. How can they enter with only 4? It's just a pointless sacrifice. That place is a true hell. The 6-star gate, the Palace of Shame, is divided into 3 areas. The third area is inside the palace, the civilian containment room. The second area is in the open space, the Memorial of Fallen Heroes. The first area is in the garden, named Glory Fire. Now, Subaru's group is in the first area. The minimum temperature in this place is 290 degrees. The boundary between the first and second areas is the entrance to the open space. The heat source can turn its area into a blazing hell. The boss of the first area is Lenda the Fiery. The boss of the second area is the Hero Destroyer, which can emit radiation beams. Casinus and other underworld monsters cannot reside in the first and second areas because the 2 bosses emit heat and light that incinerate everything. Subaru recalls memories of the future passed down by the Dawn Emperor. Those are memories of the tragedy in the first area of the 6-star gate that was never supposed to happen. In the memories of the future, the first assault team led by Shikishima at the Palace of Shame was greeted by a baptism of 290 degrees Celsius. The air was hotter than the melting point of wood, melting the Lord's eyes and scorching their lungs in less than a minute. A hellfire where the weak cannot survive. At that time, Subaru used blood control to create a dome of blood, allowing everyone to breathe a little. His technique converts MP into blood, so he can withstand the outside temperature for a while, but the blood begins to dissipate the moment he releases. The technique. If he doesn't join the battle, he can hold out for about an hour. They intended to take this opportunity to recover using Hizaki Ryuji's technique, but Subaru's blood dome couldn't withstand the temperature. The blood heated up and exploded. Even though it was very hot here, Najose Akira couldn't stop shivering. Only 1 minute had passed since entering the gate. The boss of the first area appeared, Lenda the Fiery. When it arrived, the ambient temperature became even higher. This heat didn't come from the environment of the area, but from the heat radiating from Lenda's body. Just its body heat alone turned the surrounding environment into hell. The 6-star gate is clearly on a different level compared to the 5-star gate. If not for Subaru's technique, they might not have been able to hold on. Currently, their attack and defense capabilities are severely weakened, and because of that, Shikishima made the most optimal decision as quickly as possible. He uses his sulfur technique to attack the monster. After that, he ordered everyone to retreat. They could only enter this portal a total of 3 times, so this run was precious, but given the situation, there was nothing else they could do. They slowly backed away toward the gate, with Subaru being the last one out because he was the one holding the dome. Carlos turned around, intending to bolt out, but before he could take a few steps, the flames of Lenda struck, directly decapitating him. Lenda held his head like a toy, and in no time, the head was incinerated, leaving only a skeleton. Seeing their comrade killed, Fujigami Mei and Yamada Kanan were furious. Ignoring Shikishima's warnings, they fought back. The result? Kanan had an arm incinerated, and Fujigami Mei was pierced through the chest. Lenda was simply on another level compared to them. Udo Ryusei used a golden wall to slice Lenda in half, but it didn't even leave a scratch. Physical attacks had no effect on it. Kinokawa took the chance to use her ultimate move, the 3-0, Caddy 6, shot cannon, to attack Lenda while using golden chains to bind him. Shikishima screamed, telling them to retreat and stop fighting. If they all died here, he would be the only survivor. Najose Akira used his ultimate move to pull Udo Ryusei, and Kinokawa, throwing them straight out of the gate. He couldn't let them die. They were essential for the upcoming battle. Najose Akira used a golden arm to pull Subaru and throw him out too, staying behind alone to fight Lenda. Najose Akira held a photo of Renji, thinking this was what Renji would do in this situation. He activated his 5th ultimate move, God Hecatoncheir. With every 10% of MP, he could summon one of the Master's arms. Its power and MP consumption depended on the level of the skill. At level 10, it only cost 1% of MP per summoned arm, allowing for a maximum of 100 arms. Combined with his weapon, he could summon up to 8 arms. Najose Akira activated his first ultimate move, Golden Weapon. He stayed behind to fight Lenda alone. The dungeon gate closed. The first attack at the royal palace resulted in 3 dead and 1 seriously injured. The second attack successfully defeated the blazing Lenda, but the casualty count had risen to 5. Back to the present world, they were already equipped with specialized gear and protective masks. 1 minute had passed since entering the portal, coinciding with Subaru's memories. The blazing Lenda was approaching. It greeted the guests excitedly, but this time was different. They would take it down in one go without losing a single teammate. The blazing Lenda was a spirit of unknown level inside the 6. Stargate. Its existence had the impact of a fire-based attack. It also possessed permanent resistance to many status effects, including fire, ice, explosion, physical, and divine resistance. Because it was so bored inside the portal, its daily habit was playing with the light dragon. The two fought each other to pass the time all day. Just a moment ago, while the two were playing as usual, they realized there were intruders. At first, Lenda didn't intend to go out, but who would have thought someone would survive more than 10 seconds on its turf? So, they postponed their fight, and Lenda went out to welcome the guests. The dragon was even kind enough to wish for Lenda's defeat, because it wanted a turn to fight too. Lenda asked why the dragon wouldn't fight the guy in the palace. The radiant dragon, Casinus, couldn't be bothered to fight that damned combat addict. Fighting an opponent when you already know who's going to lose? What's the point? The boss of the third area, the Living Chamber, was the former commander of the Golden Knight Corps, the demon-slaying sword. Meanwhile, outside the area, Subaru's group was still waiting. They had been equipped with masks and blood armor with extremely high heat-resistant properties. This armor was completely heat-proof, created by Subaru based on the memory of their previous defeat. It could continuously circulate fresh blood through the body, cooling the armor and crushing the heat. Thanks to that, body temperature was kept stable while simultaneously cooling the air to breathe. Subaru had referenced astronaut suit designs to build this armor. It worked, but its MP efficiency was the worst. If they couldn't defeat the boss within 10 minutes, the suit would self-destruct, and they would be done for. Tsunemori Jinga was dumbfounded. The zombie emperor said, "Why wait 10 minutes? If you can't hold out for 3, you've already lost." Their opponent was overwhelmingly strong. They only had one chance. The battle would end in the blink of an eye. Tsunemori Jinga understood perfectly that that blink of an eye depended entirely on his own skills. Subaru told Jinga to temporarily stop using MP until he gave the signal. Lenda had arrived, carrying an extremely terrifying pressure. Even though they had heard Subaru describe it before, seeing it with their own eyes was something else. After meeting this guy, the zombie emperor also realized that he would never be able to defeat Lenda while using this borrowed body. But they had come up with a plan to defeat it. Lenda knew they were planning something, but it didn't care. Just as it was about to attack, the zombie emperor and Subaru knelt down and cried, begging it not to fight. Lenda didn't understand what the hell was going on. On the other side, Subaru and the zombie emperor were still actively acting. They were cosplaying as fanatical fans of the blazing Lenda. Those two were such fakers. They were definitely people from the underworld, even though they were currently living in the human world. Subaru and the zombie emperor babbled back and forth. They said they brought useful information for Lenda regarding his siblings that was Kilim and Delta. Once Lenda heard that, it was naturally lured in. 12 hours ago, Subaru's group had discussed this plan together. According to the Emperor's memories, at dawn regarding the battle in the 6 Star Portal, the enemy could kill even the Golden God instantly. Suddenly, the zombie emperor saw something. He flew into a rage, grabbing Subaru by the collar. In that battle, Subaru didn't bring Amamiya and the zombie along because he was afraid that the bodies of Amamiya and Renji would be harmed. The zombie emperor was furious and intended to punch Subaru a few times, but he held back and softly advised him, "Family members aren't just for coddling. You need to place more trust in your teammates, don't you?" Subaru apologized and promised not to do it again, and the zombie emperor finally let go of his collar. He said he had fought Lenda in the underworld before, so he would kill that guy even if he had to use any means necessary. Sure enough, hearing the news about his siblings, Lenda became anxious and leaned in close, asking the zombie emperor to confirm this. He knew that when it came to their siblings, they would fall into the trap. The zombie emperor was still actively acting. He and Subaru cried and lamented that with Lenda's incredible power, their bodies would melt away. Lenda finally looked around and seemed to think that was true. It lowered the temperature. When the temperature dropped, the sky cleared, and Fujigami Mei could breathe much easier. Subaru cried, touched, saying Lenda had such a compassionate heart, even if the acting was a bit heavy. Regardless, thanks to that, they had bridged the gap caused by the scorching heat. Lenda anxiously asked where Kilim and Delta were. The zombie emperor pointed at Tsunemori Jinga, telling Lenda he was the one carrying a message from Kilim and Delta. The zombie continued his lies, saying Tsunemori Jinga couldn't fight at all, but he possessed an ultimate move that could let anyone he touched see the memories of others. If Lenda wanted to see the message, he had to let Tsunemori Jinga touch him. The ultimate move bestowed upon Tsunemori Jinga, 9 states, included strict conditions such as a distance of 5 centimeters and a consumption of 100% MP. This was a mandatory condition to ensure the enemy was killed upon contact. At the time, Tsunemori Jinga passed the portal's trial. The gatekeeper, the master of the portal, Winged Ice Axon, had explained that in order to tell the story without being blocked by the security layer, he had considered it an explanation of the ultimate move for Tsunemori Jinga. The Emperor of the Steel Land, once very vast, had been killed by a traitor. He gathered the remnants of small countries destroyed by large powers and became an emperor, the one who threatened the great powers. That person was none other than Vanquis, the one who could rise above both life and death. The Rainbow Emperor. The power of Vanquis and the 6 emperors standing by his side was truly so overwhelming that it made the rulers of the great powers tremble in fear. 9 states was the ultimate move created by Winged Ice Axon on the orders of the Silver Emperor to annihilate Vanquis. It was a peak masterpiece that could completely eradicate the Conqueror, who transcended even death. And Jinga absolutely could not use this ultimate move outside the portal. If he did, he would die. Jinga tried to raise his hand, preparing to touch Lenda. The others watched with their hearts pounding. Just as his hand was about to touch him, Lenda shouted, "Stop." It started to get suspicious. "Where are the people? Why don't you speak with your mouths but have to use an ultimate move?" The zombie emperor quickly replied that because there was a map in his head, he had to see it directly instead of conveying it by word. Just as the zombie finished his sentence, Lenda thrust his scalding hot finger right into the zombie's face. It saw the hesitation in the zombie's words, and suddenly, it saw that the zombie resembled the guy who had killed them in the underworld. Initially, they were weaker than Lenda, but they had become stronger, thanks to techniques that allowed them to fight on par with stronger people. Lenda had completely remembered the zombie emperor. It was boiling with rage. Back then, it had underestimated the zombie, was betrayed by a scheme, and was killed by the hateful Vanquis. Lenda gnashed its teeth. Fire began to engulf the zombie emperor. He felt sad. Lenda still remembered the fury from when it died. But anyway, stalling for this long was enough. The zombie emperor turned back and told Jinga, "We only have one chance, don't fail." Subaru held his black sword and, fast as lightning, circled behind Lenda. Lenda couldn't keep up with his movements. It didn't expect Subaru's group not to retreat, but instead to close the gap into close-quarters combat. The warrior instinct to kill the enemy as quickly as possible had caused Lenda to make a mistake. It had to turn around and kill the zombie emperor in one blow. Lenda realized that Subaru was behind him, and to kill both of them in one blow, he had accidentally stepped back 2 paces. From that moment on, no matter what Lenda did, Subaru's attack would definitely be 10 milliseconds faster than his. Above all else, it was a miscalculation, an unexpected arrival of someone who shouldn't have been there. A formidable opponent who had killed him in the underworld. A veteran warrior, the Zombie Emperor. Zombie Emperor. Zombie Emperor and Subaru simultaneously unleashed their blood curse and death punch. Using a lethal dual attack, they combined their ultimate techniques, crafting a move worthy of transcendent warriors. After taking the hit, Lenda realized in agony that Subaru and Zombie Emperor weren't from the underworld at all, they were from that damn rainbow country. They unleashed a strike to halt Lenda's advance for a split second. Nice move, but with that level of intensity, there's no way they're taking him down yet. Now it was Lenda's turn to strike, but before he could, Jinga managed to make contact. A once-in-a-lifetime chance. The Demon Emperor and Subaru risked everything to secure this opening. Jinga wouldn't waste it. He activated 9 Ice on Lenda. Lenda realized this freezing technique was the real trump card. He scoffed at Subaru's team, claiming he had absolute resistance to ice, so there was no way it could freeze him. Lenda sneered. Just as he was mocking those fools, he realized the ice didn't stop, it just kept freezing him. Overconfidence and blind faith only lead to defeat. 9 Ice wasn't just a freezing skill. Lenda tried to ignite flames to break free, but the ice wouldn't melt. It persisted, continuing to freeze him solid. He couldn't believe an ice skill could actually affect him. It was totally absurd. While Lenda stood there, completely frozen and stunned, Jinga also suffered burns from Lenda's fire. Amamiya tried to use Blood Curse to stop his bleeding. 9 Ice wasn't just simple freezing. It was basically turning the target into ice. There is an ultimate technique called petrification, which can be triggered by eye contact or physical touch. That alone is enough to turn someone into stone. 9 Ice doesn't just freeze the outside. It's a form of transmutation. an ultimate ability that turns the target entirely into ice. The process is impossible to stop. Even if you try to burn it, the ice just melts and turns into water, along with the body. Lenda realized his own body was turning into water. He had never seen such a technique. It defied all logic, and he couldn't stop it. He couldn't even conjure flames anymore. From a distance, Amamiya supported Jinga as they hovered. He warned Lenda that the ice would track every pore, every single atom, until he was completely erased. 9 ice wouldn't let anyone escape. This technique was unbreakable. Lenda was completely frozen. Axon once said he was locked behind the gate because he created this 9 ice technique. It was simply too powerful. Axon was forbidden from having any contact with the mortal world. He felt great regret that his life's work, his brainchild, had been discarded. Axon had entrusted Tsunemori Jinga, his beloved disciple, to demonstrate the power of this ultimate 9 ice technique to the world. Now that Jinga had done it, Axon must be proud. Just as they thought Lenda had been defeated, he broke out of the ice, firing a blast at Jinga that punched a hole right through his stomach. Jinga spat blood. Lenda had completely lost his mind. He couldn't accept being turned into ice. As long as a fragment of his body remained, resurrection wasn't a problem. Lenda charged forward to attack, but the 9 ice continued to track him, slicing his body in two. Despite his severe injuries, Jinga taunted him. Lenda, don't underestimate 9 ice. It's an ultimate technique created by someone as cynical and stubborn as me. There's no way you're escaping it. The more Jinga spoke, the more he coughed. Amamiya used blood control to help stop his bleeding. Subaru and the zombie emperor rushed in to stop Lenda from firing wildly. He had weakened significantly due to the repeated cycle of 9 ice. Before Jinga could no longer hold on, they had to kill Lenda. Lenda was fighting alone against everything. He fired flames at the two. The zombie emperor used his death punch to neutralize the attack. Subaru used Godslayer to shred Lenda's body. Without wasting a second, the two attacked relentlessly, inflicting a series of wounds, large and small, on Lenda. Lenda was not resigned to this. Gritting his teeth, he cursed their parents. He tried to counter the combined attack of Subaru and the zombie emperor. A fountain of blood combined with the death punch to create a move called Death Spring, which completely crushed Lenda. At the very end, he felt extreme regret for being tricked yet again by someone who used his younger brother as bait. Subaru said his final words to Lenda. He asked if Lenda truly knew where Kilim and Delta were. Once Lenda was freed from the gate, he would go to a place called the Amamiya of Divine Mastery, where he would meet Kilim and Delta again. Lenda slowly faded away. Good news, though he didn't know if he could trust Subaru's word this time. The group had defeated Lenda. The zombie emperor told him not to let his guard down, as Lenda still had a resurrection skill. But this time was different. Lenda's resurrection technique had been nullified by the side effects of 9 ice. The zombie emperor turned pale after reading the notification. What kind of inhumane technique was that? It hunted the target to death. It was truly a skill that allowed no one to escape. They had defeated the boss of the first area. Injuries were healed. Casinus. In the second area, couldn't believe it either. The fiery Lenda had been defeated. Even a giant could easily perish from the venom of a tiny insect. Underestimating the weak leads to an end like Lenda's. Casinus would stand there, waiting for the group to return and fight it. From the moment the intruders set foot in its territory, it would wipe them all out with the greatest radiation wave they had ever seen. Outside the gate, the Shikishima group stood in line, waiting. None of them wanted to leave. They were sitting there, keeping watch on the gate, waiting for Subaru to come out. Shikishima couldn't handle them anymore. It had only been 5 minutes. Why were they so anxious? Shikishima advised everyone to take a break, as no one knew when Subaru's group would return. No sooner had he finished speaking than the gate opened. Subaru's group had returned. 6. Stargate. Royal Palace of Degradation, Area 1. The glory flames had been cleared. Total clearing time, 5 minutes and 17 seconds. Subaru jumped from level 51 to 63. Jinga went from level 74 to 79. Shikishima shouted, asking why Subaru came out so early and what happened. Meanwhile, Jinga was frantic, covering his face, running around looking for a paper bag. He asked Mia Hurst for a bag, and she lent him her hat. He couldn't live without covering his face. If his identity were revealed, he'd be seen as an outsider. Shikishima looked him up and down, seeing no one was injured. The zombie emperor pointed at his own stump of an arm. Annoyed. Are you blind? My arm. EXP can't be gained until the body is returned to its original owner. It was time for Najose Akira to demand an explanation. He scolded Subaru, saying they had wasted so much time waiting, but Subaru didn't care. He grabbed Najose Akira's hand, affirming that he had done it. Subaru thought about the future where Najose Akira died, and tears welled up. Not anymore. He had done it. He hadn't let Najose Akira die. Subaru knelt down and clutched Najose Akira's hand, sobbing. Najose Akira had no idea what the hell he was doing. The scolding he was about to give suddenly died in his throat. He wasn't dead, so what the hell was the sacrifice about? Then the zombie emperor bonked Subaru on the head, telling him not to run his mouth in front of someone who didn't have the memories. Subaru finally remembered and stopped crying. Najose Akira was stunned by what just happened. He turned to whisper to Jinga, "Is this Subaru guy mentally ill?" Subaru wiped his tears and said he had defeated a boss in the 6, Stargate. The others stood frozen upon hearing this. Najose Akira didn't believe it. He insisted Subaru was full of it. Najose Akira fumed that boss was 10 times stronger than the 5, Star boss. How on earth could they have beaten it that fast? While he was complaining, a system notification popped up. One boss of the Royal Palace of Degradation had been defeated. 2 left. Everyone who read the notification gaped in shock. Over there, Mia Hurst had finished healing the zombie emperor's missing arm. The club president, Yamada, was happy. Yamada Rokuro asked them how they could have defeated a 6, Star boss in just 5 minutes. Everyone knew the power of a 5, Star boss. Even with 6 golden disciples, defeating a 6, Star boss in 5 minutes was impossible. Subaru said they relied entirely on Tsunemori Jinga's ultimate technique to defeat the boss. That technique could kill a person with a single touch. Rokuro burst out laughing. That was amazing. If they had such a great skill, they could form a team with Tsunemori Jinga at the center, and then they could defeat the remaining 2 bosses together. A beautiful plan, but unfortunately, it couldn't happen. The second boss was the Casinus. It could fire radiation beams from every direction, so they would evaporate before they could even get close to it. The others in the Yamada Club heard this and thought the game was insanely hard. In the next battle, they had no choice but to engage in a long, drawn-out fight against a monster at least 10 times stronger than the 5, Stargate boss. Udo Ryusei and Kinokawa turned to Shikishima, pinning all their hopes on him. Shikishima snapped at those 2. What friends? More like fair-weather friends. Subaru stood silent, deep in thought. The problem wasn't the Casinus, but the one lurking behind it. They needed to find a way to defeat the boss of the 3rd area, the lure. Shikishima asked Subaru if they had any chance of winning. Subaru said the chances were extremely slim. Hearing this, Shikishima made a decision. He would hand over full command of this operation to Subaru, ordering him to choose his team. If he needed anything, just say the word, and they would follow at any cost. The others heard the order. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe Shikishima would trust an AI like this when they'd only known each other for a month. But Subaru didn't refuse. He accepted Shikishima's delegation of command. Kinokawa was also taken aback. The moment she first met Subaru, she sensed a unique aura about him, but she never imagined that Shikishima would hand over command to him so quickly. They had been teammates for at least 8 years, so they understood each other well. They were all waiting for that AI to shine for the next generation. Subaru gave his first order. The 6-star gate appeared yesterday, Wednesday, at 6:15 p.m. 15 hours have passed, and now it's Thursday, 9:23 a.m. There are 6 days and 9 hours left until the deadline at 6 a.m. next Tuesday. Let's temporarily disperse. The other party leaders were left with question marks over their heads after hearing Subaru's order. The undead emperor laughed like a madman. When Subaru said disperse, the leaders looked like they'd just swallowed dirt. Subaru hurriedly clarified. Disperse doesn't mean go home. It means go farm monsters and level up until Tuesday. Subaru painfully realized he had trouble expressing himself and needed to learn. While Subaru sent the others to grind, his group headed toward the Panopticon prison. This facility was designed and built by many party leaders, integrated with countless traps and mechanisms. It was capable of completely nullifying the skills of party leaders, which is why it was used to hold prisoners with special abilities. It had a capacity of about 300 people. Warden Kwai walked up to the cell of Kiryu Issei, the vice commander of the Dark Alliance. The warden ordered Issei to come out. The Rainbow Party leader wanted to meet him. After his time in the prison, Kiryu Issei looked haggard and worn down. At the main gate, Warden Kwai had already received notice from Shikishima. He introduced himself to Subaru's group. He admitted his name, Kwai, was funny, but in this line of work, he had to hide his identity or he'd lose his head. Kwai led them inside, explaining that the term panopticon was a name coined by a great thinker in the 18th century, with the idea that a small number of people could manage a large number of prisoners. Because manpower capable of capturing other party leaders was so scarce, This prison was created as a solution and has been maintained ever since. While they were talking, Warden Kwai was still using his skill to seal Kiryu Issei's abilities. His ultimate technique was violin stamp, which allowed him to apply various constraints to the monitored target. The stamp effects were distinguished by color, so they could rest easy. Warden Kwai could easily control prisoners if they acted up. When the crimson mark was stamped on a target, their abilities would be sealed, reducing them to an ordinary person. That skill is quite powerful, but unfortunately, Warden Kwai could no longer increase his stats because the owner of the Guardian Gate was an elderly woman, an alchemist named Zola. The trial for Kwai's Guardian Gate was to give Zola 10,000 neck and shoulder massages. It sounds easy, but Zola is a senile old woman who can't even remember if she's eaten yet. When clearing gates, Kwai's skills aren't very useful, but as a warden, he can fully utilize his abilities. Kwai led Subaru's group to the visitation room. They were only allowed 30 minutes, and no items could be exchanged with the prisoner. After Kwai explained the rules, Subaru was allowed into the room. Issei was waiting inside. Issei was the vice commander of the Dark Alliance. He was previously defeated by Renji and had his arm severed, but it seems he received treatment and recovered after being imprisoned. Subaru had met Issei during the 6th disaster. After the terrifying earthquake, Subaru saw Issei hugging his child's shoes, crying desperately in the rain. He couldn't bear to see him like that. He was hollow, with nothing left. Meanwhile, at the 5-star Crazy Ghost Ship gate, Shikishima's group was having a blast. Shikishima was still annoyed. What was that about? Waiting until level 90 to return? Just hearing it made his skin crawl. Shikishima poured all his frustration into fighting monsters. He used his first technique, Golden Bullet, to take out waves of minions. The captain monster, Nemo, attacked Shikishima. He leaned back to dodge and then used his third technique, Ghostly Flame, to strike the captain. The more Shikishima thought about it, the angrier he got. Do they know how hard it is to level up after 80? And they're told they have to reach level 90. Even if they cleared the 5-star gate, leveling up is incredibly difficult unless the monster in the gate is the strongest type. And even then, taking down a high-level monster is quite difficult, and you could lose your life in the blink of an eye. The levels of monsters in 5-star gates are also divided. Some are weak, some are strong. The gate containing the strongest monsters is the Peak Floor Gate, which only has bosses, but the difficulty is 10 to 15 times higher than a 4-star Peak Floor Gate. Such gates are rare. A bit weaker are the high floor gates, which are 10 times stronger than 4-star gates. The mid-floor gates are 5 times stronger than 4-star gates. And finally, the low-floor gates are only 2 or 3 times stronger. Udu Ryusei and Kinokawa were also working hard to grind for levels. They had no other choice because Shikishima was the one who gave Subaru command, so now they had to listen. Kinokawa used her third technique, Battle Cruiser Assassin, dropping a series of explosive batteries into the sea. The boss was forced to surface a level 90 Giganto Merman, but unfortunately for it, as soon as it surfaced, it ran into Shikishima and Kinokawa. Shikishima used his fourth technique, Centrifugal Cannon. Kinokawa used her first technique, Dominant Anchor. The two combined their attacks, and the boss couldn't take a single hit and was wiped out. After defeating the monster, the two argued about who dealt more damage. Neither would give in. The result? Each only gained 1 level, not good at all. If Shikishima formed a party, the others wouldn't get any experience points. They had no choice but to split Shikishima and Kinokawa into 2 different teams. Besides them, there was another person who was just as stubborn, insisting on going alone. That person was none other than Najose. He was currently at another 5-star gate, the Cabbage Field. He had just finished off a monster and leveled up to 73. His wounds were healing as the boss appeared, a level 90 Hanfus Stork. This stork had to be at least from the mid-floor. Nahose Akira activated his 5th technique, Hekatonkare's God. He gripped the Renji figure in his hand, encouraging himself not to give up. On the other side, Renji sneezed. Someone must be talking about him. Right now, he and Amamiya were undergoing training under the trio of Kilim, Delta, and Louis. They were preparing to face the coming calamity. Hopefully, Subaru could convince Kiryu Issei. That would be difficult. Indeed, after Subaru made his request, Kiryu Issei refused. He didn't want to help them clear the gate. Kiryu Issei didn't want to talk anymore. The meeting ended. He stood up to return to his cell. When his wife and child were killed, this world did nothing to help him. He saw no value in this world, so he wouldn't make any effort to save this wretched world. Subaru knew Issei was just being difficult. He only said that, but in reality, Issei still had hope for the world. Hearing that Subaru's group had visited Issei in prison, Sei a former member of the pursuit squad, was obviously furious at the thought of Subaru's group trying to convince Issei to help clear the six-star gate. Himeno remained indifferent, reading a book, as she wasn't very interested in the desire to escape like Sei was. As for Subaru, 4 hours had passed since the group brought Issei out of prison, but the atmosphere remained tense. No one dared to speak. Fortunately, Issei suddenly broke the heavy silence. Subaru, where are you taking me? Don't tell me we're going to the place where those who harmed my family are. I don't want revenge because doing so won't bring my wife and child back to me. Do you really think I can be useful in clearing the six-star gate? Kiryu Issei asked curiously. Subaru gently nodded in agreement. He knew that although Kiryu Issei's wife and child were harmed cruelly, justice did not stand with him, because it was just a minor incident not worth caring about in the eyes of all humanity and the world. Deep down, he was overwhelmed by extreme disappointment. That is why Subaru decided to use psychological tactics to successfully negotiate with a man as miserable as him. I don't have a complete family either, but I have many people I love, so I will always protect them no matter what. He thought that once Issei heard that, he would change his mind. But he was wrong. The man remained as cold as if nothing had happened. To move a man who had no intention of revenge was truly difficult. The car carrying the group from Niigata Prefecture, Echigo Plain, down to Tokyo stopped at a grassy field in the twilight. In front of them, a group of kids was busy playing soccer. It was Akisaka FC, the team Issei's son used to play for. Issei stared blankly, reminiscing about the past, seeing faint glimpses of his son's energetic, active smile on the field. He imagined his gentle wife beside him, pouring tea for him to drink. Kiryu Issei froze. Tsunemori Jinga muttered to himself like a madman, making Jinga unable to watch any longer. He immediately shouted and cursed at Subaru. Why did you bring Kiryu Issei here? Unexpectedly, Subaru only replied, It's not time yet, Tsunemori. Jinga was extremely confused. Sobbing, the kids, his son's friends, saw him there and chirped, rushing over to greet him. Issei watched the adorable young faces, and the pain of missing his own son hit him harder than ever. It had been a long time since he lost him. In the crowd, a young boy held a framed photo of Shichi, determined to show that Shichi was still with them all. Issei couldn't hold back his tears. The boy and his friends announced that there would be a match next month, hoping Issei would come to watch and cheer for them. Hearing this, Issei's tears poured down like rain. He collapsed, heartbroken, thinking of his son, Shichi, and the smile on the boy's face when he told his father he'd been accepted into the soccer team. How could he forget a past that would never return? Issei could only scream in desperation, washing his face with tears under the silent, golden sunset. The future has changed just a little bit more, Subaru whispered to himself. The sixth catastrophe right after the super earthquake happened. Subaru had met Issei, who had just returned from Tokyo after the prison collapsed. Issei was a wreck, drenched in rain, still holding a pair of shoes in his hands. It was heartbreaking to hear him say that all the kids at the soccer field were gone forever. He sobbed uncontrollably, blaming himself for causing such a tragedy, a sight that pained Subaru deeply. But today's tears were different from the tears of that day. Subaru and Jinga were happy for Issei. Please, let us borrow your strength. Please, join us to protect this world, Subaru gently pleaded. For the sake of the children, I want to create a world where they can play soccer freely. You're quite like a con artist, kid. You know how to touch the abyss in a person's heart. It's so unfair. I'll help you, but on one condition. Before Issei could finish, Subaru immediately agreed to take his place at the match next month to cheer for the kids. And just like that, the 6 Stargate sweep team was fully assembled. We need to level up before entering the gate. Carry-on and Amamiya's experience points will be transferred to Renji and Amamiya. That way, it won't be a waste. Jinga, Issei, please open at least one more door. Those ultimate skills will be useful in the upcoming battle. Let's give it our all to defeat the 6 Star Boss. Subaru assigned roles to the group and charged ahead with everyone. 6 days later, on Tuesday the 31st, it was time for the final battle at 12 p.m. Shikishima stood on the balcony, watching the situation, thinking to himself, only 6 hours left. I've done everything I could. Now, I just have to rely on Subaru, Shikishima thought. Suddenly, Hizaki called, giving Shikishima a bad feeling. The zombie emperor and his group were sitting, having tea and cake, when they suddenly received a call from Shikishima. We're gonna be on TV. The announcement made the zombie emperor panic, completely lost. It's the only way. The news that Renji is dead hasn't been released to the public yet. I'm on my way. Get in the car and change your clothes. Shikishima shouted into the phone, leaving the zombie emperor in a state of absolute chaos. As soon as the call ended, Shikishima arrived out of nowhere, drove right up to the zombie emperor, and dragged him along, acting with extreme urgency. Damn it. The zombie emperor was hoisted into the car without a chance to resist. He could only scream that he was being kidnapped, though nobody really cared. Amamiya's group continued to sip tea and eat cake, completely unbothered by the chaos that had just unfolded. Hearing Tsunemori Jinga ask about Subaru's status, Amamiya replied that he was still inside the gate, so the group would host the meeting with the gold-tier divine masters themselves. After being in contact with Subaru for a few days, I realized one thing. He is truly a freak of nature. Divine masters like us heal by leveling up, but that only applies to physical injuries. That means mental trauma remains regardless of how high a player's level is. As long as the match continues, their energy and sanity will gradually run dry. Therefore, death is inevitable. Yet, he is the complete opposite of that. For the past 6 days, while we took turns leveling up, he locked himself in the gate to train, without resting even once. Even now, it's the same. I understand why he, a new divine master, who only joined recently, can stand against the top-tier masters. That guy is a monster, Jinga said in a low voice. Outside, Subaru had defeated the boss and leveled up to 90, setting the record for the fastest leveling in human history. Subaru had timed it perfectly to meet and solo vanquish. Amamiya's group had just reached the rooftop and found Renji sitting there, next to Kinokawa, who was pinning down Najose Akira. Najose Akira was extremely agitated and aggressive. Even though he was tied up, his mouth was still spewing insults, which was deafening. The broadcasting team had arranged helicopters to film the group from above in a very detailed manner, because a 6 Stargate had appeared right after the incident, along with the investigation. Now, the whole world was buzzing about it. Mr. Renji, Mr. Shikishima, thank you both very much. After the losses we've suffered, we will delve into the secrets of the new leader of the Japanese Divine Master community, the savior, Subaru. The reporter spoke cheerfully, making Jinga's eyes widen at the phrase, new leader of the Japanese Divine Master community. It seemed that after defeating the 6 Star Boss, Subaru's popularity had skyrocketed insanely. Najose Akira, being pinned down on the other side, asked why Subaru hadn't come out even after 18 hours. Before anyone could answer, they suddenly heard the panicked screams of the people as monsters from the underworld appeared. Everyone immediately went into a frenzy, rushing to handle it, but Renji blocked them. Renji, looking calm as if nothing was wrong, waved his hand. Just sit back and relax. Because Subaru is on his way. Sure enough, under the monster's claws, Subaru appeared like a god, with a 7-colored aura surrounding his body, fighting powerfully to save the civilians in a life-or-death situation. Noticing the boss was only 4 Star, Subaru gently bent the sword's blade, then swung his hand and slashed the monster to pieces in the blink of an eye, to the surprise and admiration of everyone. They all clapped and cheered for the savior. Subaru. Amamiya and the others also approached Subaru to compliment his slash. Since everyone was present, this was the perfect time for the group to enter the 6 Stargate. The camera helicopters immediately followed the assault team to record the most important footage, hoping the group would return safely. Just as they stepped through the gate, flickering in a blinding light, what they saw ahead was a fierce light dragon. This was a boss area, so there was no way to pass through without getting attacked. Seeing Subaru dare to enter its territory, the monster ferociously charged at him, but it was unexpectedly countered by the white magic move of the boss of the arena, Zombie Emperor, who smacked it hard. Thanks to Kiryu Issei stepping in to assist, Subaru didn't take any injuries. Don't worry, if the opponent is a swordsman, leave that to me, Kiryu Issei said firmly to Subaru. Zandin Don could stop the movement of all targets touching it for a second, but based on Zombie Emperor's attacks, it was fast enough to disappear within a second. Kiryu Issei's orientation in this battle was an optimal defensive strategy. Shikishima knew Subaru was strong, but to the extent of turning an entire area into giant cubes with just one ultimate skill, he really was a monster. Kiryu Issei, fully armed, stood next to Shikishima, waiting for the moment to fight that night. He wasn't sure if Subaru knew for certain they would defeat the knight, because Zanden Don couldn't defend against light or spiritual energy attacks. If the enemy was a light dragon, perhaps Kiryu Issei didn't expect to return. It seems he has a vision that goes beyond mere prediction. What on earth does he know, and what is he thinking? Issei wondered suspiciously. Just then, Subaru spoke up, asking Shikishima to proceed according to plan. And just like that, the final attack. A. K. A. The entire melee squad officially began. Everyone quickly dove into the slime-like body of Sushi, Subaru's companion. Sushi used all her strength to charge straight at the knight, then suddenly activated her invisibility skill, causing the knight to panic for a second. Meanwhile, Shikishima, Issei, Renji, Kinokawa, and Najose Akira were already in position, ready for melee defense. They just waited for Shikishima's signal to simultaneously activate ultimate skills 1, 5, and 6 on the knight. Boom! A blinding flash of light surged straight toward the knight's position, but it also made the earth tremble and collapse with every diagonal strike of his. The group was lucky that Zombie Emperor supported them in time, otherwise, they would have been buried right there. This time next year will be dust, Issei worried. If they lost track of him, it wouldn't be good. He didn't know when he would strike again, or from which direction. Shikishima immediately activated his clairvoyance and jumped back in shock when he saw the knight charging at them at breakneck speed. The slash, following his path, was also spreading everywhere. Zombie Emperor and Kiryu Issei finally combined their swords to unleash an ultimate skill. Fourth, the golden wall tried to block the slash. A blinding light erupted, shaking the entire stage into chaos. Sushi groaned, struggling to hold off the force, crashing down behind her. Subaru gritted his teeth, tensing up in frustration. Zombie Emperor's movements and attacks were even faster than in his memories. Every slash ripped through the air in a rapid, complex sequence that left Shikishima dizzy and unable to keep up. With a deafening explosion, the slash surged toward IC, the roar shaking the very earth and turning everything around them into nothing but rubble. Luckily, Odu and Kiryu Issei were still alive, though the sight of blood made everyone's heart skip a beat. Why are you still standing there? Shikishima, hurry up and support Subaru and the others. We have to make sure they can reach the boss. I believe in Subaru, and that's why I've always wanted to know him. For real? Because he gave me a perfect reason to keep living, Issei said sorrowfully. Don't worry, I can see it clearly with my own eyes. Subaru and the others have already reached the boss. Issei, you've done your part, Shikishima replied softly. For Subaru's group, right now. This was only the beginning. At the moment they engaged the boss knight in single combat, while Amamiya and Carrion focused their energy to transform, Renji agilely unleashed a dragonflight slash, rushing toward the boss with blazing power. It's a pleasure to meet you, Senior, Renji said with a smirk while launching his attack to greet the boss. I am Renji, the wielder of the Golden Engineer, Louis, Renji said with a mocking laugh, causing the boss to roar in rage at the mention of her name. Amamiya, taking advantage of the boss's distraction, unleashed a thundering electric attack, turning the scene into a massive, volatile sea of firepower. Emerging from the thick smoke, Amamiya saw that Renji was unharmed and breathed a sigh of relief. Just as our intel suggested, it seems the lightning attacks can only slow him down. Amamiya observed the situation, reporting as she watched the boss recover his strength and drag himself back up. Amamiya immediately suggested Renji let her handle him instead. In the midst of the chaos, Subaru signaled for Jinga and Mei to come and assist Amamiya and Renji. Both sides were clashing fiercely, the air vibrating with dust and dark power. Just as I suspected about a former knight commander, his majestic sword moves with such overwhelming power, just like a giant whale. Even using both Itoi and Royal Aura, it's still not enough. If I were alone, this wouldn't be a fight. Monster Slayer, Zombie Emperor, I will defeat you, Renji growled, fueled by his aura, declaring his resolve to the boss in front of him. 6 days ago, in the underworld at the Radiant Coast, the Seat of Souls, Subaru had informed the group that he had failed to clear the 6-star gate in the Kingdom of Aurora. The losses we suffered in the battle against Lenda were too great, so we spent a lot of time healing and leveling up. As a result, Zombie Emperor, the one who killed Casinus, was released once his time was up. His sword swings have carved a path of destruction across Tokyo, causing a series of casualties. In my memory, to protect the city, Brother Udu, Ryusei, and Sister Kinokawa have hearing Subaru say this. Renji gritted his teeth and looked away. Renji stated that he would ask Louis to guide him once more. Just as he finished speaking, Louis arrived from afar, offering to help Renji destroy him, even if doing so meant defying her own country. Returning to the present, Renji felt that his own strength alone could not match Zombie Emperor, so he relied on his comrades to make up for his own shortcomings. The third ultimate technique, combined with Renji's Rock Crusher, slammed down with a deafening roar, shattering everything nearby in a blinding flash of light that left the boss disoriented. Jinga also simultaneously unleashed his fifth ultimate technique, a fierce ice press, while Mix and Met combined with the double slash of Renji's sword. The death punch and the holy slash from everyone around them coordinated, causing the resulting force to intensify, devastating everything in the area. Taking advantage of the boss being surrounded, Renji powerfully brought down a savage sword beam of light, accompanied by the rock crusher, sending the boss face down into the thick smoke. Tsunemori Jinga and Fujigami Mei stood back, watching the tragic scene, sweating and unsure if their team had won yet. No? You think it's that easy? He's going to wake up immediately. He's definitely trying to lure us into one more attack, but I guess this is also an opportunity. Subaru, I'll go first. Come on everyone, it's time for me to shine, Amamiya announced aggressively, immediately summoning 8 lightning gods of various colors to manifest. Najose Akira's eyes went wide, frozen as he stared fixedly at the light before him. Seeing Najose Akira teary-eyed like that, the group around Shikishima hurriedly called for him to join them in meeting their leader. At this moment, Renji was remembering the instructions Louis gave him earlier. To defeat that Golden Knight commander, you must destroy his armor first. Our armor doesn't just reduce incoming damage by half, it can even restore HP just by wearing it. It's a precious and valuable item. Furthermore, the Monster Slayer possesses the highest HP, compared to the commanders of previous generations, which also helps him stay strong in long battles. Of course, this leads to short periods of intensity, mainly focused on heavy attack waves. To sum it up, you must destroy his armor first, then Renji. You will have to use the strongest technique I bestowed upon you. Combine your curved sword path with the royal aura and unleash a powerful attack. Be careful with your remaining MP though, Louis had warned. So, right after a fierce attack, I have to simultaneously deliver a finishing blow or enter another battle, right? I will take on the role of support, but if possible, I will contribute to destroying the armor as well. I'm pretty good at delivering devastating attacks, Amamiya said confidently. Because she was a disciple of the lightning god, no one could surpass her in speed. Following her ultimate summoning technique of the 8 lightning gods, Amamiya surged with momentum, unleashing a 7-colored rainbow lightning bolt that lasted nearly 10 seconds, striking the boss with continuous, relentless force, leaving everyone around them wide-eyed in astonishment. Amamiya truly lived up to her name as Subaru's first comrade. Single-handedly, she could go head-to-head with a 6-star boss. She had been trained by the lightning god Killim, and currently, at the Radiant Coast in the underworld, Killim was also watching her through the screen. In reality, Amamiya's growth was truly impressive, enough to leave Killim astonished. However, her enemy came from the Golden Country, carrying the title of the strongest. That meant it wouldn't be easy to deal with him. If I hadn't used this ultimate technique, I probably would have died already. Even with a reduction of 60% damage, his attacks are still too strong. This guy is truly powerful, Amamiya thought to herself while gritting her teeth and struggling against the boss. Following Master Van's instructions, Subaru's trump card had to be saved sparingly for the next fight, so she couldn't rely on Subaru. Renji, on this side, could only brace himself and rely on Amamiya. She was still frantically trying to unleash lightning strikes, pouring all her might into striking the boss herself. After 10 seconds of relentless lightning, Amamiya had shattered a part of the mask on the boss, causing his eyes to leak green fluid uncontrollably. Amamiya was exhausted. The rest was up to Renji to handle. Renji powerfully unleashed his curved sword technique. The force whistled through the air, shattering the boss's mask completely. The green fluid on his face began to pour down like rain. After the armor-shattering blow from Amamiya, combined with the strongest attack from Renji, everyone present and those observing the battle from the underworld believed victory was certain. However, Zombie Emperor, the Golden Knight commander, at that moment after being beaten by Subaru's team was extremely bitter and enraged. Combined with being suppressed by other knights, he couldn't stop shouting at the top of his lungs. I am simply fulfilling my duty. This is an unavoidable order, Commander. Your aggression is not normal at all. If you continue like this, you will definitely wipe out the entire Silver Kingdom. While what my king desires is peace, Louis replied coldly. Zombie Emperor, however, remained extremely stubborn, insisting on annihilating the Silver Kingdom until they were extinct. No matter how much they advised him, he refused to listen. Louis decided to carry out his execution. You have taken too many lives already, brother. Not only enemies, but also allies who opposed your slaughter. Louis spoke in a low voice, raising her sword. She could no longer accept that her own friend had permanently joined the pile of corpses that Zombie Emperor. He waved them off as his trophies, then brushed them aside as if it were nothing. I can no longer consider you my beloved brother. Die. The Monster Slayer, Louis shouted, then swung his hand down with force. It immediately sent Zombie Emperor's head flying from his neck. In the real world, he had officially collapsed. Renji seized the moment, preparing to rush in and finish Zombie Emperor off. But to everyone's shock, his demonic power surged back. Blood-red aura flooded the air. Zombie Emperor, covered in his own blood and sneering, limped forward, step by step. So, I've been betrayed by my own country and thrown into that gate. You said you're the owner of Louis, right? So that was your plan, wasn't it? My master's orders have finally been carried out. But wait, even in that scenario, I never expected. You would send your own owner in. Haha, how pathetic for my little sister. Your plan has completely fallen apart. Zombie Emperor pointed at Renji, mocking and laughing, which made AI absolutely furious. Oh, and you trash over there. Do you even know that those sealed within the gate can return to the underworld? The first way is to be defeated by the owner, Zombie Emperor said, then suddenly lunged and pierced Amamiya's stomach. She couldn't react in time, bleeding as she collapsed. The second way is to skewer an owner who has reached a certain level of power. Zombie Emperor attacked again, targeting Renji, who was just flying toward Amamiya. Under Zombie Emperor's overwhelming power, Renji was kicked away 10 meters in a flash. With the combination of his royal aura and the blood-crimson cloak, his attack power had increased by 360%. On top of that, his 12th technique, Slaughter in every beat, would push his attack power to 1800% on the next strike. Zombie Emperor looked brimming with unstoppable power. Amamiya and Renji could only watch in despair. Subaru quietly approached, whispering to his teammates to run, because if they were hit by that attack, they would surely be blown away like ragdolls. Subaru never expected Zombie Emperor to regain his consciousness. We've failed. We have to retreat, Subaru said, trembling, leaving Jinga confused about what he was planning. You have my gratitude, humans. Thanks to all of you, I've been able to become even stronger and return to the underworld, the very place where I can tear my sister, who cut me into pieces, apart. As a token of my gratitude, I will allow you to die under this ultimate technique of mine. Zombie Emperor widened his eyes and decisively drew his dragon-slaying sword, thick with dark magic. In the moment Zombie Emperor's technique was unleashed, a mental conversation took place between Subaru, Amamiya, and Renji. Subaru spoke up, saying he would be the one to defeat him, leaving Amamiya and Renji panicked. If I use my trump card here, are you sure we'll still be able to defeat the Silver King in the third catastrophe? Renji asked, worried. I don't know. But even so, it's better than losing our friends, Subaru answered, his eyes filled with fierce determination, which only made Amamiya and Renji more anxious, as they knew Subaru was only thinking of their lives. In the dark space, a spark of light flashed, making Amamiya jump and shout that there was still something they could do before using their trump card. Outside, Zombie Emperor was frantically channeling his sword, unleashing chaotic energy, when he suddenly realized both his hands were paralyzed. Issei approached from afar like a god covered in blood, yet looking incredibly cool and handsome, holding the giant slayer. Seeing Issei and Sushi appear, Renji was overjoyed. In her excitement, she accidentally bumped into Issei's mid-cast technique. Nice to meet you, Monster Slayer. You might not see it, but you are completely surrounded by my technique. Sorry, but I have to defeat you now, Issei said, tossing his head toward Zombie Emperor. Oh, so you're the one who caused the stagnation? Zombie Emperor sneered, glancing at Issei. In reality, Issei's MP was almost depleted, and his bluff wouldn't last much longer, so Subaru's group had to act fast. Shikishima shouted impatiently, demanding Subaru tell the group what to do next. Remembering Amamiya's words about something they could do before using that final option, Subaru's mind raced, desperate to find a way to defeat Zombie Emperor while saving their trump card for the battle against the Silver King. Shikishima, Nayose Akira, I have a proposal for both of you. Please, become my kin, right here, right now. Subaru suddenly announced, his aura surging with immense power. Shikishima and Najose Akira didn't fully understand, but they immediately agreed. Gata Tsunana, the blood-stolen kin technique, which Subaru obtained after reaching level 50. This technique could turn living beings into kin. Unlike Parivara, which required a connection through the soul, this technique could only successfully convert a person into kin if that individual gave their consent. Najose Akira, after hearing Subaru's proposal, hesitated slightly, as he didn't want to be both kin and a subordinate to Subaru. But in the end, Najose Akira nodded, agreeing, because he was ready to give up everything just to save Renji. Zombie Emperor, on the other side, was still trapped by the group's invisible technique. Subaru's group surrounded him. They hadn't launched another attack yet. It means they've run out of options, or maybe they're waiting for someone. What a load of nonsense. Zombie Emperor thought, then immediately lunged, furiously channeling his energy to activate his technique with the stone. Issei didn't expect Zombie Emperor to understand the properties of his technique that quickly. He felt a slight panic. Zombie Emperor, his eyes as cold as bullets, calmly swung his sword, combining 7 sword bends with 7 claw bends. With a thunderous boom, one of Issei's feet was severed, spilling blood. His devastating blow also caused the giant slayer to shake and crack. The time limit for that technique is only 1 second, right? On the other hand, my claw bend stays in place and keeps activating for 20 seconds. Zombie Emperor sneered, then swung his hand, unleashing a beam of light that buried both Issei and Sushi. Renji, seeing the scene, rushed in from behind to sneak attack Zombie Emperor, but was unfortunately discovered. Don't push yourself. I noticed you're running low on MP, so just die and save yourself the trouble. Zombie Emperor arrogantly mocked, then unleashed his sword bend, but was unexpectedly ambushed by Shikishima from afar. Thanks to his royal rifle combined with the cursed chain, Shikishima successfully caused Zombie Emperor's soul to erode. Najose Akira had already snuck into Renji's mind to help her use her technique. The characteristic of a person, once they become kin, is the ability to add the cursed chain to their techniques. In other words, the weapons stored in Najose Akira's royal armory reached the point where they could directly damage the opponent's soul. Subaru had truly turned them into his kin. The transformation from a living being to kin was a deeply painful decision for Subaru. Once they became kin, both Shikishima and Najose Akira could no longer be revived through Parivara if they were to die later on. That was what Subaru was deeply worried about and blaming himself for. Don't worry about that, kid. In a fight, there have to be losses for it to be a real fight. You did the right thing. You can share your memories of the future with us, too. Sorry for being a burden to you all this time. Just leave the rest to us. Shikishima and the others powerfully reassured Subaru. They coordinated closely, launching attacks in perfect sync without needing to discuss or signal, leaving Zombie Emperor stunned and struggling. The benefits of becoming kin were vast for both the master and the followers. However, in this case, the most important thing was the perfect coordination achieved through soul communication. Shikishima used all his strength to snipe, preventing Zombie Emperor from using his attacks, which made the monster boil with rage. Our way of thinking is basically from the same mold, you know? Destroying an enemy's attack is better than just defending, so don't even dream of me letting you wreak havoc. Shikishima grinned, teasing Zombie Emperor. Just then, Issei suddenly appeared in front of Zombie Emperor, leaving him in disbelief. He clearly remembered slashing Issei directly. As it turned out, just before the enemy's technique hit, Issei had immediately enlarged his body several times, and thanks to that, he was able to block the attack. Sorry, but I can't die here yet. I still have a plan I can't miss, Issei said, then joined Amamiya and Renji to coordinate a strike, successfully defeating the boss, Zombie Emperor, within 1 minute and 30 seconds. Just as Zombie Emperor was groaning that one day he would return, Renji acted quickly to crush that possibility by pulling out a knife and stabbing it straight into Zombie Emperor's stomach, causing him to shatter and log out on the spot. It was all thanks to Louis' advice to Renji beforehand. After delivering the final blow, she had to use this dagger. This knife is named Amnesia. A soul that has been destroyed at the gate would usually return to the underworld, but this thing shatters that cycle and burns them away in the world of the unconscious. The world of the unconscious is the final destination for a soul, and also where Subaru met the King of Aurora, Renji. Feeling that doing this might be a bit excessive, Louis still pleaded. It was all for the sake of dignity and to comfort her friends, as well as the hundreds of thousands of souls slaughtered by Zombie Emperor. So, at Louis' request, Renji caused Zombie Emperor's soul to shatter into 100 pieces, turning into nothingness and returning to dust. In this way, the hatred of those he harmed would be somewhat appeased. Louis watched as Zombie Emperor's figure faded away before her, whispering a soft farewell as she remembered the memories of the two brothers in the past, tears streaming down her face. Everything had finally come to an end. Renji praised Najose Akira for his great contribution. Najose Akira stood dazed, remembering the advice to find his own star himself, so moved that he burst into tears. Perhaps today, Najose Akira had moved just a little bit closer to that star. Shikishima and Renji were finally reunited after surviving a life-and-death battle, but their indifferent attitude left Najose Akira stunned by how incredibly cool they were. Just as Subaru was about to return, a private system notification was sent to him. The intervention of your relatives into the system has been acknowledged. The boss's soul has disappeared, so no experience points will be added. Intervening in this way is discouraged. All the incidents resulting from this have caused us tremendous trouble. Master, please play the way we intended. Subaru read it, then tapped the confirm button. Everything went exactly as Subaru thought. That future was happening faster. The mission was complete, and the group immediately left the underworld through the gate before it disappeared completely. At exactly 6:15 p.m., the team led by Subaru successfully crossed the 6-star gate at Idabashi intersection. A massive crowd had gathered to witness the collapse of the gate, causing significant traffic congestion. Subaru stepped out firmly with his team, surrounded by a sea of people and flashing lights that shone as brightly as headlights. I only focused on my duties as the commander, so this victory is all thanks to everyone standing here. From now on, Master, we will continue to protect everyone from the entities of the underworld, even if it costs us our lives, Subaru declared heroically amidst the thunderous applause and cheers of the crowd. Renji suddenly spoke up, saying he had to return to the Radiant Coast. But nobody expected that he would just leave immediately. He literally disappeared right then and there, leaving Shikishima speechless. Amamiya also thought about returning there after visiting her parents. As they were chatting, they suddenly realized someone was missing. Jinga stepped out from the gate, standing tall before Kiryu Issei, still wearing that signature hood. Subaru's goal of crossing the 6-star gate is complete, so my role is over too. I didn't contribute much in the end, but I think I did my best as a silver rank. Kiryu Issei, thank you for your hard work. I bet Subaru will keep his promise to you, Tsunemori Jinga said, then bowed solemnly before Kiryu Issei. It seems you also believe in Subaru, don't you? Kiryu Issei asked out of curiosity, but Tsunemori Jinga didn't feel it was quite to that extent. That evening, in Hitachi City, Ibaraki Prefecture, Tsunemori Jinga just turned on the TV and saw the news. Report about the group's interview from the previous day. A week is long, but quite interesting for Tsunemori Jinga. As he was staring at Subaru's face on TV, suddenly, a glowing door appeared right behind Tsunemori Jinga. As soon as he opened the door, Tsunemori Jinga realized his entire body had gone numb, and he couldn't move. Sitting there, laughing, behind that door, was the nine-tailed Silver King, Ruin. At that moment, Ruin was wearing a wicked smile, suggesting that Jinga help him with something. The next day, at the headquarters of the Master Federation, a party to celebrate the successful crossing of the 6-star gate was held in grand fashion. Tsunemori Jinga had declined to attend, giving the excuse that his house was too far away, and Kiryu Issei had returned to prison but was still allowed to go watch his son's match. Those present were happily eating and chatting. Amamiya excitedly recounted how she had visited home yesterday. Everyone in her family cried, but they were very happy when they learned she had contributed to sweeping the 6-star gate. Subaru told Shikishima that he would go see Jinga later at 6 o'clock. Shikishima nodded happily, then suddenly widened his eyes, leaned in close to Subaru's ear, and fiercely insisted that he go buy a house immediately. You've become a celebrity now, haven't you? The hotel where you're staying is dying because of that crowd, right? Accommodation costs have also skyrocketed to VIP levels. Whether you choose a house or an apartment, just buy it and move in right away. Living in a convenient place just because you're famous isn't for showing off or being flashy, it's truly necessary. If you keep staying in an ordinary place, you'll only end up bothering the people around you, Shikishima asserted firmly. So, while waiting for Subaru to buy a new house, Shikishima took Subaru to stay temporarily in Renji's luxury apartment. Subaru stepped inside and was blinded by its spaciousness and quality. Shikishima let him know that Subaru would stay there until he got a house of his own. Renji had also agreed via Soul Link. Subaru sighed, not knowing if that was okay, because he was just afraid that Najose Akira would get angry with him through the Soul Link. Najose Akira was indeed upset with Subaru, but at the same time, he requested that he take pictures of Renji's house for him. After giving the house key to Subaru, Shikishima quickly pulled him outside so he could freely admire the city he was protecting. The peaceful, fresh scenery was completely different from the tragedy that happened in the future of the Aurora King. Subaru was moved, silently promising to prevent it before it could happen. Just as he arrived at the train station, Subaru saw Jinga standing there waiting for him. About what he needed to discuss with Jinga, Subaru excitedly asked if he wanted to join him until they reached the underworld starting next week. The underworld? You mean the enemy of humanity? Jinga asked suspiciously. The enemy, huh? Yes, I knew you would say that. A lot of things have happened, and I need to participate in the meeting of the kings, Subaru replied calmly, leaving Jinga shocked to his core by the information Subaru just revealed. The kings? Participating in a meeting? You? Do you realize that you just made a statement that could shock the entire world? No one has any detailed information about the underworld, you know? And of course, there was no one there to witness it either. And now, Yu Tsunemori Jinga was shocked, stumbling over his words, unable to speak. Yes, that's why I think we can go together, Subaru replied with an awkward smile, leaving Tsunemori Jinga even more speechless. Tsunemori Jinga felt like Subaru was trying to invite him on an extremely dangerous adventure. I can't talk to you anymore. And besides, how do you intend to enter that underworld? And why are you inviting me, someone who has only reached silver rank? Don't you have many other teammates who are stronger than me? Tsunemori Jinga yelled, losing his cool. Of course, I will also take the others with me, but I am certain that there will be times when your strength, Tsunemori Jinga, will be extremely necessary in the future. That is my reason. Will you officially become my teammate? After returning from the underworld, I have planned to form a team, and I want you to be a member of that team. Although the team is not yet recognized or even has a name, its motto is, I will never betray or abandon my friends. What do you think? Subaru explained calmly, leaving Jinga slightly hesitant. From the very first time I met you, I still couldn't believe that someone like you would choose me to join in sweeping the 6-star gate. However, your decision was completely correct, and together with your tactics, we were able to clear the gate. I bet you possess a truly mysterious power. I still can't believe in my own power, but I will believe in you, because you trusted me, Jinga affirmed strongly, then immediately gripped Subaru's hand tightly. Both created a 9-ice power that lit up the entire river surface. Sitting on a boat drifting on the water, at this moment, was Ruin, who was calmly sipping tea, silently saying goodbye to his dear Subaru in his heart. My precious Subaru, you have become extremely dangerous in just the past few days, defeating the Flame Master in just a few minutes, and you were even able to defeat the monster-slaying fiend with just your own relatives? That gold and red rabble might just know how to warn, but I am different. If things continue like this, there's definitely a chance that the vanquished will return. Threats need to be nipped in the bud, Ruin growled, thinking to himself. But the very moment Subaru and Jinga shook hands, Subaru faintly realized the taint on the soul. The special technique of the Silver King, Ruin, was currently resting inside Jinga's body with a 100% capability of manipulating its target. Just as I guessed, at this moment, Brother Jinga is the target being aimed at. Ruin's goal is to approach the silver rank closest to him, Subaru thought to himself. Then suddenly, wait, Ruin called out, asking if the Silver King was there. Subaru felt his heart skip a beat. He couldn't believe Ruin had tracked him down so quickly. You've made 3 mistakes, Subaru retorted. First, when Tsunemori Jinga goes out, he always wears a paper bag. Second, Tsunemori Jinga calls me Subaru, not Subaru. And third, Tsunemori Jinga would never say, I believe in you. Subaru suddenly screamed and violently tore off his shirt, revealing a prosthetic arm. Ruin was stunned. Subaru had actually cut off his own arm, replaced it with a prosthetic, and was manipulating it. It seemed you'd figured out how to deal with the 9 bands from the very beginning. Such a thorough countermeasure couldn't have been achieved without deep conviction and resolve. After baring his upper body, Subaru agilely landed a pressure point strike right in the center of Jinga's chest, causing him to collapse instantly. Realizing Subaru had removed the banray from Jinga's body, Ruin turned purple with rage. He guessed Subaru must have anticipated this, which is why he could resolve it so perfectly. After gently laying Tsunemori Jinga on the ground, Subaru's bag suddenly exploded, revealing a blood-soaked arm. The arm automatically flew over and reattached itself to Subaru's shoulder with immense lightning-fast power, leaving Ruin feeling increasingly unsettled. He's not just a wielder of Vanquish, he even possesses precognition? This guy is too dangerous. I don't care if the other kings take notice. I have to kill him right here, right now. Ruin broke into a sweat as he watched the back of Subaru, who was radiating an intense aura, slowly advancing toward him. The gift we've attained so far is a world far different from the future I saw that day. In a world as precarious as this, there is only one thing that is absolutely certain: your defeat. Subaru surged with energy, warning Ruin. His mission was to stop Ruin's plot and defeat him in a direct confrontation. If successful, he would obtain a new kin, get closer to the truth of the world, and expand his red board. But if he failed, Subaru and Jinga would be logged out, accelerating the destruction of the underworld. As for Shikishima, Amamiya, and Karyon, they were busy watching Subaru through their soul connection. Everyone looked calm, convinced that Subaru would win quickly. On the other side, after being provoked by Subaru, Ruin flew into a rage and lunged forward. Before Sukana could even pop his head out, Subaru unleashed a torrent of attacks. sending water flying everywhere, successfully preventing Ruin from counterattacking. Not stopping there, Subaru launched his chains of prison technique, aggressively surrounding Ruin. He was submerged in deep water, and his very soul was trapped the moment it touched Subaru's technique, leaving him with no choice but to curse Subaru's entire family with a filthy mouth. This is the last of the 3 ultimate techniques I received from Vanquish during my first run. Those who travel under the sun can block the sunlight, which is a vampire's weakness. But in exchange, it lowers stats to their limit. And I have unleashed it. The true form of a vampire, Subaru. Subaru said coldly, making Ruin's face go pale. He never expected that since becoming a wielder, Subaru had been suppressing his true power all this time. Ruin, however, was stubborn and clung to life, refusing to admit defeat. Using all his remaining strength, he unleashed a lightning and wind attack straight at Subaru. Watching him go mad within the power of his own dark energy like that, Subaru wasn't about to be outdone. He immediately raised his hand to summon a broken sword in response. He had no intention of letting anyone sleep through this battle, including himself. This was truly a fight where it was hard to tell who would win, as their strength was neck and neck. It could be called 50-50. Back in the human world, Shikishima, Amamiya, and Karyan had already fallen asleep while watching Subaru. At the same time, in the underworld on the Shining Coast, the thunder god Keelam, the storm god Delta, the fire god Lenda, Louis, and Renji were gathering and noisily discussing Subaru's last move. Everyone hoped Subaru would win, because if he didn't, the whole place would be wiped out by Ruin. Vanquish, sitting off in the distance, was nonchalantly observing the match when he was suddenly interrupted by Amamiya, the queen of martyrdom. She was confident Subaru would fulfill everyone's expectations. On Subaru's side, after landing a punch infused with the power of a 7-colored rainbow, he successfully triggered the Silver King Ruin's rage. The sparks Subaru created were torn into pieces, colliding in midair and causing an endless series of explosions. That evening, seawater kept falling in the city of Hitachi, Ibaraki Prefecture. The Silver King stopped thinking for a few seconds before the rain ceased. His divine silver threads had been torn into 1,000 pieces, and on top of that, they were sliced vertically. It also inherited that special technique from Vanquish. So, you were always hiding your vampire powers until now, weren't you, Ruin? Ruin's eyes turned bloodshot and he screamed, "The one hiding it was Vanquish. He told me not to tell anyone. That old man also said, if you found out my true strength, a coward like you wouldn't dare to set foot in the human world," Subaru retorted arrogantly, making Ruin's blood boil. Gritting his teeth, Ruin unleashed a sacred fire attack aimed straight at Subaru. Subaru tilted his body to dodge, and the savage beam of light missed, shooting into the seawater instead. The water instantly evaporated. If that had hit Subaru, he would have been done for. To maintain such a powerful technique, it must consume a lot of energy. This will be a huge burden for him, Subaru thought to himself. In any case, Ruin never had more than 19 souls. The Great Eye always strictly forbade the main bodies of souls belonging to entities in the underworld from entering the human world. But Ruin had a technique to split his soul into 9 parts. With that technique, he could completely bypass the system, even if he only brought 1 part with him. But even just 1 part was enough to obtain ultimate power, because the gate didn't impose any limits. However, if this soul is destroyed, the main soul also loses a main part of itself. That makes Ruin's main body in the underworld weaker. That is why you need to completely subdue him right here, for the sake of future negotiations. Vanquish smirked, full of malice. Subaru thought to himself, constantly running away, making Ruin chase him until he was exhausted. Ruin frantically cursed him for being a coward, who only knew how to run away. But Ruin didn't expect that everything Subaru had done until now was to lure him into a trap. While running, Subaru suddenly stopped and immediately unleashed a surprise attack, leaving Ruin unable to react, getting him trapped in a crisscrossing blood barrier. Ruin was furious and tried to aim his shot at Subaru. But he missed every time because of Subaru's incredible speed. Rushing in like a rocket, Subaru forcefully swung his fist, landing a heavy blow on Ruin's face, knocking him dizzy on the spot. Teeth and lips a mess. Subaru's punches kept coming one after another, with no intention of stopping, even though Ruin's face was now a mangled mess. Until he was completely destroyed, Subaru would continue to beat Ruin like a punching bag until he won. Ruin was beaten by Subaru until he didn't even look human anymore. His entire body was exhausted, and he had to fall after Subaru's final blow. He coughed up blood in pain, feeling his soul could not hold on any longer, so he had to quickly retreat through the gate. "You're quite the survivor, aren't you? If it were Lenda, he would have died 5 times over by now. As expected of me, You're strong, Subaru sighed, then quickly channeled his energy to strike the center of Ruin's chest, causing him to reel in a daze and croak. On the spot. Everyone in the virtual world witnessing this scene had their jaws dropped, unable to believe Ruin had actually been defeated by Subaru. Amamiya and Renji smiled proudly at what Subaru had accomplished. Well done, kid. It's time. Subaru, start the negotiations and turn that Silver King into one of us. Vanquish chimed in excitedly, leaving everyone stunned. They couldn't understand if it was really necessary to do that to him in such a miserable state. 1 hour before the fight with Uruk, Subaru had been asked by Vanquish to turn Ruin into his ally. To appear at the gathering of the kings, you must lay the groundwork for your future benefits. Negotiate with him and bring him to our side. First, just beat him into a pulp. You have to show him your strength. That's the only way to make the strong obey. Furthermore, Ruin is also one of the easiest to negotiate with once he's surrendered. That brat is very cautious and cunning, but at the end of the day, he's just a coward, Vanquish whispered to Subaru. In the rain, Ruin remembered the moment he first met Vanquish when he was a child. Back then, Ruin was still following the nine-tailed fox, which was also his ancestor. Vanquish had cunningly approached Ruin and told him the reason he kept running away was that his fear and anxiety were far greater than the happiness of winning. If you were a human, it wouldn't matter, but with the duties of a king, you can't be afraid all the time. Get a grip, you coward. Every word from Vanquish struck at Ruin's pride, leaving him frozen and speechless on the spot. But then, Vanquish gently patted Ruin's head, advising him that if he could actually live up to those ideals, he would become a fine king. Ruin stood there, dazed, not knowing what expression to wear as he watched her walk away. Vanquish blended happily into the crowd in the virtual world. Ruin hoped that one day, he, too, could become a king like her. Suddenly, Ruin opened his eyes and woke up, only to find Subaru sitting right in front of him, which made his rage flare up once again. Give it up! You're nothing but a separated soul fragment, so it'll be pretty hard to go back. This battle is already over, Subaru said softly. He proposed to Ruin, I want you to become my ally, to help me relay a request to the meeting of the kings. To do that, become my kin. The words Subaru uttered not only startled Ruin, but left the gods stunned, as if a thunderclap had struck their ears. Only Vanquish, who seemed to have foreseen this, crossed her legs and chuckled, wanting to see how this spectacle would unfold. After hearing Subaru's shameless proposal, Ruin naturally objected fiercely. I'll let you live and go back, but even though you're just a soul fragment, you're still a part of my original self. If you're destroyed, the strength and status of my true body will drop significantly. The balance between gold and bronze will be shaken. Wouldn't that cause you a lot of trouble? Subaru countered. Don't think that's enough to make me your kin. The incident we fear most is when Vanquish regains the power of her prime. Any action that benefits her is unacceptable, Ruin roared back. Subaru didn't give up. He promised Ruin that if he agreed, he would provide him with information about the future through their soul connection. Hearing this, Ruin began to waver slightly. He was no longer as frantic as he was just a moment ago and fell into deep thought. Subaru added that the future had been completely altered thanks to the comrades he had gathered. He had anticipated Ruin's reaction today. Inside his soul, Subaru's comrades were clamoring and debating loudly, giving him a headache. Why are you saying that? Just a moment ago, you said the future you knew couldn't be trusted anymore. Does that mean becoming your kin serves no purpose? Ruin asked skeptically. The memories I have in my hands now are of the 8 disasters that will befall the human world. And the one causing the 8th disaster is the administrator from the Bronze Light, Subaru explained in a low voice. Ruin was so shocked he nearly fell over. He hadn't expected Subaru's enemy to be such a supreme entity. Amidst the surging waves, Subaru guessed that the administrator he mentioned had appeared. It seemed the real negotiations were just beginning. Tsunemori Jinga opened his eyes, feeling groggy, and realized he was lying on the sand. He clutched his pounding head, feeling like it was being hammered. As Tsunemori Jinga looked around for the Silver King, his eyes were met by a giant, bloodshot eye looming over the sea, nearly scaring him to death. That eerie eye was the administrator, or, in other words, the supreme entity that created the Bronze Light. Ruin only knew of its existence but hadn't seen its true form, so he was just as panicked as the rest. Why are you here? We haven't violated anything yet. We only mentioned your name, Subaru coldly ordered. Hearing this, the administrator immediately vanished. But Subaru knew it hadn't left this world entirely. It was still watching everything. Subaru revealed that he had fought it before but lost. But next time, I will be the winner. To do that, I need you, Subaru proposed. Was he serious about making him his kin? He knew everything that would happen. and the only way to join his forces was through soul communication. Surely, he would become the administrator's enemy. It was a high risk, but if he missed this opportunity, he would never be able to touch that information again. Wait, he wouldn't be a king anymore if he didn't make a decision right now. He shouldn't be afraid of losing anything so that his people could live peaceful lives. Ruin pondered for a while, then softly spoke his agreement. Perhaps Vanquish's guidance had reached him after all. But are you okay with it? I used your comrades to harm you, and yet you're accepting that so easily? Ruin questioned. You did that to protect your country, right? You showed it through your soul fragment, and you didn't appear until you were about to lose. You did it for your land, so your people wouldn't have to suffer. Vanquish commends you for that. So don't worry, my comrades and I will use all our strength to protect you, Subaru affirmed firmly, moving Ruin deeply. Tears welled up in his eyes as he promised to become his ally. The two of them quickly shook hands, sealing the deal. Jinga watched Subaru and Ruin embracing like brothers in arms, and felt a bit confused, but he didn't pay it much mind. Jinga just wanted to ask Subaru one thing. That giant eye earlier, that appeared above the sea, what was that? That is a global crisis. It will arrive in about 2.5 months, or perhaps later. Subaru told Tsunemori Jinga the truth, knowing he couldn't hide it any longer. Tsunemori Jinga remained silent. It seemed that things were always arriving sooner than he thought. 3 years ago, on that day, Tsunemori Jinga was on a train heading home after his sister urged him to return. Back home, everyone was looking forward to Tsunemori Jinga's return, but no one expected that on that very day, the gate would appear on the sea in silence. It happened in a place where no sovereign was present at the time, and the alarms didn't even sound when it shattered. By the time Tsunemori Jinga made it home, it was all too late. His beautiful house had turned into a pile of chaotic rubble, burying his family beneath. Standing all alone in the mess that used to be his home, Tsunemori Jinga was in so much pain he couldn't even cry. This time, Tsunemori Jinga had truly arrived too late. He looked up at the sky and wept like a torrential downpour, his heart full of hatred and resentment toward the monster that had taken his family. Later, when the house was rebuilt exactly as it was, Tsunemori Jinga looked at the portraits of his family members and couldn't stop blaming himself for not arriving at the right time. Tsunemori Jinga had become a sovereign and was stronger now, but he still couldn't be there at that moment to protect his family. Tears streaming down his face, Tsunemori Jinga fell to his knees, sobbing and apologizing profusely, looking utterly heartbroken. Faced with the whispers of his neighbors, Tsunemori Jinga chose to wear a box over his head to live a reclusive life. Since that day, Jinga chose to stay in his hometown, waiting by the sea every day to see if a gate would appear. To me, nothing is trustworthy. Not even myself. Those entities from the underworld, I will never let them appear on this land again. The regret of not returning in time, I will never feel that again. Tsunemori Jinga had told himself that. So, today, in front of Subaru, Tsunemori Jinga begged Subaru to make him his kin so they could fight together and protect everything until the very end. This fiery determination of Tsunemori Jinga moved Subaru deeply. 1-2024. A memory from the future. The seventh disaster, Damnatio Memoriae, had wiped out all humans on Earth except for the sovereigns. At that time, Jinga had approached Subaru, wanting to know why he was sitting sadly on the shore all by himself. I fought my enemy here, and I won, but I couldn't stop him from activating his ultimate technique. I was too late, Subaru answered sorrowfully. You couldn't do it? You're just like me, aren't you? Jinga replied blankly. Both of them sat side by side, facing the ruined shore, their hearts filled with unspeakable emotions. Back in the present, 112023, Subaru was performing the ritual to make Tsunemori Jinga his kin. Immersed in the power Subaru created, Tsunemori Jinga felt a source of energy flowing through his body. His senses seemed to be opening up. And so, from this moment on, Tsunemori Jinga became Subaru's kin. Everyone inside the Soul Realm chimed in to welcome Tsunemori Jinga, making his head spin. This is soul communication. Think of it as a conversation between kin. You can share your true thoughts here, so I guarantee that everything you hear is 100% the truth, Shikishima explained. After finishing the ritual for Jinga, it was Ruin's turn. Whenever he added new kin, Subaru's power increased, but he never expected it to skyrocket to an entirely new level like this. As soon as he touched Ruin, I understand now. Subaru, after becoming your kin, my true body in the world has grown much stronger. So this is the 45%? As the master, you get 10% from your kin, right? Ruin spoke softly. Subaru finally realized. This power didn't come from Ruin's separated soul fragment, but from his true body. That really is the absolute peak. Turning others into your own kin is Vanquish's ultimate technique. It's a unique ability that can boost the power of both the kin and the master. That's the main reason why the Rainbow Kingdom reached such a peak position. It truly was unbeatable in the years to come. But now, I can completely overwhelm both Safina and Varden with this new power. But I won't do that. I'm allying with you for a much higher purpose, Ruin said, then told Subaru and Jinga to quickly get on the Silver Star so he could take them to meet Vanquish. They zoomed off, and in a blink, they arrived at Renji's apartment, where the whole group had already gathered. Subaru quickly took out the blood key to open the door to the brilliant coast and immediately led the group through. As soon as they stepped inside, Ruin's eyes widened, realizing that this place was where souls converged. With such an incredibly advanced technique to create space within the underworld, no wonder he had been searching forever and couldn't find Vanquish. The administrator cannot see us here. Before I was defeated, I created this place with my last bit of strength while fighting the administrator, and I've been hiding here. Although my power and status are gone, I'm still here. I've recovered 30% of my strength. Vanquish walked over from afar and said, his body enveloped in a vast, abundant aura. Ruin was a bit intimidated and greeted Vanquish hesitantly, but Shikishima was bolder, walking straight up to shake Vanquish's hand. In such a solemn atmosphere, the others were still being noisy and chatting away. Shikishima and Vanquish were both annoyed and immediately raised their voices to scold the group to quiet down. Thanks to Subaru's blood cushions, everyone finally settled down and sat in rows, acting serious. Preparing for the meeting of the kings, Vanquish chuckled, saying that not only would Subaru and his kin be attending, but the Rainbow Kingdom would participate as well. Ruin didn't like those brats from the Rainbow Kingdom much, but he had to endure it. At Vanquish's request, Subaru quickly stood up to explain to everyone why they all had to be at the meeting. This is the main reason for this gathering. I am demanding the complete abolition of all gates leading to the underworld, Subaru declared loudly. Everyone was stunned, as if a gunshot had rang out. They couldn't believe Subaru would want to abolish the gates right in front of the kings at this meeting. The most agitated was Jinga, who, upon hearing this, flew into a rage, jumped up, and shouted, wanting to know if that was even feasible. Seeing it invading Earth day by day, this request was completely reasonable. We will discuss the negotiation timeline with Ruin and the others soon. But before we do that, I will explain once more how we will deal with the upcoming disasters, Subaru replied firmly. We have repelled 3 disasters, but there are 5 more remaining. We can prevent the 5th and 6th disasters. Although we cannot stop them, I know where they will occur and how to defeat them, so it's okay. Besides, we are currently stronger than our future selves. First, I will talk about the 5th disaster that occurs after someone reaches level 99. Upon hearing Subaru mention this, Amamiya was furious, channeling lightning and swearing to stop it at any cost. Seeing that Najose Akira still didn't quite understand this disaster, Subaru patiently explained, it is a god lord whose body will be possessed by an automatic technique as soon as they reach level 99. By creating a rift through a control technique similar to Ruin's, the master of the gate can naturally step into the human world, and it faces no trouble dealing with the gate's limits. You could say that thing is thousands of times stronger than a 6-star boss and the sole portion of Ruin. The person whose body is taken over is Hazuki, Amamiya's sister. Everyone was shocked to hear Subaru say this, and Amamiya, on the other side, was already crazed, his body overflowing with killing intent. After losing her sister and being severely injured, instead of waiting to heal, Hazuki kept going everywhere to level up until she reached level 99. The Royal Automatic Technique was born, and began absorbing her soul and experience points to summon the Dragon King Gel. Poor Hazuki was transformed into a monster from then on. The master of Hazuki's gate was the older sister of the Silver Kingdom, Gel, but Ruin didn't think Gel would listen to him and stop. Now for the real problem. The 6th disaster must not happen. The super earthquake was supposed to be caused by my younger brother, Taiga, Subaru said, bowing his head. During the battle against the Black Party, that took place during the time of King Aurora, the group could not defeat Taiga and Kokogashi. After that, Taiga unleashed his power and accelerated the time flow of the 6 landmasses beneath Japan, thereby causing the super earthquake. Even though Taiga died in the timeline where the 6th disaster happened, the most important thing that Subaru could not explain was why the group was able to defeat Taiga and Kokogashi in this timeline. Shikishima explained, perhaps because the path connecting to the future was split into 3 timelines. The timeline was divided after Subaru obtained the memories of King Aurora, and Taiga died before that happened. Meaning, the timeline split happened even before Subaru met King Aurora. Simply put, there was an X factor that changed the future before Subaru, but we still don't know if it's friend or foe. It's as if that X factor is very close to us now, Subaru said, speculating. That's enough for today. After Amamiya swapped back with Amamiya, they hurried to return with the group through the gate from earlier. Vanquis quietly asked Subaru to stay a little longer to catch up. This team is quite lively. The first time I met you, kid, I never thought we could create such a big family. After all, both of us were quite a mess back then, Vanquis reminisced. You're right, now that I look back, we've improved very quickly in such a short time. At first, I only opened the gate to find money, fame, and status stolen by Taiga. But after you told me to love myself and live happily, I started thinking differently. I cherish my friends and my teammates, and I love myself when I'm by their side. I want us to always walk the same path together. This strange adventure all stemmed from the Rainbow Gate. Just a little further, I want to continue this journey, Subaru said with a smile. Vanquis happily mentioned that he believed one day Subaru would do things that even he couldn't. This strange attitude of Vanquis made Subaru a bit confused. Vanquis said, then turned his back to say goodbye to Subaru, promising to meet him again in the underworld. In the underworld, the Golden Kingdom. At this moment, Safina, the Queen of the Twilight, also known as the ruler of the Golden Kingdom, was soaking in a bathtub of clarity. She was interested in Subaru because of his overwhelming power. Safina softly requested her maid to send Subaru an invitation to the meeting of the kings as a guest after 1 week had passed. At 11:35 at night, Subaru was sleeping in bed when he was startled awake by a beam of light that suddenly appeared in front of him. That light, after disappearing, left Subaru an invitation to attend the meeting of the kings. 3 days later, at the back of Renji's apartment building, the group had gathered, all present. They were wearing winter clothes that looked so stylish. Just looking at them made you sweat from the heat. Subaru also didn't know if dressing like that was okay because the memories of King Aurora didn't mention this meeting at all. Aside from the gate and the seating, Subaru had never been to the underworld before. Carrion and Amamiya were also stumped about this underworld matter. As the whole group stood there looking confused, suddenly, a golden door abruptly appeared, clearing all their questions. Stepping out from inside was a proud golden knight. Subaru, I've come to take you. I am Isis, captain of the guard unit under the direct command of Queen Safina. It's a pleasure to be your escort. Isis introduced herself. Carrion noticed she was younger than Safina and Louis, so she guessed she was perhaps a member of the new generation. After Subaru greeted her, Isis urged the group to quickly step into the gate, saying that just one step would take them straight to the underworld. And that was exactly true. The underworld appeared before them, vast and majestic, completely covered in white snow. Unlike your world, here you will see that the lands all orient toward the core. They lie scattered next to each other like a broken egg. They are all different kingdoms. The climate. Here is warmer when you approach the sun core at close range, and colder when you move away from it. When a kingdom is near the sun and there are overlapping lands, it will block the sunlight and cause an evening phenomenon there, Isis explained, addressing the questions from Subaru's group. Shikishima realized this place was quite cold, so he guessed correctly that they were quite far from the center. This place is called the Outer Rim. Just as its name suggests, this is the furthest area. It goes very far, and beyond even that is the final territory, Isis informed them. So, this isn't the Golden Kingdom? Najosi Akira wondered. Ha ha, of course not. The Golden Kingdom is the largest landmass. It's that thing floating up there. The underworld consists of over 200 kingdoms stretching along its core. However, contrary to the third king's expectations, unfortunately, all the other kings are opposed to your presence at this meeting. Subaru, you and your little group are nothing more than sacrifices meant to resurrect their souls. Many even consider your existence to be lower than that of slaves. Isis was laughing and chatting happily, but suddenly, her expression shifted entirely. She smirked with an arrogant, condescending look at Subaru's group. It made the whole group's blood boil. She announced that she couldn't accept the idea of allowing Subaru's party to attend the meeting. With that, she suddenly narrowed her eyes and unleashed the Golden Wall technique, causing the entire group to plummet toward the ground like falling fruit. Isis's powerful 14th technique sent a surge of ice and water blasting through, forcing Subaru's group to fall deep from a height of 10 meters. Since you are our master's esteemed guests, I won't kill you. However, you must prove to me that you are worthy of attending the meeting. The meeting will take place at the Palace of the Golden Kingdom. Be sure to arrive on time. You have 72 hours. We shall meet again. Try to survive. Isis uttered these final words before her sheer force teleported Subaru's group to a location 1,000 kilometers away from where they were. Unfazed, Subaru smirked and replied, "See you later, Isis," which annoyed her slightly due to his cocky attitude. Even though Subaru had just said they would meet Isis soon, he didn't expect to be completely separated from his group, ending up in a place way too far to communicate via soul link. He stood there, dazed, staring at a place that looked vaguely familiar. Suddenly, a beast dove from the sky right at Subaru. He easily drew his sword to deflect it. The raw power behind its strike was immense. They clashed, causing the ground and rocks to shatter noisily. Even though the beast kept attacking Subaru, he didn't feel a single hint of bloodlust or hostility in its strikes. That was the weirdest part. Just as Subaru kicked back with a powerful blow, the beast started laughing, praising Subaru, which left him completely dumbfounded. "Want to know who I am? Come on, have you already forgotten? Even though you were the one who pierced me in such a miserable way?" The beast grinned and roared with laughter. Subaru, at this point, still couldn't recall who it was, or what he had even done to it. The beast couldn't really blame Subaru for having the memory of a goldfish, as its own appearance had changed as well. But no matter, since he had forgotten, it offered to reintroduce itself. It was Kobo, the giant from the Canyon of Wind, Loom Wasa. Hearing that name, Subaru suddenly remembered. It was the boss of the two Stargate he had once entered. So, that's who it was. Kobo saw that Subaru finally recognized it and laughed happily. Then, it carried him on its back, dashing across the cliffs of the canyon. Kobo explained that the gate, or in other words, the prison of souls, was where criminals in the underworld were exiled. Inside the gate, there was still a chance to regain one's original appearance and strength, but only in the places they had lived before they died. The lower the star rating, the lower the chance of being revived. Kobo was getting tired of explaining, but Subaru didn't seem to be listening much, as he was busy looking at the scenery, which made Kobo want to punch him. "We were exiled to the two Stargate and lost both our voices and our ability to reason," Kobo added. Subaru finally understood everything and thought to himself that the ability to exist again was based on the star count, similar to a phone's storage capacity. The memory of the future didn't give me any hints about this at all. Maybe it's because I'm in the underworld, so there are no protection features? Seeing Subaru wondering where Kobo was taking him, it replied that it was bringing him to meet the person who told it he was here. Kobo was so good to Subaru because, previously, Subaru had pierced it the strongest owner, which allowed it to return to its original form. So, it wanted to repay Subaru. Kobo also revealed to Subaru that the goblin leader had died as well and had been exiled to the gate once again. But that punishment is really strange. Why would they put effort into putting souls inside the gate? Subaru asked, confused. It's because, in the underworld, we can trade souls for energy, and vice versa. If I were to say that the civilization of the underworld is a civilization of techniques, then those viable techniques act as a catalyst and serve the function of a soul. But high-quality souls won't return to their own worlds. Instead, they help the users gain more benefits. Is that really so? A girl with hair as white as snow suddenly replied, making Subaru jump in surprise and leap off Kobo's back. A burst of energy brushed against the ring on Subaru's hand, leaving him momentarily shocked by the strange sensation. As she drew closer, Subaru vaguely realized she was the owner of the bracelet he had received, the one who gave him power when his time loop was broken. The King of Aurora, Sybil. Isis's technique was to send each person to a place based on their individual luck, but it seemed Amamiya wasn't very lucky, as she was sent straight to a scorching, blistering volcanic lava region. In front of her was a long-necked fire beast, Aya the Dragon King, who was also the one responsible for the fifth disaster, now roaring aggressively. "I will make you erase that damned technique of yours from your owner, Amamiya-sama." Amamiya smirked and spoke up. The beast was surprised to see Amamiya know its name and its owner, so it challenged her. "Who are you?" "My name is Well. I suppose I have to use this name from now on." Amamiya smiled and replied, then shuddered, transforming in a flash into a flowing robe as red as blood. "I am one of the 6 Rainbow Kings, Queen of Magtida, Judith," Amamiya declared. Shikishima, on the other hand, had been dropped into a strange, hollow tree. Inside were a green-haired boy and a cold, spiked-hair guy, called Tobits, who looked equally strange. This was the first time Shikishima had seen entities in the underworld that had human forms, so he felt a bit shy and bowed respectfully to greet the boy. The boy saw that Shikishima had eyebrows just like his, so he whispered to Tobits, "Maybe Shikishima isn't a bad guy." Surprised that Shikishima didn't know who they were, the boy proudly introduced himself as one of the 6 Rainbow Kings, Aka, the Demon King. while the spiked hair guy was the king of reverence, Tobits. Shikishima, hearing the title of being one of the 6 kings, couldn't help but be stunned and surprised. It felt so similar to Carrion. Just then, 2 more appeared in the cave. Bonabat, one of the 6 kings, Akka the Ghost King, and Maria, one of the 6 kings, Akka the Zombie King, leaving Shikishima completely flabbergasted. He had just arrived in the underworld and had already met all sorts of kings. It was too sudden. Shikishima didn't know he was standing in the land of bronze, a place where you'd run into a king every square meter, and also the gathering ground of the 6 kings. After learning Shikishima was a relative of Vanquis's owner, Maria burst into laughter and declared straight away that he was her junior. It made Shikishima so embarrassed. Sitting around the wine table with the whole group, Shikishima held a glass in his hand, feeling a woozy sensation, as if he were about to get drunk, even though he knew this wine tasted like garbage. Hey, Shikishima, you became a relative while you were still alive, right? I don't detect a counterpart for you, like Judith and Carrion. They fight in your place by switching souls, Esther asked. Seeing that Shikishima didn't know what a counterpart was, Esther suggested that he could freely choose one of the 6 kings to be his counterpart. But Shikishima had already fallen fast asleep ages ago. There was no way to choose now. Maria told Esther to let Shikishima sleep, because if he could pass out from drinking her wine, it meant that both his physical and mental state were completely exhausted. After asking Tobits to watch over Shikishima, the battle-hungry Maria tilted her head, staring at the swarms of monsters flying toward them with bloodthirsty eyes. Fueled by the excitement from the alcohol, Maria smirked, raised her hand, and in a flash, sent the whole lot of monsters to be stir-fried. Amamiya was currently in the Silver Kingdom, the nest of the Dragon King, Gel, to solo the beast with her scorching hot Flame Phoenix technique. She unleashed a barrage of attacks onto its body. Gel was the king of the lava dragons. Moreover, he was stronger than her. For an undead, her weakness was fire. She was in trouble now. But how can I retreat when I see Amamiya-sama so devastated? Amamiya calmed herself down and unleashed the red-hot Fist King technique. Vasuki, with her fake fist technique, also lunged at the beast, causing a deafening, fiery explosion. The beast was immensely surprised. It hadn't expected Vasuki, the king of poison dragons, to be Amamiya's subordinate. Hoping to turn the beast into her subordinate, Amamiya brought the battle-ready Vasuki out to brawl with the beast, because she knew dragons were easily provoked when challenged. Watching the 2 beasts fire-breathing at each other, Amamiya remembered her memories as well as the reason she was so loyal to Amamiya-sama. The reason she had lost her memories when becoming Amamiya-sama's counterpart. Amamiya remembered it all. That day, right after sweeping through the 2 Stargate, Amamiya had regained the wisdom and body she had lost while trapped in the low-level gate. As she intended to return to the underworld, Amamiya discovered Amamiya lying motionless on the ground, covered in blood. The wounds on her body were quite severe. At that moment, Vanquis's door, with a raging aura, appeared before Amamiya's eyes. Amamiya was wondering why Vanquis's owner hadn't turned Amamiya into a relative yet. After reminiscing, she remembered that even back then, deep in her heart, she had admired Amamiya-sama after that battle. She admired her innocence, her recklessness, and her honesty, too. That is precisely why Subaru connected with his soul, his undying loyalty to him, his deep gratitude for breaking the chains that freed him from the gate. And now, that loyalty is no longer reserved for Subaru alone. It's a good thing I lost my memories before entering the portal, or my arrogant former self would never have been able to bond with AI for long. I've learned so much over the past few days, and now I understand what it means to hold on to my memories. I want to help Subaru and all of my friends. From the depths of her heart, Amamiya was overflowing with determination. She immediately ordered Vasuki to take care of the Gel AI monster, but to her surprise, it was Vasuki who ended up being targeted by Gel's Berserk, super-level King's Power. Just as it tried to shift its focus toward Amamiya with its top-tier firepower, she unleashed her final trump card by summoning the God of Thunder. In less than a second, a bolt of lightning crackling with electricity struck Gel directly from the sky, instantly stunning it and leaving its body trembling from the high-voltage current. Enraged, Gel demanded to know why the God of Thunder was on Amamiya's side. "That's a stupid question," the god replied. "Because you made my precious student cry." The God of Thunder, Kilim, spoke with a heavy voice. A few minutes ago, in the underworld where the souls of the Radiant Coast gather, the god Kilim had been constantly begging Vanquis to open the gate, but the answer remained a hard no, because if Vanquis opened it, the managers would find him. Still, Kilim didn't give up, promising to return soon because he desperately wanted to save Amamiya's sister. It's still too early for her to face the Dragon King. Living beings are always testing themselves. They're always trying to break through to a new level. If someone has to do it, it might as well be me. With all my focus, I've endured the confinement of the portal for far too long. But maybe I was wrong, Vanquish, about your expectations for Subaru. No, wait. His request. It's just like mine, Keelim wondered. Seeing Killim talk so much gave Vanquish a headache, so he finally gave in and opened the gate to satisfy him. And that was how Keelim arrived to strike down Gel with his remaining firepower. The disaster was averted, and once everything was settled, Keelim returned only to find Vanquish gone. Instead, he saw Amamiya bowing her head in respectful gratitude. Seeing Amamiya in tears, Keelim couldn't stand it anymore. He flicked his finger and ordered her to stand up, telling her that if she was going to be his student, she needed to act like one. Amamiya followed behind Keelim, beaming with joy. Through their telepathic link, Amamiya also silently thanked Amamiya for saving her sister. But in truth, Amamiya also gained something from this by turning Gel into her subordinate through the Mother Core. Just then, the Silver King Ruin rode his flying monster in from afar. He saw that Gel was already finished before he could even convince him to stand down, and he awkwardly scratched his head. Amamiya hesitantly asked Ruin if she was okay after she accidentally sent the Silver Kingdom's resident to the afterlife. Gel was extremely arrogant, so he had plenty of enemies. He died unexpectedly, so that's a bit awkward, right? Ruin, the scoundrel, replied, leaving Amamiya speechless. Now, according to Subaru's memories, it's about to begin. Amamiya switched into serious mode, and together with Ruin, they braced themselves as if waiting for something to happen. On the other side, Carrion had arrived at the Asham Castle in the Golden Kingdom. One of the 7 Fire Knights, Bazaj, politely appeared to welcome Carrion to the lounge before their meeting, but right at that moment, a subordinate rushed in to report that Safina was not in the castle, causing everyone, including Carrion, to gasp in shock. Damn it, this is bad. Even if it starts earlier, Carrion muttered in frustration, leaving everyone around him completely confused. Meanwhile, at Subaru's location in the Valley of Rot, he was curious to know how much of the future Cebu could see. I can't see over a wide range. For a human like you, I can only see things related to you. The royal Tomalite I inherited from my beloved mother is limited to the people connected to me. It's a special technique that allows me to see their futures. I don't have a connection to you, but Vanquish, the master of your gates, the king of the Rainbow Kingdom, he is my father, Cebu said. Subaru was shocked to his core. It was completely beyond his imagination. The one my father expects to break through isn't me or my sister, but a human. Interesting, isn't it? That soul machine. I want to prove it with my own eyes in the final moments of my life, Cebu said, then summoned Vorden. The lawless man appeared with a roar. Subaru knew this event was the first invasion. It was a massacre caused by a large number of entities from the underworld, orchestrated by the vanguard army of the managers. The reason Subaru knew about the meeting between the kings and its timing was based on memories from his future, because the meeting never actually took place. Due to the third invasion by the managers, the meeting didn't happen, and the underworld was destroyed once again. That was the beginning of the end. But don't let this be the final moment of your life, Cebu. I will make them continue to hold that meeting. That's why we're here, Subaru declared powerfully. An event caused by the managers, the first invasion, with the goal of massacring the people of the Gold, Silver, and Copper Kingdoms in the underworld, as well as reducing the number of Gatemasters and Lords in reality. After the death of his Gatemaster, Dragon King Gel, Amamiya lost her power and became an ordinary person. But if the death of one Gatemaster affected all the other lords, what would happen? Humans would lose their only way to resist the power of the gate, and the only thing waiting for them would be death and extinction. The manager's strategy was to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. They sent 30,000 troops to the Gold, Silver, and Copper Kingdoms, about half of those places. Vorden, the king of the Red Earth Kingdom, would handle it. His technique was incredibly defensive. Anyway, I wish you luck, Subaru. I don't have any combat ability, so I'll leave it to you, Cebu said, then turned away, leaving Subaru standing there, fired up with the promise to protect her. Suddenly, Kobu, fueled by a battle frenzy, charged at the army in front of him, aggressively unleashing his power with a vow not to let them violate his home. Kobu's tearful wind attack had just landed when the army's technique immediately countered it, sending him crashing to the ground, vomiting blood, unable to stand. Subaru had no choice but to pull the stupid kid back to his side, then stepped in to replace Kobo, attacking them one by one, the entire lot of them. Subaru's fierce Forgetten attack poured out relentlessly, blanketing the entire space. Over at Asham Castle in the Golden Kingdom, Carrion was busy with her king mode, full of explosive power to solo the army directly. Immersed in dark energy with lethal fists, Carrion channeled all her strength, raining blows down on them until the earth shook. Bazaj stood nearby, though he was quite pained to see his kingdom being smashed to pieces by Carrion. But seeing her boiling fighting spirit, Bazaj had no choice but to unleash his seventh technique. Watching the soldiers being smashed to bits, Carrion excitedly added a few more earth-shattering explosions, making Isis boil with rage back at the Silver Kingdom. At the Dragon King Gel's lair, Amamiya, with Gel's help, was busy using her firepower to deal with the army. Ruin also appeared to help, with his abundant power and his fierce imperial army. Standing from afar, watching the chaotic battle, Ruin curled his lip in satisfaction with his new power, while silently thanking Subaru. Back in the Red Earth Kingdom, at the Royal Garden, Subaru had arrived in time to support Vorden with his explosive Forgotten technique. During the close-quarters fight with the soldiers, Vorden was incredibly surprised to see the enemy army being cooked alive under Subaru's power. Cebu now finally believed that Subaru had received 10% of the Silver King's power. The scene was devastated, filled with holy fire and smoke, that made Cebu feel as if she were watching a scene in hell. "I'll take care of the rest of the territory for you, but the boss will be here soon. Let's fight together, King of the Red Earth," Subaru said to Vorden. Unexpectedly, at that very moment, the boss, Hido Kotetsu, truly appeared. "That's really ominous. He's here," Subaru said, making Kotetsu a bit surprised, not thinking Subaru would know him. Of course, Subaru knew him, because he was the one who would kill him in the future of the Aurora King. Before Kotetsu could say anything more to Subaru, he was already countered by Vorden, who was hot-headed and unleashed his firepower, rushing at him. Subaru tried to stop him, but Vorden shouted while patting his chest, "He is the one who sowed destruction on my land. I will bring justice as a king." Amidst his own blinding killing intent, Vorden unleashed his technique, Mistletoe, powerfully firing an arrow aimed at Kotetsu. Kotetsu quickly pulled out a D-rank item, a poor paper doll, successfully helping him take the full brunt of Vorden's arrow. After using the low-level item to take the bad luck for him, Kotetsu finally unleashed his technique, calling the god of war, Mars, who came in fiercely to attack Vorden directly. Vorden, though already seriously injured, was still talking tough, clearly hot-tempered. It seemed difficult for Kotetsu to take him down easily. Refusing to give up, Kotetsu used an A-rank item, Quarter Psalm. While muttering a spell and drawing a curse in the air, Vorden was enveloped in flames. Burning hot, Ikuhana furiously rushed in, but was also controlled by Kotetsu's fire god Vulcan in the Sea of Fire. Seeing Ikuhana in danger, Vorden rushed over, but was also enveloped by Kotetsu's chain dimension in this desperate situation. Vorden could only weakly beg Subaru for help. After agreeing to team up with Vorden, Subaru gently swung his black katana, Ignis, in a sharp, swift motion, whoosh, severing Kotetsu's giant hand in an instant. Seeing his giant hand destroyed for the first time, Kotetsu was slightly shocked. Neither of them was willing to give in. They kept rushing at each other, trading heavy blows, yet neither could gain the upper hand. Faced with Subaru's techniques that used blood to create sharp, impressive slashes, Kotetsu asked for Subaru's name and checked the system board, trying to figure out who this guy was and why he was so good. In this event, the administrators assigned you as an extra character in the Holy Blood Salvation arc, huh? It's quite rare to run into a Japanese enemy. I'm not really interested in them. What matters is how I'm going to take you down. Theoretically, when facing an enemy with no attack data, I can try many different methods to find your weakness. There are still 5 minutes left before the attack ends. I'll take good care of you, Subaru, Kotetsu said, glaring. Who would have guessed? As soon as he finished speaking, Kotetsu was enveloped by Subaru's Fogaton, taking a powerful punch straight to the face, spitting blood. You said there's still 5 minutes, right? If it were then, you might have been able to do it, but in this timeline, don't even think about defeating me in such a short time, Subaru coldly declared. The future of King Aurora was utterly tragic. The entire Kanto region had been destroyed in the first and second catastrophes, and the number of god hosts had been cut in half. During the third catastrophe, under the hands of the split soul of Ruin, both Amamiya and Amamiya were annihilated simultaneously. When the fourth catastrophe struck, Shikishima and Carrion both perished. By the fifth catastrophe, no one could defeat Gel anymore after he completed his wish. Next was the sixth catastrophe, a strike directly against Japan that paralyzed the entire country. The seventh catastrophe caused the extinction of humanity, except for the god hosts. Finally, Vanquis had to depart from this world. Subaru's connection with his master at that time was instantly severed. and his god-host power vanished nonsensically. A brilliant, glowing door suddenly appeared before Subaru. From inside, Cebu painfully announced that Vanquis had died, leaving Subaru shell-shocked, screaming, and refusing to believe it was true. It seems the administrators chose our world as a target for erasure. They are the ones who created the clock in the sky to harvest the souls of countless worlds. They are high-level entities that have surpassed the mold. It won't be long before they start invading the underworld. Even so, I still want to hold on until the end. What about you, Subaru? Cebu asked. And so, Subaru decided to fight alongside Cebu and became the owner of King Aurora until the sky tore open and the executioner appeared. The Gladius army, the remaining god hosts, linked up together and fought to the very end. Under their brutal assault, Tsunemori Jinga had to pass away forever to protect Subaru. Left alone in the chaos, Subaru was in agony, not knowing what to do next, because even Cebu had now left him to follow Tsunemori Jinga. Seeing Subaru sobbing and collapsed on the ground, Kotetsu walked over gently. Subaru, you must be the boss of this world, right? There's no way out anymore. You're just wasting your time. Kotetsu, who are you? Who on earth are you? Where did you crawl out of? Why are you attacking this world? Subaru screamed in fury. But Kotetsu was no longer interested in talking to Subaru and just wanted to finish him off right there. No, I will fight until the very last minute, until my soul completely dissolves, Subaru shouted, then used all his remaining strength to channel his energy. Returning to the present, Subaru and Kotetsu were face to face, eyes locked, preparing to eliminate each other. The fire god, Vulcanus, of Kotetsu and Subaru's blood mold quickly merged, creating a super powerful sea of firepower. Kotetsu used the Mercury Theft God's skill, trying to sneak attack Subaru from behind, but Subaru used his blood shield to counterattack. A technique to increase speed, huh? I didn't see this in the future. Subaru inwardly assessed Kotetsu's move. It was Kotetsu's core technique, the God Descender, allowing him to describe the concepts of Greek and Roman mythological gods. This technique was quite convenient as he could use any type of attack. But what was even more terrifying was his sub-technique. The main reason Subaru, in the future, was defeated by Kotetsu was because he had cancelled Subaru's flames with his blood. So, if Subaru sped up with Mercurius, he might be able to find his weakness. But now, Osisha, this sub-technique of Kotetsu, would not be able to hurt Subaru again. With Kotetsu's genius fighting skills combined with Subaru's sub-technique, Kotetsu could easily counter any attack and record them. The only way for Subaru to defeat him was to attack with a move he had never seen before. Subaru said and did it, immediately drawing the God of Warmass's blade to unleash a violent strike. Kotetsu, enveloped by Subaru's massive energy, was slightly taken aback. After unleashing the sharp dragon blade, Subaru also utilized the power of the Renji clansmen to fight with him, causing the quality of his technique to skyrocket. I didn't expect you to still have tricks to show me. You really are strong. Kotetsu spoke up. At the lair of the withered sacred tree in the Bronze Kingdom, Maria was explaining to Shikishima about an attack from people of another world. Another world finds the human world. Once they find one, they'll find a second, and then a third. Usually I'd think there are other things like us. To speak generally about the proximity between worlds, the world capable of connecting to the other is your human world, but there will be a lot more eyes on it. It's highly likely that the administrators and the rest are all in the same world that they can control. The remaining places, according to the rules of the game, perhaps there is a corporation creating and selling these types of games. What they do is just business. Even if this attacker is an AI, it's highly likely they are playing by the same rules as your world. Maria pointed directly at Shikishima's face and asserted firmly. In the past, one day, portals allowing Kotetsu to pass through different dimensions appeared all over the world. At the same time, a time limit appeared right in the sky. The time for the game to start was announced to Kotetsu. You have been chosen to become a god host to protect the world. You are a member of the criminal squad. You will go through different portals with your teammates. Then, please conquer other worlds. If you succeed, you will receive rare items. If not, you will be penalized. The system laid out the conditions. Team Kotetsu had been chosen by the administration and called god hosts. To defeat the bosses from the portals, the whole group kept fighting to level up. There were times at the places they invaded or were invaded where they won or lost. Kotetsu had continued this game with his life for 8 years, and after it all, only Kotetsu remained as the strongest god host in the world. To be invited to the Underworld Conquest Battle event, Kotetsu, we have a question for you. Why do you fight even though the destruction of this world is already fated? The game system girl asked curiously. You only know how to create games and leave them there, huh? I just want to see how far I can go in this life. Even though I've had times where I risked everything to get rare items, to me, conquering is just something I'm good at and something I like to do. Kotetsu replied then. Returning to the Red Earth country, the current underworld Subaru, with the power of the Renji clansmen, was now surging more than ever. Subaru's plan was to attack Kotetsu with a move he had never seen before. Meanwhile, what Kotetsu was thinking about now was nothing other than destroying Subaru perfectly. After much thought, Kotetsu decided to attack Subaru with an element capable of weakening him from behind. And so, Kotetsu chose to wield Hanpen, the iron sword in his hand, rushing headlong into the mercurious technique Subaru had unleashed. Both made a massive commotion, clashing violently. The firepower shot out with a bang, but they still couldn't determine a winner. If our strengths are equal, then I, who can adapt to the best technique, will win, Kotetsu thought to himself, then quickly unleashed the Osisia move, intending to swing it unexpectedly, but it was blocked by Subaru and his countless traditional techniques. In the moment of being pushed into a corner, Kotetsu had to unleash the 1000 Kirin move, the move that had caused Ulak's weapon to shatter earlier, making Subaru freeze for a few seconds. Just as I thought, your level of swordmanship has changed since you held that black sword. But I've memorized it, Kotetsu said, then continued to strike Subaru aggressively. His attacks were incredibly heavy and sharp, forcing Subaru to grit his teeth, sweating as he defended. Finally, you were struck hard and sent flying 30 feet back. Thankfully, just before you completely submerged, Subaru managed to wield the black katana, effortlessly summoning a second blade. This dark sword would cause erosion and decay, and at that very moment, Subaru spun around in a frenzy, launching countless slashes that danced across the sky and enveloped everything. At that exact moment, Kotetsu recalled several techniques he could use to counter, but they were all instantly cancelled out. Subaru was the opponent with the most resources Kotetsu had ever seen. He was certain he could exploit that last attack to take another step, because he believed Subaru was a formidable opponent, and indeed he was. Despite losing an arm, Kotetsu chose to resist Subaru's attack. A sword thrust successfully left Subaru bleeding from the stomach, a complex and flashy attack. You are the first boss to actually make me have fun, he said. But it looks like you have to end the game early. I've seen that move of yours once, and I've already memorized it. Don't even think about playing me twice, Kotetsu thought to himself, before lunging forward to deliver a fatal strike to Subaru's fresh wound. Subaru could only stare in shock as he fell, his mind clouded with flashes of the future. In that altered fate, although Kotetsu had managed to strike Subaru, he still didn't understand why the image of Subaru holding two swords in his hands hadn't entered his memory. Just then, Subaru suddenly surged forward and punched Kotetsu straight in the chest, a 10,000 arrows strike with devastating, overwhelming, destructive power. This was a technique, only usable in the vampire state, consuming a portion of his MP, and a move Subaru could only use once. 10,000 arrows was a technique taught to Subaru by Vanquish to counter Kotetsu, and it was currently Subaru's most powerful move. Kotetsu, caught off guard, couldn't react and could only stand there, stunned and bewildered. The 10,000 arrows unleashed countless bolts of lightning that roared across the sky, followed by an explosion as bright as fireworks on New Year's Eve. It tore through the space and left Kotetsu's soul ripped from his body right on the spot. Seeing Kotetsu perish completely, Subaru felt that, in the end, he was the one who had conquered him. Before dying, Kotetsu could only gasp. Incredible. Then, immediately carried away by the wind, he logged out of the world. Varden and Ikuhana witnessed the horrific scene before them and couldn't help but marvel at Subaru's power. Even Kotetsu's soldiers had long since logged out along with him. With Kotetsu dealt with, Subaru clutched his battered body. Tsunemori Jinga stepped forward and asked Varden to call for a healer. Subaru looked like he was about to kick the bucket right there. Fortunately, Ikuhana was there, and she immediately began tending to Subaru's wounds with great care. As Ikuhana brought up the past, Subaru suddenly remembered that he had once tapped her head with his black katana. Meeting her here again felt like fate. I never imagined a human could be this strong, Ikuhana remarked in admiration. According to the stats, the third king is far stronger than me. I simply came here fully prepared. Kotetsu is a god lord from a world different from ours, Subaru explained. He is one of the conquerors who occasionally comes here from other worlds. All their unidentified items are extremely difficult to deal with. I have to admit, if you weren't here, I would have likely been defeated, Varden said solemnly. Subaru smiled sheepishly because, in reality, he knew from the future that the man had indeed been defeated. Just as Ikuhana finished healing Subaru, Kotetsu's voice suddenly rang out from behind them, making the whole group jump. Regardless of whether there's another chance or not, I have to return to my world now. Kotetsu looked calm and dashing, as if he hadn't just been defeated. He walked straight toward Subaru, leaving everyone stunned. Varden launched a Ganjin attack straight at Kotetsu, but it had absolutely no effect. He was, quite simply, nothing more than a revival item. It's useless. I am currently in my invincible retreat period, Kotetsu replied calmly amidst the chaos. He had to leave now because he had exceeded his time limit. He mentioned that he would likely be punished for failing to defeat Subaru. Subaru asked Kotetsu about the managers, but he essentially knew nothing about them from the start. I really look forward to meeting you again, Subaru. I've memorized that movement that killed me at the last minute. Next time, I won't lose, Kotetsu promised with a smirk before dissolving like sea foam. On the other side, because Kotetsu failed to conquer the target, he had to face punishment from the system. But suddenly, the system issued a red alert. Error. Alert. Kotetsu. Run away, for a gate from another world is about to open. As it spoke, the system suddenly blurred and shattered into fragments before Kotetsu's confused eyes. The sky began to crack, revealing a blood-red, staring eye that looked absolutely terrifying. Kotetsu realized he had to fight this thing. They seem strong, but that won't change anything. No matter who my opponent is, I just need to conquer them, Kotetsu arrogantly told himself. It was still unclear whether Kotetsu was dead or alive. On Subaru's side, Ikuhana was asking Varden for permission to repay Subaru by escorting him to the Golden Kingdom. Though touched by her kindness, Subaru had to refuse because the King of Aurora had already given him information via this bracelet. Someone will come to pick me up soon. No sooner had Subaru spoken than Safina, riding her Earthbird, gently landed from the sky to pick up Subaru before the astonished eyes of everyone. Sybil had previously warned Subaru to be careful with Safina because she had intentions of marrying him. Safina was giggling, reaching out for Subaru to take her hand. This obsessive behavior made Subaru sweat nervously. Varden suddenly saw a bird emitting a brilliant golden light. As soon as he saw it, he recognized Safina, and his face immediately scowled. Why did you come here? Standing beneath the giant bird, Safina stood slowly. She looked triumphant. Because of my mistake, I had to fly everywhere to find Subaru and his people. Hearing this, Subaru and Ikuhana listened silently while Safina continued. I came here personally to apologize. Subaru gave a wry smile. You don't look like you want to apologize at all. Safina glared slightly and replied calmly. You idiot. I dragged you into this war, so no matter what you think, I still have to apologize. Hearing this, Varden exploded in anger at her unreasonable nature. She spoke up nonchalantly. Don't be so hasty, Shishitho. We have a meeting coming up. Safina gently raised her hand, with a flicker of a smile at everyone. If I had to kill someone like you with my own hands, it would be so boring. Instantly, her magic manifested in a gust of wind, spreading so fast that Ikuhana had to reflexively cover her face. Subaru watched this and smiled with satisfaction. Varden squinted in fury. That brat, Safina whispered. Come on, Subaru. Riding this subordinate of mine, Simo, is very comfortable. Simo, understanding her intent, lowered his back and bowed his head. Meanwhile, she was clearly ready for a fight. Shall we continue this conversation? About our future? Subaru raised his voice, feeling awkward. Give me a break, please. Safina burst out laughing. That won't do. As Simo took flight into the vast sky, Safina's voice echoed. Subaru, there are two things I need to apologize to you for, she explained cautiously. First, about Isis. Even though I gave her the task of welcoming you within 4 days after you arrived, she acted on her own. Subaru listened silently, contemplating her explanation. It seems she secretly planned it alone. Safina looked troubled, but since I can sense whenever a major gate is used, I could guess roughly what had happened. The girl is indeed talented, but when she's driven by emotion, she becomes reckless. Subaru recalled Isis's previous actions and finally understood that those deeds were not permitted by Safina but were entirely her own intent. Safina remained polite. Please forgive her for me, will you? She worries about me so much that she sometimes acts foolishly on her own, she said with a laugh. I'll arrive by tomorrow. And you? She asked, looking at him blankly. You're forgiving her already? She made a strange sound and nodded. Thanks to Isis, you protected Varden and defeated the Conqueror, forcing him to face punishment. Safina lowered her voice. Actually, I should be praising her. Subaru nodded as well. Praise her for disobeying your orders? She gently took a step forward. Everything in this world revolves around amusement, Safina said, spreading her arms wide. When you become a king, If you just live however you want, you will never improve. She spoke in a firm tone. Moreover, fate is my own natural domain. Hearing that, he stood there frozen. He muttered, Fate, Safina continued. So, what is good and what is evil? No one knows until they try to explore it in the future. Her tone did not change, and her expression remained cheerful, unless you can foresee the future. This left Subaru dumbfounded. Safina, radiating an enchanting aura, continued cautiously. Regarding what happened, it's fine. Let me just enjoy it. Subaru was surprised. Safina, this king, if I'm not mistaken, in the first disaster, she let me go because she found me interesting. That was when Safina first met him and said, You seem to be more than just a special godlord like we thought. She really was that kind of king. How interesting. However, he felt puzzled. Wait a minute, why is this so similar to Vanquis? Suddenly, Safina spoke up. I've found the others and brought them back. Subaru's eyes widened in shock. Safina, along with her subordinate Simo, had traveled to each location to rescue them. Once they mounted Simo's spirit, they were transported directly to the Kingdom of Gold. Subaru swallowed hard and asked, Thank you, Safina. Now, what was the other thing you wanted to apologize for? She replied, It's about Kokugashi. Subaru was startled. Safina explained, You know, we have the authority to interfere with the gates and doors leading to the human world and the Kingdom of Gold. Silver and Copper have the techniques to use the gates. Although Kokugashi was ordered to collect information under the guise of a subsidiary treaty, it seems someone instigated him. Subaru looked grave. Who on earth? He suddenly thought, Don't tell me it's that person? X, the one who can change the future before me? A flash of light sparked in Safina's eyes. I understand now. It's the one who always craves information the most. Subaru froze, stunned. Suddenly, Safina leaned her hand against the back of his chair, making him jump. She was now face to face with him. A faint smile played on her lips. You will exchange information with me. Her eyes seemed to glow with a strange golden symbol. I can tell that the information you hold is very valuable. Moreover, you hold countless lives in your hands. Subaru's eyes rounded in surprise. Interrupting his thoughts, a line of text suddenly appeared. Is this a prophecy about King Aurora's future? He stared at her, thinking, She knows this much? No, she's reading my mind. It must be a thought-reading technique. Safina's lips curled into a smile. A thought-reading technique? It's written all over your face. Subaru jumped and frantically touched his face. Safina suddenly burst into laughter. I was just guessing. Subaru was dumbfounded, mouth agape. Safina waved her hand. I don't have a technique like that. She pointed 2 fingers at her head. If I have any special combat technique, it's calculated risk. In other words, I have sharp intuition. Subaru tilted his head. Intuition? She touched him. That intuition tells me that if I were to marry you, everything would become much more interesting. Safina narrowed her eyes with a strange look and made an even stranger offer. Become my husband. Subaru was silent, deep in thought. Finally, he sighed. I politely decline. She laughed warmly. I'm not giving up yet. At the throne of spirits, Amamiya and the boy standing next to her looked in one direction, surprised. It was Van San, and she was crying her eyes out. They asked, What's wrong, Van San? Van San sobbed, covering her face. Amamiya, what do you think about your childhood friend marrying your master? Amamiya was confused. As long as they love each other, that's enough, right? Van San cried louder. Ah, love. Suddenly, the entire white space was swallowed by all sorts of colors. I don't recognize it. Seeing this strange phenomenon, the other two were surprised and didn't understand what was happening. Meanwhile, in another space, Isis was calmly walking forward when she heard a sound behind her. It was Subaru and Safina, greeting her warmly. Isis put on an awkward smile. And then, a whole machine, guided by Safina's hand, slammed into her head. Subaru watched and gave an awkward laugh. Suddenly, something caught his eye. A pair of wings unfurled in the sky and gradually descended. Standing on the giant birds were the comrades who had been separated, now reunited in the Kingdom of Gold. Along with Subaru and Subaru, they reached the meeting of the kings. Not a single one was missing. It was an event with over 200 different kingdoms present to discuss issues affecting the entire underworld, including politics, economics, social issues, culture, education, and much more. 3 kings would take turns deciding the location of the conference, which would last 10 days. Hearing this, the girl looked confused. 10 days? Isn't that a bit long? The young man replied, That's short. Meetings between countries in our world usually last 2 months or more. Subaru and Subaru's goal for attending was to persuade the underworld to abolish all gates connecting to the human world. Subaru quietly followed behind Isis. Self-correction. Ensuring flow for the previous line. Subaru silently followed behind Isis. At the production site of the Kingdom of Gold's palace, the Tower of Eternity, he looked up and said, "This place reminds me of where I fought Ulaki." Isis frowned. It seems to be the same place. After all, the interior of the gates is based on where the boss once lived. Looking at her, he realized Isis had been ordered by Safina to act as his guard for the meeting as a punishment. Subaru also remembered, he said things like that, didn't he? The only ones allowed to participate in this meeting were the kings. Subaru and Subaru's companions sat and waited in a distant area. One of them pointed at his forehead, frustrated. Sigh, because I have a soul connection, I can still hear what's happening. The other person looked helpless. It's a good thing we have that. I don't think Subaru could get through the meeting on her own, Subaru thought. Why wouldn't she? A guy with dark circles under his eyes added, "That's right." Subaru was a bit disappointed. Oh? A woman gave a bitter smile. Because he isn't very good at dealing with others. Subaru was speechless. At this moment, the boy with half-pink hair spoke up. According to the upgraded future, Subaru will be allowed to participate on the 10th day. That's also the final day. The kid's speech is, naturally, about abolishing the gates to the human world. Ruin will accept this proposal. Vordon will refuse, while Safina will remain neutral. As a result, the gates will be banned until a decision is reached. He said this while holding up 2 fingers. There are 2 problems here. First, it's highly likely the managers will notice the gates have been banned, leading to a change in the game's rules. The other problem is an uncertain variable that even the upgraded future couldn't predict. Hearing that, Subaru thought, conflict, right? The guy gritted his teeth and nodded. Yeah, I don't know if it will happen or not. He replied, Shikishima-san. That means Subaru hesitated, then asked, I can freely do whatever I want until after the 9th day, right? Shikishima-san looked, slightly wary. I guess so. Behind his glasses, a reddish glint flickered. Just pray. Pray that they agree to eliminate the gates to the human world. Subaru happily replied, Yes, I understand. Hearing this conversation, others were unsettled, thinking, Shikishima-san, you're just saying those weird things to distract him, right? Shikishima-san, as if hit in his weak spot, replied, Should I tell him to go to sleep instead? Just then, the large door opened, revealing 2 figures, Isis and Subaru. He remained silent, looking worried. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise at the sight before him. Inside the Tower of Eternity, there were several circular objects carved with flower-like patterns, resembling fans, floating there. Subaru was amazed. So this is where everything happens. A large circular object descended. Isis cautiously signaled him, Please, sit here. The height of each seat was based on the rank of each kingdom. Queen Safina had given him a higher position. Subaru hesitated. The height? Suddenly, someone spoke with an unfriendly tone. Hey, get out of the way, human. This caught his attention. It was a young man with his hands in his pockets, standing with a very haughty posture. As soon as Isis saw him, she frowned. She spoke up in an accusatory tone. Don't you think it's rude to tell one of the other guests of the meeting to get out of the way? Subaru's companions were speechless. Isis really said that? Every guest was sent elsewhere by Isis immediately after meeting. Verde, the king of the greenery, rank 19, gritted his teeth in annoyance. My rank is much higher, so I should go first, that's all. Isis, though annoyed inside, maintained, he's right. But on the outside, she was as polite as possible. Please. His footsteps walked slowly past. As he walked, Verde cursed. Disciplineless things. Seeing him sitting on the chair and floating up, she stood below, wanting to tear him apart. Damn upstart kingdom. Suddenly, a voice spoke from behind, causing Subaru to turn and look. There were 3 more guests. So, you're the human everyone is talking about? Implying they were talking about him. Among them, Rakan, the king of red, rank 25, looked at Subaru and grimaced in suspicion. Is this the important guy? Hey, Kamina, are you sure? He looks weaker than I thought. Kamina, king of blue, rank 23, just darkened his face and didn't answer. So Lute, king of orange, rank 22, smiled and asked, Come now, let's leave it to Kamina, shall we? Then the 3 others went to their seats before Subaru. Startled, he turned back and saw that Isis was not doing well. The fire of anger within her seemed to explode. Please go to your seat as well, Subaru-sama. Subaru felt dissatisfied. She really hates these flashy kingdoms, doesn't she? When the chairs floated up in the tower, one by one, everyone was present and waiting. Subaru looked at his chair and tilted his head and thought. Each seat is a king of a kingdom. There are a few empty ones, too. It seems they couldn't all make it here. He heard a voice and was startled. Another voice chimed in. Ruin. Most dragons wouldn't even fit in this place. And the same goes for the monarchs. Since they can't sit here in person, they use an item to speak on their behalf. A whispering light communication device. You were startled and nodded. I understand. The person across from you rested their chin on their hand, and though they didn't speak aloud, through the item, they continued. Listen, everyone gathered around you represents smaller, less influential kingdoms under the rule of the three monarchs. The Black Kingdom where Kokugashi resides is one of those nations. The new Black Monarch, Kokugashi, at level 176, was sitting upright and waiting. Beside him was the King of Aurora, named Cebu, at level 142. Subaru was slightly surprised. Oh, even Cebu is here? The person across from you offered a faint smile and pointed. And there are those above you, the more powerful kingdoms. The red, blue, and orange kingdoms as well. You followed their gaze to the vibrant, colorful chairs up there, where the powerful kingdoms with real influence currently reside, including Vera. Rakan was resting his chin on his hand, waiting. Kamina watched with a calm expression, and Lute looked on with anticipation. They were a group of cunning youths. The person happily continued. And then, there are the three monarchs, including myself, sitting near the very top. Subaru smiled and nodded. Thanks for explaining that so simply. The person offered a knowing smile. It's thanks to you sharing the future upgrades of Aurora that really helped me out too. Honestly, I've been looking forward to this meeting. Hearing that, you paused and replied with a forced laugh. I'm actually quite worried about it. Suddenly, someone raised their voice, causing one of the three monarchs to jump in surprise. Above one level sat a figure emitting a blinding light, making that person sigh. Their intuition was sharp. The corners of her mouth twitched slightly. You seem to be in a pretty good mood, don't you? The one named Ruin thought to herself. If she finds out I'm related to Subaru-kun, I'm doomed. She turned back with a stiff smile. I'm just in a good mood today. That's all. Her gaze swept past sharply. Really? I thought you were having a very pleasant conversation with Subaru. Ruin could only laugh it off, while Subaru was stunned by her keen observation. Ruin burst into laughter. It's just been a long time since I've seen him, but inside, she was thinking, that was too close. However, looking at that girl, he briefly wondered, she proposed to Subaru-kun too, didn't she? I can't really tell. Under Subaru's gaze, that powerful monarch spoke up. Now then, it's time. Let us begin. She sat nonchalantly on her throne. I am very pleased to see almost everyone here to participate in the annual meeting between monarchs. Meanwhile, Subaru kept his resolve steady, incessantly muttering to himself, I demand the abolition of the connection gates to the human world. I demand the abolition of the connection gates to the human world. All the while, she continued, at this moment, I have a total of 217 topics compiled by the kingdoms, so we must organize everything in this meeting. I ask for everyone's cooperation. However, Verde's hand shot up, cutting her off. I have an objection. This made all the monarchs present turn their attention in one direction. Verde gritted his teeth and declared, I have an urgent matter to address. The three youths, Lute, Kamina, and Rakan, were relaxing and listening, while Subaru kept muttering that same phrase. I demand the abolition of the connection gates to the human world. Ruin was resting her chin on her hand, looking bored. The powerful monarch calmly spoke. King of the Green. I am still speaking. However, her eyes flashed with a sharp light. This was Safina. Is your issue truly urgent enough to interrupt me? Subaru kept muttering until he felt like he was losing his mind. I demand the abolition of the connection gates to the human world. Verda nodded slightly. Yes. All four kingdoms, green, red, blue, and orange, demand that the three monarchs abolish the connection gates to the human world. While you were muttering the exact same thing, hearing that, she gasped in surprise. The corners of Safina's mouth curled into a knowing smirk. The gazes of Ruin and Varden suddenly narrowed. Lute smiled optimistically. Oh my. Verde stood on his large chair and shouted, What's the problem? Subaru. Subaru, you're standing down there. You should control yourself. Perhaps your actions just now were a bit over the top. Verde smiled thinly. Isn't that exactly what you humans want? Subaru froze. He knew his name and his purpose too. Suddenly, your eyes widened as you realized. Is he an important person? Hey, Kamina. Are you sure about this? Rakan's words whispered into your ear, along with Kamina's reaction. And then there was Lute's voice. Come on, come on. Just leave it all to Kamina. Subaru was stunned, unable to believe it. In the room with Subaru's friends and allies, connected through this mascot, Subaru, someone among them had a headache. Why is this so different from the future we know? Another was becoming bewildered. Why would someone from the underworld want the gates abolished? Someone else closed their eyes, as if thinking. Shikishima suddenly spoke up. Hey, Subaru. Do you think like him? Subaru looked up, dazed. Yes, this situation is almost like a conflict, a clash, between two people who both have the ability to predict the future. You look toward Kamina. Someone among those four had the ultimate skill of predicting the future. I guess it's the Blue Monarch. Shikishima replied, seriously, knowing this much is good. The purpose of these kingdoms is to use my request to increase their own influence, not actually to abolish the gates. The eyes of those around him narrowed slightly. Shikishima put on an ugly expression. Do you dare look down on us humans? Lute seemed hesitant. This is getting interesting. Shikishima offered a faint smile. I really want to test my skills now. From this moment on, we will fight against the monarchs of these rising kingdoms in a battle between logic and prediction. At this moment, that guy turned to Shikishima and asked again, a battle between logic and prediction? The young man with dark circles under his eyes suddenly jumped. Shikishima looked at the monarchs indirectly. If the Blue Monarch has requested the abolition of the gates like that, I must cooperate with them, right? Shikishima gritted his teeth. Just wait and see. Subaru, on the other hand, was frowning with a serious expression. Verdi spoke up, louder this time. O monarchs who have gathered here today, although you know of the existence of the gates and doors, I bet you don't know what their structure is like. He stood on his hovering chair, arms spread wide, and said in a confident tone, we, the leaders of these four kingdoms, will explain it to you. Even Kamina directed his gaze toward his two friends below him with a displeased expression. Rakan, meanwhile, looked very eager, wearing a triumphant smile, while Lute was winking as if signaling something. Ruin and Safina remained silent. Looking toward Lute, Verde cautiously said, first, let's talk about the gates. In the past, the gold, silver, and bronze kingdoms were the wisest. When they gathered, we were created to protect the souls of these underworld entities. Souls are the most important thing in this world, so letting them fall into the hands of the Grim Reaper is unacceptable. Therefore, when someone dies, their souls are sealed and kept. Furthermore, they can only return to the underworld after meeting certain conditions. The other monarchs were stunned to hear this, glancing at Rakan, who was wearing a teasing smile. Verde cautiously continued his explanation. Next are the doors. They were created exclusively for the human world, designed to attract humans and invite them into the doors. Once a human has established a contract with the owner of the door, they will be known as the Divine Master. Only then can they attack the underworld entities within the door. And then, he held out his hand and said with a confident voice, and thus, a clash between the Divine Master and the underworld entities occurs inside the door. A source of soul energy will be released, and that energy will return to the kingdom that created that door. Hearing this, the whole group became serious. Only the kingdom that created the door? They asked, unconvinced. A whole crowd of monarchs waited in silence for an answer. Verda immediately nodded, speaking louder. Exactly. So, do you understand now? The three monarchs. This is a form of monopoly, holding the technology of the gates and doors. They only want to consume the energy from the human world for themselves. The more he spoke, the more he claimed this was a very serious matter. This was a clear explanation for weak kingdoms. It was a betrayal against kingdoms like theirs. Safina narrowed her eyes as if thinking, and Ruin did the same. The space in the tower fell silent for a moment, and then everyone quickly agreed. That's right. We do not permit that monopoly. Subaru stood there, only able to observe silently, a finger pointing up slightly. Therefore, we demand the abolition of the gates from the three monarchs, or else. At this moment, Verdi screamed, release the gates and doors to the kingdoms. The others, Subaru's allies, were stunned into silence as they listened in another room. The dark-circled guy jumped in surprise. Wait, Shikishima, what on earth is going on? Shikishima gritted his teeth, lost in deep thought. The Blue King had a predictive technique so precise, it was as if he had already seen the outcome. Subaru demanded the abolition order on the 10th day, along with a future where the three kings would temporarily close their gates. They had already considered this. If this topic can shake the three kings, why don't we use the portals and gates to force them to acknowledge us? The kings of the four kingdoms had gathered and said. Afterward, they practiced their performance over and over. Finally, he saw a future where the order to release the portals was recognized. That declaration was a prearranged agreement. To Vern's opinion, The others thought that viewpoint was spot on, so they agreed, without a second thought. Release them, release them, release the portals to the other kingdoms too. Verde laughed internally. These kings are really going to be rattled. Even if the portals are released for you, you low-level peasants shouldn't dream of getting your hands on the soul of the human world. It will be ours. Shikishima frowned. If the portals are released, in the worst-case scenario, if all 200 kingdoms of the underworld send portals to the human world, it's simple math. The number of gates will increase 60-fold. Subaru frowned unpleasantly upon hearing this explanation. He felt an indescribable discomfort. The dark-circled guy gaped. 60? He froze, overwhelmed by a different pressure. The guy standing next to him was furious, his magic flaring with rage. Don't mess with me. Something like that must never happen. He gritted his teeth violently, his anger consuming his reason. Shikishima paused to ponder. Watching the three kings, Vorden suddenly spoke up, making the others jump and pay attention. Shut your mouth, you foolish creature. Vorden's eyes turned blood red. The portals and gates are devices that saved us from the managers to protect the underworld. Thanks to them, our souls aren't lost and we can be at peace. He vented his frustration. We are certainly not monopolizing the benefits like you claim. Some other kings stood by him, retorting, That's right. However, Karan burst into loud laughter, crossing his arms. Or in other words, to take over the underworld, you're forcing the human world to bear double the burden, right? His eyes blazed, filling the space. What did you say? Lute curled his lips triumphantly. As for the monopoly, if you open the gates for us, we'll naturally understand what you're talking about. Vorden froze slightly. There was a hint in her eyes as if she were manipulating things. At this moment, Ruin suddenly spoke up. Whoa, whoa, whoa. You talk like it's easy, but we also have to bear quite a lot of burden when opening them, you know? It's not like we don't think the other kings are worthy and just kick them out. He laughed with a strange air. Wouldn't it be wrong to want to share it after all this time? Everyone froze, feeling that this was undeniably true. Then, Kamina spoke up. Then just get rid of it, he said softly. You keep saying all these flowery words like saving the underworld, but the things that you're doing are no different from exploiting us. The underworld should be able to bear those burdens, right? Isn't that logical? Ruin was very optimistic. I actually think it's even more than just flowery words, he continued. You know the underworld is a world created from the energy of souls, right? If the gates disappear, the managers will definitely take everything from us and leave only decay. We feel sorry for the humans too, but it's still better for us to use the gates and collect souls from the managers. Ruin, the other guy, was getting angry at this statement. Ruin froze, only to let out a stiff laugh. I know how you're feeling, but just try to bear with it. It'll be a long time before we release them. Right now, we can only maintain our status. He was annoyed. Shikishima whispered to himself, while Subaru stood there silently, listening. Shikishima looked at him with determination. From now on, just say exactly what I tell you. Verde suddenly spoke up, getting excited. Come, O three kings! This is the wish of all 200 kingdoms. Release them. Suddenly, Subaru spoke, interrupting him. This meeting is taking too much time. Just cancel it. Everyone turned their attention to the speaker. Verde was quite surprised. He's still here? What do you mean by cancel? That's never going to happen. Shut your mouth, you fool. Subaru looked up with a resolute gaze. The kings suddenly retaliated. Know your place. Get lost. Get out, human. On the side, witnessing this, the other two were equally shocked. Shikishima, are you trying to start a war by supporting the abolition? The goal of these kings is liberation. So if I suddenly change my mind like this, Shikishima whispered. Tsunemori, Narus, listen to me. Both listened immediately. He said, in this tough discussion, what would you do when you think you might be overdoing it? The answer is to overdo it even more, Shikishima said in a firm tone, leaving Tsunemori and Narus stunned. Verde waved his hands. Now, calm down everyone. He's just a human who doesn't know anything. Verde looked down at Subaru, speaking cautiously. Hey, Subaru, we're having a discussion, so shut your mouth or, however, Subaru cut him off directly. If you've already said that, then compensate the victims of the underworld and fulfill their wishes. Give them back all that soul energy. Following Shikishima's lead, Subaru echoed his words. Verde was stunned, as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard. Karan burst into strange laughter again. The other kings couldn't believe it. Human, you damn human. A series of insults followed. Subaru, don't be ridiculous. Don't be so foolish. How do you want to compensate? Apologize. Apologize. One of them, a king with a demonic appearance, erupted in anger. I will kill you, you foolish fly. Shikishima wasn't too surprised. They've taken the bait. Now, do it. Suddenly, a colorful, majestic light appeared above the king's head. It was energy radiating from Subaru. The things said at this meeting were not meant to be taken lightly, were they? The one who just said he wanted to kill me. Come here, I'll fight you. The entire space within the tower emitted a brilliant, magical light. Verde's eyes widened in shock. What's wrong with that guy? I can feel he has a power source equal to, or even greater than, ours. Ruin sat there, chin in hand, observing. Well, of course. Subaru has a portion of the Silver Kingdom's power flowing within him, and it's like he's stepping out himself. He watched with immense satisfaction. If you want to surpass me in the underworld, you first have to show your power. Karan was now also cowed. So, his acting weak from the start was all on purpose. Lute returned to a serious demeanor. If he's using another power source to threaten us, it's working. The low-level kings were showing cowardice. Verde spoke up. I was supposed to rattle them and achieve my goal, but this. Hey, Kamina. Does your prediction have any turning point? Kamina replied slowly. No. Now. He seemed terrified. Why? Why is my prediction changing like this? Subaru watched the space go silent. If there is no compensation, we will never give up on the abolition. Kamina was startled. On the chair floating in midair, Subaru's power flared violently, accompanied by his words. Humanity. We completely refuse to let you exploit souls. If you still want to release the portals, he said with a calm demeanor, then prepare yourselves. Though his words were very gentle, it was a threat that terrified everyone, Karan said in confusion. This isn't good. Kamina, the low-level kings have become useless. To break this crisis, Kamina understood. I know. In my prediction, the difficult situation of my allies has already been depicted. He immediately used a special technique, poetic creation, creating dazzling roads of blue light. He had painted the best future from these paths. On the side, Cebu also twitched the corners of her mouth. She whispered softly, Bring it to me quickly. You did well, Subaru. She quickly summoned her power. And now, perhaps the enemy is looking and painting a good future again. I will deal with them with my predictive technique. But Kamina felt something was wrong. Why is the song that saves me from danger gone? Where is it? Why does it feel like it's being broken? The conflict with the predictive technique. Cebu was using her power to control the enemy. It would bring the most beneficial future and destroy the opponent's entire prediction. Light shined, and Kamina gaped. He seemed to suffer some kind of blow. Cebu, with hollow eyes, said, You useless creature, get out of Subaru's future. A short time before the meeting between the kings took place, the 4 kings of the 4 colors sat around a round table. At this moment, Verdi spoke up. You said that we would increase the possibility. With a calm expression, Verdi predicted as his new remark suggested. Safina gently lifted her teacup, nodded in agreement, and raised her voice. We will put an end to the monopoly held by the kingdoms of gold, silver, and bronze over the sole energy of humanity. The kingdom with the most energy is the most powerful. If we can pull this off, our growing influence will be guaranteed. A brief glimmer passed through his eyes as he lowered his voice. Once it's done, our dream will Rakan immediately chimed in. Be one step closer to the pinnacle of the underworld, right? Safina set her teacup down. This meeting is just an opportunity for debate. Looking up at the others, he said sternly, If our enemy tries to gain the upper hand, things might turn out differently than I predicted. If it really happens, I'll guide everyone again with a new prediction. Rakan squinted at the person beside him. We'll either reap a rich harvest if we succeed, or become enemies of the throne if we fail. What do you think, Verde? Verde closed his eyes, then opened them again. He lowered his voice, resolute. Let's fight. I'll leave this to you, Kamina. Your predictions are always reliable. Kamina pursed her lips into a smile, looking unsettled. Yeah. Back in the present, at the top of the tower, Verde stood above his prediction. He was startled, stumbling over his next words. Which one is it? Kamina. Lute, standing nearby, was just as confused as Kamina. Even Rakan couldn't stop shouting Kamina's name. However, Kamina was clutching her head in terror. What the hell is happening? Why can't I see any future where we win? Sibyl, nearby, began unleashing her magic. The barrier is getting bigger. You've relied too much on your ability to predict. She thought that the Blue King, no, all 4 kings had given up on improving themselves from the very start, and Kamina couldn't believe it. The moment her prediction was discarded, they couldn't do a thing. Subaru stood by, observing in silence. Shikishima sat with his legs crossed. Hearing this, he nodded. Looks like it's over. He pushed his glasses up. They have no answer left, not even through logic. Down at the base of the tower, so now. Safina spoke up after a moment of silence. If neither side has anything left to say, shall we start making decisions? Hearing this, Verde ground his teeth, becoming agitated. She blurted out, "That's a violation." This instantly froze Verde. Even Subaru became alert. A violation? Her eyes. Safina's eyes sharply scanned each of the kings and Subaru, one by one. "All of you are in violation." Then, a long, strange sound erupted from Safina, leaving everyone stunned for a moment. An entire eye opened. However, this eye was bizarre. It looked like a mouth with rows of sharp teeth, opening up with that strange eye. Tsunemori jumped. "What?" Shikishima gritted his teeth. "What is that thing?" Suddenly someone shouted, "Run, Subaru," making Shikishima, San, and Tsunemori freeze. It was one of Subaru's allies. The young man had directly warned him. "Run. You can't," he screamed. "You can't fight that thing." Sybil calmed down slightly, lost in thought. Why didn't I know about this? My prediction just updated. We were all supposed to reach a decision to pause the gate right after, and it involved Subaru and me. There were no signs that my prediction was interrupted. The mouth with the opening eye seemed to harmonize, speaking up. "I should tell you my name, shouldn't I?" Sybil replied. "I came here under the orders of the administrator." The strange eye spoke again with grotesque sounds. Very quickly, something surged up. A thin, deformed, disgusting shape appeared. Its face didn't even look like a face. At the same time, its voice rang out. "I am an Abaddon executioner." Safina pondered. An executioner? An executor ordered by the administrators? Ruin, standing above, looked through the connection orb. "What is this?" "Subaru? Subaru?" Ruin gritted his teeth, agitated. "I thought enemies wouldn't appear in the predictions." Subaru became extremely bewildered. "I don't know either. That thing, it suddenly appeared and slipped into this timeline." The blood-red eyes of Ruin narrowed. "An enemy that can block all of our predictions?" Abaddon slowly stretched out both arms and raised its voice. "This world has intended to sabotage the system known as the Gate, and has abandoned offering souls to the administrators." The eye widened, turning a monstrous, bloody hue. "You have taken advantage of the opportunity while we turned a blind eye, and even dared to modify the laws against the administrators' rules." Verde was shocked, jaw-dropping. "Modify? What does that mean?" Lut looked pale. "Does that mean?" Rakan took a deep breath, the pressure mounting. Kamina screamed in horror. "Is it our fault?" That eye didn't blink even once. It spoke. "That is why I have come to carry out my duty. Pay the price with your souls." Instantly, a group of other kings lunged forward. "Do you think you can do whatever you want in the middle of a meeting of the kings?" The demon became agitated. "You're the one who should die." Abaddon just released a cursed green mist, instantly controlling the king, and in an instant, made him explode. Those witnessing it were horrified. Another person couldn't escape, and collided with that very flame. His form quickly withered, and then, in the space of pressure and silence, the great explosion erupted. Abaddon floated, watching with an emotionless expression. Another king quickly stepped forward. "Don't look down on us, you mongrel." She immediately appeared, spinning fans continuously, using her hidden trick. She had to freeze in surprise. "No damage?" Abaddon directly countered. "Your attack has no effect on me." She finally felt fear, wanting to retreat, but it was too late. "Impossible. What are you?" Very quickly, she was blown to pieces. Just then, the snake on Subaru's body moved slightly. "I don't think you'll understand, but I still want to be here." It opened its mouth wide, even though I haven't done it yet, causing him to grit his teeth in frustration, unable to do anything. Another person waved his hand to signal a retreat. However, Abaddon, in the form of a snake, slithered up and crawled onto the face of the pale-looking man. "You can't escape. Even if you get out of here, it's useless." Saying that, the being stretched out his long arms, and two figures were holding his hands. "My comrades are waiting outside." One had no head, just a terrifyingly deformed red mass. It was incredibly grotesque. One was a girl, though her appearance was slightly more bearable. The scary part was his strange laughter. The other one had no head at all. Besides her full chest, the head was just a shape like floating smoke, with muscle and bone still exposed. The last one had a pile of leaves wrapped tightly around their neck, with hair covering half their face. It was incredibly bizarre. Suddenly, a force from somewhere blew up, causing one king to be sucked in, his head becoming distorted. Another king couldn't stay still. The other person was pulled so strongly by that force that his mouth kept hanging open in terror. The entire space exploded. Safina sat at the very top, observing the situation below, and spoke softly. In other words, it's a barrier. Ruin sat below, chin in hand, and replied, "That's right. They've surrounded the tower. It seems they can also make others explode with those snakes." Safina's hand caught a snake and squeezed hard. "I don't intend to attack that thing." But her eyes never left the snake writhing in her hand. "I understand. Indeed, we cannot touch them. A one-sided attack from the enemy in a limited space, it might not end well." Ruin was also lost in thought. "At this rate, we're just waiting for death without knowing what's happening. If I could just find a way to dodge that attack." Suddenly, Safina shouted, "Ruin!" Ruin heard her and jumped, startled. He looked over. A drop of sweat fell. "Damn it." A hand gripped the writhing snake's body tightly. Subaru's entire body rushed straight upward, with power radiating all around him. This caught Ruin's attention. He gasped in shock. "Subaru!" The snake in Subaru's hand writhed continuously. "Let me go. Let me go." It screamed. At the final "let me go," a burst of blood suddenly spewed from its mouth. Subaru directly used blood curse magic, using force to crush the snake's body, causing it to spray blood. Ruin stood there, stunned. He just killed the snake attached to him? Blood still stained Subaru's palm. He spoke up. "The snake will possess someone else before it explodes." He hovered at the same level as Safina and continued. "In other words, it's like a curse." Safina was taken aback. Suddenly, formidable power radiated from her body, the power of sealing. Subaru frowned and said in a low voice, "If it's a curse, then just kill it with another curse." Safina pursed her lips into a satisfied smile. She happily praised him. "You really are a handsome guy." He smiled awkwardly. "Are you serious, Safina?" Abaddon's eye suddenly opened. "A lord using a curse among us?" Ruin was examining it. "So, the curse has the power to erase the soul unconditionally with just a flick of his hand." His hand seemed to be recovering. The bloodstain faded away. "It can even counter the executioners themselves. But to make it real, he is still too strong. Subaru's origin is perhaps not enough." Subaru looked at Safina, his face turning solemn. His gaze became serious. "Even so, I still have to try." Thinking this, he clenched his palm, emitting a powerful, multicolored flow of energy. Feeling something different, Subaru was surprised. "A future update, Sybil?" Sybil smiled slightly. "What a pity. Now, shudder the future with your allies. Tell them that, at this moment, I don't need to lift a finger anymore." Isis, standing below, witnessed it and gasped in amazement. This source of light, where is it coming from? She couldn't take her eyes off the top, where blinding light was radiating, and the group surrounding the tower, holding hands. What the hell is happening? From behind Isis, a man and ally of Subaru approached. "Ah, damn it. I came in such a rush." He was panting continuously, sweat pouring down his forehead. "If it weren't for Subaru's new update, I wouldn't have arrived this quickly." Isis turned back, asking suspiciously, "Do you know anything about that light?" He replied, "Ah, right. I suppose this is the first time you youngsters have seen this. Huh. Remember this scene well." His lips curled into an enigmatic smile. "Goodness, you're late." Immediately after, a blinding light appeared, and a crowd of grotesque mutants fell from above. They were called the Vanquish. Esther immediately focused on the kings inside the tower, who were being slaughtered by the Executor's ultimate technique. It seemed they couldn't escape, largely due to the barrier. Teleportation inside or outside Esther's technique allowed her to see through the walls of the building. As for the rest, you've seen it. These creatures are still holding hands, encircling the tower. Vanquish gritted his teeth and muttered, "How long can you deceive the manager's eyes?" Esther replied seriously, 15 minutes at most. Hearing this, Vanquish flashed a sinister smile. "Very well, I'll rely on my insurance then. Let's clear this mess quickly." Vanquish snapped his fingers, activating his thousand-blade technique. Thousands of sharp blades appeared and attacked the creatures, but they dodged with surprising agility. This caught him off guard. "They dodged it?" Esther suddenly chimed in. "Wait, Vanquish." She paused, hearing his confusion. "Esther, the tower is still completely intact." Vanquish was utterly bewildered. "Goodness, this technique is useless." A mysterious blue beam shot out from his blackened toes toward the giant face of the anomaly. A light thunder barrier erupted directly from Vanquish's body. Golden light appeared for a moment, as if to collapse the very space around them. The monster's head just chuckled. The people behind Vanquish groaned. One of them gritted his teeth in disgust. "Hurry it up, you immortal." Vanquish, his feet continuously emitting sharp rays of light, sneered. "What's the rush?" The barrier formed a strange shape, floating in the crimson abyss. The tower was stained, and a loud, blasphemous voice resonated. I will make it open soon. Crimson hues slowly spread into every nook and cranny of the patterns on the massive tower. Inside, space grew even more unstable, while the kings on their floating chairs watched the bloody scene in terror. Verde looked up, horrified. What is it this time? Subaru remained silent, his face etched with intense seriousness. Ruin called out to him. Subaru? Subaru's expression was strained. He hesitated. Could it be that he is trying to break the barrier with his own strength? Subaru curled his lips into a bitter, slight smile. Perhaps so. Verde heard their exchange and spoke up. Destroying it from the outside? What are you two talking about? Verde, the king of green, had overheard them and thought, these high-level kings were all killed without being able to do a thing. Even the three kings couldn't escape. So, it's impossible for a source of power capable of destroying this barrier to appear. Verde gritted his teeth, his face full of dread. Maybe I misheard. Suddenly, the floor cracked, spraying droplets of blood everywhere. Vanquis unleashed his power, his silhouette emerging from within. Subaru and Ruin were both left gaping in horror. Vanquis spoke up politely, approaching them as the tower was filled with a blinding light, as if they were in another dimension. I'm a bit late, aren't I? Ruin could only offer a strained smile, while Subaru stood frozen for a few seconds. Verde was stunned by the situation. Who is this guy? Safina spoke. Always so flashy, aren't you? Just like before? Subaru replied in frustration. What do you mean a bit late? It's way past time. Ruin laughed awkwardly to brush it off, while Subaru pondered. Seeing Dad with so much energy is really tough, huh? Abaddon, watching from the sidelines, didn't understand what was happening. What is this? Ruin narrowed his eyes. What about the enemies outside? Vanquis was slightly startled. Ah, don't worry about that. The 6 kings of the New Rainbow Kingdom are in a heated battle outside. They are fighting them. His blackened finger pointed at Abaddon. Naturally, I will play with this one. Don't you dare get involved, Safina whispered. You can't even land a single hit on him. Vanquis slid his hands into his pockets and chuckled. Well, let's see. With that, he landed on the ground, directly facing Abaddon. He gave a triumphant laugh. Abaddon paused, staring at his opponent. Ruin whispered, Subaru, okay? Subaru nodded in understanding. Yeah, leave it to Vanquis. Suddenly, a nasty voice whispered into Subaru's ear, making him freeze. Are you guys stupid? This annoyed Ruin. Verde flew up, full of frustrated energy. Everyone, let's fight. We must unite to strike. Ruin laughed mockingly. Hey Verde, we can't even touch him. If we unite, what do you think will happen? Are you an idiot? Verde gritted his teeth, as if his pride had been wounded. He descended. What exactly is the Executor? Are they objects that can't be defeated by the 3 kings? Safina answered seriously. I don't know the details either. I only know that if I break the law, the Executor appears. I've only seen it with my own eyes once before. It was my father, the previous Golden King, who decided to open the doors and gates, and the Executor appeared. No matter how much my father attacked, no matter how much he tried, he was killed without being able to do anything. Safina recounted the event to everyone, describing how she had witnessed and how her father was killed. Verde suddenly grew alert, cautiously saying, Continue. Her eyes drooped slightly. The way he was killed was the same as the king's just now. We can't touch them, but the enemy can attack us. This is a one-sided war. The Executor really is an untouchable entity. Verde understood the issue and, in extreme anxiety, asked loudly, They took down the 3 kings so easily? Then I will take them down. Safina's eyes didn't even blink as she finally said, But it seems Vanquis did it once before. Verde couldn't believe his ears. Safina continued seriously. Although I don't know how he did it, maybe you'll get your answer soon. Over there, Abaddon hadn't made a move yet, but Vanquis had started flicking light. He used his 1,000-blade cutting technique, which immediately wrapped around Abaddon. However, the monster didn't budge. On the contrary, he slowly advanced. Vanquis uttered an, "Oh," saying, "Seems like cutting doesn't work, just like the barrier." Next, he tried another technique. Well then, I can test it a bit more, right? A barrage of light and blades circled Albert. As he approached, his eyes didn't blink, instead widening with contempt. As he drew closer, Vanquis laughed even louder. Indeed, it has no effect. This is so interesting. Abaddon spoke up. It's all useless. I don't know how you can use cutting, but against an executor, all attacks from those who come from inferior worlds like yours have no effect. Vanquis pointed his finger, surprised. So there are superior and inferior worlds, huh? Abaddon jumped slightly, his power gradually erupting. Naturally, from Vanquish's body, there were currently countless snakes surrounding him. Verde watched in panic. Are those snakes exploding from within? The raspy voice of the creature rang out. You are the one who broke my barrier. You are a beast, so shut your mouth and let me kill you. Green smoke quickly swallowed Vanquish, followed by a massive explosion. It erupted violently, beyond control. The group above was observing silently. As the gray smoke lingered and faded, Abaddon saw the scene before him and was surprised. Ah, Vanquish had suffered no damage. On the contrary, he was laughing. What a coincidence. Abaddon was shocked, eyes wide and mouth agape, unable to believe it. Vanquish said, "Even if cutting doesn't work on you," Vanquish put his hand behind his head. "Your curse doesn't work on me either." Verde watched, completely stunned. "He's still intact?" Safina let out an "oh." Abaddon asked, agitated. "Why?" Vanquish kept rotating his wrist. Now. You don't like it? All right, look at this. I'm about to hit you now." He clenched his fist, aimed directly at the opponent's face, and threw a powerful punch. I already said it wouldn't work. However, before the monster could finish his sentence, he took a classic kick to the face. Before Vanquish could even brace himself, Abaddon was sent flying away. Rocks and debris rained down powerfully like a storm. Verde was equally astonished. "That's it." Subaru watched, smiling with satisfaction, even though he had seen it through. Subaru shivered, unable to help it, despite having anticipated this. Vanquish breathed a sigh of relief. This was Vanquish when he was knocked away. Vanquish let out a surprised sound and chuckled. "My apologies. I think I went a bit too hard on you." Verde watched the scene, jaw dropped in astonishment. He actually landed a direct hit on the enforcer? Before the chaotic space, he exclaimed in shock. What on earth is happening down there? Beneath where Vanquish stood, a massive crater spewed smoke and dust. Vanquish stood there, looking down with an air of authority. He raised his voice. "Is that really all you've got? You aren't dead yet, are you?" Instantly, a blinding light erupted from deep within the crater. A massive explosion shook the area as Albert surged upward. Of course, he wasn't finished blasting out of the hole at incredible speed. "Don't you dare look down on me, you lowly filth." Vanquish watched him, a faint smirk appearing on his face. However, Albert became increasingly anxious. "Damn it. That attack," Subaru frowned. "It's a curse." Verde was horrified. "A curse?" Subaru explained in a low voice. Vanquish coated his fist in a curse, and when it lands, that curse directly affects the soul, and it can't be stopped, or at least, that's how it seems. Verde grew even more bewildered. I had no idea such a secret technique even existed. Ruin, standing nearby, chimed in. "You new guys don't know about it? To be fair, curses are like a specialty of the Rainbow Kingdom." Safina muttered to herself. "The structure of his technique is quite unique." She lowered her head slightly. "Anyway, curses and spatial severance are the ultimate techniques to counter the enforcers." Subaru turned, surprised. "Counter the enforcers, you say?" Meanwhile, the battle continued. Abaddon rushed forward, fists clenched. He aimed straight for Vanquish, releasing his power. Vanquish used a blood curse technique to block, and their powers collided with an explosive force. Abaddon is using a curse technique, just as I thought. And at a level capable of killing me? Vanquish's fist flew toward him. Quite unbelievable, right, Abaddon? Hurry up and dodge that attack. It grew frustrated, startled by the sudden intensity. Vanquish lightly rotated his arm. "I haven't even started fighting seriously yet." Now, he clenched his palm, his voice dripping with provocation. "Let's see how many punches you can take." On someone's wrist was an hourglass. I knew 5 minutes had already passed. Esther sat on Tobit's shoulder and grumbled. "We can only deceive the manager's eyes for 15 minutes. Vanquish still hasn't taken him down?" Tobit hesitated for a moment. "He said he wanted to teach the master a lesson on how to fight." Esther complained, a headache forming. "Is he some kind of idiot parent?" Tobit looked serious. "Also, before we came here, he said he was counting on you, Esther." Esther was surprised. "Huh? He really said that? Seriously? What the heck was that?" Esther suddenly perked up. "Well then, I'd better do my best." Over there, the two strange creatures lunged, unleashing classic power from their mouths. It was the Dragon Path technique. However, they were quickly swatted away. Esther stuck her tongue out, teasing, "What a pity for you. Our master's technique also includes curses, you know." Then, Tobit's gaze became unusually sharp. Esther called out, "Tobit!" Tobit gently raised his arm, and his power erupted. His fist shot forward toward Terran's sacred tree, landing a massive, immediate blow upon the great totem. The two creatures were overwhelmed by the force and sent flying. Rocks and debris were violently thrown into the air as well. It suddenly noticed, its expression turning weak. Strange objects, looking like shuriken, spun wildly the berserk blade technique. A dozen blades coiled into a tornado, encircling the two strange creatures. The person watching from behind remarked, "Looks like nobody needs my healing arts." Then, while lighting a cigarette and muttering to themselves, "The enforcers are so boring," the woman complained, puffing on her cigarette. "At least show us your real skills before you die." Someone else was floating in midair, watching with satisfaction. "Well done, my children. Once I become Vanquish's kin, then I'll be able to fight those guys, right?" The two creatures didn't move at all. He gritted his teeth, lamenting, "So boring." A person standing next to him clicked their tongue. "Don't pout, Lenda. You don't stand a chance of becoming Vanquish's kin anymore." He chuckled mockingly. "Besides, there's still a chance for you to be named." Lenda made a disgusted face. "Has that brat still not decided?" With that, the other person turned and asked, "How is it, Killim?" Killim stood with his arms crossed and replied casually, still stubborn as ever. The creature continued to wear a twisted grin. Killim lowered his voice. "Curses are effective against enforcers, but I still need to use my own strength to win." Storm Delta heard this and laughed. "Is that so? Then I'll just have to become stronger." He paused for a moment and asked, "Aren't you happy, Killim?" Killim remained silent, as if in deep thought, not answering. Returning to what happened earlier, upon hearing everything, both were stunned and blurted out in unison, "A contract?" Vanquish nodded slightly. "That's right. Since Judith and Carrion have left, I still have 2 vacant positions for kin. Those 2 spots belong to Delta and Killim." Vanquish held up 2 fingers and said cheerfully, "Become my kin and help us out in the fight against the manager." Killim gritted his teeth. "So you've decided to fight them after all?" Storm Delta complained incessantly. "You want us to work under you? What's in it for us?" He lowered his voice. "It's not that you'll be my subordinates. It's more like a contract." His lips curled into a smirk. "Don't play dumb." As he spoke, Vanquish pointed at them. "The desire of warriors like you is to seek out opponents stronger than yourselves, right?" Both brothers frowned and fell silent. Storm Delta recalled the memory and laughed out loud. "Even though I don't like working with an undead, it's interesting, right, Killim?" It was hard to believe that not long ago they were still trapped in the gate. The morning sunlight shone on his face. He could still climb higher and become stronger. Killim's eyes narrowed, a knowing smile on his lips. Then, both unleashed their power. Lightning roared across the sky. "You're right about that!" He shouted with joy while channeling his power. "This is actually fun, Delta." When the 2 creatures noticed the source of the light, they looked up at the blinding glare. Divine lightning struck the 2 creatures hard and direct. A moment later, the sky turned pitch black, followed by dead silence as the 2 different colored beams faded. Killim picked at his ear and declared, "Now, I've blocked all the sunlight for you." The undead Vanquish then lunged like a gust of wind. He clenched his hand, unleashing the strongest punch he could muster toward his opponent. He struck Abaddon squarely in the face. Extremely fast. A barrage of other punches followed so fast they looked like a multicolored display of fireworks. The entire body of the Abaddon had now become a firework machine. Vanquish licked his lips, his hand still balled into a fist. Suddenly, he realized, "Oh, here we go. It seems there isn't much time left, is it?" Abaddon was beaten to a pulp. His body shivered uncontrollably, struggling to squeeze out each word. Who are you?" Vanquish reached behind his neck. "Nothing special. I'm just a weakling, constantly punching you." "And who are you?" "Exactly. In the underworld, we admit defeat after a fight. Naturally, we'll find every way to kick you out. The Rainbow Kingdom discovered that. We've found 3 ways to defeat you. Curses, spatial severance. Though one of them doesn't seem to work on you." He slowly raised his clenched fist, and the last way Abaddon froze. Extraordinary power and radiance emanated from Vanquish. Can you guess what it is? Abaddon became more rigid when he realized what power Vanquish was generating. The people watching above didn't understand, and Safina asked blankly, "What kind of technique is that?" Subaru, standing nearby, cut Safina off without even glancing her way. "You know exactly what it is, don't you?" Safina heard this and looked over, stunned by the sheer magnitude. Abaddon instinctively took a step back. How could you possibly possess that power?" His eyes widened in terror. That belongs to him." Vanquish wore a twisted grin and put more force into his hand. "Now, here I come." Hearing this, Abaddon was startled. Vanquish moved like a gust of wind. Abaddon's scream was the signal for retreat. The creatures outside grew alarmed and wary, and Abaddon scrambled away in fear. Vanquis watched him running for his life and scoffed. "You don't look very high class right now, do you?" He lowered his voice. "You fools." Then, he lunged with interest. "I won't let a single one of you escape. Those who walk under the sunlight release." The sun is one of the most obvious weaknesses of a vampire. When under the sun, their stats drop rapidly, and they continue to suffer damage, as if poisoned, until they turn to ash and disappear. Even Subaru is the same. Although he hasn't fully become a vampire, he still cannot avoid having his stats lowered. If Hyodo could continue fighting after being revived, Subaru would likely lose. Those who walk under the sunlight possess a technique that completely blocks such damage. Exposed to direct sunlight, his stats would typically drop to compensate. However, Vanquis accepted that disadvantage. That ultimate technique reduced his stats by 99%, whereas for Subaru, it would only be about 80%. In other words, once Vanquis unleashes this technique, his combat prowess becomes over 100 times stronger than usual. Abaddon is fleeing from death. To those watching, it only happened in a split second. Immediately after Vanquis vanished, the next moment, the lower half of Abaddon's body was history. All three of them, Subaru, Ruin, and Safina, were frozen in horror at the scene. Verde stood there, with his jaw dropped, even more shocked. A hand suddenly seized Abaddon's throat. Vanquis had grabbed him directly with effortless ease. His gaze had sharpened, and his expression returned to a serious, cold state. Abaddon was trembling violently in fear. Safina, watching in utter shock, shouted. "The way his body is crumbling apart," Subaru continued. "Exactly. That is the ultimate technique. Amnesia," he explained solemnly. "A power known to share the name of the Golden Kingdom's legendary sword. It can sever the cycle of a soul and return it to the sea of the unconscious world." Safina was stunned. "No way then, that sword, if it's even stronger than an executor, does that mean it's backed by a manager?" Her eyes were filled with dread. Could Vanquis be connected to one of the managers? Every cell in Abaddon's body was slowly disintegrating, pulse by pulse. His body emitted sounds of terror and agony. "My body, my soul, they're being worn away. I can't fight back. I can't recover." Facing his own state of nothingness, Abaddon was overcome by a single, overwhelming feeling, an indescribable loneliness. Once a soul dissolves into the vast, freezing void, it can never return to the world of the living. It's like an astronaut drifting away into space, only able to watch the faint, distant image of Earth after being launched into the cosmos. It is a loneliness so extreme that even Albert wept, so that other executors might escape a similar fate. His tears were so full of pain that even the kings watching from afar could not help but feel a sense of pity for Albert. Suddenly, Verde's eyes widened in horror, yet Vanquis didn't show a shred of sympathy. Vanquis growled, "Stop acting so pathetic." He gripped Abaddon tighter, applying force repeatedly, while the man was still weeping. "Have you ever once stopped to listen to the pleas of the countless worlds you've destroyed?" Abaddon couldn't even speak. Vanquis finished him off right then and there. "I will never forgive you." The other executors were shattered along with him, vanishing one by one into the air. One after another, Vanquis wiped out the group of executors himself. The other 4 executors didn't even realize they were dead. Now, only Abaddon's head and neck remained, and Vanquis still held him by the skull. Abaddon grew even more terrified, letting out a few tragic wails. But Vanquis showed no mercy. "It's all hopeless," Vanquis said in a cold tone. "He killed them all." From Abaddon's eyes, a few drops of painful tears trickled down, then he closed them. His body was trembling in pulses before the icy coldness of Vanquis. Now, he finally spoke. Please forgive me." Abaddon begged, pleading desperately. "Please, don't hurt me. I didn't know my fate would turn out this horrific." He wept and begged. "I can't be resurrected anymore. I'm going to disappear." He sobbed pitifully. "I'm scared. I'm so scared." Subaru and the others watched in silence. Kamina was clearly horrified. On this side, Sybil and the other kings were just as quiet. Abaddon kept begging, "Please spare me. I beg you." However, Vanquis simply crushed him. Verde froze for a moment watching it. After finishing him off, Vanquis let out a long sigh in the dead silence. Now, the other kings remained silent. No one dared to speak. Vanquis's back didn't sway even slightly. "You lot." He turned around, his voice dropping to a terrifying level. "How much longer do you plan on looking down on me?" Those kings immediately knelt down in unison. Verde, terrified, bowed his head to the ground to pay his respects. Vanquis observed them and said, "A lot of well-behaved kings, huh? And not one of you could take down an executor." He turned back to Ruin and Safina. "What have you been doing for the past millennium?" A wave of power erupted from his hand. "If you have no fighting spirit in you, then just die." Ruin was terrified to the core. At that moment, Subaru shouted, "Vanquish!" Vanquish stopped instantly. Subaru said sadly, "You look so scary. Please, go back to normal." Vanquish paused, looking at Verde. "What's going on here?" Verde said. "What the hell did he just say? We're going to get killed." Vanquish lowered his voice. "Calm down. It's all my fault." Both Ruin and Verde were surprised. "Why?" Subaru, feeling frustrated, said, "Really?" Vanquish crossed his arms. "I already apologized, didn't I? Don't make that face." Verde couldn't believe it. Just a few words were enough to make that mysterious man stop. The same man who had just killed an executor, someone that even the three kings couldn't lay a finger on. Verde stared at Subaru, never looking away, while Subaru judged him in his own mind. "Why do you keep staring at me?" Vanquish stood there, arms crossed, dignified and silent. He raised his hand. "Today, I've taken down more executors than usual." His lips curled slightly. Subaru is developing quite well, too. Inside his palm lay a small bean. It won't be long now. This little bean seemed very special. Leela Tsunemori, having witnessed the battle from the start, exclaimed, "That was incredible." He sat there dazed for a few moments. "So that's Vanquish's fighting style?" Narus asked foolishly. "That was awesome, right?" My eyes couldn't even keep up. Tsunemori nodded. "Honestly, neither could mine." Narus said uneasily. "We might have to fight those executors ourselves at some point, don't you think? Did you see that battle?" Shikishima didn't hear the other party answer. He asked again, confused. "Shikishima?" In Shikishima's mind, he didn't care about Vanquish or the executors anymore. His focus had returned to the decision regarding abolishing or opening the doors and gates. Everything he did was to liberate humanity from the gates, so he could smile with his friends again. As soon as possible, he remembered his old friends and thought, leaning his hand, "This is the best plan we have." Narus heard him and was surprised. "Huh?" Shikishima gritted his teeth. "A simple flaw, the choice of liberation isn't coming to us. This is a logical debate, but it's also full of traps." Tsunemori felt helpless. Shikishima. He narrowed his eyes. "If we get past this, they haven't reached a decision yet, according to the King of the Blue Kingdom. It's now or never." A sigh echoed through the forest. Vanquish shouted, joyfully, "Sorry for scaring you all. You must be thirsty, right? Come on, have some blood wine." The kings all went pale. "Blood? Blood wine?" Suddenly, a golden hand struck Vanquish on the head. "Don't force them to drink that," Safina said cautiously. "Everyone, you don't have to drink that." Vanquish, having just been hit, desperately clutched his head. The kings looked at each other. "Is that the same person who was fighting earlier? He's terrifyingly friendly." Vanquish was annoyed. "Hey, you old hag," Safina said cheerfully. "What's wrong, rainbow face?" He pointed straight at Safina, gritting his teeth in frustration. "I will not accept your marriage with Subaru. Is that clear?" Hearing that, she smiled faintly. "You're a bit too overprotective of him, aren't you? It seems your brain is running on old software." "Vampire, don't you think you should respect the wishes of the person in question?" Subaru suddenly spoke up. "The person in question has already refused you countless times." Safina lowered her voice. "Are you implying that I'm the problem?" She waved her hand. "Don't worry, I'll surely make you fall for me in a few hundred years." Subaru could only manage a stiff smile. "People in the underworld really are patient, aren't they?" Sybil slowly walked over. "Father." Vanquish startled, paying attention. Sybil asked, "Father, you really turned Subaru into your own possession, didn't you?" Vanquish crossed his arms and replied, Just as you predicted. He's a better pawn than I thought." Looking at Subaru, he laughed. "Keep helping the kid for me, will you?" Sybil nodded. "Since the executors are immune to my predictions, I have to stay vigilant." Afterward, she turned her back to leave. "I'm going home now," Vanquish called out. "What about the meeting?" Sybil didn't care much. "I already know the result. Plus, I've already met my father." Vanquish lowered his voice, making Sybil stop for a moment. He looked solemn. "Has the deadly darkness disappeared from me yet?" Sybil was momentarily surprised. "Subaru?" "Subaru has already changed the future." So, suddenly, her eyes widened when she realized it. "It can't be," she screamed in horror. "No, this is impossible." Looking at Vanquish, she couldn't believe it. Why hasn't the deadly darkness disappeared yet? Vanquish heard this, and a faint smile appeared. "If it hasn't gone, that's fine. I can only see its shadow a future that won't happen until 3 months from now, or later from today, right?" Sybil was extremely worried. "Wait, please tell me the reason." "Father?" Vanquish turned his back and waved dismissively. "Forgive me for using a king's authority so many times in one day. I'll make my way back carefully." He walked away, deep in thought. The shadow of death is still here. There are so many enemies who could kill me. He chuckled triumphantly. I'll be seeing you all soon enough. Suddenly, someone punched him right in the face. It was Esther, who had delivered a powerful kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. The other kings gasped in shock. Vanquis, annoyed, grunted. That hurts, Esther. Esther was just as irritated. I told you. We only had 15 minutes. Do you want the overseer to keep an eye on us? Vanquis, listen, don't freak out. Just 5 more minutes, that's all. Esther didn't accept that and said, Go back to your place, Vanquis. Vanquis nodded. Oh, okay. Meanwhile, Verde was so shocked he froze. Are you kidding me? That man has those powerful people as his subordinates? Each one of them is strong enough to go head-to-head with the 3 kings. Esther was annoyed. Hey, give me a hand here, quickly. Instantly, Tobits pushed him through that door. Before being shoved into another portal, Vanquis threatened the old woman. You'd better not lay a finger on Subaru. You heard what I said, right? However, Safina just stood there with a blank face, completely unfazed and even smiling, which made Vanquis furious. Ah, she's not even listening. I will never agree to, but before he could finish, he was shoved completely through the door. Esther apologized. Sorry for the noise. The door closed and it became quiet. Ruin breathed a sigh of relief. They appeared and disappeared like a storm. Just then, Shikishima spoke up. Ruin, Subaru. I'm glad you two were able to push back the executors. But can you solve the issue of releasing or abolishing the gates? Ruin fell into deep thought. A dozen participants died in the attack. But there are still many more far away, so it might be possible. Hearing this, Shikishima frowned and said, I have an idea regarding the portals and doors in the human world. I want you to present it at the conference with the 3 kings. Ruin felt a bit awkward. You want me to do that right after the executors' attack just ended? He nodded. We can't help with anything else right now. Humans will do whatever we decide to do anyway. Ruin chuckled. Let's see what your idea is first. Tsunemori understood and asked, What were you just mumbling about portals and doors? Shikishima replied, Well, if it succeeds, we can immediately reduce the number of portals existing in the human world. Since the meeting between the kings was interrupted, the 3 kings will hold a conference among themselves to discuss the issue of releasing or abolishing them. Watching the 3 of them discussing, Lute said, So we're back to square one? I thought it would be simple that we'd get stronger, level up our ranks, and stand at the top of the underworld. But Lute rested his chin on his hand, looking sad. We're nothing more than frogs in a well. Kamina sighed in disappointment. Sorry, everyone. If my predictions were more accurate, Rakan, sitting next to him, waved his hand. That's not your fault. Those executors appeared out of nowhere. It has nothing to do with your predictions. Rakan affirmed that, no matter how hard they try, there is always someone better. Rakan said, I want to be stronger. Verde, standing nearby, just gritted his teeth in silence. Safina fell into a brief silence. She said, I don't oppose that plan. We just simply need to sweep them faster, so nothing significant changes. What do you think, Ruin? Verde sighed. It sounds heavier in a way, but I guess we have to endure it. Ruin laughed. I'm glad to have your approval. Without hesitation, Safina interrupted. But this plan doesn't seem like something a guy like you would come up with, right, Ruin? Ruin was startled. I could come up with a better plan that includes benefits for everyone, you know. Just then, Ruin spoke up, making the kings jump in surprise. All right, thank you all for waiting. Ruin cheered joyfully. Now, I will announce the decision of the 3 kings. Verde was silent, waiting, as were the other kings. Subaru was silent, observing. He was quiet, his heart pounding with every second. Ruin said loudly, First, we will take action to temporarily suspend the portals in the human world. Rakan, Kamina, and Lute were all stunned. Ruin continued. Since no more portals will be sent out, the countdown will also be stopped. Hearing this, Tsunemori jumped up, excited. That's great. He turned to Shikishima. This is Shikishima gritted his teeth. It's not over yet. One more thing. Ruin was excited. Regarding the doors, we will release them to other kingdoms as well. All the kings looked like they were frozen. Ruin said briefly. In other words, the kingdoms will be allowed to send doors to the human world by dispatching them. Safina added. After these changes, the number of portals will no longer increase, but it will take some time to clear them all. Everyone is also allowed to collect 10 soul energy units from the kingdoms where the doors have been swept. Safina was cheerful. The growth of the owners will be linked to your growth. Ruin tapped his hands together. So, in summary, he said loudly and brightly, from now on, we will seize the underworld to the fullest in the portal sweeping competition. Let's win as quickly as possible. Come on, Let's give it our all, everyone. Rakan quickly turned around. Hey, Verde. Verde was rubbing his head. Damn it, they're supporting us. So, that's how they do it. A grin blossomed on his lips. I really am a pathetic guy. For not thinking of that. I'll send the doors as soon as I get back. Lut, Rakan, and Kamina all nodded. Verde said loudly, we will send doors to the human world too. All three of them were delighted. Tsunemori paused. So, Shikishima's plan is to release the doors? Before, portals would continue to be sent from the underworld, increasing the number of portals. The doors were limited only to the gold, silver, and bronze kingdoms. Later, portals would no longer be sent, and the countdown timer would be cancelled. No more unlimited portal increases. The kingdoms can send twice as many doors as the number of people who can sweep the portals. Naru was stunned. This way, the number of god masters will increase, and the number of portals can only decrease. Shikishima clasped his hands together. I was too focused on abolishing the portals at first. I didn't even realize we still had the option to release them instead. Anyway, thanks to the king's emergency situation, I came up with this. Shikishima spoke with a firm tone. In any case, with this, the entire underworld will be allied with humanity. Tsunemori hadn't expected this. It was frighteningly smart. Narus thought to himself, damn, Shikishima is on our side. Thank you. Ruin heard this and was briefly surprised. He was smug. Well, as long as you're family, I'll still help you, Subaru-kyun. It's not like I'm losing anything. Ruin's eyes narrowed slightly. But now, the underworld will definitely collapse. Unless I do something about the managers soon. You'll give us a hand, right? Subaru was silent, not punching but smiling happily. He nodded. Yeah. I'll meet a few people in the underworld so I can do that before I come back. Ruin was surprised. Did you mention that before? Subaru was cheerful. It's in the future that I saw before Vanquis arrived. I also have a request for you. Ruin was bewildered. A request? Subaru explained. Please let me meet the three inventors who created the gold, silver, and bronze doors. The three kings each possessed a master key leading to their kingdom's door. Subaru and the others split into three groups to enter different doors and meet the inventors, then find a way to fight the managers. The first group would meet Terra, the creator of the door for the Gold Kingdom. Subaru, Safina, and Isis were there. Safina walked in the middle and said, the doors and portals were developed through collaboration between the gold, silver, and bronze kingdoms. She cautiously added, each inventor has their own area of expertise. For example, Tila is responsible for creating the limited seating as well as the interdimensional travel system for the doors. Subaru was quite surprised. So he's a super genius then? Isis was helpless. You don't understand anything, do you? Isis thought that in reality, even though Queen Safina spoke about them very gently, both inventions required incredibly sophisticated application skills. How could Terra possibly do that? The three of them went inside. Safina spoke up. Sorry for bothering you, Tella. In front of them was a wide room with massive books neatly stored in cabinets. An entire room filled with books. From a long, high ladder. On a chair placed there, a figure was sitting. Subaru looked up in amazement. That was Terra, sitting with his legs crossed and sticking his foot out. Want to lick my shoe? Terra was the mad inventor. He sat in the middle of the room. Sorry, I'm out of tea and snacks to host you guys. In Subaru's hand was a shiny shoe, he said. Instead, try licking my latest invention. Shoes for practicing begging for your life. Isis was stunned. Practicing for begging for your life? Terra nodded. Yeah, when people want to beg for their lives, they definitely have to lick someone's shoe, right? Isis just felt discouraged. Is that so? He said it very cheerfully. So, if you've practiced beforehand, then when the moment you're about to be killed comes, theoretically, your survival rate will increase. It's very safe to lick, and it's delicious too. Isis was deeply disappointed. Why would anyone want to? Subaru was excited. Then let me try. Isis just screamed, Subaru. Subaru was both excited and licking it, praising it non-stop. It's delicious. I could lick it all day. Seeing the boy acting so abnormally, Isis just gave a wry smile. Queen Safina. Why would you want to marry someone like this guy? Safina was also doing the same, licking the shoe, and also praised, it really tastes delicious. Isis was frozen, seeing that. Queen Safina. Terra also joined in the fun. Great licking, you two. Isis gasped. Besides me, they're both licking it? Safina then spoke. Well, Terra is always like that. Isis just felt weary. Everything I know about him now is that he makes people lick his shoes. Safina continued her sentence. Most of your inventions are pretty useless, anyway. Tara laughed. That may be true, but there's still a 1 in a million chance to create something amazing. He licked his lips as he spoke. All inventors share that burning passion, don't they, Isis? Isis went pale. Don't you dare create any doors or portals with that passion that made you invent these lickable shoes. Tara crossed his legs. My king, thank you for creating a place that allows me to focus on my inventions like this. Is there something you need from me? Safina quickly introduced them. The one who needs a favor is my fiancé, Subaru. Subaru waved his hand briefly. I'm her acquaintance. Subaru. Tara lowered his voice slightly. A guest of the king, huh? I understand. Your wish is my command. Subaru quickly explained. I want an ultimate technique, or an item that can track the location of the overseers. Isis was astonished, and even Safina wasn't entirely surprised. Tara lowered his voice. It already exists. Both women were even more shocked now, especially Isis. Safina and she stood there with their mouths agape. Tara added, anyone else want to lick more shoes? Subaru said happily, give it to me, please. Isis, annoyed, snapped, no, stop it. The second group arrived at the Silver Kingdom's portal creator, Axon, master of the doors of Tsunemori, Jinga, Shikishima, Amamiya, and Ruin, a creature with the appearance of a bird. Jinga, how did you enter the door by yourself? Tsunemori gestured toward. I brought a special guest with me. Standing in the distance, behind a large ice boulder, was Ruin. The man was slightly surprised. The king of the Silver Kingdom? Ruin, over there, turned pale. Anything but an ice door, please. I beg you. Tsunemori sighed, helpless. Please forgive him. The man asked. If you say so, then why have you come here? Shikishima spoke up. It's a pleasure to meet you, Axon. He introduced himself. I am Shikishima Ziu, a friend of Tsunemori Jinga. Axon nodded. I already knew that from watching the video. Like Jinga, you are an associate of Subaru. Tell me, why have you come here? Shikishima smiled slightly. Aren't you a terrorist? Axon was silent. Shikishima said cautiously, the ice cage isn't the only reason you're imprisoned here, is it? The ice cage Axon, an entity of the underworld who lived with the purpose of creating powerful ultimate techniques and items, was always waiting for an opportunity to break their chains. Axon still said nothing. Tsunemori frowned suspiciously. Is that really true? Ruin, standing behind, spoke up. That guy has 70 criminal charges. Axon turned around, startled. 70? Tsunemori felt a bit frustrated. Axon, explain yourself. I didn't deceive you. His voice wavered slightly. I just wasn't sure about that fact. That's all. Tsunemori was losing his mind. Just then, he seemed to remember something. Wait, Jinga. You too? Shikishima. I know you didn't come here just to mock me. Shikishima laughed and replied, of course not. There is something only you can do. Axon's eyes narrowed. Until now, there have been 3 ultimate techniques that can counter the executors and amnesia, Shikishima said in a serious tone. It seems Vanquis has seen the next possibility in the ice cage. Axon was startled as he listened. Shikishima said triumphantly, Axon, I want you to create a 4th ultimate technique that can counter the executors. Axon was silent, as if lost in thought. The snow began to fall heavier. Both waited in silence for an answer. A moment later, he spoke up. That is the reason I never get bored of living. Amamiya froze. Is he laughing? Axon nodded. Understood. I will create an ultimate technique so powerful and unbalanced that you will regret asking for my help. Once it's finished, I'll give it to you. Jinga and Tsunemori frowned, looking troubled. The third group arrived at the Copper Kingdom's portal creator, Zora, master of the... Why do I have to be paired with Renji-san? Carrion complained, frustrated. Complaining won't help. We have to be paired because you and I are the ones who were left behind. Mugen Ikuhana walked ahead, sighing. They don't seem very close, do they? Carrion froze. If I imitate Renji, would that work? Narus laughed it off. Then I will never forgive you. Carrion just felt helpless. Then, Carrion spoke up. Great Mage Zora, the inventor responsible for combining the ultimate techniques used by gates and doors. Isn't that just the same as putting an ultimate technique inside an item? Ikuhana replied. Exactly. Being the king's assistant is also one of your jobs, Zora. It's been a long time since we last met. Suddenly, from inside the house in front of them, Zora was thrown out unexpectedly. All 3 were stunned. Mr. Zora. As soon as he was thrown out, his mouth kept spewing blue blood. While Narus was helping Zora sit up, Carrion stepped forward. What do you think you're doing? Behind him, a voice uttered a few weak words. Why? Zora screamed in agony. Right in front of them, a man was slowly approaching with a chilling, murderous aura. This person coldly said, "Sorry, old man, but I need you to die." Carrion scratched his head and said, "Isn't that the jailer from the human world?" Narus recognized him at a glance. Chi-san. Chi also recognized him. "It's been a long time, hasn't it, Narus?" Suddenly, Narus exploded, with power all around him. His presence here was not part of the future Subaru had seen. His tone grew colder. "You've ruined the prophecy. Or rather." Meanwhile, Carrion turned around, surprised. Chi curled his lips. "That's right, I am." However, he was hit by a force that slammed directly into him. Carrion punched him directly. Carrion frowned. My strike went right through him. This guy, just as Narus said, he is Chi. He grabbed Carrion's hand. "I am an executor." His eyes became lifeless. "And I am your enemy." Narus looked solemn. "Then we will defeat you." 1.5 years ago, at the entrance to the prison of all criminal lords, someone spoke up. "Thank you, Narus-kun. Thank you for coming here to escort the prisoner. I have sealed his power with my ultimate technique." Chi said seriously, "Rest up and return to your daily duties." Narus nodded. "Thank you, sir." Chi said in a loud voice. "It's been 3 years since you became a god lord, hasn't it?" Narus was surprised. "Huh?" "Yes." Narus looked at him, bewildered. Chi continued. "This might be a strange question for you, but do you love this world?" In the present, a loud, desperate scream echoed. "No way." Ikuhana couldn't believe his eyes. "You're an executor?" Chi gripped Carrion's wrist tightly with a cold, icy expression. Carrion clicked his tongue and gritted his teeth. "Damn it, I can't use my curse now. He's going to kill me." Just then, a large golden hand reached out and attacked, toward Chi. Chi dodged it quickly, but Carrion was confused. That golden hand was from Narus's attack. Narus controlled it in a terrifying way. Suddenly, dust flew everywhere. "You little brat!" Carrion snapped, venting his anger. "Are you trying to kill me? This is Renji's body, do you know that?" However, Narus thought he was an idiot. He whispered, "Renji won't die from that blow." This surprised him quite a bit. Chi suddenly spoke up, causing the two of them to look over. "I see." He walked slowly toward them. "So, that person's relative can use curses." Narus gritted his teeth in annoyance. "It doesn't have much effect on him, huh? If Chi's violin seal touches me, everything will be ruined. But that thing isn't suitable for combat. As long as I don't get too close, if I keep applying pressure from this distance." Narus decided to raise his hand and use his ultimate technique, the golden weapon. "I'm coming." If Narus Arika believed that the violin seal was the only ultimate technique he had, Chi thought cautiously. On the surface, he remained cold. "I'm waiting." Inside a large building, a voice echoed. "The winner of all 4,672,321,119 worlds. Chi." An eye opened wide. "You have been chosen to become an executor. Eliminate all enemies who threaten the orders of this world." Chi stood there, blank-faced. "You're sending a new executor on this assassination mission? You have already used too much power to cover the sole costs of recruiting a veteran, haven't you?" He stood up slightly, leaning his hand on the computer. "Whatever." His eyes drooped. "Those who oppose the executor must be eliminated." Chi looked at the scene before him. To protect this world, his eyes reflected an indescribable emptiness. Chi is a conqueror from another world. Conquerors are a type of godlord who invade other worlds. For example, Hyodo Kotetsu, executors are chosen from conquerors across all worlds to become executors, under the direct command of the overseers. Cursed attributes, in other words. Unlike the ultimate techniques granted by the portals, Chi has retained the ultimate technique he possessed when he was a conqueror. That is the blue ribbon, a ribbon from an important ultimate technique. Right now, he's using it in battle against Narus. As Narus is unleashing his power, he finds himself swarmed by those soul strings. He grits his teeth, unable to believe it. A completely different kind of ultimate technique? Up above, Carrion attacks, carrying. Sharp blades aimed right at Q. "Don't hesitate, Narus. Now, unleash the power of the source, or end it all." The Titan arm Q watches with boredom. He's just making that arm bigger? How dull. As the hand lunges forward, Narus strikes back, triggering his second ultimate technique. Q's eyes flicker toward Narus. Using the Golden Raid ultimate? Q is briefly surprised. A support technique, really? Q's hand flares up like a blue flame. "Caught you. You're fast." As Narus lands the attack, Q easily parries it head-on. "Is that really all you've got?" Narus asked, startled and annoyed. He realized, "He can see my second attack coming?" As the debris rained down, Narus lowered his voice. "Your ultimate technique is just about magnifying everything, isn't it?" A soulless glint flickered in his eyes. You're so wasteful with your mana. Suddenly, a massive gate tore open behind Narus. A brilliant golden light erupted from it. Narus frantically unleashed a barrage of golden weapons toward Kwai, but Kwai remained indifferent, showing no sign of fear. The weapons flew like a gale, and the Reaper's blade headed straight for where Kwai stood. His face was cold as ice, followed by a deafening, cataclysmic explosion. Narus went silent, observing as ribbons of light drifted through the air. Kwai appeared behind him and spoke. I told you, your ultimate technique is far too useless. He walked forward slowly. A truly excellent technique is one that is simple and effective. Unfazed, Narus gripped his sword and lunged forward. He took that hit and he's still unscathed? Narus wondered. No, there's no mistake. It's his technique. Just as the blade neared Kwai's throat, a ribbon snatched it away, snapping the sword in half. In an instant, as he touched the ribbon, Narus devised a plan. Destroy everything he came into contact with. He kept attacking. I've heard about this before, just like Taiga's ultimate technique. 2 ribbons suddenly coiled around his arms, and at the same time, Kwai kicked his legs hard. Holding a sharp object to his throat, Kwai had subdued him in a second, leaving Narus pinned to the ground. Ikuhana screamed, Narus! Carrion stood by, watching. Renji, currently occupying Karen's body, asked cautiously, You're not planning to help the kid? Renji stared at the screen, stunned to see Narus like that. Kwai pointed the sharp tip at his throat. Do you remember? His eyes lowered softly. The question I asked you before? Narus replied in a low voice. I remember. Did you love this world back then? Narus had answered. I did. Because this world has Renji in it, Kwai asked again. Then, what if Renji didn't exist? Narus's eyes widened in shock. Kwai smiled. Would you still love this world? Narus paused, hesitating. I think I still would. Kwai raised his voice. I once suffered from a terminal illness and was cured when I became a sovereign, but before that, I used to sneak out of the hospital and go for walks by myself. Back then, Narus walked along, gasping for breath. His legs slowed down until he stopped completely and looked up. His eyes suddenly widened. Alone, Narus stood on an empty road under a peaceful sky. The sky is so vast and immense. I feel like my heart is flying out of the place that held it captive. It's beautiful, I thought. This world is beautiful. Narus teared up. Kwai listened calmly and said gently, That is why I want to protect it, even if Renji isn't here. Narus turned his back. The sky is still as beautiful as that day. Kwai looked up, responding vaguely. That's right. He remained calm. I am the same. I, too, love this beautiful world, a world so beautiful it's peaceful. Now, Kwai was once again fighting his superiors, which was like pushing the world toward death. If you truly want to protect it, try to survive until then. Carrion watched, lost in thought. Kwai commanded, Move, don't think about useless things. Living under the orders of absolute rulers. The sharp blade touched Narus's throat. A moment later, he said, I can't do that. His eyes narrowed as he saw this. Trapped and just waiting for death? Narus was unnervingly calm. I can't call that living. There were others in the same hospital ward in the same condition as Aki, which made them grow closer and more harmonious. Everyone was in a relaxed mood, smiles on their faces. Akira decided to chat with them and become friends. But then, over time, the friends Akira used to talk to were all gone. He grew weary of that aimless cycle of reincarnation, and eventually, Akira walked the path alone. Then, on a dark, gloomy day, on that day, when Kwai defeated Akira and pointed his blade at him, Akira found the world beautiful. He said his final words, I've realized the meaning of being alive. Then, Akira fell silent, and the sword remained pointed at his throat, motionless. Suddenly, Kwai looked at Akira, startled, wondering why the blade remained at his throat without striking. Why did Kwai's blade pull back, as if he were being controlled by some other force? As for Akira, he continued, to be alive is to keep feeling, to keep moving forward with your own 2 feet, and to discover new things. It left an impression on him. To be treated like a pawn in the ruler's game, to not be surrounded by that power, Kwai decided to swing his blade back. Akira, meanwhile, summoned a source of power from behind. I can't call that truly living. 6th ultimate technique, Keeper of the Temple. It was then that Kwai realized the reason he couldn't attack earlier. This was what was being controlled, not him, but his weapon. Keeper of the Temple was an ultimate technique gained at level 90. It could freely manipulate anything that Narus Akira touched, as long as it was a weapon. Any object covered by the technique was no exception. Kwai couldn't release or dismiss the Sampajita. To break the matrix, Kwai decided to use the blue ribbon technique. Seeing Kwai struggling to break free, Akira spoke up. It's useless. That technique is linked directly to the target. From the moment it touched me, it was completely under my control. There is no way you can handle it or retreat. I've surrounded you. Kwai realized it was the weapon of Naru's Akira that he had severed with the blue ribbon earlier. No. Akira wanted Kwai to slash it, so Akira could surround Kwai with those fragments. Then Akira continued to warn him. Obeying someone, that's one way to live. But I will not reject your desire for freedom. Kwai tried to grip the sword, but it seemed not to obey its master. It pointed toward Kwai. But if you dare to defy, I will defeat you. Akira stepped closer, face to face with Kwai, expressionless. That's all there is to it. Sama, along with his cohorts, crossed his arms and watched the battle comfortably. Kwai finally let go, his eyes full of sorrow. So, I've lost, huh? I won't continue to fight or retreat, because I failed to eliminate you. So I will be finished off. Akira gasped, shocked, as that was not what he wanted. A bolt of lightning engulfed Kwai, and then Kwai slowly faded away. Akira panicked because Kwai was going to be erased. If he didn't fulfill his orders, Kwai had to operate under those conditions. Akira couldn't accept it, his dissatisfaction bursting out. Kwai! Why are you listening to the rulers? I told you, your world is beautiful, not like my destroyed homeland, a world that I couldn't protect. So this time, I want to protect it. Zora cried out, Kwai, don't go! Kwai turned to look at him. Ah, Zora frowned, sadly watching Kwai fade away, unable to do anything. He remembered back then, Zora was sitting and talking to him. Oh, so you will be my owner? Once you've overcome the ordeal. Inside this door, ha. Kwai was stunned, not understanding. He asked, are you okay? When Kwai patted his shoulder, Zora said satisfyingly, your touch is so gentle. You've been accepted. Remembering that moment, Kwai smiled. I'm sorry, Zora. Zora screamed frantically. No, don't do that. Suddenly, a hand reached out toward Kwai. Akira was desperately trying to save Kwai, which surprised him greatly. Kwai gasped. Naru's-kun. Not only Kwai, but Ikuhana and the Demon Emperor were equally surprised. Akira smiled triumphantly. Just as I thought. It's a sloppy curse, isn't it? You rulers. Akira remembered when Subaru used the blood curse, a curse that could be broken by another curse. Kwai tried to stop him. Stop! You can't change anything with your ability. You'll be dragged in and die with me. Get away. Before he could finish, Akira cut him off. You damn rulers. You damn supreme beings. You treat the world and everyone like toys. Don't you dare treat death as something noble. I refuse to accept that. I will topple it. Everyone marveled, while Ikuhana remained silent, without reaction. Akira remembered his memories from years ago with his friends in that familiar place. He was determined, I won't let you die. Saying that, Akira tried his best to hold on, trying to save Kwai, while Kwai was extremely surprised by Aki's disregard for his own life. At this moment, Akira screamed in pain, but he was determined not to let go and insisted on saving Kwai, watching the scene tremble, right before his eyes. Even the Demon Emperor had to cover himself to protect his own body. A pillar of power surged forth, engulfing Kwai and Aki. Then suddenly, it vanished, returning the sky to a clear blue. The Demon Emperor asked in astonishment, Hey, are you really serious? I've certainly never seen or heard of anyone breaking a ruler's curse like that. Akira lay down. Abaddon said, He actually did it. Along with Akira lying there, Abaddon repeated, He actually did it. Akira sat up. In front of him was Kwai. Kwai called out from in front, Naru's-kun, why did you go that far? Akira replied, If you're no longer an executor, no longer someone fighting against the curse, then you're not our enemy, right? Please, just live, Kwai. Because Kwai was stunned at Aki's words, looking into the distance where Zora was running toward them. Akira, are you saying you wanted him to live? Zora asked, trembling with worry as tears welled up in her eyes. Kwai also looked at Zora and let out a sigh, remembering his own old friends. Akira said, Everyone has people like that. At this moment, Zora ran over and pulled Kwai into a tight hug, weeping bitterly. Kwai was taken aback. He never expected her to care for him this deeply. Overwhelmed with emotion, Kwai began to cry as well. I'm sorry, I'm truly sorry, he sobbed. Then, Made walked over and extended an arm toward Akira. That was quite impressive, Made said. Akira took Made's hand, pulled himself up, and replied, Your praise doesn't exactly make me happy, you know. Made retorted, Be honest. Isn't your reverse curse a bit stronger than the others? Akira answered. If it is, maybe it's because I'm genuinely evil. Then he added, All right, I get it. Hey, Renji, did you want things to turn out this way? Renji replied, No, not at all. Made nervously said, You guys are starting to scare me. Renji continued, But I believe that Narus-kun will be able to handle it. He's no longer the kid who just looked up to me. He's a friend, and my equal. Made chimed in, You heard him, didn't you? Akira smiled and replied, I know, his equal friend, Akira said, then gripped Made's hand tightly and asked, How's it going? Everything still running smoothly? You've been training ever since you skipped the meeting, haven't you? You must have something cool up your sleeve, right? Scene shift. Renji has traveled to another dimension. Louis has finished his training. Just a little more, and I'll be able to stand against the executor, Louis said triumphantly. Louis had completed his training, and now, he was just a step away from being able to fight the executor. Louis watched Renji, who was covered in sweat, as he tensely prepared to attempt something incredible. Right before his eyes, as Vanquis was teaching his technique to counter the executor, Renji appeared beside them and asked, Vanquis-san, could you teach me that technique as well? Vanquis replied, I don't mind, but I don't think you can learn it directly. Between someone from the underworld and a human, their soul structures are completely different. The technique is inherited through the gate by reconfiguring that structure. Furthermore, after mastering the counter-executor technique, Louis transferred it to Renji through the trial of the gate, along with his 8th technique. And now just a little more for Renji, and Amamiya Seika. Since they are undead without physical bodies, they aren't bound by the limitations of the gate. In Amamiya Seika's case, Kilim spoke up. Kid, you seem to be adapting to me quite well. Because their souls were highly compatible, she could inherit the technique from the thunder god Kilim without needing the gate. As for Renji, he spoke up. And Louis offered, I will lend you my power. Following Louis's guidance, he was able to level up the technique he already possessed. However, this was a completely different matter. Inheriting a technique from Vanquis, whose soul was completely incompatible with Renji's, went beyond anything he had ever known. Louis pondered as he watched Renji. After all the hardship, Renji appeared, drenched in sweat. I did it, he exclaimed. It defied all logic. But Renji had finally succeeded. So, this is my new sword? Louis mused, watching Renji excitedly hold the item. Throughout the time he had been its owner, he hadn't known a single thing about fighting. Renji had transcended even the word genius. Back in the human world, at the mage's workshop in the Red Copper Kingdom, Carrion stopped fiddling around and said, Sorry to break up this moment, but could I talk to you about why we came here? Zora was still tearfully hugging Quay. Of course, Quay replied. After stepping out of her embrace, he turned to Akira. Narus-kun, I wanted to tell you about this too. Akira replied. Yes? Quay continued. The truth is, it sounded serious. So Akira blurted out. Oh? Akira was suddenly startled, remembering Shiki and Subaru. He contacted them via telepathy. Shiki, Shima, Subaru, Shikishima. Shikishima responded, Naru, what's wrong? Akira replied, It's an emergency. Quay-san just told me. Meanwhile, Subaru listened quietly. Upon hearing the news, he slipped away. Seeing this, Safina checked on him. He said, I'm sorry, Safina. I need to return to the human world right now. Safina pouted and exclaimed, Huh? What about our date? Subaru nonchalantly replied, Did I ever agree to one? An executor had appeared at the inventor's hideout in the Copper Kingdom. Upon hearing this, Isis was startled and panicked, while Safina remained calm. Go on, she prompted. Subaru explained. The executor's identity was that of a warden at the prison holding the divine master in the human world. The warden's technique allowed him to control the techniques of the prisoners. They had defeated him, but as a result, the effect of his technique had vanished. Therefore, more than 300 prisoners would soon escape. Upon hearing this, the two of them fell silent, their hearts filled with anxiety. Then Subaru continued, We have to go back to protect our world. Hearing this, Safina finally understood his kindness. So he wanted to protect the civilians. I understand. We will prepare quickly. Isis bowed to receive orders. Yes, Your Majesty. At that moment, a figure appeared. Leaving so soon, Terra appeared and said, Just after I finished making your shoes? Subaru replied tactfully, The shoes are great, thank you. Then Terra tossed something to Subaru. Take this with you. He caught it in his palm and opened it to find a promise ring. Terra instructed Subaru on how to use it. It could sense the location of the managers from over 10 billion worlds. but it only had the sensing function. It couldn't transport him there. Hearing that, he gladly accepted it. That's more than enough. After all, I'm not the only one going to them. Tara replied. Well, I hope it works. Subaru waved goodbye. Thanks, Tara. I'll definitely be back. Tara stood there, watching Subaru's silhouette fade into the distance. So, I'll get to see that funny kid again, huh? An item that can transport him to the world of the managers. Maybe I'll try making one of those. Scene shift. At Carrion's group's location, everyone looked tense, their faces as serious as ID photos. Subaru rushed through the space-time portal and shouted, Shikishima! Seeing that Subaru had arrived, Shikishima announced, All right, let's go. Hearing that, Subaru quickly ran to join them. Suddenly, Safina called out, Subaru! Hearing the familiar voice, he turned his head back. Suddenly, Safina threw something at him and said, A parting gift. Subaru asked in surprise. Another ring? She replied, Just open it and you'll see. Whenever you want to come back to the underworld, just put it on. It's sad to part ways, but we'll meet again. Tired of waiting, Shikishima shouted impatiently, Subaru, pick up the pace! He didn't forget to wave goodbye to her. Thank you, Safina. Then Subaru quickly vanished. He disappeared into the portal. Scene shift. At the Golden Gate, a voice suddenly complained, How sad, leaving like a gust of wind. Ikuhana added, They're always in such a rush, aren't they? Unlike the other two, Safina smiled instinctively. How wonderful. Good luck, my dear Subaru, my future husband. Scene shift. Nagata District, the prison for the Divine Master. Inside, the prisoners were fighting in chaos. One of them on the arena floor laughed loudly. I don't know how, but that damn seal is gone. We're free. No sooner had he finished speaking than someone appeared, using the ice amamiel flow technique. With me here, don't even dream of it. He swung a broom in his hand powerfully toward the prisoner, and then a set of sharp claws appeared. Is that Himeno? He used them to snatch him up. At this moment, the other prisoners were enraged. Are you crazy, you bastard? Another prisoner spoke up. I don't like this guy. Just then, Yasurugi glanced at him along with the others. They said in unison, Maybe this will help you remember a thing or two. We used to be the Dark Guild. Hearing their declaration, the other prisoners exclaimed, The Dark Guild? Are you guys Taiga's teammates? Kiryu warned with killing intent. A new schedule is about to be released. So if the prison collapses and messes things up, that'll be a huge problem. He's a former member of the Dark Guild. After that, the familiar broom was swung again, striking the heads of the other prisoners. They couldn't do anything but grit their teeth and endure. Yasurugi warned, We'll meet a friend after this. Sorry, but you guys have to lose. Along with the former Dark Guild member, Kagashingo also exuded equal killing intent, overwhelming them all. The friend in question, Kuruki Tachi. Himeno appeared. You're all too loud for being so short. She was a former Dark Guild member, Himeno. Himeno's technique, 6th-level painful claws, increased the pain felt when touching a wound by 3,000%. Yasurugi, broom in hand, said, I thought you were going to join the prison break. Himeno replied, I just found out I'm on the winning side. No matter how many of them there are, they won't be able to beat Kiryu. Kiryu held a hook staff in his hand and used the movement-stopping Amamiyal technique. Scene shift. Human world. In Tokyo, at the back of Renji's apartment complex, 300 prisoners were escaping from the Divine Master's prison. Subaru anxiously warned, We have to hurry before anyone gets hurt. Karyon calmly reminded him, Kiryu and Issei are already there. Jinga said, He can stop them, can't he? Subaru urged, Come on, hurry up, Shikishima-san. Shikishima rubbed his head and replied, They've already taken care of those guys. At these words, silence suddenly fell over the area. Most of the people attempting the jailbreak had been defeated by Kiru Yasurugi alone, leaving Kiryu stunned, feeling as if she had barely done anything at all. Himeno yawned. Time to head back to our cells and get some sleep. Good job, Shikishima. Shikishima smiled, answering a phone call to reassure Subaru, explaining, No need to come over. That's what they said. Another moment of silence hung in the air. Karyon spoke up, feeling helpless. Now that you mention it, Kiryu must be over level 80, right? Akira chimed in. The average level of those prisoners is under 30, Karyon replied. No matter how many of them there are, they don't stand a chance. Huh? They don't need us anymore? Does that mean we're free to do whatever we want? They stood there, stunned and deep in thought, clearly not used to having so much free time. Shikishima continued to confirm the details. Kinokawa already called me, so I have to head back to headquarters. They're going to hear about the event that took place in the underworld, as well as the patio, before the press conference happens. Shikishima replied, Yeah, let the world know that there won't be any more gates from now on. Scene change. Udu Ryusei and Kinokawa hugged each other with joy, while Jinga smiled in contentment. That's right, Shikishima said. Kinokawa added that the gate's countdown clock had stopped. Then, he waved his hand. Let's go, Narus. Perhaps they would be asked about the queue, Akira thought, as he hurried after them. Ah, right. Watching the two of them walk away, Renji said blankly, "They're both gone." Jinga replied, "I'm heading home," Amamiya said, "and I'm going to grab some sushi." Karen wouldn't join them. She wanted to go for a walk. Everyone went their separate ways, saying goodbye. "See you later, Subaru." Finally, the one without plans was Subaru. "So, I'm all alone again?" With no other choice, Subaru headed home. He opened the door and called out, "I'm home!" Then, he slowly walked into the house, feeling dejected. "I wanted to go out to eat with everyone." Suddenly, Subaru was shocked to see Kotetsu sitting in his living room, eating snacks. Kotetsu saw Subaru and nonchalantly asked, "Oh, so this is your place, Subaru?" Subaru stared at Kotetsu in disbelief, thinking to himself, "Is that really Kotetsu? Why are you in our world?" Kotetsu answered calmly, "Who knows? I just ended up here." Subaru asked, confused, "Where did you land?" Kotetsu replied, "It's a long story. Besides, I'm not your enemy this time. More importantly, don't you want information?" Subaru asked. "Information?" He replied, "That's right. Information from me." Like Kotetsu silently looked at the system board, which contained information about everyone. He stated the number and locations of the current executors in this world. Subaru was startled, frozen in place, staring at the images within the system. Scene change. A voice echoed, "Endiger, what are you looking at?" Endiger replied, "News about our former comrades. They clearly suppressed a riot at the prison. Is everyone here yet?" Lion answered, "Yes. They are members of my team for this conquest." Huffman said solemnly, "Apologies for keeping you waiting, our king." Endiger's gaze sank as he listened. Scene change. Subaru was stunned. "There are other executors here?" Kotetsu replied, "I just told you. This world is being invaded from somewhere else. As a conqueror, I can tell." Subaru felt uneasy. Would the future be disrupted again? Are the managers interfering? Kotetsu spoke up. "Need my help?" Subaru was surprised. Yeah." Kotetsu explained further, "You want more information, don't you? In exchange, Subaru, you will provide for me." Huffman was rambling on. "You know, this world seems to be quite well preserved, doesn't it? The air is so fresh here." Endiger also spoke up. "This place is strange too. The number of masters here has increased significantly, ever since they started cooperating with an unidentified world called the Underworld." Bane continued. "So, that's how they prevent destruction. It means it'll be quite difficult to invade this place," Raven said coldly. "Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Right?" Hearing his name, the speaker smiled. "Exactly. The reward, if this mission succeeds, is this very world." Hearing this, the group, including Beb, Harfern, Bane, Cicelos, Raven, Horny, and Ateo, all had different expressions, but in the end, they all agreed to these terms. Endager explained, "That is why I used my soul value to its limit to summon you all here. Although the plan to invade by cooperating with the underworld failed, we will use Lion's special technique." Lion handed a stack of phones to everyone. "I have prepared phones from this world for everyone. We will absolutely overwhelm them." Endager gave the order. Their plan was to start in Cba. Scene change. Subaru had also arrived. There were so many people here. It had been 2 days since the appearance of Hyodo Kotetsu. Subaru said, "Hyodo, are you used to the phone yet?" Kotetsu replied, "It's fine. No issues at all." Then Subaru asked, "Where are we going now?" Kotetsu answered, "A shoe store." Subaru was surprised. "Shopping?" Kotetsu explained, "I can wear your clothes, that's fine. But your shoes don't fit me. And I don't have any money in this world, so please pay for them." Subaru was very willing. "All right, that's fine," Kotetsu said, with serious determination. "I can't fight properly if I'm wearing tight shoes." Subaru, seeing that expression, asked, "You're going to fight with us?" Kotetsu replied, "Just consider it, me returning the favor for your help. This has been going on for many years, but the enemies I'm about to fight have also attacked my world. They're quite strong, so be careful." Subaru listened and replied, "Got it." Afterward, they walked down the street. Suddenly, Kotetsu turned and asked, "What are you doing?" Subaru asked blankly, "What do you mean?" Kotetsu held out his arm. I'm going to buy shoes by myself. Don't follow me. Just give me the money. Subaru looked at his attitude and said, okay. Then judged him in his heart. This guy is like a freeloader, isn't he? Remembering old memories of his father. Then, Kotetsu fiddled with his phone and said, I just sent you their latest coordinates. I'll let you know when I'm done, he replied. All right. Then Subaru watched Kotetsu's back fade away. He didn't forget to say, Thanks, Hyodo. I really appreciate your help. Kotetsu didn't respond, remaining silent. After a moment he said, Don't mention it. Thinking about it, it had been a long time since Kotetsu had comrades by his side. After pondering for a while, Kotetsu strolled away. He walked into a sports shop to go shopping. Welcome, customer. Subaru, on the other hand, let out a long sigh. He put on a serious face and said, Now then, Subaru contacted all his comrades through his mind. Everyone. Amamiyaka, who was shopping, heard Subaru's voice. Renji did too. I won't tell everyone that this masked person is Jinga. Elsewhere, Shikishima also heard Subaru's call, and Akira also heard it. Listening silently, Subaru communicated with everyone and announced, Hyodo just shared the latest news with us. Let's start moving, just like we talked about earlier. Everyone replied in unison. Understood. They were already on their way. Suddenly, Tsunemori Jinga spoke up. Subaru, are you sure we can trust Hyodo Kotetsu? The master window can only be seen by the master themselves. What if he's tricking us? He's the one who killed us in the future, the king of Aurora, and brought my world to the brink of destruction. Subaru was stunned, bowing his head, saying hesitantly, Tsunemori Jinga-san. About that, back at his house, Subaru, you will provide for me. Subaru asked in surprise. Provide for you? Kotetsu had replied, I'm not familiar with this world, and I have no money or place to stay, so please help me. Subaru was stunned, blank-faced like a fish. Then he said, that's fine too. Kotetsu replied without emotion. Really? You're quite kind, aren't you? Then he continued. Were you sent here as punishment, like you mentioned when we were in the underworld? Kotetsu denied it. No. Kotetsu explained that someone had saved him from being punished. It might have been the last time, too. I will find a way to return to my homeland. Even if it's destroyed, abandoning it means I've accepted defeat. Hearing those heartfelt words, Subaru let out a long sigh. You hate losing, huh? Kotetsu asked, Is that funny? He replied, No, I'll help you. Thinking back to that conversation, Subaru reassured Jinga, I think I can trust him. He's not the bad guy I thought he was. Really, this guy is quite straightforward and funny. But, if he betrays us, you can use the Nine Eyes to defeat him. Jinga heard this and trusted his friend. All right, if you say so, then I'll listen. Subaru smiled brightly. Thank you, Shikishima said. At least you've got that now. Jinga was embarrassed. No, it's not like that. Subaru's friendliness, his openness, that's what makes Subaru, isn't it? He carries both the good and the bad. Afterward, Jinga felt somewhat reassured. I understand. Shikishima was amazed, realizing that's what makes Subaru a capable king. As for Subaru, he was looking at some books, judging to himself. This bookstore is huge. Scene change to Akira. Subaru, I've found my target. Looking ahead, it was Half-Fern. Akira looked at Half-Fern coldly. Elsewhere, Renji faced Suselos. Me too. Their eyes met. They stared at each other without saying a word. Jinga, hearing this, trusts his friend's words. All right, if you say so. I'm listening. Subaru smiles brightly and replies, Thanks, man. Shikishima says, At least you've got that going for you. Jinga is flustered. No, it's not like that. Subaru's friendliness, his openness, that's what makes him who he is. Subaru, he carries both the good and the bad. Jinga feels a bit more at ease. I understand now. Shikishima is amazed as it clicks. He looks at Subaru, thinking, that's what makes Subaru such a talented king. Subaru, meanwhile, examines the nondescript books, silently judging them. This bookstore is huge. Scene shifts to Aki and Subaru. I've found my target. Looking ahead, there's Half-Worn. Akira glares coldly at Half-Worn. Elsewhere, Renji faces Suzelos. Same here. They lock eyes, staring at each other in total silence. At the 10-story tower in CBIA, found them. Hokni and Beb are there. They have run into Jin. Upon spotting the enemy, Jin reports, Same here. So, Jin is facing off against Hokni, while Shikishima confronts Atio. Shikishima remarks, Here too. They have all clashed. Meanwhile, Lion is reading in the bookstore. A voice rings out. That's right, huh? Too easy to guess. Subaru meets Lion. It's him, isn't it? Lion looks up and exclaims, Subaru? Subaru? I'm quite surprised. What is a star like you doing here? He replies, to fight against you lot. Sorry, but I can't let you have this world. We're going to stop you. Hearing this, Lion thinks, he's not going to let us take this world? Unbelievable that he already knows our goal and how many of us are here. But more importantly, is this guy crazy? He's planning to fight me right here, right now? Right now, in this CBIA with tens of thousands of people around? Scene shifts to the clothing store where Kotetsu is shopping. All right, he's picked out a pair of shoes he likes. Nice. Let's get to work, shall we? Kotetsu meets Raven. Raven stares at him for a moment. Kotetsu walks up to meet him. Neither says a word. Then Raven speaks up. Have we met before? Kotetsu says nothing, just gently raises his hand and swings a punch forward. Exo disaster, CBIA. At a skyscraper, a scream echoes, causing a shockwave. Inside, Subaru and Lion are standing face to face, radiating overwhelming energy. He calls out, Subaru? Subaru. The two faces clash, but Atio remains calm. You intend to fight us right here, in this CBIA? The people present continue with their work. Unaware, crowds of people rush past, looking at those present, still happy and oblivious. Subaru immediately confirms, but with a condition. That's right, but his opponent keeps listening silently. The condition is, I won't let a single AI die. Hearing this, Lion is slightly confused, left with a huge question mark. A spell is cast, covering the entire area. Elsewhere, Kotetsu is lunging with a lethal punch, but Raven defends against it. The sheer power of the punch is massive, blasting him backward, but he quickly plants his feet to stop himself. Regaining his footing, he mocks, Hey, I'm in the middle of the street. Don't you care about the civilians around us? But unexpectedly, behind him is a golden wall blocking the outside world. He observes, confused, looking at the people outside, who are still smiling, but haven't moved an inch. How strange. Everyone looks like a statue. He analyzes them. The people are still standing perfectly still. No, they are frozen in place. Kotetsu looks at his opponent and speaks up. Don't let him worry. Don't bother worrying. With a cold gaze, he declares straight up, the only one who's going to be killed is you. Raven turns serious. Cut back to another place, but 2 days in the past. All the members are gathered for a meeting. Shikishima is pulling at his hair, complaining. The conquerors are gathering to invade us? How nice. One surprise after another. He's teased by Kotetsu's words and gets angry. Huh? The managers hate you guys, don't they? Then, a system board appears. They sent a whole bunch of conquerors to this world. Usually, only a few people get rare items. Kotetsu, while manipulating the interface, turns to everyone and says, for some reason, the current reward has changed to this very world. This statement makes the other two members jump in anger, interrogating him. This entire world? Are you saying they're trying to take our home? That's what I'm saying. He continues to hypothesize. The moment they successfully invade your world and completely wipe out humanity, the world will belong to them 100%. Kinokawa cannot contain her rage. No way. But a voice rings out, making her even more shocked. This is a reward like no other before, Kotetsu bluntly explains. If I can meet enough requirements, I'm joining in too. Jinga angrily stands up and shouts, You bastard! A powerful surge of energy erupts from behind, accompanied by a shout. Udu! Jinga immediately goes quiet and turns to look. Kotetsu is also drawn in and instinctively follows suit. Still that terrifying energy. He asks coldly, What are the success conditions for those conquerors? A map appears along with the explanation. Gain control of all 23 wards of Tokyo. Or more specifically, eliminate all the godmasters within them. The other two speak up again. Aren't we the ones with the numbers advantage? Kotetsu remembers Lion and warns, no matter how many of you go, it won't matter. There's someone among the 5 enemies who can brainwash any godmaster weaker than himself unconditionally. Everyone will just turn on each other. Udu, who had been silent until now, speaks up. Then we need to devise a strategy to defeat them. A list of characters appears. As a conqueror, I can see their real-time positions. We can catch them efficiently if we work together. He raises a finger and says, The catch is, if they want to take the 23 wards, Kinokawa understands and continues, then we'll be forced to fight them inside the city. Udu Ryusei sighs. I think I need to evacuate the civilians. Shikishima, having understood the situation, gives the order. Udu, hearing this, understands immediately and agrees. I'll take care of that. Kotetsu looks at them, a bit confused. Returning to the present, the freezing spell has enveloped the city, except where they are resolving their business. Udu stands tall, casting his seventh technique. A golden shield is erected firmly. He explains the technique. Udu Ryusei's seventh technique, Crack the Chevaliers, affects everyone within my radius who isn't a godmaster. Those without an ultimate technique are put into a frozen state. Those affected are rendered immobile. While frozen, the target cannot move or be harmed. In exchange, the user cannot move from their position for the duration of the technique. At the tall building where the fighting is happening, Kotetsu radiates pressure toward his opponent. With this, everyone can fight without harming the city or the people. Afterward, he instructs his teammates via the earpiece. My DMP only lasts for 1 hour, so move quickly, everyone. The plan officially begins. Akira picks up his phone to announce, "Got it. Let's move." At this moment, he is also standing opposite his opponent, Narus. Akira versus Conqueror Half-Worn. Half-Worn senses something and smirks. "Hey," he knocks hard on the side. The people standing nearby are immobilized. He looks confused, then raises his hand, wondering, what the hell is going on? Akira, unfazed, gets to the point. "Don't worry about it. All I know is that if you can move, you're my enemy." He then powers up and declares, "I'm going to defeat you." Half-Worn, unswayed, scratches his head and mumbles, must be some defensive type technique. But the next second, his eyes turn serious. Whatever. Half-Worn's hand glows with fierce light, ready to retaliate. "Die already, and give this world to us." Half-Worn enters a fighting stance. Under his feet, the ground begins to freeze, ice cold. He quickly approaches, swinging a punch that catches Akira by surprise. His body turns white, and he is sent flying hard. His eyes wide, he looks at his opponent. He's fast, but it didn't surprise me at all. That strange punch makes Akira feel pain and confusion. His stomach begins to glow. What is this? That's right. His torso starts turning ice cold. Am I being frozen? But this is completely different from Tsunemori's ice technique. Seeing his opponent's confusion, he just stands there, explaining, "Allow me to explain a little, shall we?" With a face devoid of emotion, he points at Aki. "My technique is freezing cold. It's a simple ability, really. It just freezes things and makes everything I touch shatter." With a final, confident tone, she added, "That's why I've never lost." Akira was writhing in pain, clutching his stomach. The ice was piercing deep inside his body. He was so cold he couldn't feel a thing, but he knew. Once it thaws, I'll bleed to death. With a look of helplessness, he gritted his teeth. Damn it. He braced himself, unleashing a burst of energy that sent power rippling outward. I'm so tired of this. Another simple, yet overwhelming technique, he thought. Halfway looked puzzled at Akira's comment. Then, another. He sighed, clutching his face. He isn't even using a weapon? This is such a bad matchup. Halfway grew impatient, urging him on. You still have the strength to fight? If you've got any more tricks, show me. Then, his expression turned cold as he declared, because my next punch will definitely kill you. Akira hesitated for a moment before answering. Entering a serious state, one of his eyes flared with fire as he shot back. Halfway. I guess it's time to play for real, right? Halfway looked even more confused and impatient. Akira recalled his conversation with Shiki. An inversion? Yes. He had made his decision and sealed the contract. What about you? Have you chosen your partner yet? Facing the difficult question from Shikishima, Akira scratched his head awkwardly, stuttering. I'm thinking of someone. Returning to reality, Akira shouted from within the raging inferno. I've chosen you to be my inverter. Then, he slowly stepped out of the flames with an expectant look. Don't disappoint me, Lenda. A slightly manic smile spread across Akira's face, growing wider and wider until his entire body was engulfed in a deep red glow. Halfway stood outside, watching. Fire, huh? A hand erupts in flames as he speaks. Next time, just ask if you need my help. Wouldn't that be faster? He steps out, his feet trailing fire, and mocks, you arrogant brat. Akira's body has completely transformed into a different combat form. Lenda has taken over. Just take a rest, he says. The opposite personality has emerged, and his temperament has become a bit arrogant. I'll burn him to ashes for you, he declares. Halfburn remains calm, looking up with curiosity as he intently observes the fired-up Lenda. Another personality of yours? Interesting, Halfburn remarks. Lenda waves his hand, focusing the flames in his palm, and says slowly, My name is floating in midair. He confidently introduces himself. Lenda, the Hellfire. Then, Lenda's eyes blaze with fire as if ready to dive into the fray. Kid, start digging your own grave. Not bothered by him, Halfburn coldly adjusts his glasses and questions. Come on, it seems like you're actually enjoying this, aren't you? Lenda looks carefree, but deep down, he is weighing his options. The stats of an alternate persona are determined by the body they control. If Lenda keeps throwing fire like he usually does, he'll run out of MP in no time. After calculating, he lets out a breath and mutters to himself. Gotta use it sparingly. But he doesn't stay down for long. Lenda dismisses his own worry, not letting his opponent react. He rushes forward quickly, shouting, "That doesn't suit Lenda at all." Halfburn sees him acting strangely aggressive and looks speechless. Then, as if hit by a laughing pressure point, he lets out a hearty laugh. You know those flames are completely useless, right? Are you stupid? Halfburn's words of contempt catch him off guard, leaving him stunned. Not letting Lenda react, Halfburn focuses his power and says, I'm starting to take a liking to you. Instantly, Halfburn steps back to gain momentum and provokes him. Let's play. As soon as he finishes, he flies in and throws a punch, leaving Lenda stunned. Lenda quickly prepares to retaliate, but before he can even celebrate, he is shocked to discover his hand has been frozen and shattered. Lenda remains lost in thought. He froze me? That shouldn't have worked on me, right? Meanwhile, as Halfburn is seriously attacking in succession, Lenda lazily comments, Your defensive capabilities have dropped. After dodging every which way, Lenda becomes serious and speaks up. You humans, he shouts angrily, as if trying to provoke the other. You're so weak. Halfburn is surprised by what he sees. You have regeneration? Nice. Warming up his limbs from a distance, he challenges, How many more hits can you take before you die? Not giving Halfburn what he wants, Lenda indifferently replies, I don't know, and I couldn't care less. Lenda points a finger at him and says vaguely, but then, Lenda turns serious and says firmly, This game is fun. Immediately after, he ignites Halfburn's hand, leaving no time for his opponent to steady himself. Halfburn relaxes the hand that was just attacked, secretly surprised. Lenda's flames are hot enough to melt my ice? As he stares at his own hand, Halfburn smiles with a tone of praise. This guy, while Lenda is shrouded in flames, Halfburn is further surprised. He is actually increasing the temperature even more. Afterward, both transform into two opposing streams of fire and ice, rushing at each other as if to avenge the earlier arm. Lenda gains the upper hand and punches him straight in the face. Halfburn doesn't lose out. He retaliates with a strike to the chin, sending Lenda reeling backward. Keeping up the offensive momentum, Halfburn continuously lands punches with ice power onto him. Despite the blows raining down, Lenda still smirks. As if discovering something very interesting, Lenda swings his hand for an extremely powerful blow that Halfburn can barely withstand. Despite being beaten until blood flows from his head and his glasses have fallen off, Halfburn still holds his ground, earning genuine praise. You really surprised me. Cut to the past. Thousands of years ago, in the underworld's Copper Chain Kingdom, a young Lenda screams as if trying to get someone's attention. Hey! He approaches Killin and Delta, the younger, fierce versions of themselves, and calls out, Demon Wind, Demon Storm. Killin is sitting, relaxing, and asks, confused, Huh? Lenda strikes a pose, looking confident. I am Lamba, the fire demon. I heard that you two are the strongest in this area. He gathers the power of his flames and uses a provocative tone. Come on, come on. Without a shred of mercy, Lenda flies in, screaming, Fight me. His aggression and enthusiasm leave them both looking suspicious. Unexpectedly, Lenda is beaten until his teeth fall out and he's scorched black. Killin stands in front of him, openly mocking, You're weak as hell. Delta crosses her arms, helplessly explaining, You're a demon born from the king of the Copper Chain Kingdom, right? If you want to play, go find others with the same element as you. Lenda immediately sits up, vehemently protesting. No way, they're boring. Their fire isn't even hot. As he speaks, he recalls scenes of his peers playing, while under the careful observation of the two. Lenda reacts violently. I can't be used as a tool to light a stove or warm a bathtub, he points to the shining sun and says, pouring out his heart. Those born from fire must have the ambition to be at the top. I will defeat the strongest frost soul. Even though he was just beaten to a pulp, Lenda is still very fired up. And after that, I'll become a man who is hotter than the sun itself. Delta laughs heartily and asks, What do you think, Killin? Killin shrugs and replies, What a total idiot. Before Killin can finish scolding him, a cold voice rings out, Killin. Just that single call is enough to make him freeze in fear. Gentle footsteps and that voice resonate at the same time. Diamante slowly walks over and warns, Learn to fix that deceptive attitude. Seeing this, Delta greets her. Big sis. She approaches with a chilling breath and speaks as if wanting to offer praise. This kid has potential, doesn't he? Lenda is so praised he turns red and thanks her. Really? Oh my god, you're making me shy. Thank you. By the way, who are you? Then, Diamante solemnly introduces herself. Frost Soul. Afterward, streams of ice instantly appear when she stomps her foot hard on the ground. The surge of power freezes everything around Lenda, leaving him with his mouth agape. She continues to finish her sentence. Diamond. Ice Soul, the strongest soul in history. Frost Soul Diamond. Lenda is startled by what he just heard, and questions, huh? The strongest soul? Delta happily asks about the situation. Big sis, how did your match with Vanquish go? Frost Soul can't hold back her frustration. That bastard stole my ultimate technique. Next time, I'll definitely take it back. Before Diamante can finish, Lenda aggressively rushes forward, screaming, Diamond, fight me. To Delta's mockery, Keelan can't understand. Is this guy really that stupid? In the blink of an eye, Lenda is completely frozen and shattered into 100 pieces, as if proving his point. Then, picking up a part of his cracked head, Diamante genuinely praises him. A challenger, Lenda. A warrior who wants to face me. Your straightforward personality is truly hot-headed, and also truly brilliant. She switches to a serious tone. If you want to defeat me that much, become my disciple. Diamante continues by pointing to Killen and Delta, who are staring. Those two kids over there possess the same determination as you. Hearing this, Lenda's frozen face still shows clear surprise. Really? Does that mean we're siblings? Keelan gets angry and disparages him. Who's siblings with you? Gross. He smiles, trying to curry favor. Big brothers. Keelan, without any emotion, attacks with lightning. Lenda screams in pain, pleading, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Ignoring the chaos, Delta calmly remarks, he's obedient. Back to the present, after the memories. From long ago, Lenda speaks loudly as if to announce to Halfburn, I am a challenger. He clenches his fist and declares that with this punch, he will turn everything into ashes. Recalling the memories from his childhood, Lenda raises his hand, creating a brilliant power. I am the man who is hotter than the sun. Halfburn looks speechless, curious, and confused. Does he want to decide this entire match with just one punch? Then, as if injected with adrenaline, Halfburn smiles brightly. That's it. Amidst Lenda's confusion, he explains, I've always looked down on the tactics of those supervisors. Halfburn has prepared himself to fight. So, guys as straightforward as you, I like you. He gets into a fighting stance and shouts, I accept your challenge. Lenda doesn't lose out, as if having found a kindred spirit. It seems we're quite a match, aren't we? Let's play. He swings his hand forward, unleashing a fatal move. Fire. At the same time, Halfburn has also managed to rush forward, unleashing his strongest move, White Castle. The two extremely powerful punches collide as if to shatter everything around them. While clashing, Halfburn gets distracted and exclaims, he's really straightforward. Straightforward as can be. Lenda's reflection appears in his eyes, and Halfburn realizes now he understands. Remembering his own obedience, Halfburn silently thinks, from back then until now, I've always blindly followed the orders of the supervisors. Perhaps living like that has made Halfburn tired enough. In the hot and fired-up flames of Lenda, he discovers, that's why I wish to meet people like him. Someone honest and straightforward like that. As if having realized the truth of his life, Halfburn smirks from the bottom of his heart. Amidst the brilliant flames, he is content to have found a worthy opponent who can defeat him. Then, Halfburn stops resisting, touched by Lenda's spirit. He feels happy. Spitting blood and falling from a height, he announces, You've completely defeated me, Lenda, he said, his hand still frozen, conceding the fight. He didn't hold back his praise. That was a magnificent performance. Halfway Orlando. Naru's Kira halfway died shortly after. The scene shifts to a massive skyscraper where Suzelos is interrogating Hyra. Tell me one thing. Among all of Subaru's allies, what level has your power reached? He didn't hesitate to answer honestly. They say, I'm the strongest. Suzelos opened his eyes wide in shock. Seriously? Damn it. He then asked Hira, Aki, do you want me to be your opposite? Hira confirmed firmly, yes. Can you do it? The scene shifts to the underworld, home of the spirits, a shimmering coast. He answered comfortably, though still full of questions. I don't mind, but why? We aren't even that close, you know. Akira began to explain. You know that we have memories from the future. Landa hummed unconsciously, but still looked confused. No matter how many times you explain this, I still don't get it. Akira continued to recount the images from his own memory, as Landa stared in bewilderment. In that future, I died fighting you. As if fearing Landa might misunderstand, he quickly said what was on his heart. I don't hold a grudge against you either. It was a wonderful battle. I lost, and I accept that wholeheartedly. Immediately after, Akira added, but that's not why I want to work with you. I have a feeling that these things are connected. After hearing him out, Landa chuckled, looking slightly sinister. Then, Landa scratched his head foolishly. Sorry, but I don't understand what you're trying to say. Upon hearing this, Akira's mood went from stunned to absolutely furious. You still don't get it? I mean, I like you, he asked directly, which surprised Akira, who looked up. Ah, why didn't you just say that from the beginning? Landa trustingly held out his hand to rely on him. Then I'm counting on you, Naris Akira. Akira smiled contentedly and agreed. As they shook hands, he added, I'm counting on you too, Landa. Returning to the present, Akira's scream suddenly echoed in Landa's mind. The voice was so loud it gave Landa a headache. Hey, why are you being so noisy? He shouted back, scolding him. What are you doing? My MP is almost empty just because of your flames and that useless regeneration trick. We've only defeated one guy so far. Landa suddenly lowered his voice, hesitating. That, halfway. He looked at the halfway who was knocked out on the ground, trying to explain. Fighting him was so fun, I couldn't hold back. Landa regained his enthusiastic mood and looked at the map. Who's next? Akira was all too familiar with this situation, but felt helpless. I already told you I'm out of MP. The others will be fine. They aren't that easy to defeat. We should head back. We need to rest to recover our MP. Although he was gentle and calm, he still had worries in his heart. You'll be okay. Right, Renji? He returned to the massive skyscraper, now covered by some kind of barrier. Inside the building, Suzelos's eyes widened at the introduction. His name is Suzelos, a conqueror. A blue weapon appeared before his eyes, possessing a blade of light that could unleash ultimate techniques. The warning continued. It could neutralize every slash. This guy was the perfect counter to the sword-wielding godlords. At that same time, a pair of elegant feet slowly stepped forward. It turned out that leisurely foot belonged to Hira, or at least, he used to be that person. He wasn't willing to give up and demanded an explanation. Tell me, why was your slash able to touch me? How did you defeat me? The final result was that Renji had beaten Suzelos severely. He gently touched the cape on his shoulder. The reason your slash immunity didn't work is because of this rainbow cape. It helps reduce the opponent's resistance by 75%. Vanquis had gifted it to him as a reward for learning his ultimate technique. Suzelos looked pale, both painful and disappointed, as he realized, I see. That's how it is. He remembered his own technique and analyzed it. You were able to control my defensive capabilities with your masterful skills. You even slashed me. Even before I could pull my sword out. The image of Renji slashing straight at Suzelos surprised him. Ah. He still replied with a gentle smile. That's right. Ignoring Renji's friendly exterior, he cursed. You monster! Ignoring Suzelos's frustration, he calmly knelt down. Oh, by the way, while he was seriously wounded, bleeding all over the ground, and knocked out, Renji questioned. Do you know where Haji is right now? Suzelos asked back. Why do you want to know? He still smiled harmlessly. His ally's information, a recollection when Kotetsu was announcing, flashed in his mind. She is stronger than any of you. Following that, Renji stopped smiling and looked serious, appearing truly terrifying, which made him terrified and open his eyes wide. So, I have to slash her in two before she can harm anyone else. Although he had just been terrified by his powerful aura, Suzelos regained his composure. Then it might already be too late. To Renji's confusion, he explained, You are using some strange ultimate technique to temporarily stop time in this city, right? Immediately after, Suzelos announced something earth-shattering with a blank face. Haji is already on her way to eliminate the source of that technique. As soon as he heard that, his expression finally changed, becoming worried as if wanting to deny Suzelos's words. Outside the skyscraper, Raven's barrier seemed normal, but suddenly, while Udu was casting magic, a figure stepped in behind him. Although busy maintaining the magic, he still turned back to remark, You look quite familiar. It turned out to be Endacher watching Udu from behind, complaining, So troublesome. I thought we could limit your movements by fighting right here in the city. So, she was a former member of the Cactos organization, Endacher. Following that, she reached out her hand to cast magic. I still have plenty of free time, so I'll finish this little chore quickly, won't I? Endacher didn't hesitate to threaten, You're done for, Udu Ryusei-kun. Without giving others any face, he still calmly turned his back while speaking. Udu Ryusei continued to provoke, but are you sure you can do it? Kinokawa, Right after he finished his sentence, had someone cast a move to tie her up. Golden chain, ultimate technique. A voice rang out unexpectedly, but it seemed not to be outside of Endacher's expectations. You guessed that we would pull some tricks, didn't you? It was Kinokawa who was casting the magic. Well, that's just normal. Amidst Endacher's indifference, she continued to speak. We've already sent people to protect Udu, our defensive key. They were very confident in their plan. Kinokawa, with bright eyes, asked, "Don't you think that's reasonable?" Right after that, Fujigami Mei was smiling brightly, warning, "Don't resist, sweetie." She playfully winked and added, "Just move a little bit, and I'll kick your head off." Finally, Endacher had some reaction, sighing, "I have to fight 3 golden-level people?" Not letting them wonder, she immediately said loudly, "Then I guess I have no choice." A burst of power was released from Endacher's body, startling both Kinokawa and Fujigami Mei. Even Udu couldn't believe it, opening his eyes wide in amazement. What kind of power is this? It's even more than the power of a god lord. Standing within the terrifying stream of power, Endacher asserted, "We will take over this world at any cost." Right after that was a summoning spell, unleashing power that made the earth tremble. The king's privilege, army of the earth. That terrifying source of energy shone directly onto his panicked face. Elsewhere in the city, red lightning bolts flashed continuously. The bolts kept flashing as if signaling something. Above a large pillar was the silhouette of Amamiyaka, who was focusing on observing. Suddenly, as if discovering something, she shouted, "Udu!" Right before Amamiyaka's eyes, a shadow of something appeared, quickly flying past. It turned out to be a black crow trying to block her path. A crow spoke up, "Don't leave so soon." In the air, there were 3 crow spirits floating. The orange-haired crow continued to block the way, provoking, "Play with us, won't you?" Amamiyaka calmly questioned them. "Are the crows flying near you also human?" They answered one by one, "Exactly. We are 3 sisters. Our ultimate techniques are exactly the same, too." While introducing themselves, they posed as if for a magazine cover. "We are the trio. Can you fight us?" Before the 3 crow sisters could do anything, she quickly launched an attack, making them scream in pain. "Thunderbolt!" While they were being electrocuted and burned, Amamiyaka, full of power, said, "Let me ask you this." She was calm, but her tone couldn't be more condescending. "Have you ever fought against thunderbolts before?" This was the battle between Amamiyaka and Nemenmacha and Bem. Amamiyaka quickly turned to leave, apologizing, "Sorry, I can't play with you guys." Even though she apologized, she couldn't hide her coldness. "I don't have the time to play with the likes of you." At the same time, a giant, super huge tentacle appeared in the city. Seeing that, Amamiyaka didn't hesitate for a moment, flying off the pillar. She immediately identified where she needed to go, thinking to herself, "His ultimate technique, Raven, has been activated. I hope Udu is still okay." Amamiyaka's steps were so hurried, they emitted sparks. Luckily, she had arrived at Endacher and Udu's location just in time. Amamiyaka was panicked, her jaw dropping at the scene before her, seeing Kinokawa lying on the ground severely injured. Kinokawa shouted. Fujigami Mei was in a similar state to Fujigami Yu. Behind her, she yelled at Amamiyaka, trying to get her to calm down. Amamiya was no exception, suffering heavy injuries. She warned, "Be careful." She was using an incredibly strange power. Standing before a massive tentacle, Amamiyaka replied calmly, "Yes, I know, Udu." Strangely, it was as if she'd been injected with adrenaline, she exclaimed excitedly. "She's even stronger than those useless bosses." The massive tentacle obscured Endacher's form, then slowly moved away, revealing her transformed state to everyone. Endacher announced emotionlessly, "The lightning summoner has defeated Himeno. I will kill you first." She was a former member of the Black Organization. Haji Miyori was the boss who conquered Andraste. After her words, Amamiyaka seemed even more pumped up. Suddenly, she was enveloped in a brilliant aura. In a desolate, ruined city of skyscrapers, the atmosphere was bleak and terrifying. This was the hometown of Endacher Andraste. Somewhere in the city, amidst the ruins and decaying architecture, a group stood silently watching Endacher, who was looking at a stone head. She spoke up. "The last guardian god has sacrificed themselves." Endacher's face remained emotionless, coldly stating, "There is no hope left for this world." Susan furrowed her brows, hearing this, and asked, "So now we just have to sit here and watch it be destroyed?" The twins standing nearby reacted, with Nemen shouting angrily, "Those managers are a bunch of disgusting scum." Matcha also frowned, continuing, "Why did they suddenly crank up the difficulty like that?" Suddenly, a man stepped in and spoke up. his voice filled with resentment. "We've been nothing but their toys from the very beginning." Hearing the man's voice, Endakar turned her head and called out, "Halfway." The man who had spoken was halfway, his face twisted in annoyance. "Did Quietus say anything else?" Endakar glanced back with a blank expression, replying, "Nothing. Perhaps he's already dead." She turned around and ordered the group, "Contact the King of the East." Endakar glided past them gently, adding, "I have to find a new world to inhabit." The girl nearby spoke up, asking, "To live with them? Or to invade that place?" Endakar kept walking without looking back, her voice cold. "That depends entirely on the decision of the managers." Andichur Andraste was a king, and because of that, she would do whatever it took to save her land, no matter the price. Max-level ground army. The king's privilege of Andraste allows her to summon and command legendary entities by consuming a large amount of MP. Max-level cruelty. An auxiliary technique of Andraste that restores 1% of her total MP every second. The scene shifted elsewhere. The others were cautiously watching Endakar with the massive tentacle above her head. Amamiyaka put one hand behind her, preparing to deliver a blow. She gritted her teeth, her left eye glowing. She swung her hand, sending a bolt of lightning toward Endakar, a powerful thunderbolt. Endakar watched the lightning approach, her eyes as calm as still water. Suddenly, a giant peacock appeared, spreading its wings to shield Endakar, and blocked Amamiyaka's attack. Ground army, lightning bird. The massive peacock swallowed Amamiyaka's attacks into its belly as if it were a delicious treat. She looked on in shock as the peacock gulped down her bolts of lightning. She thought to herself, "It swallowed my thunderbolt? If I charge in with the god of thunder, I might get eaten too." The peacock spread its wings, its belly bulging and glowing from the lightning inside. Seeing this, Amamiyaka whispered to herself, "Luckily, I listened to my master's advice." She remembered the words of, "Kill him." When fighting a high-level enemy, always remember to test their defenses first. Suddenly, Amamiyaka lunged forward, her footsteps crackling with lightning. She thought, "Start with something I know will have an effect." Endakar remained calm, showing no weaknesses as she watched Amamiyaka charging toward her. The peacock bowed its head beside her. Then, Amamiyaka leaped high, flying over where Endakar and the peacock stood. Endakar looked up with a confused expression. Amamiyaka flew high toward the giant tentacle. She raised her hand, forming a giant fist made of lightning. Amamiyaka brought that giant fist crashing down with a look of extreme determination. Great cloud. Her fist struck the giant tentacle, causing it to be obliterated by the lightning from Amamiyaka's punch. Endakar looked at the scene before her without much reaction, silently evaluating Amamiyaka. A punch strong enough to burn a kraken. At least she's strong enough to go toe-to-toe with me. Amamiyaka hovered in midair, looking at the giant tentacle she had destroyed, saying satisfied, "All right." Suddenly, the aura around Amamiyaka shifted to blue. She smirked, reaching back to touch the nape of her neck. "Another master of mine." Amamiyaka's eyes were determined. She emitted powerful gusts of energy from above, directed at Endakar. She said, "It's not entirely compatible with me, but..." A powerful wind blew past Endakar, making her think, "Wind, huh?" Above, Amamiyaka was surrounded by air. Endakar looked up, realizing something. No, this is suddenly. A hand tightened around Endakar's body. She just glanced down at the hand gripping her, thinking, "She's controlling the air above." Amamiyaka moved her hand, seemingly controlling the large arm that was squeezing Endakar. Shift! She swung her hand to the side, and the hand gripping Endakar suddenly moved violently, catching her by surprise. Amamiyaka moved her hand, forcing the giant hand to form a circle before slamming Endakar into the ground with a massive thud. Dust and debris kicked up from Amamiyaka's impact, making dust, Udu Ryusei cover her nose. Amamiyaka still hovered, looking down at where Endakar had been thrown. Where Endakar lay, a giant snail appeared, cushioning her body. Whip in McKill. She looked at Amamiyaka indifferently, saying, "Are you done yet?" Hearing that, Amamiyaka grew even more excited, exclaiming, "Of course not." Where Endakar lay, another hand appeared, and they squeezed her body. Amamiyaka gritted her teeth, using all her strength to control the giant hands, squeezing Endakar, pressing tighter and tighter. The giant hands did exactly as Amamiyaka commanded, pressing harder, forcing Endakar deeper inside. Endakar, trapped within those hands, exclaimed, "You're quite strong too." She continued, "If your enemy were anyone else," Endakar summoned a blue head toward Amamiyaka, confusing her. Then Endakar's voice resonated once more. "Then you might have won." The blue head suddenly opened its mouth, and a beam of light erupted from within. Amamiyaka's eyes widened in disbelief at what was in front of her. Then, the head fired an energy ball at Amamiyaka, sending her flying. Chibos. Amamiyaka was knocked back against the wall, her health bar moving toward Endoker's side. She stepped out of the hands, looking annoyed as she brushed the dust off her clothes, saying, "I cut the air away." "Including you, I suppose?" Where Amamiyaka had been knocked into the wall and fallen to the ground, Endoker watched, her voice full of judgment. "Even if the lightning bird neutralized most of your attacks, if you had just attacked me continuously with lightning bolts, your chances of winning would have been higher." Amamiyaka lay on the ground, gritting her teeth in frustration, thinking, "I misunderstood her." Amamiyaka lay on the ground, gritting her teeth in frustration, thinking, "I misunderstood her." Where Endoker stood, a pair of legs prepared to stomp down on her. Second ultimate technique. The legs descending on Endoker belonged to Fujigami Mei. He kept kicking at Endoker, but she calmly blocked Fujigami Mei's attacks. Golden attack. Beside them, a light appeared, drawing Endoker's gaze, which caught her by surprise. A cannon was pointed straight at her, firing a round at Endoker. Suddenly, a 68-pound cannon. Kinokawa stood next to the cannon, clutching her stomach as she operated it. Kinokawa was bleeding from the head but still managed to smile when a voice called out, "Kinokawa Sakura." She also glanced toward where Fujigami Mei was standing, sporting a wound on her face. She called out, "Fujigami! Fujigami Mei!" A pair of feet stepped onto something. Suddenly, a surge of white energy erupted, enveloping her. She was standing atop a giant turtle. She said, "You guys can still move, huh?" Aspidoshalon, Kinokawa. Startled to see Endoker still unscathed after such an attack, she thought, "Wait, she didn't take any damage at all?" Gritting her teeth in anger, she said, "I don't care if you're a conqueror or whatever, but we finally made it past the threat of the gate, so don't try to ruin our mood." Seeing this, Fujigami Mei also stood in a battle-ready stance. Hearing that, Endoker hesitated and said, "The gate is just." She curled her lips into a smile and added, "A threat, you say?" Hearing this, Kinokawa exclaimed, "Huh?" Then, suddenly, she recoiled, crying out in pain. The green head let out a deafening roar, causing Fujigami Mei and Kinokawa, who were standing there, to cough up blood. Shibos. After hearing the roar of the green head, Fujigami Mei was affected, blood streaming from her body, causing her to collapse. Kinokawa didn't fare any better from the impact of that shout. She cried out and fell to the ground. Udu Ryusei saw Kinokawa fall and couldn't help but yell in concern, "Kinokawa! Fujigami!" He assessed the situation, thinking, "Should I stop the crack, Chevalier, and jump into the fight?" He gritted his teeth in anger, thinking, "No, what am I thinking? I can't let them harm the people." Endoker suddenly spoke, her voice filled with rage. "You wretches have enjoyed a peaceful life in this world for too long." Udu opened his eyes wide in shock, unable to believe it. A red gate appeared. Endoker's voice echoed again. "The game that the managers created in this world is still too easy. That is because the gate belongs to the underworld. They are still too lenient." Endoker's aura grew increasingly powerful. She continued in a serious tone, "I am a king. I have fought and survived on battlefields far more terrifying than any of you." Kinokawa tried to stand back up, gritting her teeth in fury. "That doesn't mean you're allowed to go and plunder other worlds." Hearing this, Endoker's expression darkened, radiating an intense killing intent. Her voice turned chilling. "Kings are conquerors." Her aura intensified as she commanded the others, "Surrender this world to me, you lowlifes." Suddenly, a figure jumped from above, causing Endoker to look up. It was Pantheon, bringing his sword down. Pantheon, the one above all, slashed the giant turtle, destroying it. Endoker jumped high to dodge the strike. She thought, Aspidoshalon was taken down with just a single slash? Endoker glanced to the side, seemingly realizing something, and said, "I know this technique you are." She looked at where Kotetsu was standing proudly and shouted, "Hyodo Kaote." He replied casually, "That's right. And your name is?" Kotetsu's face turned serious. "Endus, right?" Endoker narrowed her eyes, glaring at him angrily. "A conqueror from another world. So that's why the lord gods of this world could plan against me." She spoke up. "You joined forces with them, didn't you, Kotetsu?" He replied, "As if I'd joined those weaklings." He added, "Though, there are some pretty strong ones among them." Behind Endoker, a massive explosion occurred, causing her to widen her eyes. At the same time, slashes rained down on her, bending her blade. Endoker suddenly blurted out, her voice hardening, "Renji!" Both of them looked toward the water channel where Renji was standing. He looked confused and said, "Huh?" He continued, puzzled. "I didn't even land a hit on her?" Kotetsu explained, "Ah, I can resist those slashes." Renji gasped, saying, "But I'm wearing gear that lowers my defense stats." Kotetsu replied, "Maybe you're just standing too far away." Hearing this, Renji smiled brightly. "Oh, so that's it." That means Renji smirked, grabbing his cloak and saying, "I just need to get close, right, Hyodo-san?" Renji looked toward Endacher and added, "You'll leave this to me, right?" Kotetsu shook his wrist, his face grim, and glared at Endacher. He spoke up, "Don't be so eager. Are you an idiot? I'll be the one to deal with this boss." A blond man was slashed with an X across his chest. He cried out in pain. The man, bleeding from his head, gritted his teeth and said, "I remember now." He struggled to sit up, looking at him. "Osiris." The blond man looked at Kotetsu's cold face and shouted, "Hyodo Kaote." His eyes narrowed as he warned, "Watch out." Endacher's scene shift to a place where a fierce battle was taking place. Kotetsu charged forward toward Endacher, while Pantheon climbed up to destroy the peacock. Pantheon, the thief god. Kotetsu lunged toward where Endacher was standing. With a cold expression, she watched him approach. Endacher summoned a stone monster where Kotetsu was headed the ground army, Ulakumi. Renji raised his sword, preparing to strike Estoi, the monster slayer. He brought his sword down on the monster, shredding it into pieces with 10,000 leaves blade. As Kotetsu raised his blade, preparing to strike Endacher, Renji looked at the two with a serious expression. Kotetsu also glanced toward Renji. Endacher bowed her head slightly, glancing at Renji, and raised her hand with an indifferent look. Just as both of them rushed toward Endacher, something surged up to stop Kotetsu. Renji held his breath, eyes widening as he looked up at the sky. Endacher had summoned a giant multi-headed water snake that roared terrifyingly. Hydra, the multi-headed snake, attacked the two of them relentlessly. Endacher stood below, watching the water snakes attack the two of them. Such relentless attacks, Kotetsu swung his sword, lopping off each head of the snake. She's using more MP than its regeneration speed. Now she's summoning even more monsters. Renji dodged while slicing off the heads of the water snake. Osessa won't be able to keep up at this rate. A snake can regenerate its body even if I slice it cleanly. Endacher raised her hand, covered in a white aura. Kotetsu also raised his hand, surrounded by a golden glow. Renji raised the hand, holding his sword. Endacher lowered her hand, folding her pinky finger, and said, "Typhon." Kotetsu raised his hand to summon Phanatone. Renji brought his sword down Imperial Radiance, Apademak, Mahes, and the only leader monsters with sharp teeth and terrifying appearances emerged. True Dragon, Deadly Blade. Where Kotetsu was, a giant fireball came flying toward him. The battle within grew more intense. Red lightning appeared in the sky. Dragon slaying, Bed the strongest. Renji, the Sebia catastrophe. Nearly 10 minutes ago, on a high-rise building, a massive explosion occurred at the rooftop. Atio spread his arms, controlling rocks that fell onto. Shikishima was dodging his attacks. Shikishima, 7NG, flew through the air, dodging those blows, and glanced toward Atio. Shikishima Ju. Atio closed his eyes, expressionless, still controlling the attacks aimed at him. Con QR. Atio. He opened his eyes. Atio's eyes glowed. Shikishima saw him open his eyes, and his brow furrowed in annoyance as he gritted his teeth. Atio controlled the light, creating a massive energy blast. Belenos. Shikishima flew mid-air to avoid the explosion, looking at him warily. A technique like a cannon, huh? And the movement speed is too fast. Shikishima thought. If this guy is using his power in the form of light, does it actually fire at the speed of light? For now, I'll just fight with the intention of killing him if I get into his range. He raised his hand, aiming at where Atio was standing, to fire. More than that, those light beams were fired by Shikishima, heading toward where Atio stood. He closed his eyes, controlling the stars to block those light beams. Astoria. Shikishima gritted his teeth, watching him. He has a high-level defensive technique capable of completely blocking my shots. Both my single and linear shots were blocked. He yelled in frustration, sweat pouring down. Damn it! Aren't you going to hurry up? Shikishima shouted. Udu Ryusei. A barrier appeared, taking Atio by surprise. Atio looked up at the barrier. At that moment, Udu Ryusei's crack, Chevalier, was activated. He opened his eyes wide. A light, followed by a blue beam, shone straight into Atio's eyes. A powerful blue light struck where Atio was standing, Sunfuer. Shikishima put his hands on his hips and complained irritably. If I could attack you from the front, you would have been done for long ago. Atio lay on the ground, his whole body scorched. Shikishima said, "This first round." He looked at Atio lying on the ground. was decided by Udo from the very beginning. He frowned. Oh, Shikishima-ju versus Atio. Shikishima turned his head, ignoring Atio, and said, "All right, now let's go finish off the rest." He suddenly glanced behind him. Shikishima raised his hand, intending to fire straight behind him, but before he could react, he was pierced through the stomach by pain. Shikishima coughed up blood in pain. He cursed under his breath. "Damn it!" Pain, with an indifferent expression, said, "Hey kid, I erased my presence with a technique, and yet you still spotted me in the end? Seriously?" She pulled her bloodied hand out of Shiki's body. "You're pretty dangerous." He fell. Thud, with a hole in his stomach. He cursed internally. Damn it, getting ambushed by someone is painful. Shikishima's eyes looked tiredly toward her. Pain spoke up. "Shikishima-jukun." She raised her hand, forming binoculars to peer through them. "It seems you're quite famous, aren't you? We just met at the train station, and I recognized you right away. But it's strange, really." Bane reached out to him. "Why are you willing to reveal yourself like this, when you know full well that someone wants you dead?" Shikishima smirked and replied, "I don't exactly want to be in the public eye either, but if I want to promote myself, I have no choice." Bane gestured dismissively, confused. "You're not a politician." "Humph. Maybe getting assassinated like this will finally knock some sense into you." She turned to leave, waving at Shikishima. "Bye-bye." He sighed, saying nothing, but in his mind, he suddenly spoke up. "Hey." Shikishima looked back and replied, "I'll leave this to you." The woman's voice echoed back. "Then get some rest." Maria walked over to Shikishima and placed a hand on his shoulder, a crazed grin on her face. "Let's warm up and stretch these muscles." Back outside, a sudden, powerful aura of purple energy appeared, making Pain widen her eyes in surprise. Shikishima slowly began to transform, his body covered in zombie powder as Maria took over. The hole in Shikishima's stomach began to heal. Bane turned back, looking confused. She thought, the hole in his stomach, is it recovering? Shikishima's body was slowly being swapped out for Maria's. She smirked, putting a hand on her hip. Maria frowned, offering a wicked grin as she looked at Pain. Pain was stunned and confused, thinking, she even changed her entire appearance? Suddenly, Pain realized something and pointed at her. Wait, is this some kind of transformation technique? Suddenly, Maria appeared right next to Pain, draping an arm around her neck while holding a cigarette. We call it the opposite persona. She blew smoke into Pain's face. "I am now Nephrite." Pain's face began to melt away as she panicked. Maria continued. "One of the 6 Rainbow Kings." She smirked with interest as she watched Maria, the Zombie King, and Pain. Maria took a drag from her cigarette and explained, "We call that an antithesis." She blew a cloud of smoke into Pain's face and continued, "I am currently the bone-chilling Jade." Pain's face slowly began to melt away, causing her to panic. Maria, one of the 6 Rainbow Kings, turned around, leaving behind only a dry skeleton. She creates a specific chemical inside her body, which acts as a lethal toxin or poison that can be transferred through the smoke of her cigarette. Shikishima, watching this scene in his mind, broke into a cold sweat and muttered, "You're not showing even a shred of mercy, are you? What are you rambling about? She almost killed you. Get rid of that naive thinking of yours, kid," she mused. "This is an invasion. We are at the heart of a war," she added. Shikishima thought to himself, "I know." Maria raised her hand to hold her cigarette, pondering, then looked up at the giant tentacles. "From what I can see, the most interesting battle is happening over there, isn't it? Shibuya Catastrophe 6. Elsewhere, 3 battles are currently taking place. To repel the invaders, the battle between Subaru and Lion. At the same time, the battle between Renji and Hyodokotetsu against Endager at a massive building, and the battle between Tsunemori, Jinga, and the QR Hawkney. Jinga frowned at the man in front of him, feeling annoyed. Hawkney spoke up. "Not bad. Ice user, Tsunemori Jinga, right?" He raised 2 swords and introduced himself. "I am Hawkney, the magic sword." A blue light erupted from Hawkney's body as he raised his blade, preparing for battle. Among the king's guards, Tsunemori Jinga stood there, shock written all over his face. Hawkney swiftly slashed through him twice and continued, "I am the strongest." Tsunemori Jinga groaned, coughing up blood after being struck by him. Hawkney mused, comparing him to others. "Compared to the ice users I know, our Half-Moon clan is definitely much stronger than you." Tsunemori Jinga's entire body collapsed onto the ground, blood staining the earth. Tsunemori Jinga held his sword, unable to move. After hearing Hawkney's words, Jinga said in a stern voice, "Maybe you're right." Hawkney turned his head to look at him as he struggled to stand up, replying, "I might be the weakest among Subaru's subordinates." He continued. When I arrived, it was already too late. I don't even have an antithesis. But Hockney pondered, thinking that with wounds like that, he should have died already. Suddenly, small shards of ice began to fall. Jinga lifted a hand to wipe his mouth, ignoring the wound on his chest. Small ice fragments continued to fall. Hockney stood alert in a defensive stance, thinking, he must have used ice to protect himself. He never gets tired of that trick. He calculated in his mind that he only needed to pull off that move one more time, but then he noticed something in the sky. Tiny snowflakes began to fall, gradually turning into a heavy snowfall. He thought, snow? Jinga spoke firmly. I will become stronger. He continued, whether my limit is rank or being an incompetent godlord, I don't care. Jinga remembered the time he was in the snowy mountains. Axon told him, Jinga, since you haven't developed your ultimate technique yet, this will be a great opportunity to challenge yourself. He reflected on the Lord's words. Axon added sternly, step through the door and win, with just a single technique. Returning to the present, Jinga raised his hand, his face solemn. Sixth technique, snowflake mode. Toward where Hockney stood, he was attacked by blue snowflakes. The blue snowflakes multiplied, clinging to Hockney, seemingly wanting to swallow him whole and crush him. Hockney, that pile of snow, was freezing everything it touched. Jinga's eyes glowed as he looked toward Hockney, who was being attacked by the blue snow. The blue snow was gradually freezing him solid, making Hockney panic, gritting his teeth in fear. What is this feeling? My power, my soul, are they being erased? Hockney thought. This is the curse Endager warned me about, and this was supposed to be something only Subaru could use. Tsunemori Jinga looked at him, his tone chillingly cold. The blue snowflakes surrounded him, and he said, I can now fight strong enemies based on my own pure strength. I don't want the managers to know about it, but he reached out his hand, conjuring a weapon. Tsunemori Jinga pointed his spear downward at him and spoke sternly, I will use the power of my loved ones. Blue javelin. Hockney, trapped in the blue ice, screamed in terror, waving his hands in a plea for mercy. His mouth stammered, cold sweat rolling down his cheeks. No, wait, don't. But Jinga ignored him and prepared to throw the spear in his hand. He took a breath and threw it hard toward Hockney. The spear flew and pierced straight into his body, and then jagged blue ice formations erupted right from where Hockney was. Jinga suddenly spoke, I am the protector. He stood before a massive blue ice formation, where Hockney was frozen inside. Jinga continued, you should feel regret for trying to invade this world. Tsunemori, Jinga versus Hockney. Jinga pondered. Renji-san and the others have already defeated Endager, he thought to himself. Then Jinga suddenly turned his head to look behind him. Back at the massive, solemn high-rise building, Shibuya Catastrophe, Level 6, the battle between Subaru and the invader, Lion. Lion looked down, his hand gripping a steel pipe, and said, I see. Lion tightened his grip on the pipe, looking down at the terrifyingly fast-flowing red water, and continued, so, this is how it's going to end, huh? He calculated in his mind while keeping himself from falling. They say Subaru can turn MP into blood and manipulate it. If he intends to drown this entire place in blood, then this guy has the victory secured. His face was calm as he thought. And this scent, just breathing it in, is enough to kill. Lion frowned, thinking, is this guy really someone who only became a godlord 2 months ago? He glanced over at where Subaru was standing in the middle of the red water, judging him. He has the courage and gallantry of someone who has faced death countless times. Subaru's face was indifferent. He said nothing. Lion smirked, and here I thought this would be over quickly. He looked towards Subaru. Our world is ruled by 2 kings. He looked at Lion, confused. Lion continued. The first one is the king of the West, Endager, also known as Andat. He continued. And the other one, a scepter was raised. King Authority Lion began to reveal his true identity, the Eternal One. He smiled, looking at Subaru. Suddenly, the streams of red water were pulled upward, surprising him. Lion raised his scepter, absorbing the red water. Subaru glanced around. All the red water had been sucked up. Lion absorbed all of it until the ground was empty. Subaru looked at the water being drained away, thinking, did he absorb all the cursed blood? He spoke up. So, that is your ability, huh? Lion smiled gently. I am the king of the East, Lion. Which one is stronger, my eternal loop or your immortality? He looked at Subaru and continued, we'll have to see. Atatake Subaru, at a white sandy beach with quartz fragments on the ground, a brilliant coastline. Subaru handed the ring to Vanquis. He praised him. Well done, Subaru. He looked at the ring in his hand and continued, an item that can sense the location of the managers. The ring in Vanquish's palm glowed. An engagement ring crafted by Tella. Subaru replied nonchalantly. Yeah, he asked, confused. Are you going to find them now? Vanquish explained. I must wait until the time is right. I still need to prepare a few more things. He replied. Understood. Subaru pondered, then said, Hey, Vanquish. Subaru asked blankly, supporting his chin with his hand. What is a king, anyway? Vanquish gaped in surprise. At this point, you're still asking that? He explained. Well, after the meeting of the kings, I noticed they are quite similar to kings in the human world, but there's something a bit different. Vanquish finally understood his point and replied, Ah, is that what you mean? He held up 2 fingers and explained, In the underworld, a king is determined by their nature and the arrangement of their soul rather than their actual duties. There are 2 main types of kings, categorized by position, saints and warriors. Vanquish added, Example for a saint, Cebu. Example for a warrior, kill him. But apart from that, there are exceptions. The kings are among those exceptions. He added, The soul of each king carries a significant allure. That allows them to lead others and move forward. Vanquish continued. Besides that, they also possess a rather special technique called King's Privilege. Subaru, hearing this, asked, Is King's Privilege the ability that Ruin and Sibyl used before? Vanquish crossed his arms and said, King's Privilege is the distinct manifestation when a king appears. Powerful to the point of being undeniable. He pondered, then reminded Subaru, Remember to keep an eye on that when fighting. Elsewhere, Subaru stood there, silent and serious. Looking ahead, in front of him was Lion, the king of the East. A brilliant light radiated from him. Lion hovered, in midair, smiling confidently down at Subaru. He thought, Eternal? He lowered his head and thought, Is that what exists inside Lion's soul? Lion raised his hand, pondering. He grasped the red energy and said, So, this is a curse, huh? Subaru's eyes widened as he looked at Lion. He lunged toward Subaru in a flash, striking a heavy blow to his stomach that sent Subaru flying. Slamming into the wall, Subaru winced in pain, gritting his teeth while shielding one eye. He thought, Is he intentionally stabbing through my body to damage my soul directly? Subaru stared at Lion in disbelief, wondering how that could be possible. Seeming to read his thoughts, Lion sneered, I know what you're thinking. So, he can use the blood curse too, right? Lion continued. The answer is, I can use it freely now. I absorbed your blood curse with this scepter. Lion's status window flickered. Max level 9. Lion's King's Privilege allowed him to absorb others' ultimate techniques into his scepter and make them his own. I can store up to 3 techniques at most. If I exceed that, the oldest one gets discarded, and my MP restores in return. Subaru stared him down, saying, Your ability is quite easy to explain. Lion retorted sarcastically. It's a pity to die without knowing why you died, isn't it? Subaru bowed his head, looking deep in thought. I understand now. Seeing Lion's arrogance, the mercy in Subaru's heart began to fade. The blood curse filling every floor until now had just been a distraction. The blood curse escaping through the ventilation shafts was meant to block out all sunlight. Subaru's hair slowly turned white, his eyes glowing red. Since it's come to this, I'll show you something interesting. Those who walk under the sun, release, he continued. After all, losing without knowing the reason isn't very fun, is it? Lion smirked at him. On the other side of the battlefield, Renji and Hyodo Kotetsu were facing Endocture. Endocture was bleeding. She stood amidst the monsters and remarked, Renji's full power attack. On top of the high-rise building, a massive monster lurked. She thought, I can't believe he managed to kill my strongest summon in just one strike. Endocture clutched her left arm and scoffed. Strong, sure, but, she shouted toward the 2 of them, that's as far as you go, isn't it? Renji collapsed, clutching his chest. Black veins appeared across his face, and he frowned in agony. Kotetsu raised his hand, also covered in black markings, saying, I see. His face showed the same marks. Kotetsu stayed calm despite the poison, and Doctor looked at him, confused that he was still standing. Hyodo Kotetsu, I find it strange that you can still stand, she said, looking toward where Kotetsu stood. But soon, you won't be able to move a single finger. You've already been shrouded in Hydra's poison, the entity I summoned before you arrived, Endocture added. This battle was won by me from the very start. Kotetsu narrowed his eyes at her, thinking, using her strongest attack as bait, huh? How cunning. He glanced at his hand. Now Kotetsu's fingers were slowly falling off one by one. He pondered, how do I escape this? Suddenly, a voice rang out, hold on now. Endocker's eyes widened in surprise. The 2 of them turned toward the sound. Unexpectedly, all three stared at Maria, who was holding a cigarette. "Renji, right?" she said. "You have to learn to focus." Maria recalled the moment she grabbed Fujigami Mei and Kinokawa by the collars to steer them away from the fight. She then rushed toward the group, kicking them out of danger. Maria pulled everyone away from the fierce battle and said, "Your wonderful friends are already resting, you know." Renji smirked at her. Although Raven struggled to endure the poison in his body. "You must be the opposite of Shikishima-kun, right?" he thought. "Before I launched my attack earlier, I caught a glimpse of you arriving." He recalled Maria walking effortlessly through the air, completely unaffected by the battle. Maria brought the cigarette to her lips, inhaled, and said, "So, you chose to trust me, huh?" She exhaled blue smoke and remarked, "That's terrifying, really." The blue smoke drifted toward Renji, to everyone's amazement. He was stunned as the toxins in his body slowly dissolved. Endocker frowned, watching the poison vanish from Renji's body. He shouted in surprise, and then said, "My whole body feels so much lighter." Suddenly, Endocker lunged at Renji before he could even react. Endgame made her move, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Must kill Renji before he recovers. Suddenly, an arm lunged out unexpectedly. Faced with that situation, her choice was Hoteoen. It was simple. That hand flew toward where Endocker was standing. Kotetsu drove his hand straight into Endocker's stomach decisively. But looking at the result, it seemed that was the wrong choice. The god of thieves, Mercury. His face was icy cold as blood splattered from Endocker's body. To Renji's shock, Kotetsu calmly pulled his blood-stained hand from her stomach. The others watching the battle were also stunned, mouths agape. Endocker lay dying on the ground, wearing an expression of disbelief. She asked, "Why?" She glanced at Kotetsu, confused, asking, "Even you can move?" Kotetsu raised his hand, now with only 2 fingers left, and explained, "My Pantheon technique allows me to channel the gods of Greek and Roman mythology." He raised his hand to summon Asclepius and continued, "That includes the god of medicine, Asclepius." Kotetsu rubbed his hands together and added, "I intended to kill you the moment you let your guard down. If I want you dead, Endocker, I'm never short on ways." Endocker lay on the ground, smiling, her eyes tired as she looked at him. "You were always like that, weren't you?" She lowered her eyes, sadly wondering, "Life isn't always what I want it to be, is it?" Endocker looked toward the 2 of them. "There are 7 of you?" Then looked at the other group, adding, "If that many people came, you guys should have done a better job." Kotetsu and Renji were confused. Endocker explained, "Even if the strongest warriors on Earth gathered here, our victory, Raven, was destined from the start." She continued, "As long as the king of the East, Lion, is still alive." Returning to the spot where Lion and Subaru were fighting fiercely, Subaru rushed toward Lion's scepter, but suddenly, Lion controlled the scepter to unleash a blood curse attack, catching him off guard. Lion smirked triumphantly. Looking toward Kotetsu, he checked his system window and said, "So this is Lion, the one fighting Subaru?" Endocker lay there, exhausted, saying nothing. Kotetsu spoke up, "If that's the case, you guys lost from the very start." Renji, standing behind him, flashed a bright smile and chimed in, "That's right." Endocker's eyes widened in surprise. "Why?" Kotetsu explained. "No matter who it is, he would never betray a god, a master of humanity." Returning to the fierce battle, Subaru leaped and kicked Lion directly, sending him flying backward. Blood Curse X, Deadly Fist. Lion was surprised by the kick, eyes widening in disbelief. He coughed up blood and frowned, thinking, "This guy Endocker's power is on a completely different level after he transformed." Subaru said, "I was told that becoming a king is measured by the layout of one's soul." His right eye turned black, and it began to bleed. Subaru's face tightened, his voice firm. "If that's the case, then I just need to be stronger and defeat you, king from another world." Subaru unleashed an attack that sent Lion flying into the wall, repeating, "I was told that becoming a king is measured by the layout of one's soul." Subaru, with a furious expression, added, "If that's the case, then I just need to be stronger and defeat you, king from another world." Lion, mouth full of blood after the blow, gritted his teeth. He threw a kick, but Subaru blocked it with his arm. Lion shouted, "What kind of layout are you talking about?" After hearing Lion's retort, Subaru looked slightly surprised. Lion, with blood on both corners of his mouth and ragged breathing, continued, "You're wrong. A king always fulfills his own duties." Switching scenes to an abandoned building, a voice spoke to Lion. "Your king's privilege can absorb others' techniques and use them as your own, so go ahead and take them if you see any of our techniques that could help you." Lion thought for a moment. "I can only use 3 at once, that's a tough choice." and Doctor glanced at him, wondering whose technique he would choose. Lion continued his analysis. I have to keep one to ensure the plan works, too. So, he pointed toward halfway and said, take halfways. Halfway started in surprise and asked, me? Switching scenes. Lion is fighting Subaru, and he is using the ultimate ice technique, deep freeze. Subaru, bleeding, felt his arm freezing over. This is another technique that Lion stored with the king's privilege, Subaru's, being frozen the moment I touch him like this. I can't use melee. If I attack with the blood curse, he'll just absorb it again. Lion, mouth still bleeding, held his scepter and looked at Subaru. Subaru furrowed his brow, thinking, but there is one thing Subaru must avoid at all costs. Kotetsu and Subaru touched hands, emitting a 7-colored light. Can't let him absorb the 1,000 blades. A 7-colored light flashed. Subaru faced Lion, causing him to suspect that this guy had realized he couldn't win, hand to hand, or by using his own techniques. Lion smirked. Think whatever you want. Lion sweated and frowned, thinking that if he could just buy more time, the King of the West, Endocker, would surely turn the tide. In another turn of events, Kotetsu said, before I finish you off, I have a few questions. Endager lay on the ground, blood streaming from her head and mouth. Kotetsu asked Endager, when you came to invade my world, neither of you had become king yet. I suppose you must have inherited your power from your predecessor during that time, right? What happened to the previous king? Endager answered weakly. They all died. A blue eye appeared in the sky, looking down, surrounded by red lightning. Fujigami Mei and everyone else watched in stunned silence. Endager regretfully thought, if that hadn't happened, I wouldn't have had to become a piece of this twisted game. The Himeno sisters were covered in smoke, their faces charred from defeat, and Half Moon had lost her entire right arm. Endager said regretfully, to lose such precious comrades. Seeing her teammates heavily wounded, Kotetsu silently listened to Endager pour out her heart. Endager asked, Kotetsu, are you that curious? Kotetsu remained silent. Those behind him grew angry and shouted a warning to Kotetsu. She's just trying to stall for time. She's plotting something. Kill her now. Kotetsu swung his arm, wrapped in red energy, and replied, you're right. Ha, Endager. Weak and bloody, she looked at the hand high above, aiming at her, and thought, sounds like a trial, doesn't it? But my blood reserves have recovered. Cruel level. She pulled up a sub-skill of Endager's that allowed her to recover 1% per second. She summoned the ground troop, Grand Earth, and a woman dressed in black appeared. Kotetsu wondered curiously, a water-based attack skill? That's tough. Renji suddenly stepped in, interrupting, this is bad. Kotetsu was surprised to hear Renji say that. The skill, Udu Ryusei, held the area in a perfect state. It seemed a specific condition had to be met to maintain that state. The reason you always protected him during battle all this time is because if he moves from his position, the skill is cancelled. Udu Ryusei used his hand to block the wave hitting him, asking, black water, huh? Endgame's goal wasn't the water pressure, but its buoyancy. Endgame spoke her final words before closing her eyes. Even if we have to sacrifice many lives, as long as Endager achieves her goal, it's fine. Udu Ryusei channeled power into his legs, surrounded by a flow of golden energy. Endager continued her last words. So, I have completed my mission. A golden light illuminated the crack for Chevalier release, releasing many golden barriers all around. Udu Ryusei gritted his teeth in anger at being played for a fool by Endager. The barriers began to crack and disappear in many locations. The scene shifted to Subaru. He was in an attack stance when suddenly, Subaru vanished, causing Lion to be surprised. At that moment, Subaru teleported behind Lion and raised his sword high. Sensing danger, Lion turned around. Subaru's sword was descending. Unable to react in time, Subaru slashed Lion's shoulder. Lion's mouth filled with blood as she wondered. Teleportation? The reports from Endager didn't mention this ability of his. Subaru looked at Lion expressionlessly. He doubted. Has he really grown this strong in such a short time? Then, Lion weakly let her eyes drift shut, but it seems she finished the job just in time. These barriers had also disappeared on Lion's side. Seeing that, Subaru was stunned and bewildered as the barriers shattered. Everyone regained their mobility and resumed their previous activities. One by one, the barriers had broken everywhere. Not a single one remained. Just then, as everything returned to normal, there was a scream that startled them. Two girls looked up, looking very surprised. Subaru gritted his teeth in anger. Upon regaining movement, everyone panicked at the sight of the battle between the two divine lords. The guy in the orange shirt shouted, What's happening? Are they fighting? Another blond guy asked. No, the guy in the dress shirt replied. It's the battle of the two divine lords. A man was rushing by, shouting to everyone, "Run away!" Seeing this, Subaru panicked, sweat pouring down his face as he blurted out, "Oh no, has Udu's skill been cancelled?" Lion smiled, raising her scepter, and said, "Right now, this skill will affect all of humanity." Lion's scepter could store up to 3 skills at once. Currently, it held Subaru's Blood Curse, Half Moon's Polar Ice, and finally, a hidden trump card with extremely strict activation conditions. But it would help turn the tide for the Conquerors, a method to summon divine lords from their own world across dimensions at the cost of human souls. A skill that brings countless deaths and also resurrection. The king's privilege that Lion received from the previous king. At that same time, Lion unleashed the catastrophe skill against Subaru. A fierce battle broke out. Subaru had become strong very quickly since the battle with Taiga. After the battle, Subaru returned. As an upgraded version, hair turned white, eyes glowing red. Lion, holding the red staff, was heavily injured and coughing up blood. He had miscalculated Subaru's abilities, but thanks to that, the conditions to trigger the catastrophe were met. Speaking of the catastrophe, that is a skill that consumes all human souls within a 1-kilometer radius to summon allied divine lords from any dimension. Lion and his invasion plan involved sacrificing millions of CBA citizens to summon divine lords from their homelands. There were 3 conditions needed to successfully activate this skill: more than 10 allies within a 1-kilometer radius. The divine lord's mana must reach 100%, and the divine lord's health must be below 5%. They had all met the requirements. The first was met from the very beginning. The second condition would be satisfied by removing polar ice from Lion's storage to fully recover his mana. That was a side effect of Lion's king's privilege. Suddenly, Subaru powerfully attacked Lion. The third condition, requiring the divine lord's health to be below 5%, had been satisfied by Subaru's attacks. Lion held the privilege staff. The respected predecessor, King Brigitte, finally, it was time for him to use Brigitte's king's privilege. Lion began to activate the king's privilege, catastrophe. But there was another way to put it in short. Lion's catastrophe could not be activated. Subaru pressed his sword directly against Lion's neck. The first thing, Subaru would decapitate him before the skill could activate. Subaru hesitated briefly before slashing Lion. He looked down at the blade at his throat, and the scene shifted to the ancient castle, the Siberia. Catastrophe. Brigitte lay in a pool of blood with a large hole in his stomach. Lion screamed, "Brigitte!" Lion screamed in pain. "Damn it, who did this to you?" The person lying on the ground was the previous king of the East, Brigitte. Brigitte spoke, and the executioners gritted their teeth as they looked at him. Lion glanced at Brigitte, who lay weakly on the ground, and continued, "The managers. They know I'm trying to escape their game." Lion was shocked, breaking into a sweat. "No way." Brigitte looked at Lion trustingly and said, "Lion, you have all the potential of a king. Take my throne now." Lion was stunned. "You want me to become the next king of the East? I can't do that. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have." Before Lion could finish, Brigitte interrupted him. "Seeing me in this state, you must be thinking that difficulties always strike before you have time to prepare, right?" Brigitte held up a hand stained with blood. "Take my king's privilege." Lion respectfully took Brigitte's hand. A powerful surge of energy flowed as the two held hands. Brigitte was passing the privilege to Lion. Brigitte slowly closed his weary eyes. "Please, free us from the cage of the managers." With his last bit of strength, Brigitte whispered before closing his eyes, "Everything is for our people." Just like that, the former King Brigitte of the East passed away forever. Lion's tears streamed down his face as he grasped Brigitte's hand, crying out in pain. "Brigitte!" Light from outside shone into the castle. Lion knelt silently by Brigitte's body. Just then, another person arrived. "I wasn't able to make it in time." Lion looked at her and said, "Endager?" Lion's face was sorrowful. "Why are you here?" Endager replied, "Because I am the next queen of the West." Endager looked at Brigitte. Brigitte had died in great pain. His body was covered in wounds, and blood had stained his face red. Endgame could not hold back, gritting her teeth. She called to Lion, "Should we join forces?" Endgame's eyes lit up. She looked at Lion and continued, "I have found a world that has not been destroyed. Let's go invade it." Lion looked at Endgame apprehensively. "You want to go plunder a world?" Endgame replied, "Yes, it's for our people." Back to the present time, Lion's pupils were still wide open. Subaru's sword. Subaru swung his sword directly at Lion's neck, faster than the skill activation time. In the moment the blade was about to touch Lion, He still thought of his people. Subaru's gaze wavered. Subaru held the sword with one hand, the moment he could defeat Lion. Subaru held the sword steady and stopped. Lion looked up at Subaru with eyes full of surprise and confusion. Subaru looked at Lion and said, "End this, Lion." Subaru kept his sword pressed against Lion's neck. He knelt on the ground, confused, and let out a, Lion, sweating, said, "What did you just say?" Subaru recalled a memory from before and replied, "Before, during my battle with my younger brother, Taiga." His heart was linked to mine. Lion frowned, thinking to himself, soul exchange can happen between two people with equal sensitivity. Subaru gritted his teeth and continued, "The reason you all invaded us is the same as the feelings within me." Lion was left speechless and thoughtful. What can I possibly do with my own heart? Subaru winced in pain, thinking to himself as if he were about to cry. Why would Subaru show such agonizing emotion because of him? Subaru continued, "I know how your ultimate technique works now. Once you activate it, there's no turning back for either of us. So, just stop this already." Lian hesitated for a moment, stopping and bowing her head in thought. That sudden proposal had brought Lian's train of thought to a grinding halt. Just then, another tremor hit. In that moment of hesitation, intense energy sources were activated outside. Udu Ryusei's expression was deadly serious. He had created enough time for Udu Ryusei Reyes to reactivate the crack for Chevalier. By forcing humans back into an active state, Lian's disaster no longer had any effect. Lian was stunned. "How?" she screamed, looking at Subaru's pained expression. She thought, is Subaru just stalling for time? Lian's pupils dilated, bloodshot. She thought Subaru had deceived her. She was such a fool. Subaru's face darkened as he looked down from above. His head slumping, she had let it slip away. That was the endgame. Lying in a pool of dark blood, she had missed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Endgame shut her eyes tightly, painfully remembering that she had sacrificed her own life. She let out a laugh. "Ha ha ha." Subaru watched with grief, then slammed his small hand against the ground and shouted, "Damn it." Subaru stepped back, clutching his sword, his head hanging low. "Why did I listen to you in the first place?" she shouted, realizing in agony that everything was ruined now. Her face was streaked with tears, a look of unhideable suffering. Everything. Subaru looked at Lian with a dark expression. He realized something and asked, "Are you crying?" Lian, who had been sobbing, suddenly stopped. Subaru knelt down to be at eye level with Lian. "I told you we shouldn't fight anymore, didn't I? I didn't deceive you. Try to remember the reason you all went to invade this world in the first place." Subaru continued to explain, "Our enemy isn't another AI, it's the administrators." Lian blinked, bewildered, trying to calm down. Lian confirmed, "The administrators are your enemies?" Lian, having realized this, looked up at Subaru. "Wait," Lian gasped. "You're actually going to do that?" Subaru clenched his fist and said firmly, "That's right, we are going to defeat the administrators." Lian gasped in horror. "That's impossible. Their existence is no different from God's. They are beyond our comprehension." Subaru held out his hand toward Lian. "We still have a chance to win. Empathy between lords only happens when both of them have high enough sensitivity." Lian looked at the hand in front of her. Subaru continued to speak. "You should have been able to understand my heart by now, shouldn't you?" Elsewhere, in a desert of white sand, sat a hauntingly crimson chair. Vanquist held a ring in his hand, smiling savagely. Back here, Subaru continued to persuade Lian. "Listen to us, Lian. We will tell you about our plan." At his location, Vanquist raised the ring. Looking at it, he wore a smile that was both unpredictable and somewhat terrifying. In a desolate, ruined city, Endocker stood on a balcony, looking down at the people below, and said to the person standing behind her, "In order for our world to continue to exist, we must destroy the other world." Harper stood behind her, arms crossed, listening. She continued, "And I, Endgame, will calmly take responsibility for that." Harper frowned, irritated, and asked, "Who is actually going to be held responsible for what happens here?" Looking at the ruined city below, Endgame replied, "Don't say that, Harper. I won't let my people be in danger by fighting the administrators." Below, the people walked around happily. They were not panicked by the crumbling, ruined city. On the contrary, they looked grateful to have a place to stay. Halfway narrowed his dangerous eyes, finally scratching his head and clicking his tongue. "If you need help, just tell us." Halfway expressed his loyal determination. "If you are our king, we are willing to sacrifice our lives at any cost." Endocher glanced behind her for a moment before speaking. "Very well." She offered a grateful smile. "I will count on you." The flashback of Endocher ended. She slowly opened her eyes. The light outside made her squint slightly. The person standing to her right was Maria, who was puffing on a cigarette in her characteristic, tough girl outfit. Seeing that Endocker had woken up, Maria glanced over. Endocker lay on the floor, feeling her body, feeling a bit suspicious. She had been healed. Gasping, she realized she was still alive. She asked with difficulty, "Why did you save me?" A voice rang out from above her. "I already told you." Tessu glared at Endocker. "I have a lot of questions for you." He narrowed his eyes, warning her, "If you try anything, I'll send you to meet your ancestors right here." At this moment, there was someone sitting to her left as well, Renji, with his light sword. Seeing the three surrounding her, Endocker went silent for a moment and then whispered, "My life has no meaning anymore." After saying that, she didn't bother to talk, ignoring the three sitting around her. Suddenly, Renji saw someone approaching, Subaru and Maria. They also saw that the person arriving was a group of three, including Subaru. Subaru led the group, blood still on his head. Beside him was Lian, who was bowing her head timidly, and Jin, who was guarding from behind. Seeing Lian, Endocker suddenly jumped up. She called out to Lian loudly, questioning her angrily. "Why are you going around with Subaru? What happened to your disaster technique?" Faced with the questioning, Lian remained silent. She was extremely ashamed. Subaru had to speak up to correct her. "We have called for a ceasefire." Endocker had never been this angry before. She criticized her harshly. "Nonsense. Lian, have you betrayed us?" She was no longer the high and mighty king of the West. She was like a ruler who had lost her land and home, driven into a corner in despair. Any bitter word could escape her lips. "Have you abandoned our world?" Hearing this, Lian couldn't remain silent any longer. She shouted, "You're wrong!" She hesitated, then explained, I have decided to be a part of Subaru's plan." Endocker didn't understand. She gritted her teeth. "A plan?" Maria, who was smoking nearby, began to exhale a green mist. This mist enveloped Subaru's body. He reminded them, "The two administrators will hear us if we talk here." Having said that, he took out a red key and offered, "Let's talk in a more private place." Subaru led Lian and Endocker through the red door. They arrived at a white sand desert where red crystals were scattered, and before them stood a bright red chair, symbolizing the status of the person there. Vanquish sat on the chair, rainbow energy erupting powerfully. He rested his chin on his hand and welcomed his guests. "Greetings, kings from other worlds." The powerful energy radiating from Vanquish made Lian and Endocker feel insecure and anxious. Not letting the two wait long, Vanquish offered a wicked smile and got straight to the point. "The topic today is how to defeat the administrators." He didn't let the other two ask, but immediately set the terms. "First, I don't care if you think that it's impossible or that they cannot be defeated. All you need to do is follow our plan." Endocker looked around, evaluating this strange space, and wondered to herself, "What the hell is this place? Is this a space where the administrators can't find us?" Looking at the person sitting on the throne in front of her, she felt an incredibly powerful force coming from him. This must be Vanquish. Endocker also knew the power gap between the two sides. She silently analyzed that even if they all gathered here, he could wipe them out in the blink of an eye. And she asked the thing she was always curious about. "So, can you defeat the administrators?" Vanquish replied nonchalantly. "Me? Oh no. I don't have a chance of winning." Endocker was stunned by this calm answer. "Huh? Then why are we talking about this?" As soon as she finished, a black pearl ring was tossed at her feet. A huge question mark appeared over Endocker's head. Not understanding the significance of this ring, since it related to the administrators, Vanquish kindly explained, "That ring is an item that can track the location of an administrator." He shared his intention. "I plan to use it to visit an old friend of mine." Endocker frowned, internally paying attention to the words he used. "An old friend?" she asked. "Does that mean?" Subaru listened calmly to see what she wanted to say. Lian already knew the plan, so she just stood there listening without saying a word. Endocker hesitated, arranging her words. "You have an informant among the administrators, don't you?" Seeing Endgame so smart, Vanquish smiled and complimented. "You understand faster than Subaru. Subaru, lying still, gets roasted anyway." Subaru spoke up, embarrassed. "Shut it, you." Still, a girl as smart and rational as Endgame was hard to convince right away. She gritted her teeth and asked further, "Tell me, Vanquish, how much do you know?" Vanquish was very gentle today. He patiently explained, "There are a total of 9 administrators." This number made Endocker horrified. She sat there with a blank expression for a moment. Vanquish continued to share the information he knew about the administrators with her. They divide the 10 billion worlds into 8 control zones, and each of them harvests soul energy from the worlds under their administration. Heaven's Clock is the system that collects those 10 types of energy, and the game is designed to harvest energy efficiently by forcing you to participate. If any anomalies occur, they choose an executor from among the conquerors to eliminate the problem. And before Vanquish could continue, N-Doctor held out her hand to signal him to stop. "Wait," N-Doctor said, flustered. She waved her hand. "Slow down. I can't take in that much information." N-Doctor was sweating constantly. "This is a bit overwhelming," Vanquish asked restlessly. "So how do you want me to explain it?" Subaru chimed in, worried. "Come on, just explaining it once isn't going to be enough, is it? Wait, I have a question. You said there are 8 control zones, but there are 9 managers? Does that mean your allies don't have a zone?" Subaru asked in surprise, thinking to himself that she understood everything in one go. Vanquish placed a hand on his chin and explained, "I would call them acquaintances rather than allies. They are fickle, so I only trust that there's a 50% chance they'll cooperate with us." And Docker replied hesitantly, but then she continued, "There's still a 50% chance a manager won't cooperate with us, right?" Vanquish sat regally in his chair and answered, "That's right. I intend to use his power to beat the other managers into submission. If everything goes smoothly, I might be able to escape this game. That doesn't sound half bad, does it? Not bad." Hearing Vanquish's words, Endocker felt a wave of doubt. She questioned herself. Not bad? Is that why he chose a truce? She looked at Endocker nervously, thinking hard. This is the first and only chance for us to win. I can't let it slip away. She spoke to Vanquish. "Fine. We'll join you." Endocker asked, "What do you want us to do now?" Suddenly, she recalled a memory, a young man lying motionless on the ground. Endocker called out, "Hafuan." Lenda stood with his arms crossed and said calmly, "He was a brave warrior." Lenda turned and left, leaving Endocker alone. He added, "You should be proud to have him under your command." She gritted her teeth, annoyed that he said nothing else. Endocker sat down slowly and reached out. Her hand touched Halfuan's pale face. "I'm sorry for being such a pathetic queen," she sobbed, "but your sacrifice wasn't in vain." Endocker hugged him tightly, grieving. "It wasn't in vain at all, Halfuan." She remembered their childhood when they were together. Lenda walked over and said, "I've lost Pain and Hokni. My remaining allies will be healed. Once they recover, they'll be brought back immediately." The other allies stood together. Kotetsu turned and said, "Do anything suspicious and I'll kill you." Renji looked up and replied, "At this point, what else can we even do?" Lion stood silently, looking at Endocker without another word. She stood up, looked at Lion, and asked, "So, you and I are going to stay here to lend our strength to this world?" Vanquish smiled. "I'm quite surprised that the Rainbow King, Vanquish, actually made that offer." But Endocker felt it was absurd. She said indignantly, "The one he chose is Subaru. What kind of king is he, anyway?" Lion bowed his head slightly and replied anxiously, "Regarding that, while we were fighting, I discovered a link between our souls." Endocker replied, "Yeah, you've been telling me that since you stopped fighting." Lion interrupted, "It's not just that." He remembered that moment. "After touching his soul, I verified this." He continued, "Subaru's will is not that of a king." Endocker didn't understand what he meant, and asked, "What do you mean?" Lion replied nervously, "I don't know. I've never seen anything like this before." Whatever is inside his soul, the allies standing next to Subaru were enveloped in a blinding aura. Lion continued, "He is a savior." Subaru's eyes glowed as brightly as the stars in the sky. Jin called out to Subaru, confused. Subaru pointed at his eyes and asked, "Didn't Maria heal your eyes?" Immediately after, Subaru opened his eyes wide, as if confirming Jinga's question. One of Subaru's eyes was bloodshot and bleeding continuously. Drops of blood slowly fell as he went into a crisis. The scene shifted to the temporary headquarters of the Divinity Association. Shikishima stood in the middle of the press conference and spoke. "As we mentioned in our last report, we accepted an invitation from the underworld to participate in a meeting between their leaders." He continued to announce, "According to the information we gathered while there, despite the journalists' shocked, gaping mouths, Shikishima didn't stop. Here, please look at the documentation we've provided." As soon as he finished, he presented a book already open to the page. Director Renji was observing the interview, lost in thought. A day after the battle to defend Sibia, the Japan Divinity Association organized a press conference with those who had been to the underworld. Suddenly, she smiled as if she had achieved some goal. That way, they will be the first to announce the official results and take the leading position among those powerful nations. Back to the press conference, Shikishima continued to explain, "The best news we got while there," he paused for a moment and continued, "is that we have reached an agreement with the underworld. Shikishima suddenly became much more serious. From now on, they will not send any more portals to our world. This new information shocked all the reporters on the scene. At the same time, Jinga, with his face covered, listened calmly. Siki, to compensate for the damage caused so far, Akira also smiled lightly. And for the future, let me connect with the underworld. He continued. While we're at it, we'll cooperate and expand ties with every nation. Shikishima's voice remained steady. Let's move on to the interview portion, shall we? Everyone quickly scrambled to raise their hands. Anyone with a question, raise your hand. The sun was setting, and dusk descended outside the headquarters. As if returning to his usual personality, Shikishima shouted tiredly. As Tsunemori Jinga removed the box covering his head, Shikishima quickly collapsed onto the sofa as if he wanted to stay stuck there, sighing, I'm exhausted. Then, Tsunemori Jinga spoke up, praising him. Seriously, the way you handled that press conference was professional. Shikishima replied naturally. Well, I did it all by myself, didn't I? Renji also offered words of praise, but suddenly hesitated, leaving everyone confused. You're truly talented. I was going to help out, but it turned out Shikishima had interrupted to ask about Subaru. How are you feeling now, Subaru? Subaru touched his eye gently, reassuring everyone. I'm fine. My eye isn't acting weird anymore. He changed his attitude rapidly. Well, that's good. If anything feels off, let us know immediately. So now, our next concern is the fourth disaster. Kinokawa immediately interrupted, as if wanting to laugh at others' misfortune. Don't forget you also have to participate in the meeting with allies from other countries too. And then there's the online meeting with the leaders of all the countries, Shikishima said, in a pleading voice. Kinokawa laughed happily and refused without hesitation. I can't do it. He scratched his head, tiredly asking Subaru. Are you sure Tsunemori can handle the fourth disaster on his own? Hearing that, he announced his plan. Yes, I'm planning to have a freeloader join him as well. As if to confirm Subaru's words, an image of Kotetsu shopping appeared. I want to pay with Subaru's card, Akira asked dejectedly, while Shikishima gritted his teeth. Is it that guy again? A deep voice rang out. The one who killed me and Karen. The fourth disaster, the fake emperor. According to the story, a flame was falling onto a vast, beautiful mountain range. He was born from Mount Kyuzu, located very far from Tokyo. He had always been quietly increasing his power by absorbing the surrounding souls. Images of the future gradually appeared before their eyes. Everyone, if we let that emperor fully develop, the souls he absorbs will turn into powerful monsters and attack Japan. Although the introduction was intimidating and scary, the emperor was still lying there gently. Now, we have a fake emperor sunbathing. Development status, 7%. He was sunbathing comfortably, thinking, if the emperor keeps going, with the abundant souls in this world, before long, I will create the most powerful army in history. First, turn this place into hell, and then, before the fake emperor could complete his plan, a polite voice rang out, Excuse me. He also replied with extreme politeness, Yes? Subaru, accompanied by Jinga and Kotetsu, was curious. Are you going to become the fourth disaster? The emperor looked at them blankly, confused. Immediately after, Jinga reached out as if to unleash a move. Excuse me. I'm sorry, but that's likely the case. The hand concentrating magic was brought close to his curious face. In an instant, he shouted, Isai. The fourth disaster was eliminated. Kotetsu asked confusedly. So, what was the point of me coming here? Subaru smiled bitterly, giving a reason, just to be sure. Just for safe measure. Please enjoy. The latest version for the events in the next segment. As soon as he got home, he shouted, We're home! Endoctor greeted him expressionlessly. Welcome home, Subaru. Lion smiled brightly, showing off. Subaru, we made dinner. Kotetsu mocked without shame. Look at these freeloaders. Hearing that, Subaru immediately told the uncomfortable truth. You're the biggest freeloader here, idiot. After teasing him, he changed his attitude, exclaiming, That looks delicious. Let's eat. Before the idiot could even sit down, a voice rang out. Subaru, have you noticed Amamiya? It turned out Amamiya was playing with the cat. I apologize for interrupting your meal, sir. She hesitated, looking in one direction. But T was observing, 4 shadows flying in the air, announcing, We have a few visitors. Immediately after, Shikishima also contacted him. Subaru, it's an emergency. Subaru answered Shikishi while opening the door to head out, as Amamiya continued to recount. After hearing about your journey to the underworld, leaders from other countries all want to have you. It turned out the 4 flying shadows had arrived near his apartment. In her story, they wanted to capture him and take him back to their countries. The blonde male deity was smiling confidently, as if he had Subaru already in his grasp. Beside him was the leader, a mysterious masked man with black hair, a cold and haughty priestess, and a seemingly gentle leader were all watching him intently. As he carefully observed each of them, Amamiya gave him some cautious advice, and Shikishima, equally worried, tried to comfort him. "We're on our way now, not what you might think," Subaru stammered. Speechless. It turned out that Kotetsu had been seriously focusing his power, and Lien, not to be outdone, transformed into her golden priestess form. Seeing this, Endager also prepared himself for battle. Seeming to have already guessed the outcome, Subaru helplessly tried to stop them. "I don't think that's necessary." Terrifying waves of power of various colors were directed at the four priestesses as if to overwhelm them, while Amamiya, lazily lying on the cat, watched them resolve the situation quickly and neatly. The group of the world's top priestesses finished their business. Back at headquarters, Shikishima was speechless when informing Kino. The kid said not to come. She shouted immediately, causing Udu Ryusei, Fujigami Mei, and Akira to cheer in joy. "We don't have to go anymore." Below Subaru's building, a loud noise erupted as if trying to intervene. "You can't do that, President." It turned out Mia was comforting the blonde priestess who was in pain, while the voice on the phone blared. "I told you we shouldn't have done that," he shouted angrily into the phone. "I thought only Subaru and Subaru were there," the blonde priestess recounted in terror. "But how on earth were there 4 monsters there, Mia?" "Unbelievable," she repeated. 4? In contrast to the noisy scene outside, inside the apartment, Subaru was showering the soup with praise. "This soup is delicious," Akira humbly replied. "It's just a normal kind." The scene shifts to the underworld. The Silver Kingdom. In the birch forest, Esther urgently reported, "Sir, you have 15 minutes. Vanquis curiously approached. "Why did you suddenly call me out to this desolate place? What's going on?" He moved closer to Sibyl and asked in a low voice. Sibyl, ignoring Vanquis's attitude, calmly recounted. "I heard that the king of the Silver Kingdom is one of Subaru's kin, so I asked him to find a place for us to meet. This is an extremely urgent matter." Sibyl grew more serious. The 8th disaster has been rewritten. Hearing this news, his expression hardened, and he gritted his teeth. She revealed shocking information. The 6-eye executioners will appear in the mortal realm. Ruin glanced over and asked back, "The 6-eye executioners? You say?" Sibyl, anxious and breaking out in a cold sweat, explained, "They are the ones who killed the previous king of the Golden Kingdom and the mentor of the king of the Silver Kingdom." Thinking of the images of those two, they looked terrifying. She was shaken to the core, and he helplessly admitted the truth. Abaddon's power doesn't even come close to theirs. Suddenly, Sibyl became urgent. "We must act quickly. If we keep going like this." Immediately after, she fearfully spoke of the ending that neither she nor Vanquis dared to face. The future that Subaru must die is unavoidable. The scene shifts to another world. Mastema was holding the phone and answering, "Yes, yes, hello?" As she picked up a blood-stained weapon, she wondered to the person on the phone, "Which operator are you?" Mastema remained calm and said, "If we haven't met before, then perhaps you are Wrath, or Balance, or maybe even Chaos, huh?" she asked. "Is there work? Of course I'll take it. But why me?" After the person on the other end replied, Mastema immediately exclaimed, "Oh, is that so? Yes, yes, I'll report it right away." As soon as she finished, she immediately performed some actions on her phone. Right after that, a voice rang out, "Hello?" Mastema happily exclaimed, "Oh, you picked up, Director. We have work to do." The executioner, Mastema. It was a bright day, with very gentle sunlight shining down on the building where Subaru was staying. He carried a basket and stepped outside, looking up at the sky and saying, "Even though it's winter, dressing like this to go out is still fine, isn't it?" But hearing some noise, he turned to greet them. "Good morning, Hiu-do." Although it was afternoon now, it turned out that Kotetsu had sat down on the sofa. Curious. "Where's Subaru?" Hearing this, Endager knew the answer and replied, "He went out for a walk. He might be sitting there drinking coffee right now." Immediately after, she stood in front of him and ordered, "Hiu-do, move aside so I can clean the sofa." Kotetsu was speechless and confused. "You guys seem quite happy, huh?" Endager sighed, complaining lazily. "If you're a freeloader, you have to help with housework too. At least you haven't yet." Before she could finish, he interrupted. "What are you all expecting?" Endager still played dumb and asked, "Why?" Suddenly, Kotetsu lowered her voice, deeply suspicious. "Do you hope that this peace will last forever?" Although he had lowered his volume, Lien, who was hanging laundry, still heard it and turned to look at him intently. Inside the peaceful city, a strange crack suddenly appeared in the sky. Completely unaware of the tension, Subaru happily enjoyed the coffee in his hand, praising, "It's so good." He comfortably closed his eyes and relaxed, thinking to himself that before the seventh disaster arrived, Subaru had to enjoy this peaceful moment. Before he could be peaceful for long, he suddenly saw something and opened his eyes. At the same time, a very polite voice spoke up. "Excuse me, I apologize for bothering you." But Asmodeus looked shy as he started. "May I sit here?" Without a shred of stinginess, Subaru agreed. "Oh, yes." Suddenly he paused, as if realizing something. But Subaru observed the abundance of empty tables and chairs around and wondered, there are still plenty of other seats. He had just sat down and looked outside, exclaiming, "The weather is beautiful today, isn't it?" He couldn't agree more, that's right. Observing the city peacefully lying under the sky, Asmodeus continued, "The blue sky and white Fujigami Mei are truly beautiful." Hearing this, Subaru also looked outside and slowly replied, "That's true." Confusion appeared in his wide-open eyes. As it turned out, the source of his bewilderment was that he had suddenly burst into tears. Subaru hurriedly stood up to check on him. "Are you all right?" Asmodeus embarrassedly wiped his tears. "It's okay. I'm fine. I'm fine." He adjusted his glasses and gently exclaimed, "I'm sorry. You're very kind. It's just that the weather is so beautiful that I was a bit moved." Asmodeus's explanation surprised him, leaving him with his mouth agape. Immediately after, without letting Subaru calm down, he gently spoke of a shocking matter. Destroying a world like this is truly unbearable. As if accustomed to being shocked, he hesitated, unable to believe what he had just heard, and repeated, "Huh? Destroy? Did you just say?" Asmodeus slowly apologized, "Sorry for being hasty." After that, he pushed a business card forward as if to introduce himself. "This is the organization I work for." Upon hearing Asmodeus mention this name, Subaru quickly became confused. The Decaying World Organization business card appeared clearly. As if to prove his introduction, Asmodeus used a flat tone to inform him, "I am the director of the Six Eye Corporation. My name is Asmodeus." Following that, he smiled lightly while Subaru's power was being released. Or, as it's also called, the Executioner. Asmodeus was suddenly stunned by the sight before him. Immediately after, he clapped his hands and cheered, exclaiming, "That's amazing." Asmodeus acted as if he were very innocent, shaking his head. "In just a short moment, you've prepared for a battle against an enemy like me. In just 2 months, you, Erika, have become a brave warrior. No wonder my clients have their eyes on you." Subaru, who hadn't understood a thing from the beginning, gritted his teeth and angrily scolded, "What the hell are you babbling about?" He continued to play the innocent act. "I didn't. Sorry if I've annoyed you." Like a true White Lotus, Asmodeus kept apologizing. "But I sincerely apologize. Fighting is just a useless endeavor anyway." He still used a gentle tone to clarify. "The person in front of you now is just a separated soul, not the main body. So don't even think about fighting." Subaru was uncontrollably angry. Separated soul? Did this guy create a sub-body? By taking a small part of the soul from the main body? You said it's a corporation, right? You want war, don't you? Immediately, Asmodeus put his hand out to stop him. "That's wrong." He switched to a serious, threatening tone. "One of our corporation's principles, we have decided that the most effective way is to let you know in advance. Sorry for notifying you in an impolite way." This way of speaking made him extremely uncomfortable. What the hell was this guy rambling about? Asmodeus was still smiling. "Of course, the target this time isn't just you." Images of Subaru's comrades appeared with his emphasis. "My employees will visit each and every one of your comrades." Subaru urgently tried to contact each person in his mind. Shikishima, Amamiya, Karen, Jingha, Narus. Extremely sharp, Asmodeus quickly discovered it, startling Subaru. "Do you have telepathy too?" He apologized again, even though it didn't seem like it at all. "Sorry, but we've blocked that ability." Subaru angrily raised his voice to question. "Why did you?" Following that, Asmodeus mused, looking mysterious. "That's a secret of our corporation." His condescending attitude also caused Subaru's anger to boil. This guy. While observing him, he wondered who on earth he was. This was the first time Subaru had met an enemy like this. It was still hard to believe, he mused. Not only did he have strength, but he also forced Subaru to follow his pace. Immediately after, Asmodeus checked his watch and announced, "It seems like it's almost time." Returning to Subaru's house, Kotetsu continued her words from earlier. "I don't know." Glancing at Endager, he continued, "How do you count on Subaru?" Lian was no exception. Observing Kotetsu in return, he continued to monologue. But we should also know that Kotetsu's eyes looked as if they had seen through the world, making a remark. This world is hell. Suddenly, a red glow swallowed the sky. It was red lightning crashing down, leaving him stunned. He jumped and hurriedly turned around to assess the situation. Both Ender and Lien stared blankly at what was happening outside. Amidst her confusion, Kotetsu remained calm, as if she had already anticipated something at the cafe. The situation grew increasingly tense, as lightning of various colors kept appearing outside. Asmodeus remained unbothered, smiling lightly and tapping the table, while Subaru watched him, both anxious and furious. Kotetsu sat on the sofa, carefully considering the situation. She thought to herself that a gate is just a tear in the world, and what fills that tear is a substitute administrator for those rifts. Kotetsu frowned, thinking that everyone must feel the existence of those rift administrators. Ender closed his eyes, lost in thought. Kotetsu continued to contemplate solemnly. In the heavens, flashes of lightning appeared continuously in the cursed world. He explained in a low voice, "There is no escape. Even if you shift the scene to another place, the lightning flashed incessantly." Asmodeus and Subaru were at a cafe, discussing. Asmodeus said, "Lord Subaru." In that case, Subaru looked surprised, staring blankly. Asmodeus pointed to a file on the table, smiling as he said to him, "Please, look here." Asmodeus looked up at Subaru with an unreadable expression. He gritted his teeth, his eyes full of resentment. In the city's high-rises, lightning bolts of many different colors struck one after another. That day, the whole world faced a rift leading to another dimension, the Blood God, the Savior, the 8 great calamities, the final calamity, and the 6th Eye Company's final battle. Subaru gritted his teeth, holding the documents. Asmodeus said, "The contents of this file are information about Akari Tuharu's desperate plan." Subaru's brow furrowed tightly. The more Subaru read, the more his face twisted in anger. Asmodeus sat in his chair, looking up at Subaru, and invited him to sit. Asmodeus squinted and continued, "This is the time when subordinates like us must explain things to each other, because I want everyone, including Akari, to feel despair." Shifting the scene to Hitachi City, Ibaraki Prefecture. The girl closed her eyes and said, "The plan is divided into 3 stages. First, she was an employee of the 6th Eye Company. 6th Eye employee Floros stood before a loud noise. In front of Floros, Tsunemori Jinga didn't care, focusing on his training. Floros let out a helpless laugh and lamented, "So cold." Tsunemori Jinga gritted his teeth, his eyes narrowing, not a scratch left on him. A terrifying scene from the future approached. Jinga continued to ignore her. She said, "I will continue to explain. The first stage is obvious. The administrator will create a rift. This world will be rewritten into a hellish landscape, so terrible that no era in history can compare." Jinga gritted his teeth, looking at Floros without saying a word. Floros put her hands on her hips and continued, "You're stubbornly annoying." Floros continued to explain, "We, the 6th Eye Company, are the executors. We are the elite among the elite. Every member possesses strength more than 10 times greater than what you've seen in other worlds. People like you shouldn't even dream of leaving a single scratch." Floros narrowed her eyes. "May I continue explaining?" Tsunemori Jinga looked down, slightly shaken. The scene shifted to a bridge over a large river. Painful memories flooded back. The monster appeared on a rainy day. Tsunemori Jinga's family was together, eating happily. Outside the window, the rain poured down. The monster lowered a hand toward the house, crushing it. Tsunemori Jinga stood alone amidst the chaos. The house had completely collapsed, and he was the only survivor. On the altar were Jin's parents. Beside them were his relatives. All of Tsunemori Jinga's loved ones were gone in an instant. Recalling those memories, Tsunemori Jinga's chest tightened. He wept in pain, his hands clutching his heart, his face covered in sweat as he frowned. Floros said, "Are you okay, Tsunemori Jinga?" Jinga looked at her, then closed his eyes tightly to steady his emotions. Tsunemori Jinga clenched his fists. I have decided not to believe in anything anymore." Remembering the happy memories with his family, Tsunemori Jinga felt pain. Those peaceful days he thought were his forever were stolen without mercy. Floros's face darkened, and she gave a dangerous smile. "I consider that a good response. It's good that you feel despair." Jinga bowed his head, sweat pouring down his face. "No, I am not in despair." Floros looked at Jinga, confused. He continued, "I already told you. I don't believe what you say." Jinga lifted his head, his face wet with tears, gritting his teeth. "After relying on Subaru, I swore that this time, I would protect everything. I don't care how strong you are, or what your plans are." Floros didn't speak, haughtily holding her head high. Elsewhere, in Serbia, A man was trying to persuade Akira. "How are you, Naruto?" he said happily. "The sky is beautiful, isn't it?" This man was a Sixth Eye employee, Befrons. Befrons spread his arms, his smile stiffening after Akira coldly turned his head, ignoring him. Akira carried a bouquet of white chrysanthemums and replied, "Disgusting." He bowed his head and clutched his hat. "It seems our tastes aren't the same." The flowers in his hand tightened. Akira replied, "I never intended to talk to the enemy. Today, I only brought flowers." Colorful bolts of lightning struck. Akira's face darkened, pointing at Befrons. Behind him, looking toward Akira, Akira's golden eyes glowed, and he said calmly, "I will send you back to where you belong." Scene shift to Renji's apartment. Carrion held a stack of documents in her hand. Beside her were Amamiya and another person standing before them. The proposal made him fall into despair. Carrion gritted her teeth, even deciding on a deadline. "What are you people thinking?" The one who came to persuade them was Joko, a new Sixth Eye employee, Croaky. Carrion smiled and held up the documents. Amamiya said, "Of course not." She was surprised, her mouth agape. "Why?" Amamiya continued. "You know nothing about what Tommy has been through." Croaky continued to try. "This time, they won't." Carrion stuck out her tongue to provoke Croaky. "Say whatever you want. The more you underestimate us, the more it will hurt when you fall." She darkened and frowned, suppressing her anger. Carrion continued cheerfully. "Trying to eat us alive, huh? Shouldn't you follow the plan? Don't go against your superiors." Croaky shouted in anger. Carrion suddenly became serious, her eyes sharp as she looked at Croaky. "I will crush your plan." Images of Renji and Amamiyaka flashed in Carrion's mind. At that moment, she asked, "Not everyone is the same, right?" Renji and Amamiyaka were firm. Of course. Scene shift to the Player Alliance's temporary headquarters. Another person was holding a stack of documents and began to read. "The first stage is the rift. In the second stage, we will kill all his subordinates, comrades, family, and friends. Finally, I will torture them for a long time before killing them in front of Subaru." Shikishima looked down at the documents in his hand. The person sitting behind him replied, "That's right, Violet," she said. "We have over 1,000 years of experience and achievements. Our unique methods will bring unavoidable despair. You must have witnessed it in other worlds." Shikishima, confused, gritted his teeth. She continued excitedly, "Isn't that your sister? That weak girl weak." Shikishima looked out the window, clutching the documents and saying, "Shut up." Shikishima continued, "When I received the apocalypse prophecy, I had the same feeling." Violet gave a creepy smile. Shikishima smiled. "It's joy." Violet narrowed her eyes. Shikishima continued, "This time, we can start from ourselves, together with Toru." Shikishima gave a savage smile. "Not one more time. I won't let him fight alone." Scene shift. Subaru slammed his hand on the table. "My subordinates." Asmodeus's glasses gleamed. Subaru said, "You blocked the telepathy." Asmodeus maintained a professional smile. Subaru was angry. "You think isolating me will make me despair?" Subaru remembered all his comrades. He was determined. "My subordinates, you underestimated them." Asmodeus thought to himself that he really thought he had him cornered this time. Asmodeus said to Subaru, "In other words, that's their responsibility, right?" He radiated strong energy. Asmodeus smiled. "I cannot trust a leader who cannot protect his subordinates." Subaru replied seriously, "Subordinates are my comrades." One of them had said that person was the Demon Emperor. At that moment, he had grabbed Subaru's shoulder firmly. "We aren't here to be pitied or coddled. Just trust and lean on us," they had said. Energy began to radiate beneath Subaru's feet. "So I trust them, and I only need to do one thing." Subaru became even more powerful. Asmodeus looked up at Subaru, then calmly gave an unreadable smile. Subaru transformed into a different, more powerful version. "Even if you're just a substitute, don't you dare leave." Subaru darkened, his red pupils glowing brightly. "I will defeat you here, Asmodeus." Asmodeus remained calm. "My assessment of you has increased by a level." Asmodeus smiled happily, his eyes crinkling. "You are truly an interesting person." Scene shift to the Blood Soul Amamiya. Sibiu sat on a red chair, looking toward Vanquis. "Father," Vanquis replied, "it seems they have arrived." In front of them, a beam of red light gradually appeared. The door leading to this dimension gradually manifested. Behind the door, hidden colossal power was gradually pushing the door open. A source of crimson energy behind it erupted powerfully. Behind that, Subaru grabbed Asmodeus by the throat. He dashed forward at extreme speed. Asmodeus didn't look afraid. He laughed loudly. "How fun." The white sand was stained with a patch of bright red. Subaru and Asmodeus stood far apart. Asmodeus said happily, I thought you would fight in the human world. I didn't expect you to have the key to the throne. Subaru lifted his face. Right here. Will not affect the human realm. Asmodeus continued. A dimensional space created by Chutrio, how fascinating. No wonder the operator couldn't find it. Subaru's entire body released an uncontrollable surge of energy. Asmodeus stood amidst the white sand with arms spread wide, but he thought, will this really be okay? The clone and the main body sharing sensations. He continued, the operator will track and infiltrate this place. Sharp spikes pierced directly through Asmodeus's hands and feet. Another voice rang out. No need to worry, Executor. Another spike pointed straight at Asmodeus's back. He collapsed as the spike pierced directly through his body. Long, sharp nails gripped Asmodeus's shoulders. Vanquis let out a chilling laugh. Asmodeus glanced at Vanquis and said, just relax and enjoy the show. Asmodeus asked. You're Chutrio, aren't you? Vanquis said nothing, his smile growing even more twisted. Asmodeus looked at Vanquis and said, I wonder, between us, my main body and you, who is stronger? Vanquis gritted his teeth. I don't have time for this, sorry, but I'm not planning on fighting you. Vanquis pointed at Subaru, who was standing on the other side, and continued. Whether your main body comes or not, that kid, Toharu, will defeat you. Asmodeus's eyes widened, but he kept smiling. How worth looking forward to, he said. Next time, I'll invite everyone to my throne. Vanquis replied coldly. That isn't part of my plan. Vanquis threw a punch, and Asmodeus's body shattered into 100 pieces. The one who returned from the sea, Asmodeus's face cracked, splitting into small fragments, but his lips remained curled in a wicked smirk. After finishing him off, Vanquis fell silent. Subaru watched them, looking serious. The scene shifted to another dimension, to Asmodeus's throne room. At the headquarters of the Segan Corporation, a roar of excited laughter echoed. Mastema stood with her hands on her hips, wondering, What is it, Chairman? Asmodeus replied, My clone was just taken down, but it doesn't matter. Mastema said nothing. She was the vice chairman of the Segan Corporation. Mastema checked the operator satisfaction rating ranked first for 5 consecutive years. Beside Mastema was Billet, also a vice chairman of the Segan Corporation. Billet X, 925 points. First-class icon, Asmodeus said, crossing his legs leisurely. I've discovered Chutrio's hideout. Asmodeus looked up. This is the information our clients need most. Asmodeus's true identity was the chairman of the Segan Corporation. Asmodeus showed his driver's license. Mastema and Billet looked at Asmodeus, feeling bewildered. The situation might be more complicated than expected. You two might have to step out. Asmodeus waved them away, signaling them to retreat. I have to announce this immediately, Mastema said helplessly. He's always so restless. Billet was also speechless. The scene shifted. Subaru stood silently, expressionless. Vanquis said, So, I've been observing the situation from the throne. Vanquis looked at Subaru and continued. So, the mysterious executor alias has been a corporation all along, Subaru replied. We need a plan, right? Vanquis answered. That's not. Before Vanquis could finish, a large shadow appeared behind them. Voldemort and Ruin approached. Subaru looked at them, surprised, and shouted, The 3 kings! Cebu has arrived too? Subaru couldn't hide his shock. And Sibylla? Why are you all here? On the side, Terra and her people waved. We're here too, Subaru said. Terra and everyone else? Safina said, We've discussed this issue. If rifts like these appear, it affects our goal of deleting the portals. Safina's eyes were cold as she looked straight ahead. The expansion agreement is complete, Safina continued. Now we just need your input, Subaru. Subaru blinked, repeating, Me? Ruin interrupted from a distance. Sorry, but let me speak first. Ruin raised his hand. Subaru-kun, I. Ruin hung his head, his expression dark. I won't be your subordinate anymore. Subaru was stunned, not understanding what was happening, then suddenly shouted, Huh. The scene shifted to the human realm. Time rifts were flickering constantly. A car sped down the road as the sound of AI echoed from a high-rise building. So, it's like this? Shikishima looked at the screen seriously. In the battle against the Segan Corporation, Chutrio and his associates won't join the fray. Subaru replied, That's right. Vanquis went to the operator. It seems to be related to a certain cycle. He recalled that moment when Vanquis stood with his arms crossed, talking about the manager's eye. That guy's location is currently very close to the other world. Vanquis continued. Just like how planets orbit their trajectory, Subaru said helplessly. How do you know so much about the human realm? Vanquis continued. And if we miss this chance, it will take us years to meet him again. Vanquist pointed at Subaru and continued, I'm going. It seems I won't be back while the Segan Corporation's project is underway. You'll all have to handle the Segan Corporation yourselves. Vanquist trusted Subaru. Hearing this, Subaru immediately frowned. Back to the present. Tsunemori Jinga said, facing an enemy 10 times stronger than the underworld. We're all we've got. The phone screen displayed a conference call from the King Group. Shikishima said, the plan is expected to start next year. According to the proposal, it's 11. Shikishima smiled through his glasses. That sounds impossible, doesn't it? Subaru sat on the bed, cautiously considering. At that moment, Kotetsu approached. Not necessarily impossible. Kotetsu pointed to the scene outside, where time rifts were constantly flickering. Make use of those rifts. Shikishima said, Hyodo. What exactly do you mean? Subaru said seriously. Besides, after Kotetsu leaves, Subaru, the other world will lend us their power. The scene shifted. Kinokawa lowered her eyes, her face expressionless. Kinokawa slowly walked down the road. It seemed as if something had appeared. She stopped, widening her eyes. A golden door gradually appeared. Kinokawa stood frozen, staring at the door. She gasped. Lakna? Langa is the guardian of Sakura. Kinokawa watched Lakna. The door opened, and from inside, a voice rang out. It's a pleasure to meet you, avatar of my warrior. Kinokawa grimaced, confused. A breeze blew from inside, tossing her hair. A girl introduced herself as she stepped out. I am Safina of the Golden Land. Kinokawa went from one surprise to another, looking blankly at Safina. She continued, Sakura Kinokawa, annul your contract with the knight and become my avatar. Siki was shocked to hear this. He asked, accepting it? Kinokawa? Subaru replied, that's right. Before tonight, the 3 inventors are fixing the doors, Subaru shared. Currently, they are making adjustments to make it possible. Terra and the others are in charge of replacing the doors. Looking at the news on the TV, Subaru suggested, let's continue after the negotiations. Just then, Lion, Kotetsu, and Endager walked behind Subaru. He said, we're going to head outside. Shikishima held his head and sighed. He said, I'm not worried about that. But, at that moment, the news anchor reported on the TV. Yesterday at noon, around 12 o'clock, a massive rift appeared in the sky all over the world. On the TV were images of colorful rifts in the sky. The MC said, the connection between the portals and the Heavenly Palace has yet to be clarified. They interviewed some civilians. How do you feel about the rifts? An elderly woman replied with visible anxiety on her face. They are terrifying. I can't stop imagining monsters pouring out, just like the portals did. An old man said, no one knows what's going to happen. The heavens are unpredictable. If the countdown ends, well, the youth seem to have different thoughts. A young man laughed. It'll probably be fine. It's not my problem anyway. Another old man was terrified. This is God's punishment. The TV continued to report on a press conference. The chairman of the American Players Union criticized, this is the result of the actions taken by the Japanese Union. The TV cut to the Japanese Union building. Also yesterday, the Japanese Union was expected to release an announcement regarding the rifts. Andocker commented, the rifts are random in appearance as well as the timing of when they open in this world. One rift opens, leading to other rifts opening within the same week. She worried about the danger of monsters jumping out of the rifts. Sometimes we can enter, but sometimes the rifts come from another place, with the risk of being ambushed from elsewhere. She thought about the case of monsters raiding this world, casualties are unavoidable. But with as many rifts as the TV reports, then, Endapter looks a bit concerned though, since there has never been such a massive amount of rifts appearing at once. Amamiya asks, then, what is the enemy's combat strength? Endapter calmly replies, it's very diverse. As mentioned, Endapter is the most knowledgeable and experienced person here. Everyone listens intently to her, as she is the one who has ventured into the gates. I can confirm their strength is no lower than level 4. Jinga is worried that the enemies are above level 4. Akira is also uneasy, thinking, they could suddenly appear inside the city. Endapter glances at Kotetsu and adds more information. If we're unlucky, enemies on the level of Hirodu or worse might attack. Akira panics. What? The otherworld conquerors? He contemplates. In a way, those gates were protecting this world. Hearing this, Jinga looks a bit uncomfortable, his face darkening, not sure if it's because he dislikes that way of speaking or if he's worried about the gates. Akira continues, but how are we supposed to fight them? Someone speaks up, offering a harsh opinion, but it's the truth. I don't think we can stop them completely. There are just too many. Outside, the sky is crisscrossed with cracks of all sizes. Some say humanity needs to rethink its approach. Subaru stands silently, watching everyone deliberate. He contemplates the situation. Cracks have appeared instead of gates. This is much more brutal than we imagined. Hearing movement behind him, Subaru glances at Shikishima, who is pulling at his hair. Why has it come to this? Shikishima frowns, gritting his teeth. Did we make a mistake? Suddenly, a staff member rushes in, opening the door. Excuse me. Amamiya turns to look at him and asks, Is it time already? The staff member, looking anxious, announces, We need to get to the press conference. The reporters are making the situation worse. Outside, a reporter screams, Explain yourself. Come out here. Isn't this your job? Many other reporters join in. You're only making things worse. What will happen to the safety of the citizens? Multiple criticisms and probing questions make the staff member buckle under the pressure. He laments, I can't take it anymore. Akira is uneasy. Wait, Mata speaks up. If the gates disappear, no one can predict what will happen next, including those from the other world. He analyzes, the existence of another world is something fresh, right? It's natural that people from this world want to erase the gates. Carry-On looks sincerely at Akira and Subaru. You guys, she says, earnestly comforting them. You didn't do anything wrong. Akira looks at Carry-On in surprise. Jinga remains silent. Kotetsu doesn't seem to agree with Carry-On's words. He retorts, What kind of comfort is this? He states bluntly, The truth is that our actions led to this situation. Carry-On gives Kotetsu a frustrated glare. Kotetsu just grunts and leaves it at that. Carry-On looks around and sees that someone has already taken action. Seeing Shikishima stand up, everyone is surprised. Kotetsu comments, Looks like he's ready to accept it. Jinga calls out, Shikishima-san. Subaru speaks up, volunteering, Let me go. But Akira stops him, gritting his teeth. Don't go. You can't. He knows better than anyone. Subaru, I understand. He is tense but determined. In this situation, I can handle it best because I understand them. It'll be fine. We've all seen the new future. The results are clear. Thinking about the group of reporters still waiting outside, Akira says, The criticism won't change. Then he smiles, encouraging himself, But I will try my best to overcome it. Shikishima doesn't share this with anyone else, but he also carries a psychological burden. Others will have to endure it during the press conference, especially Narus and Tokomori, who are already traumatized. Akira stares blankly at Shikishima, volunteering to deal with the press. Although anxious and afraid, Akira still secretly encourages himself. This is the best way to confront the Six Eyes group in the best condition. Subaru frowns, looking annoyed. He thinks to himself, then walks behind Shikishima. But even so, you're alone, Shikishima yells back, frustrated. It's fine. Just stay there. Suddenly, a gentle voice rings out. You too, Shikishima. Both Subaru and Shikishima are stunned. The person appearing behind the door is a lady in a magnificent, elegant outfit. She says, Children should step aside. Then she gives a charming smile. Everyone's jaws drop in surprise. Shikishima goes from shocked to frantic. Director Hirasaki, what are you doing here? Subaru is equally surprised. Everyone is confused, waiting for an answer from Director Hirasaki. She doesn't answer but asks back, Why? Isn't it obvious? Director Hirasaki smiles gently. I'm the adult here. Shikishima can't believe his ears. What? The staff member urges. Hurry, quickly. Director Hirasaki turns and shouts, How annoying. La Polo. What is it? She points to Shikishima's group. You guys keep figuring out how to deal with the rifts. Shikishima panics and yells, Wait, are you planning to go alone? I'm here to become strong and relentless. Director Hirasaki replies nonchalantly, And I'm here because someone asked me to. Someone has to take responsibility for this, and that person should be an adult. At the same time, she thinks to herself, That's how it is, because my son wants it that way. Then she gives instructions. Remember, Director Hirasaki turns her back and leaves to deal with the reporters, leaving a final word for everyone in the room. You still have the adults on your side. They will take responsibility. Jinga feels grateful, calling out softly, Director Hirasaki. Shikishima isn't good at managing his emotions. He is annoyed and raises his voice, just showing up and showing off. Then he looks down at his hand, soaked with sweat and shaking like a leaf. He can't help but feel secretly grateful. But honestly, you just saved me, Hirasaki. The watch on her wrist suddenly glows. Someone thinks, looks like the prophecy is being interrupted. In the past, Kamina tried to predict the future and was bewildered. Why? Why can't the power reach it? Instead of solving the situation, it's the opposite, as if it's being cut off. Sybil once explained this. The person who receives the power in the most beneficial way for the future is the one who sees the prophecy destroyed. At that moment, what Kamina saw was the light of the apocalypse, and he collapsed. Why? Why can't I see victory in the future? Sybil saw something in the future. She mutters, incompetent, and steps out of Subaru's future. Looking at the light on the watch, Subaru is surprised. There is a conflict, a collision. He thinks to himself, could there be someone besides me who can see the future? At the same time, on the live broadcast screen outside the large building, Director Hirosaki appears on the screen. She isn't afraid of the cameras and fluently answers the reporter's questions. Standing and watching the woman on the screen, Julie exclaims, Mother. After the press conference, Director Hirosaki bows to everyone. Silver-ranked player, Hirosaki Hizaki Ryuji. Standing on the street watching the news on a public screen, he mutters to himself, just like you said yesterday, Mom, did you do it? The person walking with Julie is the one who used to bully Subaru, bronze-ranked Itoshima Izuki. He is shocked, his mouth agape. Director Hirosaki is Hizaki Ryuji's mother? Julie watches the news but doesn't pay attention to the content. In his head are rambling thoughts. So, the kid with the glasses was saved. Huh. Risking his life to leave a scar on his soul, it has nothing to do with those who left the scars. Itoshima sees Julie as unfocused and asks, Are you listening? That's your mother. Julie sighs and replies rudely, Not listening. Don't talk to me. Shut up, you ugly jerk. Itoshima is confused. Still the same, you're so rude. Julie glares away and contemplates. The real problem is, he looks up at the cracks in the sky, telling himself, when and what will appear when the crack opens. At this moment, a little girl quietly walks up to Julie. The girl speaks up. Perhaps I understand. Suddenly hearing someone say something out of the blue beside him, Julie is extremely annoyed and looks over. Ah, the girl explains. Energy flaring around her. The girl says with an innocent face. Perhaps I know when the crack opens. Beneath her feet, glowing lines appear. That must be how she activates the supreme scripture skill. Julie doesn't seem to like predictions about the future. He frowns and asks again. Another prediction. Huh? Kana, the girl who just made the prediction, is Kana Sato, Kengo Sato's younger sister. In the hospital, there is an anxious call. A nurse is frantically chasing a little girl with a bun hairstyle like Neja's. Where are you going? The nurse is worried about her patient. Your wounds haven't healed yet. The girl stops and replies, That's true, but perhaps they will heal soon. The nurse still tries to advise her. Wait. The girl hesitates, and she runs out of the hospital. This is Himeno, Mario, Himeno's sister, Himeno. The girl holds a miniature globe and says things the nurse doesn't understand. From now on, my power will be necessary, she mutters. Perhaps so. On the globe she is holding, Subaru's location is displayed. Subaru shifts the scene to the Alliance's temporary headquarters. The player in the lounge, Julie points to Kana, who is sitting quietly beside him, saying, So, this girl can determine the opening order of the cracks. Let's make use of her. Shikishima and Subaru stare with mouths agape, confused. Kana casts her innocent eyes at Shikishima and Subaru. Shikishima slams the table and stands up straight. Wait, what did you say, Hirosaki? After that, Shikishima immediately becomes serious, his eyes judging Julie. First of all, how did you know? Julie squints, not answering. Images of Kana and her brother talking together when saved by Subaru. And also when Kana is alone holding her brother's memorial portrait. At this moment, Kana narrows her eyes. She says, Kana Subaru looks at the blue-haired boy sitting next to Kana. And Itoshima. Itoshima happily waves. Glad you still remember. Kana clasps her hands on her lap. It's been a while, hasn't it, Subaru? Julie wraps his arm around Kana. Julie grinds his teeth. I'll skip the cumbersome details. Basically, Kana has a precognition skill that can determine the order in which dungeons open. Julie continues. If we know which dungeon opens first, we can come up with countermeasures for it. Julie says humorously, I really don't care. It's really annoying. Julie scratches his head and continues. But Kana. Kana sat there with an incredibly serious expression, clearly not wanting the city to be destroyed. Subaru spoke up, his intuition recalling the previous battle. He wondered if yesterday's fight was due to Kana's skill and if it involved him. Kana hung her head, remembering the image of the ferocious monster that had rushed at them about 3 weeks ago. During the villain faction incident, the house where my younger brother and I lived was destroyed, she said. Kana fell to the ground. Itoshima stood in front of Kana to shield her. A green leaf appeared right above the monster, attacking it and successfully destroying it. Itoshima backed away in fear, and Kana looked up at the sky. At that moment, Julie appeared before them like a god. Professor Hizaki Ryuji saved me, Kana said. She stared blankly at Julie. From Kana's perspective, Julie suddenly looked strangely cool. She continued, I'm currently staying with Itoshima. Subaru freaked out and shouted, Is that so? The professor then told them about the portal at the boarding house I rented. A blue portal suddenly appeared. Kana sat up straight, looking at the door. Subaru said, Blue. Images of Kamina appeared. As for the name of the lamb, Kana said, That is Kamina, the true king. Subaru and Shikishima were shocked at its name. It continued to stand in front of Kana. Kamina said, My incantation, while it doesn't see as far as the Northern Light King, is perfect for scouting details about the near future. Kana continued, It's perfect for determining the order in which dungeons open. Subaru was so surprised he was left speechless. He turned to Shikishima. If that was the case, Shikishima immediately brushed it off. No, Shikishima said, resting his chin on his hand in thought. It's a good idea, but to completely avoid damage, Julie asked angrily. What exactly is the problem? Shikishima continued. There are 10,000 dungeons, not just in Tokyo, but all over the world. It's very difficult to completely stop them. Before Shikishima could finish, Kana interrupted. It'll be fine. Subaru and Shikishima stared blankly as Kana held out her phone screen and continued. I received a message that she's coming soon. Just as she finished speaking, someone actually walked in from outside. Mario said, Forgive me. Subaru and Shikishima looked at Mario with apprehension. Mario panted. Hello. Seeing Mario, Kana was instantly overjoyed. Who is it? Reno, sit down, Mario said happily. Kana, there you are. Itoshima obediently gave up his seat. Reno, I'll stand, sit down. Kana and Mario happily held hands, while Julie stood by, feeling helpless. Mario looked at Shikishima and Subaru and said, Nice to meet you. I'm Reno Chino. I just became a player 3 weeks ago. Subaru went from one surprise to another. Huh? You too? Mario said. The master is the Mirror King, Ryuto. My skill can observe the movement of souls in that world. I am the sole observer. From Mario's hand, a globe appeared and rotated, showing cracks in time. Looking at a specific point, Mario said, This is a label attached to a particularly large and dangerous dungeon. Mario continued. Observing the dungeon is essentially observing soul energy, so I can judge which one is about to activate. Shikishima, Ryu, and Subaru were traumatized. Shikishima Ryu shouted, Really? Kana continued to explain that Kamina and Ryuto seemed quite close in the other world. Shikishima agreed. They are comrades after all. Mario raised 2 fingers happily and said, So, we linked our avatars together to determine the other person's connection. Shikishima gritted his teeth. You two are talented. Mario continued to explain. I will tag the dungeons that seem about to activate. Kana followed up. I will determine the order in which they open. The 2 of them touched hands, and the globe was also linked. Mario said, Combined, we can continuously monitor every dungeon in the world. Subaru was incredibly surprised. Shikishima clasped his hands and gritted his teeth. Approved. Definitely approved. Subaru's jaw dropped. At this moment, Mario said, In return, I have a request. Shikishima switched to a curious state and looked at Mario. Mario had one side of her face covered. Kana, Reno. She carries a scar on her face caused by a skill, Kana continued, and she wants to heal it immediately. Shikishima unleashed his ability. Maria, Shikishima smirked. Aza. Mario and Kana stared with wide eyes. Shikishima delivered the final blow. Fire magic. Soha. A source of energy released from one side of Mario's face. Mario lost her composure and jumped up, frantically tearing off her head bandage. No, it can't be. It can't be. Kana screamed, Reno. Kana was startled and gasped. One side of Mario's face had been healed, and there was no scar left. Julie stood on the side, quiet. Mario held a mirror to check her face. Amazing. Really? It's completely recovered. Kana cried happy tears. Reno, that's great. You can be a model again. Mario shed tears of emotion. Thank you, Kana. Kana stopped crying, though 2 tears still lingered at the corners of her eyes. She suppressed her emotions and said, I remember the past. That time Mario was attacked by her own sister, Himeno, which left a large wound on her face. Finally, in the present, Mario bowed her head and covered her face. I will save her. Mario gritted her teeth, tears streaming down from between her fingers. Mario hadn't stopped crying. Seeing such a scene, Kana also had 2 streams of tears flowing continuously down her face. Beside them, Subaru and Shikishima had turned into different versions of themselves. In front of them, Kana and Mario hugged each other tightly, crying non-stop. Julie and Itoshima couldn't hold back their tears either. All of these events took place at the temporary headquarters of the Player Alliance. Cut to 3 days later, December 12th, Minato Ward, Roppongi, Tokyo. Shikishima looked up high. This was a large time crack that opened as if it were swallowing a high-rise building, the dungeon that those two had opened. Akira exclaimed, "So big!" Shikishima replied, "According to the information, it's the type that will invade from our side. I wonder if it's close to the portal." Shikishima turned his head to call Kotetsu Hyodo. "Are you going to use your dungeon to confront the executor?" Kotetsu clasped his hands. Shikishima continued, "I'll let you prove it." Kotetsu said seriously, "Everything will begin once we step inside. If you guys are careless enough to leave your lives there, don't come crying to me." Shikishima gritted his teeth. "Weren't those Secretary Ando's last words?" Subaru replied, "As expected." Tsunemori, Jingakinokawa, and Mei were all present. They were the avatars of the three kings. Subaru continued, "At the Obsidian Amamiya, I have a meeting with the three kings." Subaru explained, "Amamiyaka and Renji will continue to train. Carrion and Kaza will each go to the other world to gain power." Shikishima gasped. The four of them, including Subaru, Akira, Shikishima, and Kotetsu, were all ready. Shikishima said, "All right, this time we're going with this squad. This is the first battle. The deadline until the Blue Eye Corporation's invasion is a mere 31 days. Kotetsu led the way into the purple zone. He said, "Let's go. The first mission is to enter the water rift." Kotetsu lifted his foot and stepped through the barrier. He didn't forget to remind them, "I haven't heard everyone speak yet. Report back when you have enough information." As he was about to step out of the purple zone, Kotetsu said lightly, "This is just the beginning." His eyes were cold, and it was unclear what he was thinking. Suddenly, Shikishima panicked. He gritted his teeth tightly. Akira was also surprised. Subaru also realized something was strange, and as if to confirm it, Kotetsu stood in midair, hands in his coat pockets, and said in a light tone, "There is no ground." As soon as he finished speaking, the desperate screams of Shiki, Akira, and Subaru rang out to the heavens. They were in a state of freefall. Only Kotetsu remained calm, as if he had seen everything life had to offer. He fell while evaluating. This time, the air conditions seemed similar again. The rookie Akira naively asked, "Can we choose another one?" Shikishima shouted, "Follow." "What's different?" Kotetsu, neither fast nor slow, instructed, "Try thinking about invading another planet. Usually, the air there isn't suitable for us." Akira, naive, hadn't digested these words yet. Shikishima quickly replied, "It seems we need to control the air." Kotetsu was extremely satisfied with this answer. He said, "Correct. Another way of saying it in manga style. This is why I have to cherish my life while carrying out my unfinished mission. I have to develop my skills. Also, I can clear the obstacles in my path." He coldly declared, "The body will die eventually." Subaru had been silent until now. Hearing this, he called out, "Hyodo, you were stunned. Before your eyes now was a vast, deep blue ocean. It seemed like something in the heart of the ocean was moving. The sea surface was stirred by it, creating waves. The whole group was floating in midair, looking at the sea. Someone cried out in shock, "Ah!" The monsters are crowding and rising out of the water, all kinds of species and shapes. They are aiming for Subaru's group. Amidst the growls of the monsters, there was the panicked scream of someone. "Monster! The purple monster!" It opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp, ugly teeth. It was ready to swallow everyone into its belly. This was the moment. Subaru raised his hand, his eyes turning their characteristic rainbow color. The control machine's light darkened. Behind him, rotating totems appeared, the Temple of God. Shikishima reached out and shot forward. The fifth skill. Akira simultaneously summoned the golden arm. Fifth skill. Deviation. The monsters were beaten up, unable to recover. Subaru, Shikishima, and even Akira were still floating in the sky when a voice suddenly rang out, attracting their attention. "Move aside." Subaru looked in the direction the golden light was coming from and suddenly understood. High above, around his body, Kotetsu was a giant, blazing fire. Louis appeared, floating around Kana. She immediately drew her sword from its scabbard. She unleashed a slash that tore through space, utilizing it as a long-range attack. The monster gritted its teeth and cursed, "Damn it." It had been slashed to pieces by Louis, its body left with no intact parts. In the moment its life was cut off, only one thought remained in its mind. "I can't win." Ending the battle, Subaru's group decided to hitch a ride on the whale's back to head to shore. Everyone had relaxed their spirits. Shikishima sat cross-legged near the tail of the fish, while Akira stood in the middle. Subaru sat down and soaked his feet in the sea. Kotetsu, standing at the bow, spoke calmly, "Just as I thought. We're invading another world. If the administrator is to be believed, some worlds are capable of sustaining life, some have over 10 billion people, but then there are others." Kotetsu speculated that this one seemed like a primitive world, though he couldn't be sure. Akira wondered, in that case, wouldn't it be easier to conquer if there were no humans or players? Kotetsu immediately replied, "Perhaps." He looked up at the sky and said, "A vast world doesn't necessarily need humans." Subaru and Akira followed his gaze toward the sky. Out of nowhere, a giant dragon appeared. They only heard Kotetsu continue slowly. "The monster rank here is abnormally high." He kept his eyes on the dragon while educating them. They can keep fighting even when severely wounded. The dragon suddenly widened its eyes. Shikishima looked at it nervously, saying, "This thing." Kotetsu's gaze sharpened. He hesitated for a moment before speaking. The dragon fully revealed its body. It was dark purple, with striking golden patterns running from its chest to its tail. Kotetsu declared, "This is a boss class, Thunder Dragon Uranus." As if to prove his point, the dragon opened its mouth, revealing rows of sharp teeth. The Uranus Lightning Dragon, level 239, gathered its energy. Sensing it had enough, it unleashed a blast towards Subaru's team. The energy was purple, just like its body. Everything exploded in an instant. Water splashed everywhere and smoke filled the air. Shikishima had taken the hit. He covered his bleeding wound with his hand. Subaru was forced to one knee by the sheer power of the blast, frowning in shock. Subaru looked at the giant dragon landing steadily on the water and exclaimed, "So strong." Even Kotetsu, who had lost an arm to it, praised it. Not bad. In contrast, Akira was losing his cool. He had lost an arm and a leg, so he cursed, "What the hell is this?" A red spark appeared on his hair. Akira jumped, shouting, "Lamba, wait!" Shikishima immediately said, "Maria, switch with me." Lenda laughed wickedly, saying, "The master's word is law." Lenda had merged with Akira's body. He laughed with delight. A strong enemy. This is so fun. Suddenly, he paused. Kotetsu, who had been watching the whole time, said, "It's nothing." He glanced over, signaling, "Even if I say it, is that information even necessary, Maria?" Maria, who had just manifested, was still confused. Subaru listened silently as Kotetsu continued. "The difference between a rift and a stamp, does everyone understand? The biggest difference is that a stamp always guarantees we get an item after conquering it." Subaru then voiced his guess. "Hyodo has cornered Varden in another world." Kotetsu immediately confirmed, "That's right." He explained that items have rarity tiers. The higher the rarity, the stronger the effect. Usually, the higher the difficulty, the higher the rarity. If we wait, an opportunity to defeat that thing will appear. Subaru was astonished by his conclusion. That way, everyone can obtain special items. With a detached expression, Kotetsu hesitated for a moment, scratching his head. "Even so, this opportunity is impossible." Subaru cut him off. "It's possible." Hearing this, Kotetsu glanced at him. At this moment, everyone was standing on the water as Subaru calmly spoke. "We'll do everything we can." He looked up at the giant dragon towering before him and shouted, "Let's do this." The lightning dragon didn't know if it understood Subaru, but it opened its mouth to attack. It spread its wings, lowered its body, and unleashed a massive beam of energy in its most imposing stance. Lenda recklessly dashed toward the dragon's mouth area. Like an arrow leaving a bow, he lunged with a wild, excited expression. Lenda unleashed his attack, and the scene lit up as if it were on fire, blindingly bright. The lightning dragon was hit. Its body was now burning. Just then, Maria stepped forward. In her hand, she held a burning cigarette. That very cigarette was emitting a thick, strange smoke. The lightning dragon was surrounded by the smoke. It rasped. Too thick sweat poured down its ferocious face. Maria suddenly said, "Just an illusion, you think?" The dragon opened its mouth and roared, as if to swallow her whole. But Maria just indifferently remarked, "Too predictable." Subaru quickly drew his sword and said, "Finish it." Then, he swung his arm at the lightning dragon, causing it to wail in agony. The dragon's eyes went hazy. In its blurred vision, it saw the blade cut across its mouth. The lightning dragon stretched its long neck. The purple dragon was now charred black, looking absolutely miserable. But Kotetsu didn't show it any mercy. He grabbed his scythe and lunged forward, thinking, "The slash is still hot, and its skin is thicker than I thought. This might be troublesome." Subaru, watching from the sidelines, gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it, I have to use the blood intent. As soon as the thought emerged, rainbow-colored spots appeared around his eyes. Subaru hunched over. His face was obscured, but something seemed to explode. Blood sprayed from the direction of Subaru's face. Lenda's eyes widened in shock. Maria screamed in panic. Subaru! In midair, a giant orb of lightning appeared. The lightning dragon's eyes flashed dangerously. As expected, this energy was aimed at Subaru. The moment the lightning orb drew close, the light from it illuminated Subaru's face. One of his eyes was bleeding incessantly. A foot suddenly flashed by. It was Kotetsu. He lunged and kicked Subaru away. Subaru shouted in surprise, but Kotetsu didn't have time to explain his actions. The lightning orb had already closed in on him. Kotetsu turned his back, shielding the path of the orb with his own body. Subaru's face was covered in fresh blood. He screamed in horror. Kyoto. Kotetsu floated in the air, smoke rising from half of his body. Maria flew over and cursed. Damn it! She seemed furious, grinding her teeth. I don't like fighting in places like this. With his body burned, Kotetsu calmly replied, I see. He thought back to a similar conversation he'd had with the administrator. In this world, there was no reason to fight. The decision had already been made. Kotetsu looked pensive. He had lost an arm and a leg, but he remained as calm as if it were an ordinary day. Kotetsu sheathed the sword in his hand to pull out something else. A glass vial containing an eye-catching blue liquid. Alicia, B-rank item. Looking at the approaching dragon, Kotetsu just clicked his tongue. This item is something even I didn't have. The lightning dragon's eyes widened. Effect: Alicia. Kotetsu's expression remained indifferent. 3 seconds after using it, he spread his hand, multiplied power by 60. Skill: Thunder God. The Thunder God appeared, unleashing a strike toward the dragon. The electrical discharge shook the entire region. The dragon was incinerated, leaving only dry bones. The situation unfolded so quickly that Subaru, Maria, and Lenda were left stunned. As the smoke cleared, Kotetsu stood tall, his upper body smoking. The other hand he extended was still sparking. That is what I trust to recreate the world. Items are extremely difficult to touch, Kotetsu thought to himself. For my goal, this is fine, but there is one thing I don't understand. Subaru was able to open both eyes. The injured one was still oozing blood, but strangely, his pupils had changed color. Kotetsu spread his hand and looked at it, speaking as if questioning himself. Is this a fight, or is this a game? Toma Subaru and his team had conquered the first rift. The boss was defeated. Everyone stood watching the dry bones of the lightning dragon glowing. Subaru felt his body go light, as if lifted by something. Shikishima was also amazed. Ryo Shikishima, level 9297. He couldn't help but exclaim, so the leveling system is shared between gates and rifts? Akira asked in disbelief. It's been a long time since we leveled up, hasn't it? Following the light that was constantly radiating, Shikishima evaluated. What a huge step forward. That dragon was crazy strong. Kotetsu remained calm, his arms crossed, standing straight while waiting for the system notification. Kotetsu Hyodo, level 172173. As expected, Shikishima was incredibly astonished. He practically yelled, 173? Akira wasn't doing much better. He was so shocked his jaw dropped. You're that strong? Subaru, the good boy, slowly raised his hand to speak. Hyodo is nearly on par with me in my vampire state. Shikishima found it hard to accept, and screamed, 5 times stronger than us? At that moment, the system sound chimed. Item obtained. From within the light, 2 spherical objects intertwined appeared. Everyone gathered to observe. Akira looked up and said, it really does guarantee an item drop. Contrary to Akira, who stared with wide eyes, Kotetsu just glanced lightly and said, B rank is normal. Even at high levels, A rank items or higher won't always appear. A rank item. Subaru, Shikishima, and Akira moved closer. Shikishima was amazed and shouted, it's A rank. Akira asked, does it depend on luck or some stat? Subaru heard this and turned to look at Kotetsu, asking, anything wrong, Hyodo? The subject, Kotetsu, looked at them, speechless. Without replying, he checked the item. Heavenly Emperor's Wheel. Effect: throwing weapon with the ability to bend causality to bypass defense. Akira read the info and was skeptical. Bending causality to bypass defense? He repeated. Shikishima also guessed. So it's a guaranteed hit, huh? Akira exclaimed. That sounds pretty strong. Kotetsu, who had been quiet, suddenly spoke up. Guaranteed hit. but not necessarily strong. Akira quickly retorted with this, Shikishima also offered his reasoning. I guess it doesn't work on enemies with physical forms. Akira sounded deflated hearing that. That makes sense. With this, I don't feel like it's enough to take down Lenda, Kotetsu said slowly. However, if you view it as a tool to break through defenses, it's not bad. Subaru was surprised, then seemed to realize something. Shikishima asked with a blank face. So the application depends on creativity? Kotetsu looked at him and explained. Utilizing items to level up quickly is how we take advantage of the rifts. Kotetsu still looked very carefree, as he said. 1 month before the blue eyes arrive, we will level up and collect 10 items. That is my plan. Shikishima replied, no objections. Akira looked at him and added a reminder, share the information with others as well. Subaru also nodded in agreement. Got it, he thought to himself. Health issues are concerning, but even San couldn't find a way. Maria appeared, saying, I give up. The path of development was laid out before them. Subaru's face was full of enthusiasm. He said, let's do it. Aside from the indifferent and silent Kotetsu, both Shikishima and Akira were incredibly excited. Subaru silently watched into the distance and wondered, I wonder if the others are doing well with their plans. At the same time, at the location of the new soul, the black obsidian Amamiya, where the rainbow light clashed with white, Vanquis had given up on the blood-red Amamiya after being discovered by Asmodeus. After moving to the new throne, he had departed for the administrator's location. So, there's no way to contact our ancestors right now? Delta asked, scratching his head. He seemed to agree with that assessment. Back at the administrative base, Ludwig gnashed his teeth in frustration. Staring at the energy readings on the screen, Ludwig muttered, damn it, of all times. Amamiyaka and Renji were facing off directly. Louis bit her lip, sighing that it was impossible to tell if this change in vassal was for better or worse. She observed them, silently counting. 4 or 5 times now. Amamiyaka lunged, and the distance between them closed further. The power growth was incredibly abnormal. The moment their energies collided, the shockwave made everything tremble and explode. Killam and Delta were unharmed, but Louis held her hand up to shield herself, shouting. She felt uneasy, thinking, I can't believe they're still human. Is this what happens after staying in a spirit state for too long? If this keeps up, their humanity might collapse completely. Louis turned around when someone called her. Hey, Goldie. It was Killam. He asked, Louis, don't you find this strange? She didn't quite understand and asked back, what do you mean? Killam hesitated, then voiced his suspicion. Their transformation is very similar to Subaru's after he became a dragon. Instantly, the image of Subaru from back then flashed through Louis's mind. The realization shocked her. Killam crossed his arms, looking up. He thought to himself that perhaps Amamiyaka was truly planning to push past her limits. High above, Amamiyaka was enveloped in rainbow light. Her eyes were sharp, yet her expression remained vacant. She stood there in silence. Amamiyaka watched, thinking, Renji-san is still stable. Renji stood tall before her, gripping his sword firmly. Indeed, their soul power was on a completely different level. Renji's face was cold. He didn't speak either. The two individuals shared the exact same colors as Amamiyaka. She suddenly raised a hand and stared at it. A cracking sound echoed. Her palm had split open. Amamiyaka narrowed her eyes. There isn't much time left, but as long as my soul holds out until the battle with the Blue-Eyed Company, that's enough. Delta suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. He said, we could just ask them what's going on. He successfully made both Louis and Killam stare at him. Jaws dropped in surprise. Meanwhile, in the other world, in the territory of the Green Grass Kingdom, once the Sixth Dark Kingdom, the tomb of the cannibal demon king, Carrion and Amamiya were walking when they heard someone call, Uncle, this way. Carrion replied with annoyance. Thanks for leading the way, Verduer. The person who had called was standing nonchalantly nearby. He smiled faintly. Verduer took the lead, and Carrion and Amamiya followed closely behind. As they walked, he said, I was quite surprised. I never expected Subaru's vassal to be related to you. Carrion replied flatly. I was surprised too, not expecting my nephew to be revived here. Verduer tilted his head, looking back, and said, It was a rough journey, but if we can defeat the executor, and finally, the operator. He recalled the day his father held his hand as a child, leading him up a high hill to look out over the vast, endless desert. He remembered his father's and his own efforts. Verduer looked at his father, whose eyes were fixed intently on the desert. They wouldn't be wasted. Uncle Carrion laughed at this, but his expression turned deadly serious. He told Verduer, You're getting close to that too. As they walked, Verduer suddenly stopped. We're here. Before them stood a cave. The entrance was dark, untouched by light. Verduer introduced it. This is the entrance to the Forbidden Zone. Carrion observed the cavern and suddenly spoke up. He remembered, then affectionately patted Verduer's head. Thanks, kid. Next time, I'll give you some pocket money. Verduer blushed, scratching his hair, seizing the chance to demand. Make it a lot. Then, only Amamiya remained silent until she suddenly called out, Karayan-sama? She looked at him and asked, Are you sure about this? Karayan immediately replied, I'm going back to my original body. I once used that primal power in the other world. He shoved his hands into his pockets, nonchalantly adding, but it's too much for Renji's body to handle. Amamiya listened pensively as he continued. If I want to face the executor, I need to bring my curse back. Carrion looked back at her and smiled. Regardless, I have to say goodbye to this body today. I grew to like it, too. With that, he headed into the cave. Without looking back, he waved his hand, instructing, Sorry, but I'll leave this body for you to look after once I'm done. Amamiya stood still, holding the cat in her arms. She looked down, clearly burdened with heavy thoughts. She replied slowly, Understood. Good luck. Deep inside the dark cave, stone slabs were linked together, forming bizarre shapes. Carrion's body was wrapped in blue flames. Judging that the distance was sufficient, he spoke. All right. Carrion narrowed his eyes, looking extremely dangerous. It's been a long time, hasn't it? He looked at the person chained right in front of him and shouted coldly, I've come to take back my body. The zombie emperor, his eyes covered in bandages, did not react. It wasn't clear if he could see, but as he heard Carrion, he slowly opened his mouth. His scarred face and the sewn-up, sickly green tongue were horrifying. We knew you would come, Cannibal Demon King. Carrion leaped off the ground. The Demon King's voice boomed with a challenge, his hand sweeping to send rocks and debris flying. Then, according to the contract, show us if you are worthy. Carrion laughed defiantly in response as he approached. Carrion's face began to change. He smiled in a way that looked incredibly frightening, his mouth stretching wide toward his ears. It's a pleasure. 1,000 years ago, in another world, at the Black Six Kingdoms royal palace, on the lawn, an adult stood watching a child training. Suddenly, a blindfolded youth ran over from the distance, happily calling, Father. It was quite a sight. Everyone seemed to be missing an eye. Both the man and the boy stopped their training to look. It was Carrion. He had brought someone with him. The person followed behind Carrion in silence. Looking at the tattered, old clothes, one could tell this was a poor person with a status vastly different from those present in the palace. Carrion introduced him. I picked him up on the way. He has nowhere else to go. This youth had quite a refined face and the same blue eyes as Carrion. Carrion rested his arm on the youth's shoulder and asked his father, Can I raise him in the palace? His father was startled, stunned. Huh? Why? But he paused for 2 seconds as he glanced at the face. He waved the ragged youth over. Boy, come here. The father lowered his head to look at him, comparing their heights. Seeing his intact features, the father asked, What is your name? The youth replied without fear, his eyes clear, Campanella. The stern man crossed his arms and made his decision. Very well, Campanella, from now on, you may live in the palace. Verduer was shocked by his father's strange decision. He blurted out, Father! The man raised a hand to cut him off. This is not out of kindness. He explained why he allowed Campanella to stay. From today on, he pointed at Carrion, who was standing with his hands in his pockets behind them. To that prince there, you shall be his body double. Now it was Carrion's turn to be surprised. Huh? Wait, father. But Campanella replied obediently. Understood. He bowed respectfully and swore his vow to sacrifice himself for his lord. Carrion felt a mix of emotions, sadness, loneliness, and even some worry for the friend he had brought home. But he remained silent. As if those memories were enough, he returned to the current battle. A powerful green fist struck out. Death Fist, a skill that creates a shockwave, a martial art originating from Carrion. When it hits the target, the shockwave penetrates inside and destroys the target from within. That was how a human was torn to pieces. After taking a punch from Campanella, Carrion used a similar technique, throwing a punch. This was an extremely practical technique that dealt damage regardless of hardness. On this side, Campanella threw an identical punch. As both fists connected, Carrion was knocked back, and Campanella similarly took a hit and stumbled back slightly. In the battle between the two masters, specifically, Carrion was excited, wearing a smile, while Campanella's face remained expressionless. The shockwaves canceled each other out, turning them into pure fisticuffs. The two clashed again, engaging in martial arts. Carrion laughed loudly, licking his lips. This is great. He was thrilled. Even after sleeping for thousands of years, you're still as sharp as ever, Campanella. Across from him, Campanella stood ready for the next round, his face still devoid of emotion. He spoke impassively. Look at Carrion, Campanella. So that is my name? Carrion's eyes widened in surprise. He chuckled, looking gentle. It seems you've forgotten. Carrion watched Campanella, who was wary of him. Campanella, you remember the good old days. He had personally cut Campanella's hair and styled it for him. He recounted a piece of their shared past. You were once a part of the Black Six Kingdom. After designing a hairstyle for Campanella that looked just like his own, Carrion had looked with satisfaction at the face that was 80 or 90% identical to his. He even had him dress like him and proudly said, "You are my double." Then, happily, we are friends. Campanella had listened and said nothing. It seemed his memory hadn't returned yet. The beautiful memories were one thing, but suddenly, Carrion changed his tone. Campanella. Overwhelming energy erupted from Carrion, causing Campanella to startle. Green energy rose like a raging fire of hatred, burning through their shared memories. Carrion said, "Ah," his voice filled with fury. "I will not forgive you. That's right. I will never forgive you. You were the one who pushed me into the abyss of despair." The memories from 1,000 years ago in the palace came back as if they had happened just yesterday. Campanella had learned to mimic Carrion perfectly to become a worthy double. At that moment, he was learning how to smile. Carrion wore a goofy, half-crazed grin as his laughter echoed through the forest, flickering in and out. Carrion stood by, coldly, observing and judging, while Verdua sat back, just watching. Campanella turned and asked cautiously, "Is this okay, Milord Carrion?" Carrion replied unhappily, "That's way too pathetic." He demonstrated by pulling his tongue out another 3 centimeters. Campanella followed his lead, but got scolded. Still not enough. Verdua couldn't help but advise, "Don't be reckless, man." Carrion wasn't satisfied. He insisted the kid had to be a perfect substitute. Suddenly, he noticed something above their heads, a monster made of many agonizing faces flying past. Carrion wondered, "What's that?" On a high cliff, a mysterious blue-haired figure was controlling that monster. The person muttered, "Divine wrought skill." The monster's body convulsed, and it immediately began to melt. Its form dripped from the sky like candle wax and started falling toward the ground. But its offensive speed increased as the whole body turned red, crashing down like a massive deluge, a flash flood pouring down from the mountains. This was the Geomancer's network technique. A single blow from the nameless monster had wiped out an entire nation. By the time it was all over, only ruins remained of the 6 Black Kingdoms, the land as barren as a desert. Because Carrion, Campanella, and Verdua were on the mountain at that time, they had escaped death. Later, the 3 of them were taken in by Vanquis. At first, Vanquis found Campanella. He reached out his hand to save that ill-fated child. And then, he found Carrion and Verdua. Afterward, we became members of the Rainbow Nation. After living there for a while, Campanella trimmed his hair and looked much more handsome. One day, Carrion approached Campanella and said, "Hey, Campanella, you said the 6 Black Kingdoms are gone, right? That means you're free now." Campanella sighed. "Me lord, what are you saying?" Campanella reaffirmed his loyalty in the face of Carrion's nameless anxiety. "I have dedicated this entire life to serving you. In a critical situation, I will become your substitute." He began his training regimen and requested, "Now, please teach me the death-defiance stance." Vanquis and Verdua happily watched from the side, curious to see how Carrion would react. And Carrion agreed. Fine then. Those were wonderful days, a happy time spent with everyone in the Rainbow Nation, when Carrion happily continued to teach him so, that Campanella could become his substitute. But as they gradually reached the pinnacle, the administrators noticed us, and as a result, everyone was annihilated. We fought back, but the indestructible were too strong. So, in a cave, a wounded Carrion was resting with his back against the wall. Campanella walked over. By this point, Carrion's body was heavily eroded, looking no different from a zombie. Both eyes were injured. Sensing someone approaching, he spoke up. "Campanella, is that you?" Campanella stopped in front of Carrion and whispered, "Me Lord Carrion." Carrion tried to offer a reckless smile. "Sorry you had to see me in this state." He recounted that Vanquis had escaped to the throne and issued a new order to Campanella. "From now on, you will be his right hand, replacing me." Hearing this, Campanella was silent, saying nothing. He had made up his mind. "I'm sorry, but I can't do that." Suddenly, rejected by Campanella. Carrion looked blank. "Huh?" Campanella whispered. "I stole something from the Golden Kingdom's treasury." Campanella took out a glass orb and declared, "Now, I will seal you, Milord Carrion." He began to get angry, grinding his teeth. "What are you doing?" Campanella explained his actions very rationally. "If we stop all activity, we might be able to fool the administrators." He smiled. "Take the time to heal your body and soul, so you can return to Chakio." Carrion held back for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Ha ha." As if he'd heard the joke of the century, laughing so hard he spat out green blood. Carrion praised Campanella's high-risk, high-reward move. "So, to prolong my dying breath, you snuck into the treasury? How reckless." To get this glass orb, Campanella had to fight the treasury guardian, Louis. He recounted. "That terrifying knight was the one guarding it. The opponent was quite strong. Even I had to be careful and stay on guard." He said, "I almost died back then." Louis was frightening. His gaze was full of murderous intent, as if he wanted to kill anyone who trespassed in the treasury. Feeling his body fading, Carrion muttered, "A seal, huh? Sounds interesting." His voice grew weaker, as if his life were reaching its end. Carrion promised, "One day, we'll fight side by side again. I will accompany you." Campanella felt Carrion's soul slowly leaving his body. Campanella replied, "That would be wonderful, Milord Carrion." Holding the glass orb in his hand, Campanella muttered to himself, "If you knew the truth about this treasure, I'm not sure if you would forgive me." Carrion's head slumped at this point, his soul slowly drifting out of his body. Campanella sadly said, "Even so, you picked up a child like me. I am very grateful that you saw me as a brother, as a friend." Right after that, Campanella sat down and used the glass orb. From then on, a blue light radiated from the orb, covering both of them. Back in the present, the Demon Emperor hissed through his teeth. "The effect of that item isn't complete until it fully absorbs your body, you idiot. It maintains the effect on the deceased target. The target's soul is healed and takes over the user's body. The user's soul will remain in the target's body and protect it until the master returns." Carrion flew into a rage. "You lost your memories and your personality just to protect my body? Unforgivable. I will never forgive you, Campanella." Campanella was bewildered, not understanding when he heard Carrion scream, "Never." Then he flinched. Because he was stunned for a split second, Carrion attacked. By the time he realized, it was a bit too late. Campanella took a punch that made him spin like a top. The punch distorted Campanella's face and made him cough up a mouthful of blood. He kept thinking, not understanding. The story from before was a beautiful story between a lord and his retainer. "I'm exhausted, which is why you're not satisfied, right?" Carrion lunged again and shouted, "Campanella!" Campanella struggled to defend himself. Unexpectedly, before attacking, Carrion dropped a critical question, his eyes welling up. "Why did you have to give up your life for me?" The question left Campanella stunned and speechless, unable to answer. Carrion turned, putting all his strength into the next attack. "Why couldn't we just live together?" Campanella muttered, "Milord Carrion." At that very moment, Carrion's fist swung right in front of Campanella, the death fist. Campanella's body flew backward, not fighting back. Carrion swung through due to momentum. He added the heavenly burial technique. When the momentum faded, Carrion stopped, watching Campanella's body fly away, and then his tears fell. But whether the game was over or not, he didn't know yet. Memories flooded back. Once, Carrion was lying on the conference table, muttering, "I remember now, Campanella." While Vanquis was sitting reading a book, Carrion recounted, "Perhaps Subaru's soul is gradually stabilizing and maturing," he wondered. "I often recall memories from those days, like what he liked or what he was thinking." Lost in thought for a long time, Carrion asked the question that had been confusing him all this time, "Why did Campanella sacrifice himself for me?" Just as Carrion was thinking about the meaning of life, Siaka was struck by lightning from somewhere. She hurriedly jumped away to escape it, and then she face-planted into the sand. At this moment, they were in the white sand desert. The conference table and empty chairs were placed right on the sand. It seemed like Siaka was sparring with someone. That lightning strike was also the opponent's technique. She accused her opponent to Carrion. "Hold on a second, Carrion. That guy didn't hold back at all." However, Carrion didn't care. He sat up and turned to look at Vanquis. Vanquis spoke up profoundly. "People only know how to cherish themselves from the moment they are born." Carrion changed his position from lying on the table to sitting on it, listening intently to Vanquis's words. "In this world, they cherish themselves more than anything else. Even..." Siaka, even though she didn't know why Vanquis said that, listened in silence. He told the two of them, "But if you are lucky, one day, perhaps you will find something more important than yourself." Vanquis had put his book away long ago. He spread his fingers, counting them. At that point, sacrificing yourself doesn't count as a loss. In the palm of Vanquis's hand was a blue bead, the sixth one. He clenched his fist as if holding on to something precious in his life and concluded, "That is what it means to live." Amidst the vast white sand desert, Vanquis's voice echoed, "The journey to find something more important than oneself. Whoever finds it has found true happiness." He shared his thoughts seriously. "I believe so." As if understanding Vanquis's words, Carrion smiled. Like a teacher checking homework, Vanquis asked, "That guy, Campanella, why do you think he did it?" Carrion hesitated. "Ah, right, why, huh?" He sat with his hands propped on the table, looking up at the sky. "We were together." He remembered the times the two of them messed around. Carrion smiled contentedly. "My feelings." He closed his eyes, satisfied with the answer he had found. "Campanella to me, he's a beautiful memory." But returning to reality, Carrion punched Campanella mercilessly with his death fist. The punch was so strong that Campanella flew away like a kite with a broken string. That was also the effect of the follow-up move, Heavenly Burial. Seeing the energy radiating from Carrion, one could tell how furious he was. He looked coldly at Campanella, who had been sent flying. However, the Demon Emperor was shedding tears, his emotions in turmoil. "Campanella, you for me. I don't know how to repay you." Right after that, the Demon Emperor held back when hearing Campanella's familiar call, "Milord Carrion." As the memories were released, stardust rose from Campanella's body. "I remember now," he confessed. "To protect your body, I spent thousands of years here." Campanella didn't feel any resentment. On the contrary, he shared, "And I feel proud." Carrion was surprised to hear that. The stardust drifted away from Campanella's body faster. It seemed his time was running out. He smiled. "I threw myself into this mission, and I have no regrets at all." Carrion choked up as he called out the name of his old friend, Campanella. Contrary to Carrion's sorrow, Campanella was cheerful, perhaps even excited. "It's time, isn't it? That's why you've come to set me free." Carrion closed his eyes, struggling to compose himself. He replied, "Yeah, I've been traveling for a long, long time, as a soul." Subaru had appeared in Carrion's life, giving him new hope. "I don't mind sharing this with you, Campanella. I've found my hope." Carrion's gaze sharpened. "From now on, we're going to take on the administrator." Hearing this, Campanella was momentarily stunned, knowing full well what a powerful existence that was. But immediately after, tears of happiness welled up in Campanella's eyes, streaming down as if he had been waiting for these words for a very long time. Carrion stepped forward and patted Campanella on the shoulder, full of promise. "We will win," he comforted him. "So please, rest now." Carrion smiled, his eyes sparkling with happiness. "You've been loyal to the very end. I'm truly grateful for our friendship, Campanella." Campanella, not expecting to hear such sentimental words from Carrion, was taken aback for a moment. Then, he offered a look of relief. And so, Campanella's soul began to depart from his body. "I'll be waiting for good news from you at the boundless Amamiya of chaos." His soul dissolved into stardust light radiating from his body, leaving behind his final words, "My one and only master." As the soul vanished, the stardust light gradually dimmed and disappeared. Campanella's body began to fall forward. Carrion, standing right in front, reached out to catch him, letting Campanella's body lean against his shoulder. He whispered, "Yeah, watch over me." Immediately after, a blue light flared up, enveloping both of them. Carrion had returned to his physical body in another world. At the obsidian Amamiya throne, Amamiyaka hovered in the middle of the sea. She sensed it and announced, "Renji has disappeared." Then, she looked down at the person who had just appeared below. Below, Louis looked up and said, just like Taiga and Subaru said, once the Demon Emperor arrived on that side, perhaps he returned to his body, she speculated. Renji has lost his contract with that side. He has returned to his body, Amamiyaka calmly concluded. "See, everything is going according to plan." Behind her, Kilim approached. Thunder rumbled loudly. "You don't have to worry about lacking a sparring partner." The sound of thunder startled Amamiyaka. She turned her head and glared at this mobile thunderstorm. He spoke. "Until the battle with the administrator breaks out." He seemed excited, eager to give Amamiyaka a beating. He smiled confidently, promising, "I'll train with you until then." She remained silent, her expression tinged with sadness. Amamiyaka thought of Carrion. "We were going to go there together. I thought that would happen." A light flickered in her hand. She clenched her fist, showing her determination. Then, Amamiyaka pressed her hands together, her fighting spirit rising. "Fine. I'll leave it to you, master." Returning to Carrion, he and Renji walked out of the cave together. Outside, two people were waiting for them, Amamiya and Vodu. The girl spoke up, calling, "Master Carrion?" She was a bit puzzled. "Why do you look like this?" Carrion, at this moment, had long hair and a face that resembled Renji's. He laughed, explaining, "It seems I've been in Renji's body for too long." He picked up a lock of hair to show everyone that his hair had grown and looked smoother. Carrion sighed, "Longer than I thought. Perhaps it carries a resemblance to Renji's soul." Carrion raised his hand, spreading his palm. Blue energy radiated, but suddenly it surged, startling Vodou and making her wary. A powerful, massive pillar of energy shot into the sky. "The energy is truly terrifying, Amma Mia." And Sushi calmly faced this terrifying energy, while Vodou was hesitant and worried for her brother. "Release the energy a little bit." Carrion clenched his fist and spoke, announcing to them, "The curse from long ago has returned." Renji was also stunned to hear this news. Carrion stuck his tongue out and asked, "How is it? Renji, are you scared?" Renji's eyes widened, and it took a long while before he spoke. "Amazing." But it didn't seem like he was praising Carrion's previous display of power. He was astonished to realize he had arrived in another world. "This is another world?" Carrion paused for 2 seconds. "That's all you have to say? It seems this is your first time here." At this moment, Amamiya stepped forward. "Huh?" She looked at Carrion, then at Renji. Then, she pulled up her coat, revealing small test tubes inside. She proposed to the two of them. "Please, participate in my specimen collection, the bone samples." Her eyes flashed with determination. "Before the Great War, I want to collect as many specimens as possible." Both of them happily replied, "Sure." Carrion scratched his chin, thinking, then smiled thoughtfully. "Well, Master Vanquis has done very well." In another space, flanked by towering bookshelves, Vanquis was walking through the hallway of time amidst these shelves. "We might be able to meet the administrator now," Vanquis muttered while walking. "I never thought I'd return here one day." His footsteps were steady. He was lost in thought. Something like this must have a purpose. Vanquis walked forward expressionlessly, his mind filled with hope, and his meaningless life would finally have meaning. In this place, it wasn't just Vanquis. There was someone's voice, echoing through the hallway of time. "What meaning does life have for you?" Something like that, I suppose. He was slightly surprised to hear this question, his expression shifting slightly. The person continued, "Call it a monster." Vanquis continued to walk forward. That voice didn't seem to be talking to Vanquis, but rather reciting something, waiting for something that would never return. "Love is more important than oneself." The other person smiled faintly. "But after all, no matter what you love." Hearing this, Vanquis began to grit his teeth. The opponent added, "You don't want to hurt them out of selfish will, and you will destroy them like a wild beast being provoked." Vanquis furrowed his brow, his gaze full of killing intent, but immediately after, he just clicked his tongue and looked up at the person. In the middle of the hallway of time, many giant wall clocks were stacked on top of each other. The person was sitting on top of this clock tower. Vanquis named a book, The Sound of Thunder, by Ray Bradbury. The opponent smiled, praising him. "Correct. It seems you have studied human books according to my words." His hand held out a book and offered a comment. "Novels are the crystallization of imagination in the form of paper and ink. This masterpiece is very interesting." Looking at Vanquis, he added, "For example, this story, it's as if it were written about you, isn't it? My vampire." This was a young-looking guy with small round glasses, suitable for reading the typical image of an intellectual bookworm. He spoke up to greet him. "It's been a while, Vanquis." Vanquis was furious. His black hair had turned white, and his eyes had also turned blood red. "I'm not in the mood for small talk. I don't remember becoming one of your people. I know why you called me here." Vanquis's gaze shifted. It became sharper. The words that came out weren't a plea, but rather an order. "Lend me the power of the administrator, Elpis." The administrator agreed. He flashed a cunning smile, looking like a crazed bookworm. "Sure. Now, let's make a deal." In a space like a mysterious amethyst, Vanquis and Elpis began their agreement. To be precise, the administrator is a collection of souls similar to humans, composed of cells. The administrator is a composite of 10 trillion souls gathered into one existence due to the interaction between souls' order, chaos, anger, pessimism, and individuality. Souls can gather or divide depending on their mood. Administrator Elpis's main interest is curiosity. Elpis tilted his head and asked, "What did you use to make the deal last time?" The atmosphere between the two began to tense up. Vanquis didn't answer his question but gritted his teeth. He asked and answered himself. "Ah, right." He laughed crazily. "I thought of Esther, Tobit, Banabat, Maria, Carrion, and Vanquis." He stated the answer. "I took your deaths, but I didn't realize the increasingly thick, murderous intent of Vanquis." Administrator Elpis kept laughing. But to be honest, I'm bored. I originally wanted to make you taste endless pain, but you and your friends keep finding ways to confront the administrator. Truly entertaining. Even though he had been punished, he still smiled and didn't take it to heart. But I was also disciplined and grounded. Surprisingly, Vanquis, though angry, hadn't struck him yet. He hissed through his teeth. "You're mocking me." Elpis laughed. Haha. To stop laughing, he had to put his hand on his chest and regulate his emotions. Then, Elpis raised his index finger to his mouth, musing, "You always make me happy." He narrowed his eyes and made a decision. "It's interesting, so I'll cooperate until I get bored. When that happens, I'll kill you all." If a gaze could take the life of an administrator, Vanquis's eyes full of killing intent would have sent Elpis to the afterlife 80 times over. December 24th, Sunday. Human Realm. Year 2410. Second Sunday. At Tsunemori's house, Frozen and Croquet, taking Violet along, wore Santa outfits and carried a sack of gifts to Jin's house to celebrate Christmas. Jin opened the door and stared blankly at this group. "Huh? Administrator?" Frozen narrowed her eyes. "Master Tsunemori." She offered a proposal that sounded very normal, but given the opposing status between them, it was quite shocking. "Let's have a Christmas party." Jin stood there for a moment, then, extremely annoyed, asked, "You guys are the enemy. What are you doing here?" Saying that, without waiting for Jin's agreement, all three of them squeezed past Jin and ran into the house. "Excuse us." Jin reacted quite slowly, and only then shouted, "Don't just barge in!" But it was too late. The invaders were already in the house. Frozen acted as if it were her own home, walking in while turning back to explain, "This is part of the job, because of the report on the level of escape from surveillance." She claimed it arrogantly and confidently, as if this were a matter of course. Leading to a Christmas party. Jin was speechless. Enough with the bullshit. He scratched his head helplessly. Damn it. And tried to communicate telepathically with Subaru through the soul link. Subaru. But a voice spoke up. "It won't work." Jin was startled and wary. Floros had severed his soul link. She warned, "When we are around, you cannot use the soul link like last time." Behind her, Violet and Croquet had started decorating the house. Jin's face turned black, and he barked, "Hey, whose house do you think this is to be throwing a party?" Violet picked up a kettle. He politely asked if he could use the kettle. Tsunemori Jinga, feeling annoyed, lunged forward to take the kettle back, telling him not to get too comfortable. But by the time he got close, the water was already boiling. Obviously, Violet had only asked out of courtesy. The living room was simply decorated with Happy Holidays banners and a birthday cake placed on the table. Violet carried the kettle into the room. Now, Flores was satisfied. The room was warm. Violet, making herself at home, invited everyone to sit down and said, "Everyone, let's cut the cake and have a slice." Flores started asking questions. "It's been 2 weeks since that day. Have you gotten any stronger yet?" Tsunemori Jinga was speechless at such a blatant question. He naturally didn't want to answer. "I'm not crazy enough to reveal information to the enemy." Violet suddenly burst into laughter upon hearing that answer. Tsunemori Jinga was a bit confused. He didn't know what he had said that hit her funny bone. Violet was a cheerful person. From the moment she was outside until now, she had never dropped her smile. As if this were a very amusing trip. She scratched her head. Just as Flores said, "You're a good kid." Or should I say, "You're on guard." Jinga was slightly wary of this comment. He furrowed his brows and questioned, "Why didn't you guys choose Subaru or the other cronies, and instead gathered all three of you here?" Violet focused on eating her cake. Flores and Croquet looked at Jinga as if he were a fool. Flores smirked. "Because you are the most honest one. I thought it would be easier to gather and analyze information that way." Jinga didn't know if that was a compliment or an insult. His brows furrowed even tighter. "Ah." Flores picked up a piece of cake and confessed, "According to our plan, you were supposed to kill and torture your own cronies." Then, she remembered those who had already crossed over passed away. "You don't have anyone left to kill anyway." Lifting a bright red strawberry to her mouth, Flores calmly added, "So, there's nothing left to discuss." Being reminded of unpleasant memories, Jinga's face darkened. "I see." He gave them a blunt answer. As she ate the strawberry, Flores hadn't quite processed the information. She wondered, "Why is the energy radiating from you?" Jinga said in a low, somber voice, "My friends, I don't intend to let them go through what I've already experienced." Provoked, Jinga seemed to turn into a different person. He threatened, "If I have to, I can defeat you all right here." Administrator Flores looked at Jinga indifferently, while Croquet watched in silence. At this moment, Flores rested her arms on the table. Violet and Croquet understood the gesture. They immediately cleared the table for Flores to climb onto it and crawl in front of Jinga. She appraised him. Flores leaned her face close to Jinga's and reached a conclusion. I see. It seems you're still hiding a pretty strong trump card, which is why you've been so calm for the past 2 weeks. Very good. Flores caught the worried expression on Jinga's face and noted, it seems everyone has developed the indifference and self-confidence of the strong. Flores was reflected in Jinga's eyes. Her voice continued to ring out. The administrators are very happy to kill everyone. She reached out and lifted Jinga's chin. A cute person. Everything shows on your face. Immediately after, Flores turned her head and asked, did you see that? Gathering information from the target is also a skill. Croquet obediently replied, I still have a lot to learn from you, senior. Realizing he was a lab rat used for the opponent's training demonstration, Tsunemori Jinga felt extremely uncomfortable. He gnashed his teeth in anger. What is wrong with these people? Flores returned to her seat. She explained, the administrators are a business organization. Because we are a company, we have to visit the target when necessary, and we also need to train the newcomers. Croquet diligently took notes in a small notebook, very self-disciplined, like a hard-working student. Jinga was now numb to what was happening in front of him. Flores didn't mind being the one talking. And because it's a corporation, there are factions inside, you know. Tsunemori Jinga slightly furrowed his brows, a sense of unease rising in his heart. Factions? Flores rested her chin on her hand, giving him a piece of information. The 3 of us support the chairman, so we comply with the 1-month ceasefire rule, but the vice chairman's side, that's another story. Meanwhile, on the pedestrian walkway, a man in a neat suit was walking forward while enjoying music through his headphones, hands in his pockets. This person's mood was quite good. He was even whistling along to the tune. At the same time, at Renji's house, Subaru tossed some party poppers and cheerfully wished everyone a Merry Christmas. In here, the Christmas atmosphere was much warmer. Everyone sat at the dining table, happily feasting on the sumptuous food. Perhaps because she was the one who prepared the meal, Endocker didn't feel very emotional about the party. Kotetsu was happily gnawing on a chicken leg. Lion, wearing reindeer antler headbands, smiled and exclaimed, it's been a long time since we had a Christmas party like this. For some reason, Endocker seemed unhappy and a bit disappointed, but Lian understood her worries. He reassured her, but we cooked so much already, and we've been breaking rifts for the past few nights, so tonight will be just fine. Subaru smiled and shyly scratched his cheek, saying nothing. Kotetsu was more straightforward. While chewing on a chicken leg, he said, I intend to rest for a bit. Lian laughed. But we haven't celebrated yet. As if remembering something, Subaru slapped the table and stood up. Ah, he exclaimed. We need cake too. Kotetsu agreed. Right. Endocker took out a few bottles of wine. Her face still wasn't happy as she commented, Subaru seems very excited. Lian didn't look at her, focused on eating. She's the same way. Probably because it's her first time. That's just how Subaru-kun is. Endocker seemed not to believe it. Is that so? As they were talking, there was a knock at the door. Subaru thought the cake delivery had arrived, and he happily ran to the door. All right, coming. Just as Subaru was excitedly about to open the door, he sensed something unusual and stopped for about 2 seconds. He slightly furrowed his brows as if he had detected something, and immediately backed away, staying far from the door. As expected, the door flashed with rainbow-colored sparks as if someone had used magic to slash it. That was the rift hand skill. Immediately after, the door was slashed to pieces, and the debris was blown inside the house. Fortunately, Subaru had retreated to a safer position. Standing in front of the door was the man in the suit from the street earlier. Subaru gritted his teeth, frowning when he saw the man destroying Hira's door. The man smiled, calmly standing on a piece of debris that had been slashed. His technique didn't stop expanding, even affecting the inside of the house. Lion was startled to see the void slashes flashing. This is Kotetsu uncomfortably closed one eye and dodged. This void shatter technique was flashy and dazzling, but it had massive destructive power. Rumbling explosions echoed out. Renji's apartment was practically ruined. Everything inside was shredded. The void-shattering cuts were uniform, but there were no casualties. The man stepped forward. The man stepped on a board, looked out the window, and discovered that the 4 people in the house had escaped to the garden. Oh my, look at this. It seems everyone is still alive, he said with a laugh, assessing them even though there had never been a void shatter before. He reached up and took off his glasses. This person was an administrator, a staff member from the vice chairman's faction. Out in the garden, the group of 4 was brimming with fighting spirit. Kotetsu assessed the man in blue. Subaru concluded, an administrator. Subaru was unhappy with the faction's broken promise. Before, you said you would attack after 2 weeks. Snapnath laughed. He jumped down from the high ground and mocked. The chairman is too weak. But as he jumped down, a giant hand, with red energy, and a sharp rock with blue energy attacked from above and below, trying to corner him to his death. The hand and the rock collided, and a deafening explosion rang out. That was Kotetsu's hand and Endoker's rock. At this moment, Kotetsu waited in silence for the result. Endoker indifferently wanted to know if their attack had caused any damage to the opponent. The dust cleared. Snapnath still looked perfectly fine. He praised, "Oh, you guys have gotten stronger. But I am an administrator. Regular attacks have no effect on me." Just as he finished speaking, before he even fully landed on the ground, a light brighter than the sun flashed. A heavy attack landed on the side of his head. Lean attacked and immediately retreated, leaving a trail of black smoke by Snapnath's eye. But he wasn't hurt at all. The black smoke dissipated, and he stood firmly on the ground, dissatisfied. "Perk up those ears and listen. I already told you. Do you need to go clean your ears, Lien?" Lien didn't listen to his taunts. Instead, he was deep in thought, analyzing. "It seems my attack was neutralized." Landing on the ground, Lien secretly assessed. "This is an administrator." Kotetsu stepped closer to his teammate and warned, "Everyone, be careful." He seriously instructed, "We cannot defend against the Void Shatter attack." Endoker understood. Kotetsu stepped forward and called out to Subaru. Kotetsu and Endoker stepped up, standing in front of Subaru. Kotetsu stated his plan. "We will take turns supporting. Use your curse to kill him." So, Subaru listened and closed his eyes. Like a superhero transforming. When he opened his eyes, his hair had turned white, and even his eyes had turned blood red. Subaru was brimming with fighting spirit, with rainbow-colored energy surrounding him. "Let's grind him into dust." Snapnath didn't seem to care much about the four of them. He disdainfully covered his mouth with his hand and clicked his tongue. "Put on your glasses and look at the difference in strength between us." Going back in time a little bit, in another world, this room was a large bathhouse. Many girls were serving Snapnath. He was also hugging 2 beautiful women in the pool. Seeing someone arrive, he laughed and asked, "Ragan-chan, what's the matter?" The person in the pool was the head of Division 3, the assassination department of the Six Eyes Corporation, named Snapnath. A girl enthusiastically fed him strawberries. He flirtatiously asked, "Ragan, want to bathe together?" Faced with this guy who had the intention of harassing her, Ragan glared at him and gently said, "Let's meet at the office." Hearing that, Snapnath was terrified on the spot and immediately apologized profusely. "I'm sorry. Please spare me." Ragan didn't show much emotion. She blandly relayed the information. "Vice Chairman Violet is calling for you." Snapnath fell into deep thought, because it was rare for the vice chairman to need to call him. He thought for a moment, perhaps it's something important. Snapnath immediately stood up. All right, the girls, who were having a good time, saw him stand up and let out a simultaneous cry. Water droplets ran down his muscular body. One girl asked, "Mr. Snapnath, where are you going?" Another girl shouted, "No, don't," while another girl pouted and acted spoiled. "When will you come back, milord?" Snap looked at them and reassured, "I have some minor tasks to attend to. I'll be back soon. Be good and wait for me here." The girls obediently answered in unison. "Yes." Snap dressed neatly and left. The employees of the group, with blue eyes, all had their own world. In Snap's world, he possessed a vast palace and girls who worshipped him. At this moment, as he walked out of the palace, there were rows of people standing on both sides, respectfully seeing him off. Someone carefully fixed Snap's hair. She meticulously tied a beautiful bow there. They were truly gods. Snap had absolute authority. A spatial portal opened. Snap waved his hand. "That's it for now. I'm off." Before he left, the girls were still smiling as they saw him off. But as the portal closed and the god of this world was gone, the girls immediately became expressionless, like robots programmed only to react to Snap. Just then, Dragon stepped out, looking at the emotionless girls on both sides of the path. She whispered, "A world full of girls who worship him. Huh." She gritted her teeth in disgust and walked through the spatial portal. Snap walked straight into the vice president's office. He greeted him. "Hello. Did you call for me, Vice President?" The vice president didn't beat around the bush and got straight to business. "I have a job for you." The vice president pulled out Subaru's file and said, "We must strike first. Vice President, kill Subaru. If you kill the master, the entire group of close followers will lose their will." The vice president of the Six Eyes group, Billet, gave specific instructions. "When you get there, kill the 3 people living with Subaru. Neutralize the enemy as quickly as possible. Snap smiled obsequiously. Truly, you are very pragmatic. Billet narrowed his eyes. Every action will be legitimate if I become the president of the group, and that is why Snap attacked Subaru's group. Back to the present. Renji's apartment had been destroyed by Snap's spatial shatter. At this moment, he laughed excitedly. Snap was relentlessly attacking Kotetsu and was satisfied. You guys aren't bad. Kotetsu just remained silent, focusing on defense, and backed away. Snap lunged with a punch. Kotetsu blocked it, and the more they fought, the more intense it got. Snap kicked hard. Good. Very good. Kotetsu defended strongly and was kicked back. While defending, Kotetsu assessed the combat power on both sides. Their melee skills were equal, but he was gradually being overwhelmed in terms of stamina. Just as Snap was about to attack again, he suddenly discovered Endager. Jumping into the air and casting a spell, Kotetsu's arm bled, so he retreated to catch his breath. Endager coldly struck. Lord of Chaos! Immediately after, a silhouette appeared, pulling Snap into midair. It was the technique of the Goddess of Night. Around Snap, at this moment, was nothing but water. He was like he had been submerged in the vast ocean. He still looked quite calm, even having the energy to comment, "Oh my, trying to drown me. Are you?" Endager landed on the ground, indifferently looking at her opponent. She refused to comment. Snap gave a mocking, contemptuous smile. Not effective enough. Then he held out his hand, and powerful blue energy erupted all over his body. Blue flames! The silhouette of the Goddess of Night and the seawater inside were evaporated by the blue fire. Endager, not surprisingly, a woman of few words. Even so, she just glanced at him without saying a word, because she had already prepared her next technique. She summoned the immortal nine-headed snake. Snap looked up and let out an "oh," using poison. Huh. Standing in the middle of the grass, taking the full brunt of the snake's venom, he stated bluntly, "You must not understand anything about the executioners." Saying that, he spread his hand, and the spatial cracks flashed. He kindly explained, "Not all curses and total annihilations are equally effective. Only powerful annihilations are useful." Immediately, he used spatial shatter on the nine-headed snakes. The spatial cracks flickered around Snap, who smiled, "Goodbye." On Endager's side, the cracks of the spatial shatter appeared. Snap was smug, thinking he had won. He said goodbye to her, Endager. However, before he could finish smiling, his smile vanished. Just as he discovered someone approaching from behind, it was Kotetsu with supernatural speed. The surprise punch from behind by Kotetsu had interrupted Snap's technique. Because it was too fast, he hadn't managed to block the hit. However, he didn't have any injuries either. He excitedly lunged into a fistfight with Kotetsu. However, before he could punch, a foot. Kotetsu's foot had landed on Snap's shoulder. Even he was slightly surprised. The next second, a massive blow smashed straight into Snap's face. Kotetsu sternly launched a rapid-fire combo with extreme speed, not giving the opponent time to react. Snap silently noted, "Getting faster, huh?" Although he was hit, he still wore a smile because he had discovered Kotetsu's skill. This is the absolute development of Hyodo Kotetsu, something that will perfectly adapt to every blow after experiencing it just once. Seeing his opponent say that, Kotetsu wasn't very surprised. He secretly thought, "As expected, my skills have all been exposed." On the surface, he still calmly replied, "Even if I can't beat you, I can hold my ground, and that's enough." Just then, Subaru lunged from behind. He unleashed a wave of blood curse. However, the look in Snap's eyes showed he wasn't surprised at all, because immediately, those cracks of spatial shatter appeared again. They appeared right next to Subaru and right next to Kotetsu as well. Both were surprised, taking care to dodge the spatial cracks, and both were shocked by Snap's lightning-fast reaction. He simply held his hand high and critiqued, "Too slow, way too slow. Hey, your plan is really simple." Snap looked at Kotetsu, revealing the Hyodo trio's plan. Hyodo with absolute development will lead the charge. Then looked at Endager. She, with her diverse, deadly techniques, protects the rear. He glared behind him. "While those two pin me down, Subaru, behind my back, has an injured arm and is bleeding profusely," Snap said. "Subaru will finish me off with a curse or total annihilation, right?" Next, he looked at Lion and mocked. "The only useless one is Lion, isn't he?" Lion had barely participated in the fight, except for one blow at the beginning. The rest of the time, he just stood to the side observing. Now, being spoken to like that, he felt a bit insulted. On the other side, Snap provoked, "Come on, let's see!" His energy erupted powerfully. Spatial shatter flickered around Snap. He confidently challenged, "Let's see if you have the ability." Compared to him, someone who didn't release energy like Lion looked small, like a normal person. Lion gritted his teeth, full of anxiety, and cursed, "Damn it," Snap thought to himself, not forgetting to mock. "What's with the damn it? Is that not right?" He calmly glared at Lion and evaluated. "That panic is just an act, right?" On the other side, despite being mocked, Lion still stood frozen in place, scared and wary, seemingly having no intention to join the fight. Snap recalled Lion's performance in the previous battle. I have watched the battle in Sebia. He had seen the kid's special technique and knew Lion had absorbed Subaru's curse. Snap analyzed, "Hyodo's words are just lies to distract me, making me focus on Subaru." He very rationally concluded while looking at Lion, who was angry on the other side. The real threat isn't Subaru, but Lion's total annihilation. Snap even thought of a possibility. Maybe he also absorbed spatial shatter. But that skill has too wide a range. It can't be used in a place with civilians. At this moment, Kotetsu struck again. He dodged the spatial cracks and attacked. Snap calmly dodged. In his mind, he already had a new combat plan. In other words, I just need to. At this moment, Endager summoned giant octopus tentacles to attack. However, she also had to be careful to dodge the cracks from spatial shatter. Snap looked at Subaru, who was bleeding a lot. It seemed he was injured by the spatial shatter cutting into his body. Snap concluded, "Kill Subaru." Thinking about the words the vice president said, he exclaimed, "You're right, Vice President." Snap launched blue flames again to push Kotetsu back and burn Endager's tentacles. In his mind was the thought of doing the rational thing. He didn't forget about his life of enjoying pleasure in his own world. His mind thought and satisfied his unreasonable needs. Immediately, Snap was motivated. He seemed not to want to play anymore and started to get serious. Behind the flames, he suddenly appeared in front of Kotetsu. He thought, "This is my style." Then he raised his hand and threw a punch at Kotetsu, easy as pie. This time, Kotetsu couldn't block it. After a violent punch, he was sent flying back, seriously injured more than before. Kotetsu coughed up blood. Snap didn't stop. In his mind, he calculated, pretend to have an opening to lure the enemy. Lion anxiously followed the battle. In his eyes, this was the perfect moment to strike, because Snap had exposed an opening. However, what Lion didn't know was that he did it on purpose. He was also a bit impatient. "What are you hesitating for? The opening is right here." Finally, Lion made his move. In his heart there was an urge, "Come on, Lion. This is the right time to strike," because Snap isn't paying attention behind his back. He didn't even bother to turn around to defend his back. And the target of Lion was Snap's head. He raised the scepter in his hand and launched a blood curse at Snap's head. However, the difference in strength made the opponent easily dodge it. He even smiled mockingly. Only then did Lion realize that his attack had missed. He nervously glanced behind his back. Snap tilted his head and winked contemptuously. "See that?" he thought. "Furthermore, with my heightened senses, I completely know that the person approaching from behind is Subaru." He channeled energy into his hand and calculated, "I will slash Lion before you arrive. I won't use spatial shatter. It might be absorbed." Thinking and doing it, Snap didn't give Lion a chance to escape but lunged forward, powerfully closing in on Lion. First person down. Checkmate. Sensing the killing intent behind him, Lion. Just then, he unleashed his fatal blow. The red crystal on his staff glowed, and colorful cracks in space appeared. Just as Sapanatsu tried to get close to Lion, his entire body was sliced by the shattering space. Specifically, the arm he intended to use to strike Lion was severed. At this moment, Lion was calmer than ever. His eyes blazing, there wasn't a shred of the panic he'd shown before. Sapanatsu collapsed in shock. He didn't understand why things turned out this way. Turning his back without even looking at the fallen Sapanatsu, Lion said coldly, "Your research wasn't enough. You, executioner." He glanced down at the loser beneath him and explained kindly, "My supreme infinite sovereign can absorb other skills." Sapanatsu struggled on the grass, consumed by curiosity. When did he absorb his spatial shatter? The red gem on Lion's staff glowed, and he continued. As if reading Sapanatsu's thoughts, Lion provided the answer. The absorption happens the moment there is contact, even if the opponent isn't using a skill. Hearing this, Sapanatsu realized he'd lost due to his own ignorance. In the past, Lion hadn't attacked much, he recounted. "Naturally, you wouldn't know, because I only touched and absorbed once in my entire life." Lion recalled that moment. He said calmly, "It was the former king." Sapanatsu gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down, whether from pain or anxiety. It was hard to tell. Just by that contact, he remembered. Lion had only struck him once, then immediately retreated. It turned out that since that day, he had accepted his fate. That wasn't Sapanatsu's style. He wanted to struggle one last time. Spatial cracks appeared around him, but it was his technique. Before he could even unleash it, blood splattered across his face, leaving him stunned. His spatial shatter technique was halted. His gaze, Lion brightened and told Sapanatsu a harsh truth. The blood curse I released earlier is still lingering in the air. He turned his head and delivered the final blow. There are some things you only learn at the cost of your life. The blood curse had attached itself to Sapanatsu. He struggled in vain as the blood from the curse slowly filled his face. Sapanatsu's eyes now held only despair. To be sure, Lion cast the blood curse on him once more, then nonchalantly walked away. In the spacious garden of the apartment complex, Sapanatsu rolled onto his back on the lawn, the blood curse swirling around him as blue blood flowed. Subaru and the others watched for a moment. Endager? She stepped closer, looking at the dying, fading Sapanatsu, and asked, "Is he dead yet?" Lion replied. Then he turned to Kotetsu and asked with concern, "Hyodo, are you okay?" Kotetsu replied, "No problem." He placed a hand on his chest to reassure Lion and began to heal himself. "I learned the enemy's martial arts from Absolute Development, Divine Healing, Asko Pierce." Kotetsu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "I intended to intentionally reveal an opening to create a chance for Lion to attack, but it went smoother than expected." Subaru felt a bit sad. "This time, I only played the role of a decoy and didn't do much." Lion comforted him. "That was also part of the strategy." Kotetsu assessed. "In terms of combat strength, we are completely outclassed." This statement left Subaru slightly stunned. Kotetsu walked up beside Lion and continued to analyze the recent battle. 4 against 1. And we still had to exert this much effort. It's ridiculous. Then he suggested, "We must quickly conquer the rifts." Lion heard this and remained silent, not saying a word. No one knew what he was thinking. Subaru agreed. While the three were discussing, Endager suddenly spoke up. She brought shocking news. He's still alive. Sapanatsu hadn't gone to meet the King of Hell yet. He was still struggling between life and death. He opened one eye and coughed. His pupils trembled. He couldn't accept the reality that an executioner like himself had been defeated due to underestimating his opponent. Lion didn't show much emotion. He clarified the situation. "It's fine. He's dying. The blood curse has already reached his heart." Endager heard this and felt somewhat relieved. "That's good then. Knowing he can die is definitely good news." Sapanatsu gasped for air, struggling to breathe, trying to prolong his remaining life. To be sure, Endager intended to watch him seriously until he took his final breath. In his last moments, Sapanatsu reminisced about the reward from Vice President Billet. He remembered the conversation. "Sapanatsu, have you heard about the big problem?" At the time, Sapanatsu had confidently replied, "Yes, Subaru and his family. I have to torture and kill them all, right? A strange request. But the reward was ridiculously high." Billet had replied, "That's right. The vice president of the Six Eyes Corporation also mentioned that the president would likely retire after this." Sapanatsu remembered being quite surprised. He asked, and thinking of the president's hateful face, Billet revealed his plan. He intends to offer all the executioners the company has to add their souls to his own, becoming the administrator. Billet folded his hands, looking very judgmental. "That is the greatest betrayal against the employees who have dedicated themselves to the company for thousands of years." Even Sapanatsu was surprised and stunned by this news. Billet's eyes flashed with determination. "We must stop him at all costs." Sapanatsu then ordered, "Before the president's faction could act, bring me Subaru and Subaru's heads." Sapanatsu laughed and replied, "Understood." He held up 3 fingers and said, "As for the reward, I want 300 beauties." Billet pondered for a moment. "Still not enough beauties for you?" Sapanatsu revealed a sinister look. "Revenge is something you will never get enough of." End of the flashback. Regarding the reward, Sapanatsu now seemed to have found his voice. He spoke with difficulty. "Don't underestimate me." Endager stood silently, watching him intently. The light faded from Sapanatsu's eyes. He coughed a few more times. In the past, Sapanatsu was a middle-aged man who was both fat and short. His face wasn't handsome enough, so he was often looked down upon. He had once gritted his teeth and muttered, "You'll regret messing with me." No girl ever paid attention to Sapanatsu, and he hated them, calling them whores simply because he lacked female attention and affection. He was jealous. "They don't even look at me. They only revolve around those guys." Back then, he was furious and cursed. They all deserved to die. Now, as life was slipping away, Sapanatsu muttered, "I became an executioner, but why?" His body gradually turned into dust and vanished. Only his final words echoed. "Why did no one love me?" Endager stood beside him, hearing the pitiful final words of a reprehensible person. but she showed no major expression. Sapanatsu's body turned into stardust and drifted away. The four in Subaru's group stood watching this process. Finally, Subaru confirmed. This is the death of an executioner. It's just returning to the sea. Lion was curious what he had murmured before dying. Kotetsu didn't care much. Why care about a dead person? The problem he was concerned about was something more urgent. From now on, where are we supposed to stay? Remembering the devastated state of Hira's house, Subaru shouted, "And what about Renji's house?" Endager added, "And the rest of Kuripa too." At Vice President Billet's office, Secretary Jagan was reporting, "Minister Sapanatsu has sacrificed himself on the mission." While reporting this, she looked completely emotionless, not knowing whether to be happy or sad. Billet set the pen in his hand down. What a pity. He folded his hands and considered. "We must think about his successor," Jagan respectfully asked. "Should we send the next assassin?" Billet stroked his chin, pondering. The door opened. Mastema walked in happily, carrying her weapon. "Excuse me," Jagan was startled. "Vice President Mastema?" she politely advised. "Please learn to knock, Mastema." Mastema walked in a very good mood, and apologized. "My mistake." She smiled cunningly. "Did I interrupt your conspiracy?" Billet didn't speak, just looked at her. Mastema set her scythe on the floor and spoke up. "But it doesn't matter." She boldly sat on one side and put a foot on Billet's desk. She said, "But publicly obstructing the president like that isn't very good, is it?" She threatened. "If there's an order, the administrator might purge you, you know?" Jagan was stunned and somewhat worried. Billet was quite calm in his reply. "I will be careful. By the way, Mastema." Mastema listened intently to see what he wanted to say. Billet wanted to find out who the administrator was among the administrators. He asked about the big issue. "Do you know who the administrator client is?" Mastema rubbed her chin, thinking for a moment, then replied, "No, I don't know who it is, but the president has met them. Do you have any leads?" Billet also thought for a moment, then said he had none. Even the vice president didn't know who the administrator was. This brings us back to Jean Florence's house. They ate and drank to their heart's content, celebrating. After eating, she led Violet and Croquet away. "We have confirmed your current condition. That's it for today. See you later." Tsunemori Jinga was very annoyed. "No need to come back." Flores stood at the door, laughing loudly. "That won't happen." Then she narrowed her eyes. "Next time we meet, only one of us will remain alive." Tsunemori Jinga's eyes widened in shock at her words. This also reminded him that they were enemies, locked in a fight to the death. He replied distractedly, "Oh, right. That's true." The spatial gate gradually opened. Floros laughed happily. "Today was fun, right?" Before entering the gate, the three bid farewell to Jin. Floros laughed. "That's how it is." Violet waved her hand. "See you later." Croquet bowed. "Thank you for the treat." After that, they entered the spatial gate. When the gate closed, Floros still turned her head to look at Jin, waiting for them all to leave, and the spatial gate closed completely. Tsunemori Jinga let out a breath. He stepped back into the house, looking at the pile of dishes left on the table. Tsunemori Jinga sighed. "I have to clean this mess up?" Next, Tsunemori Jinga reached into his pocket. Currently, he pulled out a special key. At least the key hadn't been exposed yet. After using the key to open the black gate to the location on the other side, Tsunemori Jinga spoke up. "Sorry, I'm late." On this side, everyone was training together. Seeing Tsunemori Jinga arrive, Kinokawa happily welcomed him. Tsunemori Fujigami was displeased and asked, "You're 2 hours late." "Where have you been?" Tsunemori Jinga asked, looking confused. "I'm sorry, I'll explain later," he replied. As he spoke, his hand shifted. A flash of determination lit up his eyes as he raised his enhanced hand and muttered, "I need to adapt to this new skill as soon as possible." Meanwhile, at the karaoke bar, Enda and his team were singing their hearts out. Enda brought up the idea of conquering the rift. In the small entertainment room, Kotetsu continued to chew on a chicken leg, while Enda stayed focused on singing. Only Subaru spoke to him. "I think it's time to start using items from outside the battlefield. We should get used to incorporating them." Enda sang with as much passion as a pro on stage. Beside him, Subaru wasn't singing, but he was quick-witted, shaking a rattle in his hand to keep the beat. Serving his friends, he replied, "I get it, Lion. I've already tallied the items in our inventory. We have plenty, so from now on, our core strategy will involve using them." The basic inventory skill for rift-conquering masters allows them to store unlimited items obtained during their missions. They had 19 days left before the Six Lions Corporation launched their offensive. On the screen, information appeared about his opponent for the day, a level 184 Moon Guardian boss. In terms of level, Subaru was far behind. Subaru was level 133. From afar, observers were watching the battle, a conflict that had moved beyond Earth and out to the moon. On the 20th of January 2023, Shikishima asked, "Are you sure we should let Subaru fight this one alone?" Kotetsu replied, "We have to, for the sake of the assessment." He looked at the moon boss, whose lower half was a fish, wielding a trident, its entire body wreathed in electricity. If he can't handle an enemy of this level, we might as well dig his grave now. The trident was pointed straight at Subaru, who had already braced himself for combat. Suddenly, in a blur, the trident slashed across Subaru's throat, causing blood to spurt out. It moved so fast that it left a deep, gaping wound in his neck. Watching from afar, Shikishima couldn't help but look shocked and confused as he saw his teammate slump over, clutching his throat. Blood sprayed like a fountain. "Isn't this too dangerous?" both Shikishima and Kotetsu exclaimed in unison. "He can't kill Subaru without draining his blood." The enemy, feeling overconfident, turned away, leaving Subaru lying in a pool of blood. But he was only faking death. Subaru remained in a dazed state, his eyes tracking the Moon Guardian. He didn't necessarily need to stop the bleeding. His eyes gradually grew sharp as he regained consciousness. Subaru could manipulate his blood production and sustain his life while compensating for the strength gap, which was at least 5 times his own. The boss sensed something and stopped, turning back to see Subaru slowly standing up. Subaru opened his mouth and said, "Inventory." As the items were drawn out, Subaru's strength began to return, and his wounds vanished. He used a Class C necklace, Tears of the West Wind, which boosted his speed by 30% for 10 seconds, and a bizarre Class C mask that granted his body 30 extra points of physical stamina for 5 seconds. Finally, he used a Class D item, the Cheerleader Bear, which added 50% focus for 10 seconds. His 2 teammates kept watching. All the wounds on Subaru's body were healing, the scars were mending. A moment later, it was as if they had never existed. Even Kotetsu was surprised. Subaru's footsteps were enhanced, and he moved with blinding speed. He gripped his dual swords and charged, quickly closing the distance to the boss. He swung his blades wildly, then unleashed Boro power, striking the enemy with immense force. His eyes remained locked on his target. He couldn't afford to be distracted for even a second. The Moon Guardian was pushed back, struggling to defend itself while trying to counterattack. The observers outside were stunned, exclaiming, "That sword technique, it's his!" By learning the powers of others, Subaru had become stronger. He planted his feet, gained momentum, and appeared from beneath the boss with eyes filled with murderous intent. Stunned by the relentless barrage, the boss closed its eyes, unable to withstand the pressure. Subaru drove his blade in for a fatal strike directly into its chest. Blood splattered everywhere. Preparing to end the fight, Subaru whispered his final words, "Thank you." The Guardian's eyes lost their light. A second later, it was finished off by a beam of light, its body collapsing as it let out a cry of agony. Outside, Akira was sweating bullets. "He did it," Kotetsu added. "For the past few days, we've been using him as a practice target for these items. I've fought him at least 100 times myself." A loud shout echoed as he looked toward Kotetsu, who was watching from the sidelines. Subaru excitedly boasted about his achievement. "I won without using blood arts or skills." The two chatted excitedly. "Aside from the items, your swordsmanship is still sloppy. When we get back, make sure to practice more." "I got it. I'll definitely do better next time." They couldn't aim for absolute perfection just yet. As they were about to leave, Shikishima spoke up. "Wait a second, everyone." They all turned back, listening intently. With the whole family gathered, Shikishima said seriously, "There's something I need to discuss with you all." Akira suddenly realized now that he mentioned it. Both Renji and Amamiya were there. An official announcement had concluded that for those with families, Shikishima looked at each member and recounted, "From today, you are permitted to inform them that you are being targeted by the executors." The scene shifted rapidly to the father of Shikishima, who joyfully called out, "Welcome back, Ryo." Shikishima immediately went to greet him. "Welcome home, father. Let me take your bags." Seeing his son being so capable, the man's eyes sparkled with admiration. "You're so strong, Ryo. You're a master. But what about mother and the others?" They continued talking. "Haven't you checked your email? They're still in Europe for their tour. They said they'll celebrate from afar this year. And what about you, father?" "I'm free this year." The father listened tenderly. "You said you had something to talk about over dinner?" "I'm listening." Shikishima nodded. "Yes. You two still get along as well as ever. Shall we go to that Biki shop?" "I knew you'd say that, father. I've already booked a table there." "Great, Ryo." Meanwhile, Mizuo was eating when she saw someone return. "Welcome back, Amamiyaka." She replied happily, "I'm home. Where's Sister Hazuki?" She's handling a rift. She'll be back soon. Amamiyaka looked confused and pointed to her head. Wait, didn't she lose her master? Doesn't that mean she isn't a master anymore? Mizuo continued innocently, swinging her legs. Oh, that only lasted about a week, I think. A week? That fast? Another voice echoed. I'm home, Amamiyaka. Amamiyaka stammered in panic. Sister, you're no longer the fire dragon's proxy? Hazuki appeared with an entirely different look, and behind her stood a man. Now, this is the fire tiger sovereign master, Amamiya Hazuki. Before her brain could process it, Amamiyaka asked, Huh? Over on the other side, Akira said in a weary voice, Mother, I'm home. Immediately, a loud scream made him jump. What's wrong? His mother was furious, interrogating him, then slammed her hand onto a crate full of supplies that filled the house. I told you, if you're going to keep Renji's stuff in storage, you have to clean it up regularly. Akira pleaded weakly, Mom, I have something else to talk about today. But she ignored him, leaning in close and ordering, Clean it up first. Yes, sorry Mom, I'll do it right away. Setting that aside, his mother asked, So, how is Renji doing? Oh, he says thanks for the summer gift. At another family's home, the parents were smiling brightly to welcome Renji. Welcome home. The response was a warm smile mixed with pure joy. Welcome home, the two doted on him, asking, Is it just me, or do you look more handsome? Do you work out regularly? Mom, you think so? I hope so. The whole family happily chatted. We haven't seen you in Japan lately. Does a master have to go abroad too? He replied. Basically, yeah, that's not wrong. His mother smiled affectionately. You haven't been back in Japan long, have you? Let's re-watch the press conference. His father, seeing his wife getting excited, stopped her. Wait, mother, not yet. He looked at his son. Renji, you mentioned something on the phone, right? Let's hear that first. The two listened intently. It felt like a touching reunion. Renji felt happy inside. Yes. A while later, Shikishima left the house, waiting for someone. From afar, Subaru approached. It had been a while since they last met. Shikishima-san, Happy New Year. Happy New Year. I hope this year goes well for you too. Time drifted by. It was November 2024. For the new year, the two walked through the streets chatting. How was everyone's new year? We had soba at the hotel together. Jinga came when invited. Subaru wondered, turning to Shikishima. And you? What did you tell your family? I told them the truth. I also asked my two younger siblings and my mother to return to the country. They're artists, you know? My father is a conductor. My mother plays the piano, and my two sisters play the violin. Shikishima continued, but Subaru's expression showed he wasn't happy about it. I didn't want them to interrupt their work, but it was better than risking their lives. Shikishima confided, I told my father. He recalled the day. They met up to eat at a familiar spot. All right, as Rio suggested, we will cancel the performance and come home. He looked at his father with a heavy heart and said, I'm sorry, but his father was understanding and empathetic. Don't apologize. As a father who loves you, even if I know that, I can't deny Shikishima's contributions. Without the masters, this world wouldn't have any music left to play. He didn't blame him at all. On the contrary, he felt guilty. We feel terrible for putting all the burden on your shoulders. I'm truly sorry, son. The two looked at each other with eyes ready to forgive. This is nothing. Father has always been grateful to you. At this point, Shikishima couldn't help but choke up, tears welling in his eyes. Thank you, Father. Returning to reality, Shikishima poured out his heart. I wanted to say, I will protect everyone, and yet, I'm the one being cheered on. It seemed to be the same with Narus and Renji. Amamiyaka said the exact same thing. Like you, Subaru, I want to do what's right. He placed a hand over his heart. Honestly, we'll do anything to protect our family. Two people, one shared resolve. Shikishima happily looked forward to it. Yeah, we're counting on you. Looking ahead, all the members were present. All right, looks like everyone's here. The three of them walked over to reunite. Yeah, Jinga and Akira are there too. Subaru spoke first. The seventh calamity, the thing that will destroy everyone's heart except for the Lord of the Throne, solitary reflection of decay. We must destroy it. 10 days until the Blue Eye Corporation's attack. Northwest Fukuoka and Saga Prefecture, Genkai Amamiya. Scene shift to another location. A woman's face expressionless, eyes wide open. Seventh calamity skill. Holder of solitary reflection of decay, Kohaku Hirakata. She had been defeated by Billet. Blood was still flowing. Her body had been cut in two. He calmly muttered to himself, Apologies for stepping in. Billet coldly declared, From now on, I will handle all matters related to Subaru, vice president of the Blue Eye Corporation. Billet then nonchalantly dropped Kohaku's body. A moment had been decided. Images of the future appeared, memories of the future. The result of the seventh calamity reflected solitary reflection of decay. The mass mental destruction of humanity, except for the Lord of the Throne, was the consequence of this skill. Kohaku Hirakata, through an S-rank item, a fierce battle unfolded. However, in King Aurora's world, Subaru had mistaken it for another external skill. Though they succeeded in destroying it, Kohaku stood amidst a great crack in the sky. The caster looked quite smug. Kohaku Hirakata, the conqueror, has successfully escaped. Then, Endacher explained to Subaru that this was discovered because Endacher had encountered Hirakata before. In the narration, images of Mario and Kana observing the map appeared. From Endacher's information and the skills of the pair, Marino Himino and Kana Sano, Hirakata's location was pinpointed to the Genkai Amamiya. They moved to block her ability. Shikishima led the group, confused. So, is this the place? Subaru observed the surroundings. Unsure. It should be. Nokita Beach, Itoshima Peninsula, Fukuoka Prefecture. Then he noticed something. There's no one here. But what's that blue thing? Trying to remain optimistic, Endacher spoke up. At least it's not Kohaku's skill. You don't understand anything, he retorted. What the hell is that? Just then, Jinga recognized it. 6 eyes. His answer made Akira turn around, curious. Oh? He narrowed his eyes in concern. I saw it during Christmas. Just as he remembered a high-rise building, Jinga continued. Their hideout. Ahead of them, the 6 eyes continued to rotate incessantly. Suddenly, a starry night sky appeared in the center of the ring. On the other side of the 6 eyes, 2 people were watching intently. It was Billet and his secretary Ragan, channeling energy as if preparing. He looked gloomily toward the circle, as if planning something. Back on the other side of the 6 eyes, Shikishima questioned, For real? As soon as he said that, he closed his eyes as if thinking. Then, Shikishima decisively made a decision that made everyone cheer. Let's go back. Billet, hearing that, panicked and widened his eyes. Akira kept a straight face. There's no schedule left for today. Subaru quickly chimed in. What is there to do in Fukuoka? Without hesitation, Ren said. Mackerel, Endacher firmly suggested. Mentaiko. Kotetsu refused to lose. Since it's winter, we can't miss Motsunabe. Everyone excitedly agreed in unison. Sounds good. But Billet couldn't take it anymore. He dashed through the 6 eyes ring to stop them. This is not okay at all. They were all confused. Who is this? He angrily introduced himself. I am Billet, vice president of 6 eyes. You must be Subaru and his team. Billet lowered his voice, half threatening, half asking. I won't allow you to leave. Subaru ignored his grumpiness, still innocent. But I want to eat Motsunabe. Billet gritted his teeth. Having no other choice, I will arrange it. Scene shift to a dining table. Billet's chair, vice president's office. He spoke seriously, while the pot of food was boiling. You know the power of this chair, right? What is discussed here, Billet stood across from the food, continuing to explain, will not be monitored by the operators. It seemed his words fell on deaf ears, making Billet tremble with rage. It made Shikishima confused. Hey, why do we have to stand? Motsunabe must be eaten with a kotatsu, he shouted in their faces. My place doesn't have the capacity for that. Ragan sighed, exhausted. So tired. Billet's assistant scrambled to prepare the Motsunabe. While chewing, Endacher discussed the 7th calamity. Billet coldly announced, I have already dealt with it. This is the only way for us to have a chance to negotiate. His words grabbed everyone's attention to the main point. As if getting revenge for earlier, Billet chewed his food, praising it. Delicious. Shikishima said with disdain. Get to the point, now. Immediately, he put his chopsticks down. In short, Billet dropped a bombshell while his face remained calm. I will betray the president. Help me take him down. Everyone who heard was stunned, mouths agape. Huh? Shikishima spoke their inner thoughts. Why? He spoke gently. Simply put, the president wants to sell us to the operators. He's even trying to monopolize the benefits. He couldn't take it anymore. Billet's face darkened with anger. Unforgivable. Betrayal will be met with betrayal. His attitude made Subaru ponder, but he remained silent, observing. Kotetsu immediately noticed something. Oh, I see. Just remembering the assassin, he questioned. So the assassin from the other day was sent by you? Billet didn't flinch. Correct. I intended to deal with Subaru before. The president could act and hand him over to the operators. Flores's voice suddenly appeared in Jinga's head. It seemed the vice president's faction was preparing for a decisive move. Just remembering that, he realized, I see. Then Shikishima spoke up. What is the benefit for us to cooperate with you? Is your help even necessary? Immediately, Billet unleashed overwhelming power. Do you really think you can defeat us? Shikishima was furious, but couldn't do anything because he was suppressed. Perhaps you are misunderstanding something. Let me make this clear. This is not a negotiation. Even Jinga was surprised by this terrifying power. Although suppressed, Akira remained calm, glancing over. Amidst his threats, Endoctor looked on gently. Just one question. Are you with us, or not? His intimidation didn't shake Ren in the slightest. Billet continued to unleash his magic, asserting, "Is that all?" However, Kotetsu was still eating with gusto. This guy is on another level. The executor defeated earlier can't compare. Even if we all go together, we can't win. Suddenly, he stopped his chopsticks, thinking anxiously, if Asmodeus is stronger than this guy, completely ignoring their thoughts, Billet continued. If you cooperate and defeat Asmodeus, I have prepared rewards. Six Eyes will retreat and stop pursuing Subaru. I also guarantee I will not accept any requests that are disadvantageous to you. Jenga lost his cool. Annoyed, that's just empty talk. How can we trust you? He said confidently. I never make empty promises. I have already prepared a contract. Shikishima was also surprised, repeating, a contract? While Billet was introducing it, Dragon had summoned the magic. My assistant has the skill to create a binding contract. He continued to explain the skill. The executor will be punished if the contract is broken. Shikishima was astonished by the scene before his eyes. A skill that can bind the executor? Billet replied, seriously, correct. I am putting my own life on the line. His recklessness made Jinga widen his eyes in shock. Even Shikishima couldn't believe his ears. If you break your word, you die? Is that so? Do you have to go that far? Billet asserted firmly once more. I just want to prove that I am different from the president. As if wanting to persuade him, his voice softened. The conditions above are extremely generous. Join me. Subaru. Subaru, as if touching a nerve, Jinga shouted, Subaru. Shikishima also shouted, Subaru. Do you understand the situation correctly? Subaru smiled gently. I understand. If we sign, Billet, his close associate, will be our ally, right? Though he didn't understand. You can tell what he's thinking, but their hesitation really ticked Billet off. Is my life not even worth that much? At the same time, Subaru remained calm, looking him straight in the eye. He cheerfully called out, Tsunemori Jinga, do you remember what I said about being manipulated in the ruins? Even under the pressure, Tsunemori Jinga didn't forget. When we get back, we'll form a group, right? Subaru heard him and confirmed it immediately. Shikishima was shocked when he heard that and shouted, Subaru, do you even? Before he could finish, Subaru explained, the group is called the Rainbow Nation. I've already gotten permission from Vanquis. Our motto is, never betray or abandon your comrades. The moment Subaru finished, Shikishima was stunned into silence. Endoctor and Lian were also taken aback by his certainty. Akira, however, found it amusing, and let out a laugh, as if trying to break the tension. Kotetsu kept a straight face but stared intently at him, while Tsunemori Jinga was so moved he couldn't even find the words. Right after that, he regained his confidence and replied with a soft smile. Right. After Tsunemori Jinga's affirmation, Subaru solemnly announced, Billet, we, the Rainbow Nation, will not agree to any act of betrayal, no matter the cost. His righteous words left Billet speechless. Even if we are the side being slaughtered, we still cannot join you. Subaru politely thanked him, but still declined the offer. His loyalty, and that of his team, left Billet at a loss for words. Everyone had put down their chopsticks at some point, watching Billet right in front of them. They had teleported out of there, appearing nearby in the background, wondering, Vice President, is it really okay to just let them go? She asked, voice hesitating as if she'd been wondering that for a while. You could have taken them out right then and there. After being rejected, Billet felt dejected, but he knew full well, if I did that, Asmodeus and Mastema would immediately take me out. The moment Subaru rejected my offer, the plan collapsed. The goal of bringing down Asmodeus remains the same. We will support Subaru. Ragan replied coldly. Understood. I will follow you to the end. Billet seemed lost in thought, muttering, never betray or abandon your comrades. If Asmodeus feels the same, a document was delivered, the 1st of November 2024. The Six Eyes conglomerate begins the deployment, according to the plan handed over to Subaru and the elite contractors of the conglomerate. They sent a desperate proposal to Akiharu Subaru, a plan for widespread annihilation. At the same time, Subaru stood on a rooftop, having been tasked with slaughtering the families, allies, and friends of the contractors. The massive house appeared in his eyes. Every contractor, It seems Subaru was waiting for something, waiting to protect their families. A normal, peaceful house before any big trouble occurred. It seems there was something in the nearby houses. It turns out they had split up to observe the situation in those houses. The remaining members scattered nearby to prepare to face the enforcers. The whole city was immersed in peace and silence, but then the Six Eyes Circle appeared again, shattered by surprise. Ragan had been wounded so severely it couldn't be worse, falling from the circle. He was shocked to see that scene right before his eyes, but she couldn't take it anymore. She fell from the circle. Subaru shouted in panic, as if afraid he had misidentified Billet's secretary. After Ragan hit the ground, he immediately lunged forward and shouted, "Are you okay? What happened?" Luckily, she still had a little strength left to call out. Subaru, Jaguar wheezed out the information. "We were ambushed." Amidst Subaru's confusion, she tried her best. "The president's side won't come to the human realm." Jaguar's words left him shocked, eyes widening in disbelief. Scene shift to the outer realm, the Golden Kingdom. In the deepest part of the palace, the Infinite Tower ruins. Asmodeus's calculated voice echoed, "Billet, you're too honest and enthusiastic. There's no way I'd share the real plan with a traitor." He excitedly announced to his staff, "Now, gentlemen, as planned, start the deployment to the outer realm, Tokyo, Japan. The 12th of November, 2024, 10 a.m. The Six Eyes deployment to the outer realm proceeded as initially planned. Jaguar lay on the rooftop in pain, trying to send a message to Subaru. President Asmodeus, the plan he spoke of is a lie. He wants to destroy the outer realm before deploying to the human realm," she shouted excitedly. "To neutralize all the gods who have contracts with the gates." According to Jaguar's words, the gates began to crack in the sky. Not losing his composure like her, he replied slowly, "Is that so?" Scene shift to the outer realm, the Golden Kingdom. Floros flew in midair, curious. "President, what is the policy behind this slaughter?" Contrary to his brutal plan, Asmodeus smiled gently and complimented. "That's a great question, Floros. The client's request is very simple. They only asked for one thing." As his battle-hungry staff listened, he announced gently as if it were nothing, "Devastation. That is all." She pondered, repeating, "Devastation, huh?" While observing the golden-armored warriors from behind, Floros spoke up, "Understood. Let's get started." She summoned her skill, Fallen Deity, Trample the Gods, Actistus. At the same time, the knights rushed forward quickly. The evil god Aphrodite, once summoned, immediately flew in to attack them. Its giant hand grabbed the tiny warriors. Just as predicted, the god immediately crushed the golden knights. Nearby, those in the army were terrified by what was happening before their eyes. The entire vanguard all killed in one blow. How is that possible? A monster. Before they could regain their composure, a large burst of fire attacked them. It was violet, flying erratically, casting spells everywhere. The blinding flames made the golden-armored warriors realize they were the 7 knights of the palace. The army kept pouring in. Acting Croquet was not out of the fight either. Sukuzio Rahu explode. Her technique immediately blew up the knights who were eagerly fighting. Meanwhile, Croquet stood in the middle of the bombing, looking like she was enjoying the victory. While Violet Raven flew around, Mastema spoke up. "Great job. Maybe I should start acting too." She excitedly turned her head and called out, "Boss." In the blink of an eye, Mastema's hopes dropped. She said in a low voice, "Gone already?" One of Asmodeus's feet had stepped through the teleportation circle. While she was hesitating, perhaps as Mastema predicted, he had gone to the Blood-Eye King. Above, the Garden of Vorden was confused by the sudden appearance of a guy in a blue coat. "Who are you?" Before he could finish his question, he attacked, with terrifying power and unrealistic speed, leaving Vorden astonished. Before he could prepare anything, Asmodeus's attack had easily sliced him into many small pieces. Yet, he still politely greeted him as if he weren't the one who had just attacked. "Pleasure to meet you. I am Asmodeus Amamiya, of the Six Eyes Conglomerate." Just after introducing himself, Asmodeus smugly prepared to deliver the finishing blow and say goodbye. The Blood-Eye King widened his eyes in surprise. This person is an elite among the 5 enforcers. The enemy was so powerful that just as he finished his sentence, his attack had already struck. Even he, one of the 3 kings of the West, couldn't take a single blow. Back to the Golden Kingdom, inside the palace. Isis knelt to apologize. "I'm sorry. From the western sky, there is a strong response of countless souls. It's a group of people in blue coats." She informed them, sadly. "Many knights have sacrificed themselves or were wounded during the counterattack." Isis spoke up angrily. "Golden Kingdom, General Isis. Queen Safina still calmly asked back. The Six Eyes conglomerate again? The scene shifts to the Silver Kingdom. King Ruin was bored, resting his chin on his hand. Today, we are no longer vassals. We cannot use the curse anymore. He sat between the two eyes of the blue dragon, curious when he saw Mastema appear from the Six Eyes teleportation circle. She questioned him without any respect. You are the Silver King? Mastema carried her weapon, focusing her power. You look quite similar to the Fairy King, don't you? Perhaps his descendant? She suddenly let out an "oh." Right, I should introduce myself first. An image of the Fairy King seemed to appear when Mastema said, You won't be able to recognize the Fairy King because I already killed her. Her calmness drove Julie insane with rage. Without hesitation, Mastema lunged, grabbed his collar, and raised her weapon. About the curse. I can't use it. She was serious, preparing to strike. Just die already, you little fox. The restraint and the surprise attack left Julie frozen, staring at the sickle about to stab him. Suddenly, just as Mastema swung her weapon down, a foot blocked it just in time. She couldn't believe it and turned to, gritting her teeth. On the Golden Kingdom battlefield, Floros noticed something and looked up at the sky. Fujigami? Thank goodness. Oh, heaven. Over on the Blood Eye King's side, Asmodeus was politely reaching out his hand. Suddenly, his hand was frozen solid. After that, he cast a murderous glance over, as if looking for the one who had just attacked. In the city, Subaru was contacting Shikishima. Shikishima immediately replied, Listen up, they're going to destroy the outer realm before entering the human realm. While Akira and Jinga were serious, he replied, Just as we predicted. Both Renji and Amamiyaka were surprised, and shouted in unison, Huh? Really? Hearing that, Shikishima explained helplessly, You guys don't listen to strategies, do you? There's no enemy so honest that they'd spill their whole plan to us. They acted as if they had discovered a world wonder, agreeing at the same time. That sounds reasonable. He looked full of disgust but continued. Of course, we should assume they're lying to distract us. Subaru, from the outer realm. Is it stable? On the rooftop, he still replied calmly. Yeah. While Subaru was reporting the situation, Delta, Killim, and Louis had arrived at the Golden Kingdom. The enemy invading the outer realm is currently being crushed by the Rainbow Nation amidst Killim's bloodlust. He continued. In the Golden Kingdom, Killim, Delta, and Louis are defending the front. Delta was no different. Happy because he was about to fight. Only Louis was seriously focusing his power, ready to fight. Both Violet and Croaky. Looking up and staring at them, Floris asked in a sharp, demanding tone, Who are you? Subaru's voice continued to echo. The guardians of the Silver Nation are Carrion and Amamiya, so the feet that were stopping Mastema were actually Carrion's. Then, he smiled. It was a provocation, as if he wanted to jump in and start a fight immediately. At that same moment, Amamiya Raven remained calm, as if she didn't even care about Mastema. Shortly after, she slowly spoke. The land of the Subaru Nation, Subaru quickly announced. The new player must have arrived there. Just as he predicted, Diamante had arrived in time. Deus was still quietly observing. She ignored the fact that her hand had been frozen. Unable to stay calm, Varden shouted, while Diamante criticized him without any respect. You're getting weaker and weaker, father. You can't even handle a few moves, so what are we supposed to do? Hearing that, Varden spun around in frustration, trying to express his dissatisfaction. He couldn't contain his anger and scolded her. Shut up, you disrespectful child. Suddenly, he broke through the outer shell, trying to justify himself. I'm trying to do something here too, you know. She spoke up as if to mock him. Oh, really? Deus didn't care about their conversation. He shattered the ice on his hand and attacked. You're fast enough to block my curse. Is this a new type? Then he chuckled, questioning how she wasn't in the operator's database. Are you an AI, miss? Ignoring Varden's pout, Diamante retorted, Not an AI, just a soul. But if I have to label it, she then unleashed an overwhelming power, as if to boast, I am Subaru's apostle. Subaru, the strongest spirit in history. Diamante flashed back to the previous meeting. After receiving news of the Six-Eyed Company's descent, while Subaru and his team were preparing to challenge the first crevice, a meeting was held in the Great Amamiya to discuss the situation. After quite a heated debate, everyone concluded that the Six-Eyed Company would split up to attack the human world and the other world. Which one gets hit first would be decided right before the descent. For Subaru's family and apostles, as long as there is a way to protect the human world, they would prioritize attacking the other world if no other viable plan existed. Perhaps they'll attack the human world instead. Vanquist tilted his head and clicked his tongue. Sounds plausible. Safina smiled thoughtfully. while Ruin laughed. Haha, it's just a strategy targeting the weakest link. Shikishima rubbed his chin, contemplating. In that sense, the problem lies in the other world. Akira looked confused, wondering why Shikishima would say that. Shikishima didn't explain much, his brows furrowed in worry. There's even a small chance they'll target our family since they can't leave the human world. Safina analyzed softly. The 6 kings can use curses. Vanquis, the progenitor, will operate this place for us. In other words, very few people in the other world can use curses. Ruin listened silently, agreeing somewhat. Therefore, they can't fight the executor, Varden pondered, waiting for everyone's decision. Delta crossed his legs and offered his opinion. Killim, Kim, and Pika will protect the other world. But honestly, I want a few more people. Killim was quite confident. He bluntly refused. Absolutely not. Delta, exhausted and speechless, gently advised, we really do need more people. Just then, the Emperor Carrion raised his hand high. Let me go, and I won't confront the operator, Subaru. Confused, he asked, but I thought you said you could use curses? Carrion remembered his body and his loyal friend from long ago. He said, I will take back my body. C was surprised. Sushi, lying in her arms, was also startled. Lord Carrion, that is. Vanquis explained, that is Campanella's soul. Carrion scratched his head, deciding to face the truth. This was predestined. It would happen one day. Meanwhile, in the human world, Sunday, December 24th, at a spacious house as night fell, 3 members of the Six-Eyed Company arrived to wish everyone a Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Jin. He opened the door, confused. Not again? 6 Eyes? Virus flashed a smile, with the sales director floating behind. Back to the meeting in the Great Amamiya. Vanquis and Carrion smiled. Forget it then. Vanquis looked up at Louis and those beside her. Just you people? Louis was there, and Sahaka lay exhaustedly on her lap. Lenda hugged Louis's leg, and Renji watched them, suggesting, could I try to join the conversation? Sahaka, lacking energy, spoke up. Sorry, but I'm a bit tired lately. Louis angrily scolded. You idiot! We're in a serious meeting. Why would an AI stand up? What's the point? Vanquis chuckled, scolding her. What a dummy. Safina smiled, but her words were quite violent. I'll deal with you later. Shikishima interrupted. Leave them be. There's one more issue. Looking at Ruin, Shikishima asked, how are we going to fix the hole you left at Subaru's place? He added, it's not exactly urgent, but if we can, the problem is that Subaru's stamina is being drained too much. At the mention of his name, Subaru remained silent. He didn't complain, but his slight anxiety showed that Shikishima's words were true. Jin added, yeah, the perpetrator of that hole is, well, it's awkward. Safina also chimed in, not understanding the full story. The concubine and the king are at a loss too. Varden remained silent. Vanquis folded his arms and nodded. I understand what you mean. This time, it was Subaru's turn to be confused. Vanquis scratched his head, sharing some news. I didn't want to play this card yet, but I have an old friend. She's stronger than the 3 kings, for sure. Jin, Akira, and Shikishima were all stunned. Is that true? Storm Delta was also amazed. Your old friend is stronger than the 3 kings? Keelan was slightly startled, thinking of someone. He asked, could it be? Vanquis didn't keep everyone waiting. He said bluntly, no, not him. I'll use Freeze. I'll make her Subaru's apostle. Keelam, Delta, and Lenda shouted in unison. What? Subaru was also curious. Freeze? Jin recalled his memories of her. I've met her before. She's from an other world. Hearing that nickname, Delta slapped his forehead in defeat. Killim clutched his head in agony. Jin's words echoed in his ears. She is the master of Killim, Delta, and Lenda, the master of 30 disciples. Lenda, even while hugging Louis's leg, was shaking uncontrollably. Fear radiated from his body at the mention of the name Freeze. Even Jin felt self-conscious. Also known as the strongest spirit in history. I believe that's true. Subaru didn't expect her to be rated so highly. He repeated, bewildered. The strongest in history? That person was none other than Diamante. She always wore a confident smile, her face bright with a future where nothing seemed to challenge her. Currently, in the royal garden of the Copper Kingdom, Diamante stood with her hands behind her back, full of confidence. The one hovering beside her was her father, Varden. After being defeated, he could only maintain his form as a tiny spirit. Seeing the person claiming to be a spirit, Day opened his status screen. In his heart, he calculated and confirmed the spirit's information. Looking at the news he had just found about this girl, he was astonished. A spirit? Day's face lit up with interest. He wondered, the strongest? Even the strongest in the history of the spirit species? Records from 10 billion years of the administrator's reign show that it is rare for a spirit to receive the title of strongest. Spirits generally have the ability to manipulate natural phenomena, so they can only develop in environments teeming with natural phenomena. For example, the Western crystal can only manifest absolute zero, but it is still a fairly weak spirit. Diamante slammed her fist into her other palm, excitedly saying, "I've always waited for this opportunity." She was extremely excited, looking forward to this fight. A smile bloomed on her lips as she said, "I've lived for a long time, but this is the first time I've been able to fight to the death with an executor." Day tilted his head and chuckled, thinking to himself, "She's so confident, huh?" He said politely, "Go easy on me, okay?" Just as he finished speaking, Diamante's devastating punch landed straight on his cheek. It was real. His face was twisted and deformed upon impact. Just after striking, she said, "Are you serious?" A cracking sound echoed the sound of his glasses shattering. It was unclear if any bones were broken. De hadn't dodged in time but had managed to channel energy into his legs to brace himself. However, the spirit's power was so immense that the ground beneath his feet cracked. Diamante scorned his flippant attitude. "Are you kidding me? Holding back in a fight?" Even though she had stepped back, the booming explosion still echoed. The ground beneath was fractured and even showed signs of collapsing. Immediately after, dirt and rocks flew up. Where Day was standing was now a fairly deep, large hole. To avoid being crushed, he used his ability to blast the debris out of the hole, simultaneously using his hands to reshape his face and neck. "There we go," he said, holding his head, then raised one hand. A blue light flickered on his fingers. He smiled slightly. "My apologies, that was too rude." Varden, seeing this, was startled. Remembering the time he took that move, he screamed in a panic. "That! Dodge it, Diamante!" She didn't understand her father's concern because she didn't feel any danger. Thus, Diamante took Dea's move head-on. That blue light, like a compressed bullet, shot powerfully toward her face. Dea was satisfied with this move. A smile remained on his lips, but he noticed a detail. That move of his seemed to have no effect on Diamante. It didn't even leave a major wound on her face, just a slight scratch. Diamante touched her face and remarked, "Just a tickle." Her reaction left Varden, shocked, stunned, and thrown back. He couldn't believe his eyes. Instead, he was horrified and blurted out, "No way, just that? That move once wiped out my defenses." Diamante calmly assessed, "It's just the way they were unleashed, that's all." Day had climbed out of the hole by now. He was equally amazed. Are they really as strong as the stories say? Currently, he decided to fight seriously. His supreme power and abundant energy flared up. A blue flame burned on Day's body. It erupted powerfully, the flames so high they threatened to swallow Diamante. Facing such a blue fire, Diamante didn't panic. Energy and blinding light radiated from Day's blue fire destruction technique, illuminating the entire area. It was like a giant, sky-piercing pillar threatening to swallow everything. A deafening roar echoed. Another stream of blue light smothered that light like cool water on a sweltering summer day. The flowing water technique was perfectly suited to deal with Day's blue fire destruction. The flames below had now erupted like lava. Columns of water poured down from the sky, and steam rose in a thick fog. Varden struggled to withstand the aftermath of the battle. He gasped in horror. "The royal garden! What the hell is happening?" He looked at Day, standing confidently on the ground, which was being scorched until it turned bright red. He judged, "It's not just scorching the earth, it's immediately turning it into a sea of boiling lava. This is an unparalleled ability." Diamante looked down from high above at the sea of lava below. It was unclear if she had been affected at all. With fire and magma like that, it would be strange if it weren't hot. Diamante fanned herself with her hand to cool off, though she still had a bit of magma stuck to her. Annoyed, she muttered, "It's scorching." Seeing her opponent completely unfazed, he sighed, "I'm genuinely feeling self-conscious. That was my strongest attack." Diamante landed, standing on the molten surface. Since her true form is an ice spirit, the moment she touched the magma, a sizzling sound filled the air, and steam billowed out. She just indifferently remarked, "Yeah, I guess it is hot." He chuckled. "Aren't you going to dodge?" Diamante remained calm, not bothering to use any strategies. "If the enemy doesn't move, I don't move." He shifted tactics. "If you don't dodge, I will." He smiled slightly. "Then I'll just dodge instead." Feeling that this executor was quite interesting, Diamante's fighting spirit ignited. She flashed a smile. "If you're good enough, then try it." With that, she launched a kick aimed straight at his chest. This move was called White Abyss Cold Pole. Taking the kick directly to the chest, frigid energy erupted. Pillars of ice rose behind him like the wings of a beautiful icy angel. Feeling the bone-chilling cold, he was momentarily stunned. It wasn't just the surrounding air, his body was starting to freeze. Diamante's move had bypassed his defenses. While he was still frozen in thought, he took another punch straight to the face. Diamante teased, "Oh my, what's wrong?" She threw another punch, taunting, "Try dodging this," an executor telling others to dodge. Yet Diamante kept unleashing her purifying fists, true to their name, the power. Diamante Unleashed was strong enough to cleanse anything, even a body granted unparalleled strength. He was blasted backward, his body shattering. Unable to accept that he had lost so quickly, and feeling his body torn to pieces, he screamed in silence, "Impossible! It's impossible for such a strong spirit to exist." Ah, so that's it. Unable to stop resisting, he used another skill, Blessing of the Supplicant, to boost his stats. But before he could even recover his body, Diamante appeared right in front of him, showing nothing but contempt for his actions. "I don't need that blessing." He was truly baffled. Why was she still so strong without the blessing? Diamante recalled the conditions she had negotiated with Subaru back then. She had said, "Hey kid, Subaru." He obediently replied, "Yes?" In front of Vanquis and his 3 disciples, she had proudly declared, "I will become your retainer, but there is one condition. I do not need the stat blessing." This request left Subaru completely stunned. "Huh? Why?" She explained it as if it were obvious. "Fighting is something you must do with your own strength." Killam and Lenda immediately chimed in. "Well said." Delta also helplessly remarked. Truly, Subaru couldn't do anything else. At that moment, he finally understood a part of her personality. "So this is the mentor of Killam and the others?" He replied, "I understand." Returning to reality, he saw the bewildered look on his opponent's face. Fighting soul against soul, Diamante wore the smile of a victor. "It's time for close-quarters combat." She delivered a final blow, literally shattering his face. A perfect white smear. His body had crumbled to pieces. His final thought was just 2 words, "Too strong." After defeating her opponent, Diamante was incredibly dismissive. What is this? So even an executor can get handed a beating by a curse? Compared to the shadow of the progenitor, this is just garbage on the side of the road. A tremor shook the snowy mountains. As the progenitor sent an invitation to the ice spirit, a loud shout echoed, "Don't mess with me." Vanquis gritted his teeth, cracking his knuckles. "Progenitor, you dog. Are you saying I should become a retainer for your puppet?" Diamante and Vanquis faced off in the frozen forest. "I thought you came to visit an old friend, but I didn't expect you to make such an absurd demand the moment you opened your mouth." Diamante got into a fighting stance and screamed, "Bring it on. Every time we meet, it makes me want to beat you up." Vanquis retorted angrily, "Stop messing around, Diamante. I can't beat you right now." Diamante challenged him, then recover quickly. "Heal up and come out here to fight. Bring it." Vanquis was provoked and shouted, "Fine, bring it on. If you do as I ask, I'll do as you wish." Diamante was delighted. "Deal. It's a promise. If you dare to break it, you'd better be ready for me to come for your head." Diamante warmed up her body, preparing for the showdown. "Take me to your throne. It's been a while since I've seen my disciples." Diamante curled her lips into a mischievous smile. "Call those executors." Killam and Delta gritted their teeth. The relationship between mentor and disciple is always so interesting. Switching scenes to the Golden Kingdom, the Infinite Tower ruins. Killam and Delta stood there, quietly observing. Delta said, "Master has already joined the battle. Perhaps they've reached the enemy leader. If we arrive late, who knows what they'll say." Killam was full of determination. "We can't waste any more time." Delta clasped her hands and cursed, "Those scumbags, I'm going to slaughter them all." Killam and Delta, full power mode. Switching scenes, a giant vortex appeared. Surprise struck everyone. The defensive perimeter was swept up in it. Killam and Delta stood in the middle of the chaos. Saintess Croquet was overwhelmed by the scene before her. "What is this?" she thought. Continued, "It's the technique of the spirits." The staff of the Six Eyes Company were falling one by one. Croquet gritted her teeth and cursed, "This is the fatal weakness against spirits. I have to stop them." Fallen Star suddenly. Croquet's body was cut through, severed in a single stroke. Her pupils constricted. She was caught off guard and couldn't react. Renji, watching from the side, thought to himself, "She can't defeat someone who uses a death touch skill." At that moment, a giant hand suddenly appeared behind Renji. She sensed something unusual and immediately turned to look. A horrific giant Earth Mother Goddess appeared, attacking Renji. Croquet screamed, "Go, Earth Mother Goddess." Renji, under attack, immediately used a shield to defend against a skill capable of controlling high-level entities. Kulim stood to the side, watching Renji and the Earth Mother, silently remarking, "Looks like there's someone decent here too." Delta said, "Kulim, go help that golden-armored girl. She can't hold her own alone," Kulim replied. "Got it. What about you?" Delta looked up and pointed at another one charging toward them. "I'll take care of this one." Violet looked up and smiled provocatively. "Oh my, I've been targeted already? How happy I am." Violet rushed toward Delta. "Love me." Violet and Delta clashed. A massive explosion erupted when the two powers collided. Bifrons covered his hat, too intense. Bifrons held his hat tight, grimacing. "I didn't expect such powerful beings to appear. Boss, why didn't you tell me? Is everyone else okay?" Switching scenes to another place, the Demon Emperor and Mastema were in another battle. The Demon Emperor unleashed his scissors. Mastema didn't back down, cutting back. Mid-air, the Demon Emperor and Mastema fought fiercely. Ruin reminded them, hey, don't destroy people's homes. Take it easy." Just then, the battle momentarily paused. Mastema laughed loudly and said, "You're not bad. Who are you?" The Demon Emperor licked his lips. "One of the servants of the progenitor, the Vampire King, Carrion." Mastema was stunned and gaped. "You're Carrion? You don't look like the description at all." Immediately, Mastema poured power into the weapon in her hand. "Strong is strong. I don't care about that." Horizontal and vertical sword slashes were unleashed. The two sides continued to clash. Mastema said, "As long as you make me feel excited, that's enough." Mastema challenged, "Let me show you the one who destroyed your home." The Demon Emperor's eyebrows slightly furrowed. "I don't care." Recalling that old face, the Demon Emperor said, "I've bid farewell to the past." The Demon Emperor launched his move, unleashing an artifact. "Now, I only look to the future." The artifact lunged forward. It was the fish dragon spear, Xondinus. Mastema was caught off guard and couldn't react. The Demon Emperor watched the artifact, immediately rushing at her. The Demon Emperor exclaimed, "As expected, Lady C's artifact is truly reliable, isn't it?" Because he couldn't use his own curse, C had lent the artifact to Carrion. Carrion would activate the skill, and the MP was supplied from the obsidian Amamiya. The Demon Emperor stepped forward. "These artifacts will block your path, and my fist will punch you to death." Mastema stood up amidst the ashes. You're relying on someone else's curse." Mastema challenged. "That hurts a lot, you know." She smiled, full of interest. "That's good." Switching scenes to the human realm, Japan, Tokyo, Abyss, burned by fire. Subaru stood with Maria in front of the remains of Dragon, who was lying on the ground. Maria cast a spell. Subaru turned and thanked her. Maria gritted her teeth. "Am I just convenient to use?" Shikishima replied, "Don't say that." Maria turned back. Jagan was on the ground. After being healed, she held her head and slowly sat up. Jagan looked toward Shikishima and Subaru and said, After that, Dragon immediately wanted to stand up, anxiously saying, "I can't stay here any longer. I have to save the vice president." Shikishima wondered. "Save?" Subaru vaguely realized. "Has Billet been captured already?" Dragon sadly replied, "Yes." Jagan remembered the sinister faces of Asmodeus and Mastema, and Billet being tied up and tortured horribly. When their plan to support you all was discovered, he was enduring the extreme torments of Asmodeus and Mastema. At the moment before standing before the door, Billet had signaled to Jagan. "He entrusted me to come here and warn you all." Subaru hesitated. Billet. Then, turning toward Dragon, who was preparing to leave, Subaru called out, "Dragon!" Subaru stated firmly, "I will also participate in the rescue. Take me to where Billet is." Dragon looked down, questioning, "Why?" Subaru replied, "Billet was captured because he wanted to warn us, right? I will rescue him." Jagan turned toward the two of them and said, "Thank you for your kindness, but you can't. He is being held in the dungeon of the Blue Eye Company headquarters." Shikishima gritted his teeth, immediately realizing something was wrong. "The enemy's lair to Fujigami, May." Subaru said, "Shikishima." Subaru didn't waver. "I will go rescue him alone." Shikishima, preparing for the worst, "Prepare yourself and protect your family." Shikishima urgently raised his voice. "There is no way I'm letting you take such a risk. At least let someone." Before Shikishima could finish, Jin ran over from afar. "Let me go." Jin's expression was emotionless. Shiki and Subaru turned around, surprised, and blurted out, "Jin?" Jin said matter-of-factly, "I don't have a family. I am the most suitable one among all the retainers." Subaru was a bit hesitant, but Jin immediately interrupted. There is no time to waste. Jin ran in from a distance. Let me handle this. Jin's expression was devoid of emotion. Shiki and Subaru turned their heads in surprise and blurted out, Jin? It's Jin. In reality, Jin said, I have no family. I am the most suitable one among all the players. Subaru hesitated slightly, but Jin immediately cut him off. There is no time to waste. Jin, move out. Don't say a word. Just take me with you. Subaru didn't hesitate and replied, Okay. Dragon activated the portal spell. I'm opening the gate. The portal slowly opened. Dragon couldn't hold back her tears. Thank you, everyone. Please save him. Subaru stepped forward, filled with determination. Jin narrowed his eyes, asserting, Leave it to me. High up in a tower floating on a massive rock, Billet was covered in wounds, his arms shackled to a crossbar. He weakly opened his eyes and gasped out a name, Dragon. Finally, Subaru's group reached the tall tower. So, this was the Blue Eye Corporation's headquarters. They quickly infiltrated the building. Subaru remarked with a hint of irony, It doesn't look any different from a normal office building. Dragon, leading the way, replied, This is Chairman Asmodeus's style. I don't know why, but his aesthetic is quite strange. He really likes human architectural styles. Subaru muttered to himself. The company employees. The group quickly jumped down to the next floor. Dragon warned them. Most of them are currently attacking the other worlds. I don't think anyone is guarding this place, but stay alert. Subaru, feeling curious, asked, Dragon, how long have you known Billet? She softly replied, Hundreds of years. Dragon recounted. When my world was destroyed, the vice chairman came and took me away. She spoke with a voice full of reverence for Billet. I thought I would starve to death, but he gave me food, clothes, and shelter. Back then, he had reached out a hand to save Jaguar's life. And Subaru, hearing this, smiled and said, Just like Vanquis and Karen, he must be a very important person to you, huh? She answered with firm determination. That's right. I cannot let him die. The group slowly descended to the dungeon on the 7th floor, the detention area. Jinga, walking at the back, wondered, Is it completely empty? Shouldn't a place like this have guards? Dragon, leading the way, answered flatly, I don't know. Perhaps they really were all deployed for the campaign. She reached a corner and looked around. Suddenly, Dragon noticed something truly shocking. Who would have thought? Billet was tied up and suspended in this area, right in front of her. Vice Chairman Billet called out with difficulty. Dragon. He tried his best to ask, Are you okay? Thank heavens. Dragon bit her lip, holding back tears. She quickly pulled the lever down. I'll save you right now. The chains holding him up were released. Billet fell to the ground but was caught by Dragon. She looked at Billet with concern. Why are you this badly hurt? There are so many wounds. She shed tears of emotion. You're still alive, I'm so relieved. Billet looked at her with an incredibly gentle gaze, then turned to the other two and asked, By the way, Subaru, why are you here? Subaru replied nonchalantly, Ask Dragon. When her name was called, she suddenly blushed with shyness. Subaru held out a sunflower and said, I just followed along, that's all. Then, he released the flower's power. The healing sunflower was a D-rank item that could treat wounds and gradually restore HP. Thanks to this item, Billet's body began to heal completely. He smiled. Even so, thank you, Billet said with earnest gratitude. Thank you, Subaru. The problem is what comes next. Subaru smiled back at him. On the side, Tsunemori Jinga smiled in satisfaction, while Dragon looked incredibly happy and let out a sigh of relief as she nodded. Subaru suggested, We can let you hide at our place. Billet nodded and replied, Sure, thank you. Suddenly, he lost control and blurted out some threatening words. But the best way is to kill the three of you and join with the original body. Subaru was stunned, not understanding what was happening. Billet was equally shocked by what he had just said. Tsunemori Jinga growled. Kill? Jaguar asked anxiously. Billet? Vice Chairman? He covered his mouth, trying to speak again. I don't know, Tsunemori Jinga hurriedly interrupted. Just now, he said. Suddenly, Billet's eyes glowed brightly. At the same time, in the Copper Kingdom, the sovereign of the Imperial Garden, Vorden, asked Diamante in confusion. What are you doing? She was scouring the area and then snapped back in irritation. Looking for their corpses. Obviously, Diamante lamented. Damn it. Did I grind them all into powder? Suddenly, a mirror fragment appeared behind her. Sorry about that. Diamante turned around and asked, How are you still alive? Wait, are you a soul fragment or something similar? Your real body is elsewhere. The mirror fragment replied, You could say that, or maybe not. This left her completely confused. Back at the headquarters, Billet touched the floor and said, "When I first met the administrator, he said my first thought was, finally." Billet said, "What must I do to become like that?" Just like that, he stood up and unleashed his power. Jinga and Subaru instinctively jumped away. Subaru thought to himself, "The atmosphere has changed." And then he helplessly muttered, "You're not Billet." Standing there, he replied, "Subaru, you're not wrong, but you're not right either." And then he explained, "The administrator is a collective of entities from 10 billion souls. One entity is one person. One person is one entity." Billet stared intensely at Subaru. A complete entity. On another front, Croquet, covered in cracks, suddenly started speaking like a robot. "I want to get closer to the administrator." Louis raised his shield and slowly approached. "You. What are you?" Floros was also controlled and began babbling nonsense. "To achieve that, what must I do?" Then she spoke like a madwoman. "That's right. I will divide my soul," Floros said coldly, giving each soul fragment a unique personality. She spoke in front of Delta and created an organization from them. On another side, Mastema, holding a scythe in one hand, spread both arms and declared, "In this way, I can replicate the administrator. All I need to do after that is raise the sophistication of the organization's activities." Her eyes glowed brightly. "If I can reach such a level of complexity and sophistication," Karen looked at Ma, who was rambling on, "then we reach a state of one body, one person." Then, Billet spoke up. "That is what I thought. Based on this hypothesis, I divided my soul into 5 parts." Subaru was furious. The first person, with a mole under his eye, Billet said, "Asmodeus, the coordinator. Next is Billet, the administrative assistant. Then Mastema, introduced as the strongest combat force. After that, Floros, the opposer. Finally, Croquet, the rookie." Diamante crossed her arms, confused. "This sucks. I don't understand what he's barking about." Vorden, flying beside her, explained, "In other words, the Blue Eye Corporation was organized with the goal of getting closer to the administrator." She replied coldly, "Probably true." The mirror fragment said again, "But the eternal frost is too strong. At this rate, we won't be able to fulfill the administrator's commission." Billet said coldly, "The reward for the commission is to become a part of the administrator." Croquet added, "I want that reward," Floros said coldly. Therefore, Mastema glanced over. "For the first time in thousands of years, I will return to a single entity." Billet suddenly changed his behavior and then began explaining, confusing the trio. As a result, beams of light shot through his body. Subaru and Jinga stood frozen. They had criticized the slow reaction to Billet's attack. A sudden clack sound echoed, catching Subaru's attention. In the throne room of the Silver Kingdom, Ruin sat on a cushion, wondering, "What is this?" Mastema spread her arms wide, flaunting her power. The aura of the executor had changed. She spoke coldly to Karen. "Now we will return to one entity. I don't need to fight you." Mastema left a remark. "Well done, strong one." Karen immediately thought, "He's running." He quickly chased after him. "Stop." But Mastema had already vanished. Karen looked after her, frustrated. "Damn it, what's wrong with that guy?" Ruin ran to find Karen. Karen turned around, asking, "Fox, is something wrong?" He hurriedly replied, "There's intelligence." Ruin said, "Arioto Hari and Tsunemori Jinga are dead." This news left Karen completely shocked. On Louis's front, Croquet received an order and immediately took off running toward Delta. Floros also bolted away. At the Imperial Garden of the Copper Kingdom, Diamante coldly questioned the mirror fragment. Beams of light slowly gathered in the sky. The mirror fragment flew up into the high sky like a shooting star. He finally merged into the blinding light in the sky and vanished. The light beam converged into a single point, just like a second sun. Safina also had to feel worried when the aura emanated from the Copper Kingdom. Isis also felt a bad omen, extremely terrifying. Even Louis was horrified. Karin ground his teeth so hard that even the strongest beings of the other worlds were terrified. Ruin couldn't help but show a furious expression. Even the 6 kings could only stand and watch, unable to do anything else. Delta stood looking at her teammate. Killam ground his teeth, unable to forgive this. "We still haven't reached the highest realm. How humiliating." Turning back to Diamante's side, in that blinding high sky, a figure slowly appeared. Diamante stood with her hands behind her back, admiring. Wow. She was now feeling extremely excited. "This is interesting. Who are you?" The person from above introduced themselves. She said coldly, "Fire of Purgatory, Goetia." Vorden screamed in fear. This aura is cold and evil. He broke into a cold sweat, thinking, It can be compared to Vanquis and Diamante. She reached out to unleash her power. So, Goetia, is it? I will remember your name. Diamante lunged forward. Let's keep going. But before her fiery spirit, Goetia only replied coldly, I refuse. I have no obligation to you. This remark left Diamante deflated. She even said, the plan to destroy the master of the gate and bring despair to the human world has collapsed. Fighting you is meaningless. I have no reason to continue attacking the other worlds. After that, she opened a portal behind her back. I will head to the human world, she said. According to the plan, I will destroy Ariotohara and his kin. Diamante quickly jumped up to be level with Goetia. Grumbling, she was fired up, swinging her fist. Fight, then fight, while Goetia coldly chanted a spell, Filthy Goddess. And then, she summoned a beast to hold back the 100 Knights of Herodias. The beast's power knocked Diamante back. Then, she asked, why are you so bloodthirsty? Goetia's voice dropped. You warriors, have you never thought about the meaning of life? Diamante, as if provoked, shouted back, look who's talking, the one who just led an army to invade someone else's home, she claimed. This is the strongest god. She was so furious she yelled, are you listening to me? Goetia clasped her hands together and chanted, as you wish, fight for eternity. The beast, obeying the order, roared in a frenzy to show its might. From that beast, 10 smaller ones were summoned. Varden cried out in panic, what the hell is that? Then, Goetia seized the opportunity to step into the teleportation portal. Diamante unleashed an icy punch straight at the enemy diving down, but she was a step too late. The enemy had successfully escaped. Diamante screamed, damn it, stop them. You idiots. She gritted her teeth in anger, muttering, selfish people who think they're all that I have to punch him to death. How do I get to the human realm? Varden replied, that's impossible. Diamante snapped. Are you kidding me? Varden tried to explain. You really don't know anything, do you? That's the mechanism of the heavens. Beings from other worlds cannot enter the human realm, she asked with concern. But if that's the case, we're just going to watch them wipe out the human realm? Varden replied with some irritation. That's right. Diamante tried to argue. Don't tell me, he had to reply, because we can no longer interfere with the human realm. In Tokyo, Shikishima stood waiting for the return. He worriedly wondered if Toharu could return safely. Suddenly, a teleportation portal appeared beside Shikishima. He was overjoyed, Toharu. But the person waiting for him was Goetia. This left Shikishima utterly bewildered. She moved forward. Then Goetia cast a cold glance at him. A small flame ignited on Shikishima's shoulder. His eyes widened, and then Shikishima collapsed. It was Goetia who used fire to incinerate him. She softly chanted, Crimson Flame. As the fire ignited on the rooftop, the next second, it erupted into a massive explosion. Finally, Shikishima perished without a trace. Goetia coldly remarked, one down. In her mind, images of Renji, Seika, and Akira appeared. These were all people close to Subaru. Now, how many family members are left? Returning to a short time ago at the Blue Eye Corporation headquarters. In the 7th prison, Subaru was shredded by slashes, and Tsunemori Jinga suffered the same fate. Even Dragon was cut. The entire group of Subaru was wiped out. Billet stood there coldly watching them. Subaru and Tsunemori Jinga lay sprawled amidst the blood. Dragon tried to call out to him. Vice President? Billet glanced over coldly. Her entire body was sliced into many pieces. Billet drew near, and she tried to gasp out a word. Billet gone? He coldly stated, Billet's existence is just a fake persona I created. His memories are the same. They are just experimental data. Nothing more, nothing less. The previous memories of Billet were erased, and now they have been discarded. Because I no longer have any need for them. Dragon stared at him blankly. Billet's eyes glowed. I am not Billet. I am Goetia. She suddenly burst into tears, and then Dragon was gradually consumed by his flames. Lord Billet, he looked at her and said, Don't cry. How unsightly. You are truly annoying. Eventually, Dragon's body vanished from this world. Billet approached Subaru's location. Now he stepped over the corpses of Subaru and Jinga. I must reunite with the main body, Goetia. Billet's feet were soaked in the blood of Subaru and Jinga. As he walked, he was held back by something. Then, a blinding light appeared around Billet. He looked behind him in some surprise. A hand had grabbed Billet's leg. Skill. He stared behind him. 9-star creation. A hand was using all its strength to hold his leg tight. In the human realm, Goetia had just dealt with a close friend of Subaru. She wondered, I wonder how many family members he has left. Goetia stepped forward. Suddenly, Kotetsu appeared right behind her and spoke. Shikishima died faster than I thought. Goetia stopped and looked back. He calmly said, "Given the power gap, I suppose that was inevitable." She pointed her finger and launched an attack at Kotetsu. Another one. He knew all of Goechia's moves, so he raised his hand to block. She pointed her finger and shouted, "Blue fire, clear flame." However, Goechia's flames, when attacking Kotetsu, were deflected by him. This took her by surprise. A moment later, Kotetsu opened one eye to observe the surroundings. The thing that the fire hit was a scarecrow. It cried out in pain, "Save me!" The doll exploded in midair. D-rank item, Awasiro Kuzu. Poor doll. Before it perished, it tried to shout one last time, "Save me." Goetia had to ponder, looking at Kotetsu, thinking, an item that deflects attacks? Kotetsu summoned, dolls flying around him, and said, "My mission is mainly to stall for time. I have no intention of fighting you right now." He turned to where Shikishima was incinerated. "Now, Tori, resurrecting." The golden eye glowed, surrounding the pile of ashes. S-rank item, Phoenix Eye. Shikishima gradually returned from the dead. His body was gradually restored. Effect, resurrecting the owner from death. Even Goetia was astonished. Resurrection? Kotetsu glanced over and said, "Subaru has 2 family members, each with 1. I gave them each 1. She thought to herself. This guy, Shikishima, opened his eyes wide, and then he bowed his head, coughed once, and then, Shikishima said, "That was like a joke. Dying just like that, so this is what it feels like to die." Kotetsu reminded him, "Be careful. Next time you'll actually die." Goetia suddenly spoke up. "An attack deflection item and a resurrection item, huh? But to me, they just help you drag out your time." And then, she gathered her energy. "What do you intend to do next?" Goetia looked at the two of them with a cold face. Kotetsu said softly, "Funny, really. Even though you're acting calm, I know deep down you've realized we've made preparations." She paused for a moment. Goetia was accessing all the information before her. Through Hido's memories, Kotetsu, through the memories of the Hido fragments, Goetia thought to herself, an elite from the 16th world. He must be someone who understands how to use items. Kotetsu pointed his finger at her. There was one thing for certain, a question for her. He asked, "Are you sure you want to focus on me?" Sut appeared behind her back. Goetia quickly turned back to look. The person who appeared was Subaru. He was still safe and sound, holding a sword, staring at her. This made Goetia frown. "Subaru?" Subaru swung his sword across her body. Finishing move, void slash. Finishing move, space slash. Goetia took the slash head on. She refused to accept it, thinking, why? Why do they still have the will to survive? Goetia shouted, "Billet, what happened?" At the portal, Tsunemori, Jinga, and Jagan were also waiting there. Subaru firmly said, "He lost." Returning to the past for a moment, in the prison floor of the headquarters, someone had raised a hand to grab Billet's leg. Skill. The flow of energy made him unable to move any further. 9-star creation. Billet's feet were gradually frozen. He frowned, thinking, what kind of skill is this? Subaru had quickly used a resurrection item. How lucky. The sun doesn't reach this place. Then, a punch hit Billet's face. He lunged forward, unleashing a barrage of punches on him. Blood control technique. Billet, being punched so much, wondered in confusion. It automatically activated? They have more than 2 resurrection items? What on earth did they do? Where on earth have they been? The ice spread across his entire body. Even his soul was frozen. Jinga had also been resurrected. He held the golden apple in his hand, used to control Billet. A-rank item, Apple of Wisdom. The apple glowed in Jinga's hand. The effect was immediate, restoring all MP. The weakness of Josie Tsunemori Jinga was the energy efficiency of the silver grade. 9-star creation was silver grade. He was dependent on items to compensate for. The low efficiency, limiting his combat power. Combat power can be improved through a stronger contract with the owner's ability. Transformation Gate of Tsunemori Jinga. He summoned the 9-tailed fox gate behind his back. Silver King. 1 month ago, Black Obsidian Amamiya. Jinga asked the person opposite him with some doubt. "The gate?" Axon replied, "That's right. You will transform from a mass-produced model to a gate created just for you." He asked back suspiciously. "Mass-produced?" And then, Axon asked him, "Tsunemori Jinga, is your academic performance good?" Tsunemori Jinga replied, "It's okay." He said, "Good." Axon said to him, "Let's start the lesson." He taught that the stats of the Godlords depend on the quality of their souls, of the owners, and the efficiency of the gate itself. Multiply them all together. Tsunemori Jinga muttered, "So that's how it works." A loud wow came from beside them. Subaru enthusiastically said, "I didn't know anything about that." Kotetsu crossed his arms and said blandly, "Now I understand." Tsunemori Jinga turned and asked curiously, "Why are you guys even here?" Subaru innocently replied, "It looked interesting." Tsunemori Jinga clicked his tongue, looking displeased. Then, Kotetsu had something he wanted to ask. "Why is the gate divided into different levels?" Axon replied, "Good question. That's based on the strategies of the Gold, Silver, and Bronze kingdoms." He continued to lecture. Gold handles a small number of high-quality products. Bronze distributes a huge number of low-grade products. Silver chooses in between. And then, Axon conveniently mocked them, truly worthy of a coward king, a silver king. A decision that couldn't be safer. Ruin was also present there and jumped up. "Hey, you're straight up insulting him to his face." Subaru raised his hand to speak. "What about the empty ones?" Axon replied, 100 points. This answer completely shocked Subaru. He explained that this special design model, which performed better than gold, was the crystallization of Rokudama ester and represented the pinnacle of perfection. It was a pity that he couldn't replicate them at least. Not for now. Subaru thought to himself. That stings. Kotetsu suddenly spoke up. Understood. Among those three factors, the only thing that can be adjusted is the efficiency of the portal. Tsunemori Jinga interjected. So, you want to switch to a different gate? Axon explained that there were two adjustments for Tsunemori Jinga's new gate. First, the output will be boosted to match the gold tier. Furthermore, he continued, and his next words made everyone gasp. The number of owners it can handle will increase by 1. Subaru had to ask again. 2 owners? Who exactly is the other one? He looked at the person in front of him and exclaimed, "Ruin? Is that you?" Ruin smiled and replied, "Hello, you coward. Besides, there is a connection between us anyway. For a unified team, supporting Jinga is the most effective choice." Jinga glanced at him and remarked, "So, that's why you gave up your role as a retainer." Ruin whispered, "The Silver King card, use it well." The flashback ended. Returning to the battle against Billet, Jinga flew into mid-air and began using a portal transfer spell. Billet was furious because that skill froze his very soul, leaving him unable to dodge the attack. Jinga spread both arms wide and shouted, "Ancient Spirit Fire!" Massive power crashed down onto Billet. "No way, I can't lose 15 of my bodies here." Finally, his body shattered into 1,000 pieces. Impossible. Billet let out a final cry before disappearing without a trace. The 5th soul fragment of Goetia, Billet, had been annihilated. Jinga looked at his own abilities and thought, all right. Practical application shows that the 9-star state and real-time portal transfer are working without issues. Now, for the rest, he looked down and called out. "Subaru." Tsunemori Jinga asked, "That's the last eye, right? Are you sure you want to use it here?" Subaru replied, "Yes, to escape this throne." He crushed the resurrection eye. "We need the dragon's power." The eye's power was unleashed, and the dragon was slowly resurrected. She turned and called out to him, "Aerator, our CC." Jinga looked surprised. Subaru whispered, "The entity killed Billet's heart. She betrayed the person Billet cherished most." Tsunemori Jinga was utterly astonished at this moment. He thought that he had seen Subaru angry before, but this was the first time. This wasn't just a moment of rage. This fury came from the depths of her soul, like molten black magic. "You asked me to bring you back." She looked at him for a moment. Then Subaru made up his mind. "I will defeat Goetia's entity." Returning to the battle in the human realm, Subaru swung his blade at Goetia. She gasped in horror. "Impossible," Goetia thought. Billet was harmed. "What kind of power did they use?" Subaru said coldly. "Prepare yourself, Goetia." Immediately after, Renji and Amamiyaka appeared simultaneously. The trio was ready to fight Goetia. "We," he shouted firmly, "will not forgive you." Renji glared at her with hatred, while Amamiyaka stared intensely at Goetia. The momentum of the trio was overwhelming. She gritted her teeth in anger. "Trash, you're just standing in my way." Goetia's reinforcements appeared, sensing more and more divine masters arriving. She felt something, the faint presence of Billet from the administrator's side, to choose the most destructive and fastest method. The trio, Subaru, watched her intently. Both Kotetsu and Shikishima were also focused on her. Jinga and the dragon were the same. It was the Crimson Tide, a technique that had turned the Crimson Kingdom into a sea of fire in an instant. The silhouette of Mastema, holding a scythe, appeared. The supreme royal authority had supported him back in the days when he was just an ordinary employee. Goetia's source of power now covered a vast area, a zone with nowhere to hide within a 5-kilometer radius. Subaru was submerged in that massive power, and then Goetia unleashed her move, creating a massive explosion. Blue flame. The attack passed, leaving jagged cracks in space in midair. She looked up at the sky in amazement. Goetia wondered. It disappeared? A rainbow appeared in the sky, and an orange scepter manifested. This confused her, so she grabbed the scepter and leaped down from the sky. Eternal Lord of Heaven and Earth. Subaru looked up. Kotetsu put his hands in his pockets, calmly looking up. The reincarnation of the 7 royals. One who can absorb and manipulate all the skills of the otherworld king. Even Goetia was a lion. As long as he was here, she changed her mind, realizing that wide-scale destruction wasn't feasible. First, I'll kill him. Goetia's body stiffened. Slow mark. A man lumbered into view. This is just the beginning. Kiryu Issei heaved his hammer onto his shoulder, radiating murderous intent. A lonely divine spell that refused the apocalypse had targeted Goetia. He glared at her. Kiryu's slow mark. Kiryu Issei. Every target it touches is completely frozen for exactly 1 second. No exceptions. Goetia was hit. For a high-level divine spell, 1 second is extremely long. Subaru called out, "Now!" He began to channel his power, turning his hair white and his eyes red. "Solar Walker!" Amamiyaka responded, unleashing her power. Renji also transformed. This baffled Goetia as she watched them. Those who become vampires' retainers, the longer they serve, the closer they get to their master. The earliest retainers, Amamiyaka, Amamiya, and Renji, had reached the second threshold of vampirization. Besides their souls being heavily enhanced, the sun also became their weakness. To cope with that, a skill to block sunlight in exchange for weakened power was given to those who walked under the sun. The power reduction rate was about 90%. In other words, a solar walker who unleashes their power, in their unleashed state, will be 10 times stronger than normal. Goetia, slowed down, could only watch the trio. Subaru, Shikishima, Subaru, and Renji attacked Goetia together. Hundreds of blows were unleashed every second, extremely overwhelming. However, unfortunately in this battle, she glared at them. Even in that state, you're still far behind. Renji and Amamiyaka prepared their next move. The two of them unleashed a full-force punch using a finishing move. 1 second flow stopper. Absolute domination. In that moment, Jinga and Ragurn slowly approached. For example, in the eyes of Jinga Tsunemori, this is what happened. Amamiyaka stood behind and launched a magic sphere, while Renji and Subaru rushed in for a direct attack on Goetia. A world-shaking explosion occurred. The trio was still burning their power to inflict as much damage as possible. Amamiyaka clenched her fist. Space-breaking Thunder Emperor. Renji and Subaru rushed in simultaneously. Goetia stood frozen in her tracks. The trio unleashed a massive blast at her. Light-breaking roof. The roof exploded into pieces. On the rooftop of another building, Kotetsu called out. Shikishima, wearing his goggles, replied, "We're pursuing the enemy. We must take advantage of their first steps. The monitoring equipment is working at full capacity." Jinga shouted, "Subaru." He clenched his fists and thought, if I had been strong back then, I could have defeated Goetia with 9 stars. It's understandable to feel the extreme emotion of Tsunemori, but that's not right. If he fails against Billet and lets Goetia fully resurrect like this, everyone here will be destroyed. Without even realizing it, Kotetsu calmly thought, things are very stable over there. Killing the 15 soul bodies, the combat space is extremely dependent on Lion, always aiming for the optimal moments to use the time mark. Shikishima Haido's scope provides support items. For a team above A rank, this coordination is perfect, Renji thought. But even so, the situation is still quite bad. Everyone realized that once Goetia got used to this situation, it would all be over. The one holding the key was the Thunder God, Amamiyaka Amamiya. Her 8 Thunder skill summoned an armor that was slowly consuming her. However, the soul's vessel would soon exceed its limit and shatter. Kilimini looked at Amamiyaka with some worry. Her gaze was more determined than ever. What was driving her were the feelings she had for her teammates. Kilimini smiled, feeling very relieved, then kissed her forehead as if to transfer more power to her. Goetia looked at Amamiyaka in surprise. This is Amamiya's ultimate state. She exerted all her strength and unleashed a heaven-shaking punch at Goetia. Lightning tore across the sky, scattering rocks and earth. Amamiyaka used all her might to push Goetia to the ground. 8-color Thunder God mode. Goetia saw her determined eyes and thought, this girl. She appeared genuinely surprised. Surely it's only temporary, but she has surpassed Diamante in terms of speed. Amamiyaka lunged to attack Goetia. I shouldn't underestimate Subaru Arik's retainer, but Amamiyaka's power has already pierced Goeitia's defenses. In an instant, she unleashed a counterattack. Blue Flame. The opponent's flames quickly made Amamiyaka encounter difficulties. Goetia thought to herself, there is a major danger before me. She raised her fist. Die! Amamiyaka didn't hesitate and charged in just like that. Finally, she kicked Goetia. Amamiyaka was currently in a semi-divine state. A world-shaking explosion occurred. Goetia gritted her teeth, transforming her body into pure lightning. Amamiyaka's body began to crack, moving faster than sound. Every time she moved, she created sonic booms. Is she really human? 8-color Thunder God is a skill that continuously drains MP in exchange for speed. Assisting Amamiya are the Curse and the Cracks, the two strongest powers, always ready to save the world. Subaru, and the strongest, Renji. Cracks appeared on Amamiyaka's body. Her eyes were full of determination to defeat the enemy in exchange for one successful blow against Goetia. The cracks spread to her eyes. The price to pay for this power was her body cracking like broken glass. From within Amamiya's soul and body, lightning erupted at last. She closed her eyes, looking incredibly peaceful. Amamiyaka thought, I'm sorry, Master. I couldn't live up to your expectations. The scene shifts to the other world, the Kingdom of Gold. Kill him. He stares at the monster, Trithia. He says, it feels great to hit you. I don't know if you're an AI, but you must be a fallen god. Keelam lands the finishing blow while on the brink of consciousness. See you later. A massive surge of energy erupts from him, incinerating the monster. As it vanishes, Keelam looks down at Louis, who is standing there, frozen. He asks, hey, what are you spacing out for? She quietly replies, what should I do now? Keelam flies down, looking confused. Louis looks at the screen and says, get ready, lightning god. She says worriedly, for both me and you. Louis replies, a fragment of his soul is arriving in the human world. The flames of Goetia incinerate an entire building, spreading all around. Amamiyaka's body begins to fade away. Amamiya's soul cocoon has shattered. Death is inevitable. She looks down at her teammates. Arya, Toharu, and Subaru can't hold back their emotions because Amamiyaka had hidden her condition. She never expected things to turn out this way. A part of her head brushes past the two friends and falls to the ground. Subaru still stares at Goetia. His heart urges him to turn and run toward her, but Goetia is adapting to the situation very quickly. She doesn't look scratched at all. In a daze, Amamiyaka sees the hesitation and internal struggle within Toharu. That sturdy shoulder looks like it could turn back at any moment. Suddenly, Amamiyaka screams, go! Just go! Toharu and Arik bow their heads slightly. Then, Subaru and Renji grab their swords and charge at the enemy. They both strike Goetia, but she blocks them with her hand. She looks at the two of them with eyes as sharp as razors. Subaru's eyes widen as he casts a technique, slashing through space, separating Goetia from the two of them. Renji and he quickly approach her again. Goetia uses fire on her feet and hands. Subaru lunges. If it's now, maybe there's still an item that can save Amamiyaka. His vision is blurred, turning into rainbow colors. I have to be fast. I have to kill her. She is slightly surprised by Subaru's attack. Goetia thinks to herself, after images? Instinct tells me. She starts to panic. If those after images spread, it will be extremely dangerous. Debris falls heavily onto Amamiyaka. Now, the last bit of consciousness she has left thinks, if only I could live a little longer. Amamiyaka's eyes slowly dim. Just a few more minutes, I want to live. Goetia swings her scythe horizontally at Subaru. Renji calls his name softly, Toharu-kun. Subaru quickly chants a blood control healing spell. Goetia frowns, thinking, the after image is cutting me, but she points a finger wrapped in fire forward. Goetia wonders, is it really impossible to cut it? She unleashes a blast, piercing through him. Lam Kwang. Subaru's eyes widen as he stares at her. Goetia glares at him coldly. Renji raises his sword. He strikes at her, but Goetia blocks it with her scythe. Ever since I learned of Canut's existence, I've spent more time gazing at the sky. Even though I was sent to a strange world, there's no one to call for help here. For sure, for reasons unlike her own, Renji continues to attack. She blocks the blow with her scythe. That person will also leave Toharu. Goetia notices something unusual. How strange. This guy, his sword gets heavier with every strike. Renji continuously unleashes, slashes at her. Being a master in battle, resonating his soul with his master, Toharu, the soul form of Renji is gradually transforming from a warrior, preparing to go through a brilliant metamorphosis. Golden power spreads throughout his body. Goetia appears slightly surprised. That golden light radiates even more intensely, becoming the one who listens to prayers. Renji's eyes turn gold. A rare seed, a hero. He stands tall, holding his sword, emitting an overwhelming aura toward his opponent. That is Renji. He stares fixedly at the enemy. At the family restaurant, Renji asks, "What if the gates disappear?" Kinokawa replies, "Yes, like Shikishima just said," she says, excitedly. "If one day, the gates disappear from the world, I want us to have happy, peaceful days again," Shikishima grumpily says. "What is that cheesy talk?" Kinokawa laughs. "Why not? I even want to hold an anniversary celebration." She clasps her hands together and asks, "When the world is at peace, what do you want to do?" "As for me, I'll inherit my father's hotel." Hearing that, the other three fall into contemplation. Shikishima speaks up, "Sleep for at least a year. That's enough." Kinokawa replies, "So boring. What about you?" Udu looks thoughtful and says, "Maybe I'll learn to be a chef or something." Kinokawa says happily, "That's amazing, Udu. You're good at cooking anyway, right?" She turns to ask Renji, "And what about Renji?" He is momentarily dazed and hesitates. "Me?" Shikishima and Udu Ryusei also watch him intently. Renji gently replies, "I want to use my power to keep helping as many people as possible." Kinokawa is surprised. "Really? Being a hero for your whole life?" Shikishima speaks up. "A volunteer hero? That sounds great." He rests his chin on his hand and says, "If that's true, then I'll become your sponsor." Udu Ryusei adds, "If you need it, I'll provide the food." Kinokawa cheekily says, "As for housing, don't even worry about it." Renji is stunned. "Everyone," he says, feeling touched, "do you guys want to take care of me for the rest of my life?" All three immediately lose interest and reply, "Not exactly." Suddenly, Shikishima stands up and says, "All right, it's time to go." Behind him, Kinokawa, Renji, and Udu Ryusei are all ready to fight. Shikishima calmly says, "Today, we're handling 5 gates. 2?" He looks at each person in the group and says, "Everyone, do your best." One autumn, 8 years ago, present time. Executor Goetia versus Hero Renji. Renji is confronting Goetia. She thinks to herself, "What is this guy?" His soul suddenly transformed. Suddenly, Goetia's eyes widen in shock, looking extremely surprised. Suddenly, her body is sliced in half in midair. Goetia looks at Renji and assesses, "Just one sword swing?" A characteristic of a rare hero. She has to continuously use her weapon to block Renji's light-based attacks, confronting a world-class dangerous enemy. In other words, when the Sunwalker is released, Hero Renji can fight Goetia with 100 times the power. Shikishima, in the distance, watches anxiously. Akira lands from above and calls, "Shikishima-san." He replies, "Narus." Shikishima turns back and says, "Everyone." Akira looks at Renji, then stammers, "That's Renji-san?" He continues to hesitate and asks, "What's going on?" Akira opens her eyes wide, looking at the system. Skill, Eagle Eye, Zoom in vision 100 times. The basic skill of Gold Knights. On the other side, Renji doesn't seem to notice anything around him, only focusing on the battle. Shikishima speaks up, "That must be it." Meanwhile, Goetia's remaining health. 21%, 18%, 17%, 14%, 11%, and 11%. She narrows her eyes and tells herself, "I have never foreseen this possibility, that someone could actually overwhelm me with power." Goetia has 2 choices. 1. Run away, like in the battle with Diamante, using a teleportation gate. If I simply run to another place, it's as if nothing ever happened. Based on the situation, this is the best choice. Her eyes show heaviness as she thinks to herself. But Renji is Toharu's kin. Area Toharu is the target of the administrator. If I run away now, it will leave a bad impression on the administrator. The second choice, in human terms, is to self-destruct. A series of unexpected events has pushed Goetia into a situation where she has no choice. Hit, recover, repeatedly. She is getting closer and closer to her limit. Goetia grits her teeth and asks herself, how frustrating, but she thinks, I have no other choice now. She says out loud to the administrator. Renji looks at her, momentarily surprised. Goetia speaks. This is executor number 206,438. Goetia. To fulfill the commission, she says, with frustration. I resign as an executor. Renji, hearing that, is extremely surprised and wonders, resign? A response comes from the system. Valid ID number. Hello, this is the Operations Bureau. The application for Executor Gotia, ID number 206,438, has been approved by the administrator. From now on, all executor privileges will be revoked. You will return to being a raider. Do you accept? Goetia immediately answers, yes. She says sadly, that is my wish. Suddenly, a wave of golden light covers everything. Renji is stunned by the blinding glare. He wonders, what is that light? On the rooftop, Shikishima speaks up. Where is the inventory? Kotetsu replies, surely he has resigned as an executor. Shikishima asks again, what happened when he resigned? He explains, the administrator assigns final bosses. The minimum requirement is being an executor. They have many privileges and cannot be attacked by ordinary godlords. But as final bosses, they also have restrictions. For example, not using the inventory. He continues, before the shock of Shikishima. Now, there are no more of those restrictions. Shikishima watches Renji. A blue light appears before his eyes. Renji is submerged in blue flames. A loud call wakes him up. Renji! He wakes up and tells himself, Reese, damn it! Suddenly, a hand is placed on Renji's shoulder. He asks himself, what is happening? That hand belongs to Goetia. She coldly touches Renji's shoulder. Freed from the restrictions of an executor, Goetia is now able to freely use a series of items. The balance of power between the two sides has been overturned. Goetia trades her executor rights for the right to use the inventory, and with an overwhelming amount of enhancement and recovery items, she has dominated Hero Renji in stats. Furthermore, Goetia evaluates, he is too slow. The Fujigami Mei, summoning of Seika Amamiya, is fading, and Renji's power is gradually returning to 1/10 of its original level. Suddenly, Goetia yanks hard on Renji's collar. As she drags him, the wound on his eye becomes even more visible. Goetia tosses Renji onto the road and rushes forward to stomp heavily on his chest. Renji's eyes widen in helplessness. Next come a series of relentless punches from Goetia. He is so severely injured that he starts coughing up blood. Coldly, Goetia grabs Renji by the hair, hoisting him into the air, and asks, well, you're finally awake, huh? He coughs weakly a few times, and she says indifferently, what a shame. Goetia adds, you and Seika Amamiya. For those with nothing but raw power, she continues, that pathetic executor title means nothing to me. I will become a part of you. The curse, the rift, the things I've accumulated over thousands of years, it's all vanished. Suddenly, one of Renji's eyes bursts into flames. He freezes. Goetia hisses savagely, unforgivable. Renji's entire body is engulfed in fire. She says, according to Hilda, you're carrying a resurrection item, right? Goetia throws Renji back onto the road and says nonchalantly, fine, go die and come back. She says coldly, this time, I'll torture you nice and slow. Renji's body hits the stone road, stopping its bleeding, but it starts smoking with thick, black mist. In the distance, a young boy's voice calls out. The boy smiles at him. Renji stares back at the boy, eyes wide. The boy asks, you still want to keep going? Up above, Shikishima and Kotetsu are in a terrible mood. Shikishima mutters, Renji, while Kotetsu thinks to himself, checkmate. Everyone here has used every possible buffing item to fight. He thinks, if the enemy has the same advantages, we have no chance of winning. While Renji buys time, we should retreat. Shikishima falls into deep thought. He calls out, Udu, Ryusei, Kinokawa, Naruse, Fujigami, come with me. Of course, Ryo Shikishima doesn't stand a chance either. Yet Shikishima declares coldly, I will save Renji. Meanwhile, in a mysterious dimension, Renji, stunned, asks, where is this? The boy he saw earlier stands before him and answers, a place between life and death. Your body is awaiting the response from the resurrection item. The boy asks him, I just want to ask you while I have the chance. Why do you still fight? Renji falls silent. The boy continues, punching, slashing, biting, tearing, burning, getting shot just to die like this? The boy adds, because I have no talent other than fighting? Renji replies, that's not it. The boy questions, for money, fame, status? He immediately answers, no. The boy hesitates for a moment and says, then, for your friends? Is that your ideal? Renji softly replies, I suppose so. I think so. The boy reaches out his hand and asks, then why did you abandon your true friends to go save another world? Renji remains silent. The boy challenges him. You want to live in another world after this battle, right? The boy asks. If you fight for family and friends, I can understand. But why do you want to save this world? To save people who have nothing to do with you? He squints as if about to cry and says, I don't understand. Renji remains stoic. then finally speaks. For 8 years, I've fought. 8 years of saving countless people, but also failing countless times too many to count. He recalls waking up on the bed and says, I stopped counting how many nights I spent cursing my own helplessness. Images from his time in the hospital flash through his memory. He recounts, that's when I asked him, why do we fight? Do the things we do really matter? He recalls asking with such torment. Do these actions have any meaning? Renji continues. And he answered. He recounts how Shikishima had told him, you can't erase the world's pain, but even so, if we can reduce it, even by just a little, he continues. If we can trade our blood so that one less person has to cry, every tear of sorrow turned into a tear of happiness. Renji remembers the touching scene, with those moving words, along with the words, live well. Shikishima smiled and said, maybe that's the only meaning there is. Beside him were Kinokawa and Udu Ryusei, laughing brightly. Renji's eyes light up as he looks at them. Back in the fantasy space, he says, back then, I thought it was so noble, and I was determined. He continues, even if all the recognition in the world disappears, by any means I will keep fighting so that no one has to cry. Renji suddenly says, like you said, I have them. He continues, my true friends, the ones I truly cherish. Renji says, with determination, that's why I can leave this world to them. No matter how far apart, our hearts will always be connected. The boy replies, indeed. He smiles and says, I'm happy for you, Renji. Renji answers radiantly, yeah, it really is. The boy asks Renji, do you want to go? Renji replies, yeah, definitely. He instantly shifts back into his combat form. He closes his eyes for a moment, then opens them with resolve. In front of Renji are his 5 friends. He says, they're coming to save me. Everyone calls his name in unison, full of worry. Renji, Renji, Renji. He looks at them and smiles happily. In the mysterious dimension, that boy is actually a reflection of Renji as a child. The boy says, how impatient. After facing himself, Renji's hero trait has awakened a second trait. The boy smiles, then casts rings of light and says, you forgot this, didn't you? Unique skill. Comrade travel. Welcome to Amigos, even Renji. Renji has been resurrected, and the gold tier subordinates have gathered. But in Goeitia's eyes, they are all just garbage. Then, Renji notices their gazes meeting. They all went to such lengths to find him. At this moment, the fire inside Renji burns even brighter. Everyone risked their lives to save him. Renji will absolutely not let any of them die, even if he has to sacrifice his own life. Just then, a voice suddenly comes from behind him. Renji, did you forget? Surprised, he glances back. Your soul has now become a hero. On a hero's journey, there are always reliable comrades standing by your side. Facing such despair, a rare class like Hero will trigger a second passive, the inherent skill, well amigos. Its effect is that friends recognized by the hero with their whole heart will enjoy the same passives as the hero. All stats increase tenfold, but only when facing world-class threats. Seeing everyone power up, Goetia still calmly watches them without any expression. Switching gate. Golden Queen Safina. 4th skill. Golden Titan, Kinokawa, Renji style. He listens, understands, and executes. 4th skill, Titan up bed. A massive source of power, like a gigantic pillar, smashes toward Goetia. That weapon strikes, creating a huge explosion. Renji charges forward. Alright, now is the time to keep attacking to pressure her. But as Renji prepares to charge, Udu pulls him back. Wait a second, Renji exclaims. Everyone, why? Shikishima says, you're using all your strength and still getting beaten to a pulp. You won't win by just fighting like that. Then Udu Ryusei adds, Shikishima, we're going first. Golden Amori Messi continues. I'm going too. Shikishima says, sorry, I'll leave it to you then. Renji is stunned and blurts out, Shikishima. And then he proposes, Renji, I have a plan. Do you want to join? Seeing this look, Renji can't help but be amazed. Shikishima is the one planning, while the others will be the ones fighting. It feels just like Renji has returned to those days of old. Thinking that, he smiles happily and replies, tell me. After discussing, Renji continues to use his giant form to attack Goetia. Even if there are many people with power equal to Renji, they still can't finish her off. They must know this clearly. But at this moment, a small figure appears among them. It is Fujigami Misei, also performing a gate switch. However, she doesn't choose the Bronze King. Misei uses her gate switching skill. The reason is that instead of everyone choosing to boost strength, Misei thinks, we should have at least one person focus on agility stats. That will be better. And then, a light like a star flies in. The main skill, teleportation for allies, swift steed Sleipnir. Meze flies up and joyfully cries out, "Thank goodness! I found Subaru." Meze quickly jumps to where Subaru is lying unconscious. More than half of his heart has been destroyed. It's a miracle he's still alive. If I use an item, is there a chance for recovery? She opens her inventory. Meze is anxious as she tries to save him. "I'm counting on you for everything. Please, wake up," she shouts as she heals Subaru, hoping he can wake up quickly. Subaru, scene change. On this side, Renji is controlling his giant form to attack Goichia. On this side, Kotetsu is observing the battle from above. Even though their side seems to have been buffed by something, as long as the enemy still has the ability to heal infinitely with items, victory is impossible. The one who can decide this battle is ultimately Subaru or Subaru. Kotetsu's gaze softens slightly, and he continues to think. Or perhaps Amamiya Amamiyaga. But at this moment, she is just as tattered as Subaru. Maybe even more. Kotetsu continues observing and says calmly, "Now, what will you all do?" Lien also finds it hard to answer this question. He mumbles, I will stay and deal with the enemy's attack." Anna Edger also agrees with Lien. "I won't leave either. I've made a covenant with the true ancestor. What about you?" Kotetsu turned away and said, "Let's pull back. I don't think we can win if we face them head-on." Anda Edgar nodded in support. "Only you would be blunt enough to say something like that. Just do whatever you want." Seeing Kotetsu walk away with such helplessness, she felt a bit of empathy for him. Just then, Kotetsu reminded Lion, "This battle will end in a few minutes. Brace yourselves if you truly want to witness a new world unfolding." With that, he walked away, leaving behind the cold gaze of Andrea H. As she watched him, a massive explosion erupted right behind her. Andrea H., the giant that Renji had created, had lost half of its body. Kinokawa was no exception. Blood was streaming down her head, leaving her incredibly tense. Renji called out in worry, "Kinokawa." She signaled for him to stay silent. "It's just an injury from the sensory link. I'm fine. You just focus on the fight." Kinokawa refocused on the battle. This is supposed to be a crack? The gate has disappeared, yet it had no effect? She looked toward Goitia with absolute determination. "I will never forgive you." She then channeled more MP to regenerate the giant's body. They commanded the giant to strike straight at Goetia, knocking her back. Seeing this, Goetia grumbled, "Why are you so hard to kill?" Realizing it was working, Kinokawa quickly boosted Renji's morale. "Did you see that, Renji? Among us, you're the strongest one here." She urged him to finish it. Meanwhile, Shikishima was chanting a one-hit kill spell. He recalled his plan. Once he gave the signal, Renji was to strike her with his most powerful attack. Renji had been skeptical. Will this strategy actually work? Shikishima had reassured him. "Don't worry. Because you really like Subaru too, right?" Renji looked confused and replied awkwardly, Well, of course I do." As the battle with Goetia neared its end, Natsuki Subaru stood between life and death, reflecting on his past filled with hatred. At that moment, Subaru had been resolute. He wouldn't let Goetia go. Subaru then remembered his father and cried out, "Dad, how could you?" He recalled his babbling during his hospital visit and remembered his mother and father walking together, happy and healthy. Mom, even until the day she died, she kept trusting him, the traitor, the traitor, the traitor. While his heart was full of hatred, a voice startled him awake. Natsuki Subaru quickly sat up at the sound of Meze. Seeing him awake, Meze was overjoyed. "Thank goodness. We managed to save you in time." Subaru looked dazed. "Fujigami?" But before he could be surprised for long, Subaru's expression hardened as he sensed a disturbance. He turned to look at Renji's giant in the distance. Upon closer inspection, Subaru cried out in indignation. Seeing Subaru's fury, Meze broke into a sweat. At that very moment, a ring of light appeared, granting Subaru power. He felt his body instantly overflowing with life. This power was the Well Amicus skill, which allowed those who benefited from it to immediately understand its function. It was a hero skill that granted allies the same innate abilities as the user. Subaru quickly realized it and shouted, "Comrades!" Back to when Shikishima discussed his plan with Renji, he had asked, "Renji, you really like Subaru, don't you?" At the Subaru side, he smiled. Subaru placed a hand on his forehead and said, "As expected. Renji is amazing. He has always been someone I admire." Then, Meisei spoke up to update him on the situation. The heroes on Amamiya's side are Haji and Ren. Hearing this, Subaru silently sent a message, "Thanks, Renji." Everyone else was still fighting. Subaru used his blood moon technique, and streams of blood flew toward Goetia. There was only 1 minute left until the battle ended. A thick mist of blood from Blood Moon covered the entire battlefield. Goetia realized, this blood, it's from Subaru's comrades. Because they had dragged out the time, everyone was covered in blood, but they had finally achieved their goal. Goetia shrieked, Natsuki Subaru! As the sun set, it was time. The aura of Natsuki Subaru and Renji radiated more intensely than ever. The reactivation of the One Who Walks Under the Sun, combined with the Well Amicus buff, increased the combat power of Subaru and Renji 100 times over. Goetia finally realized. So that was the reason they wanted to stall. Shikishima appeared above Goetia. Azo WhatsApp. Realizing it now is too late, he used a technique directed at Goetia. The next strike was Imperial Control. Goetia angrily warned, You underestimate me too much. Scarlet Flame. Shikishima laughed. Oh my attacks really didn't do much damage, did they? But that's all right. Just then, Shikishima had distracted Goetia so Subaru could attack. She only had time to gasp. Too fast. Was Shikishima Ryo's strike just to distract her? She looked closer and saw droplets of blood floating on Subaru's hands. A stream of red blood enveloped her, but Goetia managed to lower her shield. A vortex appeared, and Goetia wondered, a sea of blood? She was already sinking into that vortex. Goetia tried to dodge and escape the harsh cyclone. Natsuki Subaru had used 540 tons of blood curse, pushing it to the limit to lock down all of Goetia's movements. This is bad, Goetia thought. She wanted to pour all her strength into the Scarlet Flame technique to break out of this encirclement. Instantly, Renji's aura was honed to the ultimate level, forcing her to dodge his attack. Goetia quickly shouted, Finally free! Just then, Goetia had escaped Subaru's blood curse. Jiryuban, a spell that stops everything it touches for 1 second. This ability wasn't suitable for a chaotic battle, but thanks to the Amamiya of blood and the concentrated mass of blood, it had cleared the path for Jiryuban to bypass the debris. Goetia was restrained for the second time that day. ICC seized the opportunity and yelled, Go, Tsunemori. Hearing the call, Jinga quickly flew in to attack Goetia. He appeared right behind her, delivering a strike. Ice Knight. Goetia's eyes were not yet on Jinga. S-rank treasure. Reverse scale shield. Reverse scale shield. In the event that the user takes damage that results in the loss of 100% of their health, it automatically triggers a one-time absolute defense mechanism, but it seemed like nothing compared to Goetia. Tsunemori Jinga's eyes quickly sank into worry. Goetia spoke. Was that last attack really strong enough to trigger the reverse scale shield? So, you are the one who defeated Belay? Tsunemori Jinga had failed to attack Goetia, and he was engulfed by that power. An explosion occurred near Tsunemori Jinga. Subaru watched worriedly. Goetia spoke. I didn't expect Renji's attack to be a trap. And this was the real finishing move, wasn't it? See? I've calculated every step. It's useless. You won't be able to do anything to me. Shikishima remained calm and said, Oh, I know you still have a final defensive trump card. My goal is to neutralize it. Hearing Shikishima, Goetia looked surprised. He called out, Subaru. Next is Tsunemori. Shikishima, go. At the signal, Mesei and Renji appeared behind Goetia, Sleipnir, the swift warhorse. This skill of Fujigami Mesei had the ability to teleport allies by making contact with them, and she could also teleport with them. Shikishima Ryo's strategy was to force Goetia into a position where she couldn't defend or dodge. At that moment, Renji would unleash his most powerful ultimate technique, the one he and Louis had created, an improved version of the ultimate beast slayer, true dragon-slaying sword. The first scene was miles away from the current battlefield. Lion was standing in front of a glowing screen, shouting, In the inventory, I have to find something that can save Amamiya. But what he received was a mechanical voice. The soul of Amamiya, Amamiyaka, has been permanently destroyed. There is no way to restore it to its original state. Lion angrily slammed his hand on the screen and cursed, Damn it. On the other side, Amamiyaka was lying there, eyes closed, her mouth slightly twitching as she said something. Anda H hugged her, teeth gritted, thinking, Does he mean her soul is dead? How are we supposed to face this? Just then, Amamiyaka whispered, trying to speak, Take me away. Hearing that, Anda Edgar quickly cried out. Amamiyaka continued to hesitate, to the battlefield, to everyone back to Subaru. I want to be near them, even if just for a little while. Anda Edgar was very confused. But she stopped when she saw Amamiyaka in her arms open her eyes and look at this scene. Please. Over there, they also fell into silence, no longer as angry as before. A moment later, Anda H accepted and agreed to Amamiyaka's request. All right, let's go, Amamiya. will set off once that move is unleashed. She hugged Amamiyaka and stood up. A beam of light shot up into the sky right behind Kotetsu. A moment later, he looked up at the light and muttered, "It won't be long now. Everything is about to be settled." The scene shifted to another place, where a powerful beam of light appeared. Right near it, a girl was floating alongside Renji. He could control a maximum of 5 Terrazune of energy. This figure was estimated to be equivalent to the total energy that Niagara Falls could generate in 1 second. Its destructive power was on par with a tactical nuclear warhead with an explosive force of 1,000 tons of TNT. In other words, Renji's ultimate move was a peerless, one-of-a-kind sword strike. History has never seen a sword strike that seemed to contain an entire Niagara Falls crashing down. Goetia opened her eyes wide, staring straight ahead. Her ultimate move, True Dragon Slaying Sword, Celestial Flame, allows her to consume MP to turn her body into living fire. At the same time, she can turn that fire back into her own flesh and blood. As long as she has MP, she can regenerate continuously. However, as Goetia was falling freely, she suddenly jerked in shock, staring ahead. The MP she was using to reconstruct her body in an instant had completely run dry. She gritted her teeth, thinking, "This is bad, this is bad, this is really bad. With just this physical body, there's no way I can block that attack." Sure enough, the very next second, as that intense beam of light descended, several drops of blood sprayed out. That single strike was so powerful that it drained all of Goetia's MP in an instant. Even Macy, who was standing nearby, was affected. Furthermore, everyone else felt the terrifying pressure of this strike. Even the blood barrier that Subaru had erected to protect his comrades was shattered, simultaneously inflicting crushing pressure on everyone present. Shikishima quickly looked to his side and shouted, "Are you all right, Subaru?" Subaru was panting heavily, gritting his teeth while holding his ground. He thought to himself, "The aftershock alone is this terrifying? I have to pour all my MP into this just to maintain the barrier. This is Renji's full power attack. How much longer can this go on? Every time I use a recovery item, I take another lethal blow. It's over. My life ends here. Once my recovery items run dry, the Grim Reaper will come for me." A dazzling light illuminated the entire sky, brightening the whole city. Renji held his sword, hovering in the air amidst the thick smoke and dust. He panted heavily and stammered, "Goetia, what happened to her?" Renji wondered if he had actually defeated Goetia. He hovered in the air, muttering, "This devastating power is beyond my imagination. It's fortunate that I managed to order the evacuation of all 23 districts in time." Shikishima frowned, thinking, "I'm sure I defeated Goetia, but where is she?" He then activated his Heavenly Eye. The Heavenly Eye is Shikishima Ryo's sub-skill, which allows him to sense enemies within a 1-kilometer radius. Macy also stood frozen, staring straight ahead. Did we get her? But in the next second, a familiar voice rang out. Goetia, now only a flaming head, spoke up. "I'm sorry to disappoint you." Macy immediately gritted her teeth and turned her head in shock. Goetia, who had almost fully regenerated, got right in her face and said slowly, "That was close. Just now. Not only did it force me to use up all my recovery items, but even a continuous healing item like the Sunflower Vitality had to be used. I must say, I almost lost my life at your hands." But regardless, everyone gritted their teeth in anger and simultaneously lunged at Goetia. She glared at them and muttered, "The outcome is already decided." Kotetsu stood below, taking a slow step as he thought, "I never expected to witness such an interesting scene. Renji is living proof of the evolution of the soul, along with the infinite potential of power that has been awakened, thanks to the bond shared between comrades." Meanwhile, up in the air, a monster had its head sliced off. At the same time, Kinokawa was slashed across the neck, causing her to spew blood from her mouth, Kotetsu thought. But in the end, everything they've achieved is just power within a game, created by the administrator. In the end, they still can't stand against the one who holds all the rules in her hands. "That is not the kind of power I expected from you, Subaru." At this moment, everyone was fighting Goetia with all their might. Subaru lunged from above, screaming. Goetia looked up and turned to see him. Just then, Goetia had just punched Shikishima straight in the chest. She said, "Subaru." Immediately, Goetia swung her hand back and said, "You must have reached your limit by now, right?" Goetia's swipe created claw marks across Subaru, slowing him down. The force of the attack made Subaru grit his teeth and cough up blood. However, he didn't stop. He continued to lunge toward Goetia. He used a break skill to attack, but the moment he reached her, Goetia's hand was already wrapped around his throat. Her voice rang out, filled with disdain. "You all tried, didn't you? You forced me to abandon my status as an executor and pushed me into a corner, forcing me to use all the items I had. It's worthy of my sincere praise. Now, you can take this honor to your graves." Subaru, held by Goetia by the throat and lifted high, gritted his teeth and glared at her, saying, "Goetia, I will never forgive you." But Goetia didn't really care. She said in a cold, low voice, "Die, you pests." Immediately after, Goetia's blue flames spread, engulfing Subaru's entire body until his limbs were severed and fell away. Shikishima, standing on a different cliff, saw that sight and screamed, "Subaru!" At this moment, the blue flames dissipated, revealing Goetia hovering in the air, reaching out her hand to grab Subaru's head. Seeing this, Shikishima was stunned, eyes wide, as he muttered, "Are you kidding me? How can this be? He can't be revived anymore." Shortly after, someone ran up behind him and called out, "Shikishima." Shikishima turned around and replied, "Tsunemori?" When asked about Subaru's eyes, he hesitated for a moment before answering, "The eyes? That revival item was already used up back in the battle with Belay, and after that too." Upon hearing this, Shikishima stood frozen in place. "What did you say?" On the other side, Andrea was still holding Amamiyaka in her arms, looking up at the sky and muttering, "How did it end up like this? Will Subaru D?" As she spoke, she suddenly heard a voice, "Andrea, stop here. Thank you. Before I accidentally attacked you. I'm sorry. Live well, Amamiyaka." In Andrea's arms, Amamiyaka smiled at her. As she finished speaking, Amamiyaka dissolved into wisps of smoke that drifted in all directions. Andrea could only stand frozen, watching helplessly. She slowly reached her hand out, then clenched it into a fist, choking back tears. Back on Goetia's side, she looked down at Subaru's head and said slowly, "Now, this battle is finally over, isn't it? You can rest in peace now." The scene suddenly shifted to another place, where Subaru was lying down, eyes closed, his body without a single wound. A moment later, Subaru slowly opened his eyes and let out a soft, "Huh?" Looking ahead, he saw a figure calling his name. It was Amamiyaka. She crouched down, smiling at Subaru, and said, "I came to save you." A scene of sorrow blanketed the area, as Goetia stared at the head of Subaru in her hand. The scene shifted back to where he and Amamiyaka were lying. She happily said to Subaru, "If only the sky in this place could be this clear forever, that would be wonderful." The two of them were lying on their backs, looking up at the bright blue sky without a single cloud. Then, Amamiyaka closed her eyes and sighed. As expected, "I still love clear days the most." "Subaru," he slowly replied to her, "because I was born on a beautifully clear, sunny day, my mother gave me that name." Subaru recalled the past as Amamiyaka exclaimed happily, "What a great name. It suits you so well." Subaru smiled back and said, "Thank you." Then Amamiyaka sat up and gently asked him, "Hey, is the reason Subaru hates Goetia so much because she's like your father?" Hearing this, Subaru honestly recounted, "My father often hit my mother and me. The time when he wasn't there were our most peaceful moments. But every time he returned home, that man would go crazy and cause chaos. Yet, my mother never left a husband like that, always staying by his side to support him. When my mother was sick and about to pass away, he coldly turned his back and betrayed her. Afterward, he didn't even care about us anymore. Perhaps, subconsciously, I saw Goetia's 1,000 eyes as the shadow of that wretched father who destroyed our peaceful home. It was because of that betrayal that I developed a prejudice against her. I'm sorry. I let my personal feelings cloud my judgment." At this, Subaru sat up and frowned, resting his hand on his forehead. On the other side, Amamiyaka set a cup of water on the table and replied, "It's okay. That's what makes you human." It seems the two of them have moved to a different space. Now, both of them were sitting in a cafe. Amamiyaka continued to express, "On the contrary, I actually feel relieved." A moment later, Subaru softly asked her, "Usually, am I not like a human?" Hearing this, Amamiyaka truthfully answered, You're a bit strange." You startled, extremely surprised, and asked, "Strange in what way?" Now Amamiyaka explained, "Because there is no one like you. You are always constantly working hard for everyone else. Only you, Subaru, would do that." When she said this, she smiled very brightly, but Subaru didn't smile. He seemed very bewildered to hear Amamiyaka say that. Everyone. At this moment, he remembered something, immediately stood up, looked around, and told her, "Right. Let me take Amamiyaka back to everyone." As soon as he finished speaking, Amamiyaka, who was sitting behind him, spoke up, making him freeze completely. "I'm sorry, Subaru. I can't go with you. You've probably realized it by now, right? I'm already dead. I used the fragments of my soul, which were just waiting for death, to revive Subaru. It's fortunate that I was able to save you in time. The soul of a subordinate can be traded for the resurrection of their master. She finished speaking, and a moment later, Subaru's choked voice was heard. He turned back with teary eyes, gritting his teeth as he asked, Amamiyaka, why? Didn't I forbid you from doing this? For a subordinate, the master's command is always absolute. Subaru had ordered his subordinates. If Subaru dies, no one is allowed to sacrifice themselves to revive him. Looking back, Seika was still smiling, speaking with a nostalgic tone. Back when Subaru issued the order forbidding Shikishima and Tsunemori from fighting, they were furious, weren't they? She recalled their past conversation. Jinga had once scolded him, telling him, "Damn it, Subaru, revoke that order already." But Subaru was stubborn and refused to change his mind. Not happening. Upon hearing that, Subaru shouted at Seika, "That's right, my orders are absolute, aren't they?" She closed her eyes, sighed, and explained, "Maybe it's because the Paravara skill you used on me wasn't complete." At this moment, the two of them shifted to another space, where Seika was lying on a bed. Sure enough, as soon as she said that, Subaru stood there stunned, his mouth hanging open. Seika continued to explain, "When I possessed you, how should I put it? When I was about to pass on." When she said that, he gasped in astonishment, remembering. Subaru pondered to himself, "So that's it. That must be it. It was the moment I thought I had failed and couldn't save her in time." Seika also chimed in, "This is likely why, at first, I didn't have Judith's memories. In short, Subaru's order didn't affect me." Subaru was startled, unable to believe it. "Seika, you were actually able to bypass the law like that?" He lowered his head, hesitatingly asking, "When did you decide to sacrifice yourself for me?" Seika smiled and replied, "Perhaps it wasn't until my body showed abnormalities that I truly decided I wanted to do this. After the battle with Iraq, I gradually realized that I really was someone with a weak soul." Even with that explanation, Subaru still didn't understand. He asked her why she continued to fight even though she knew she would end up like this. Unexpectedly, Seika smiled innocently and replied, "Even so, I still want to become stronger. I hope to stay by Subaru's side, together, continuously growing stronger. I want to remain Subaru's friend until this soul fades away." The more she spoke, the more Subaru's eyes filled with pain. She stood beside her own hospital bed, reached out her hand, and said, "Thank you for giving me the chance to live one more time. It's time for me to go. I have no more regrets. Now, I return this life to you." The two returned to the initial space. Subaru still wanted to stop Seika. "Don't." He suddenly looked at her and shouted, "Please don't do this. Everything is still unfinished. You promised we would go to the end together. Please, stay with me, Seika." When he said this, Subaru completely collapsed, sobbing. He gritted his teeth, his eyes welling up with tears, begging, "Seika, stay with me." Her voice resonated in his ears. The sages said that life is a journey of searching for things more important than oneself. Those who can find that are the happy ones. So, I am happy, Subaru. Seika spoke while looking directly into Subaru's eyes, but the more she spoke, the more his tears streamed down. Subaru stammered, "No, it can't be." "It can't be," she interrupted him. She looked at Subaru, slowly saying, "Master Karin, when thinking about lost friends, it's not simply that they are no longer here, but that we walked together. From now on, think of us that way, okay? From the day we first met, every moment, every second, we faced difficulties, but we stood side by side." Hearing this, Seika could no longer hold back her tears. She continued to speak, reminiscing, "That was the happiest time. Remember me this way. Even though I can only go with you this far, see you again someday. Okay?" Subaru's tears were still streaming, but his hair had turned white. After that, both of them stood up, surrounded by a bright blue flame. Just then, Seika spoke to Subaru, "Can you help me relay some messages?" He, of course, did not refuse and replied, "Sure." Seika began to list them. "First, for my family, I wrote a letter on the desk. Tell them to read it. Second, Master Kirim. He probably won't read the letter, but I have a secret trump card. Third is Seika." Suddenly, when mentioning this, Seika paused for a moment. She moved her lips, softly calling the name Seika. Then, Seika smiled and instructed, "Tell her to take good care of my body." Immediately after, a brilliant golden light erupted. In the center was a pair of eyes with red pupils. On this side, Leon and Andrea saw those eyes and were both startled and dumbfounded. Andrea stared at it for a moment, then stammered, "What is this?" The resurrection item was automatically activated? Could it be Amamiya Seika? She seemed to have realized something. Lian, on the other side, stood with his mouth agape, stunned and speechless. Then, from within the golden light, Seika appeared, floating in the air. As soon as she opened her eyes, tears began to stream down. "Seika," she whispered, calling out Lord Seika. It shifted to Seika's side. At this moment, she was still speaking as innocently as usual. "Anyway, it's over now, isn't it? Subaru, how much longer are you planning on crying?" Seika looked at Subaru, confused. He heard this and could only stammer in reply, "Because I'm sorry, but my tears just won't stop." Seeing that, she could only lean on her hand and smile helplessly. A moment later, Seika spoke again. She called his name, Subaru. "Indeed, I love sunny days. Now I don't have to see rifts or gloomy rainy days anymore. Looking up at that clear blue sky, it really is just like the day you were born." Seika. As she finished speaking, the scene shifted to before Goetia. At this moment, a blinding, multicolored light suddenly erupted in front of her. Immediately after, both of Goetia's arms were made to disappear by something. Standing in front of her now was the resurrected Subaru. Goetia stared at him, gritting her teeth, thinking, he resurrected? Not by using an item. How? Just then, Subaru suddenly spoke. "I know now, Seika." He opened his eyes, staring blankly ahead, saying every word clearly. Goetia, on the opposite side, heard this and was startled, looking at him with full vigilance. At this moment, her inventory suddenly appeared. But just a second after Goetia's inventory appeared, it was shattered into pieces. Seeing this, she was horrified and immediately turned back, seeing the fragments of her inventory breaking apart. Goetia was extremely shocked, wondering, "My inventory? Why was it destroyed?" Not only that, but those below, like Jinga and Shikishima, were equally stunned. Even Renji also couldn't believe the scene before his eyes. Subaru spoke once more, "You cannot live again, and you certainly cannot escape." Hearing this, Goetia turned to look at him. What hit her eyes was Subaru's face filled with hatred. He growled, "Vanish into nothingness." Goetia looked at the fragments of her inventory breaking apart, stunned, thinking, "The inventory is not my skill. It's like a status board, an absolute system directly designed by the operator, beyond human comprehension. This is the realm of the divine. Yet, it was destroyed?" She still couldn't believe her eyes. Conversely, Subaru, on the other side, was expressionless, raising his hand to control something. He thought to himself, "Inventory." At that exact moment, right behind Jinga and Shikishima, their inventories appeared. Not only that, but even behind Renji, his inventory appeared. It didn't stop there. Icy's inventory also appeared behind him. Lion and Anda H's group were similar to the others. Everyone present had their inventories appear behind them. Even someone standing outside like Kotetsu was not spared. While everyone was still stunned, the voice of Subaru resonated again, so annoying. After that, he suddenly waved his hand strongly to the side. Immediately, everything around them became chaotic. The very next second, everyone was startled because their inventories behind them shattered simultaneously. Kotetsu saw that his inventory was also not spared, and grumbled with resignation. Oh my. 8 years of items I painstakingly accumulated, now vanished just like that. Violating the rules of the world's operation, is this your true strength, Subaru? He looked up at him from below. Goetia stood floating in the air, staring at Subaru, thinking, this guy, what the hell is wrong with him? As she thought, she suddenly realized something. The absolute system is being directly interfered with and disrupted. Goetia herself felt this. Subaru was taking a step forward. She didn't miss a single one of his movements, stirring up the order of the 10 billion worlds. Now, Subaru's foot had touched the ground. He was in the air, yet he could still touch a surface. He slowly stepped forward. The upper half of Subaru's face was already distorted. Distorted! Goetia quickly raised her hand in front of her, creating a ball of fire. Green sovereign flame, burn, she judged in her heart. Even if I have to use all my magic points, I must burn everything to ashes, leaving not a single piece. Compression de Stella. Everyone present was affected by this attack. Goetia aimed directly at the hell of Gehenna, pushing it to the limit. Supergrade thermal radiance, with a surface temperature of 150,000 degrees. At this distance, even I cannot avoid being injured. But if I can manage to turn into fire in 1 second, I can still endure it. Turn to ash, Subaru. She extended her hand, aiming that fireball at Subaru. However, he calmly raised his hand and said just 2 words, erase it. Immediately, the fireball she had prepared was made to vanish. A moment later, it disappeared completely, right in front of everyone. Goetia couldn't believe it. She could only stand with her mouth agape, swirling currents, as if there were a suction. Something was pulling them straight toward the two in the air. Jinga grabbed his throat, gasping for breath. Survived. But Shikishima stood there, stunned, saying to Jinga, "Tsunemori, did you see that? It looked like her skill was just completely erased. What kind of monstrous power is this?" At this moment, the ball of fire that Goichi, the landscape he had just targeted, was completely destroyed. Subaru's voice rang out from the side. "Stop dying so easily. Goetia, it's over." His face was still distorted. Goetia didn't hesitate. She chose to flee. Watching the direction she ran, Subaru only parted his lips to utter a few words. Nullify. Immediately the surrounding scene was heavily distorted. While she was still busy looking around, Subaru appeared right behind her. When did he get there? Goetia jumped in surprise, turned her head, and screamed. She tried to defend herself, raising her hand to create an escape route, but suddenly, as she screamed, she fell straight into that portal. She flew to the other side, ending up on a skyscraper. Over here, Subaru remained standing in place, staring at where Goetia had just fled. Shikishima, down below, saw this and gasped, thinking to himself, did she actually escape? Then he called out loudly to Subaru, "Up there!" But he just coldly opened one eye and looked forward, not responding. Goetia, on the other side, seemed to have crossed into another dimension. She breathed heavily, ragged breaths. Then suddenly, Goetia burst into loud laughter. "I did it. I escaped. Subaru, I will definitely analyze that power of yours." Just then, Subaru's voice appeared right behind her. "Nullify." No sooner had he finished speaking than Goichi's dimension shattered into pieces. She froze in shock, turning to look behind her. Subaru's voice slowly echoed in her ear, saying, "You want to become an administrator? Craving the power of gods? You can't, Goetia. You will die here. Now. You are nothing but a glitch." Goetia raised her hand to look, only to find it had become distorted. She gasped for air, and then her entire body began to distort along with it. Many parts of her body disappeared. Goetia thought to herself, "Is this the end? For thousands of years, I have dedicated myself to the administrator. Yet, Ariak Subaru, there is no doubt about it. He has reached the threshold of an administrator's power. After all, were you the chosen one? Or perhaps, were you just unreasonable from the start?" By the time only a sliver of her body remained, Goetia was still lost in thought. She tried to open her mouth, gasping out her final words. "It's so unfair, Subaru." On the opposite side, silently observed from beginning to end, down below, Shikishima and Jinga saw Goetia vanish and wondered, did he finish her off? Subaru remained silent, his face buried in distortion. He remembered Amamiyaka's words, "Subaru, I really love sunny days." "Yeah, I understand now, Amamiyaka," Subaru murmured. He pointed his hand toward the sky, and instantly, everything became distorted. That day, the whole world was submerged in distortion. Everything was shrouded in static. Nothing could be seen clearly. Gradually, a sphere of distortion emerged inside a room. Kana was staring at the sphere in shock, saying, "Mario, this is unbelievable. The cracks in the world have disappeared." Indeed, on the sphere, there were no longer any cracks. Somewhere amidst the 10 billion worlds, Administrator Elpis was in a room with two people, one standing and one sitting. Elpis spoke softly to the other. "Subaru." He spoke each word very disjointedly. "What about him? The inventory and absolute body created by us administrators." The other person interrupted, asking Elpis, "Did he destroy it?" Vanquis sat there, silent, calling out Subaru's name softly. His two hands clenched together, thinking, he awakened power beyond expectations. Then, he muttered a few words. "So it is." "Right then," Elpis shouted, scolding Vanquis. "Do you understand the gravity of what you have done? What he destroyed was the inventory of billions of worlds. Ever since I became an administrator, no one like him has ever existed. What is he? It's unbelievable." Elpis spoke in a tone of utter shock. But then, the next second, he broke into a grin that stretched from ear to ear. "How magnificent." Vanquis heard this, but remained silent, not responding. The scene shifted to another place. Subaru stood hovering in the air, looking up at the clear blue sky, murmuring, "Amamiyaka, it's a beautiful day, isn't it?" Then, he suddenly lowered his head, glancing down below. Down there was a massive crater, where several of his comrades were standing. A moment later, Subaru flew down. He softly called Amamiyaka's name. She looked at Subaru and said in a choked voice, "Lord Subaru, what should I do?" At this point, Tears flooded her eyes. Miss Amamiyaka's tears couldn't be held back any longer, streaming down her face. Miss Amamiyaka is gone, she cried out in immense pain. Subaru saw this and hesitated for a moment, then spoke. Yeah, Amamiyaka said. Please take care of this body. He couldn't stop his own tears from falling either. Afterward, they both broke down, crying like children. Lin and Anda standing nearby, could only lower their heads in sorrow. Elsewhere, Jinga softly called out, Subaru. Then he turned to call Shikishima, but he was currently gritting his teeth, looking in one direction, muttering, I knew it. Shikishima's eyebrows were tightly knit. He hesitated, as if something were stuck in his throat. But just then, Jinga called Shikishima again. He brushed it off, saying, It's nothing. Let's regroup with the others. The scene shifted to another location, appearing to be in a city. On the road, a thin figure was taking difficult steps. She was gasping for heavy air. It was Goetia. But she had now become incredibly old and wrinkled. Goetia remembered back to when she escaped. She had separated her soul as a precaution and suppressed her power to level 1, which was why she hadn't been detected. Damn it. What was that power that guy Subaru used? And now, I need to find a way to heal. As she was walking, suddenly Goetia froze, stunned as she looked ahead. In front of her was Kotetsu, sitting on a rock. When she saw him, Goetia was so shocked she couldn't speak. Kotetsu turned to look at her, calling out, Hey! In his hand was a golden dagger. Seeing this, Goetia was terrified, her pupils contracting. Her mouth stammered, Hyodo Kotetsu? Kotetsu tossed the dagger in his hand, looked at Goetia, and said, You're the type to split your soul at the slightest hint of trouble, so I guessed you would do the same when cornered. Only then did Goetia notice the object in his hand. She jumped back in surprise, stammering, That sword? The inventory is an item with infinite capacity given to administrators. Even though it was destroyed and many treasures were lost, items already retrieved still exist. Kotetsu said each word slowly. The Golden Lord you killed earlier was also reborn through the Phoenix Eye. We saved all of that for you. Finished. Kotetsu jumped down and chased after Goetia. She was panic-stricken and terrified, only knowing how to run blindly forward. Legendary S-rank item, zoom back to the Amamiya of Nessia. At this moment, Kotetsu caught up to her. He coldly drove the dagger straight into her head. Afterward, Kotetsu slowly added one more thing. You only got this far. Return to the collective sea of consciousness. Once he said that, all the parts of Goetia's body fell apart into pieces. They flew into another dimension. The scene shifted to a place looking like the galaxy. Amamiyaka was happily walking on the Milky Way. Suddenly, she stopped when she saw a person in the distance with long, flowing hair. The two stood not far from each other. That long-haired person was Subaru from the future. He was thinking to himself, It seems Subaru has defeated all the disasters. Thank you, Subaru of another future. He murmured like that. As he was speaking, Subaru suddenly froze. His eyes opened wide in shock. Looking ahead, Subaru immediately turned his head to look at Amamiyaka behind him. How are you here, Amamiyaka? Subaru looked at her, both surprised and moved. Amamiyaka walked over with a smile, happily greeting him. Then she spread her arms wide, smiling and asking, You're another Subaru, right? I wanted to meet you. You chose to stay in this lonely place and watch over us. Thank you. You truly are a wonderful person. As she spoke, Subaru's eyes began to well up with tears. We won, thanks to what you. Just saying that. Amamiyaka's eyes sparkled brightly. I won't let you be lonely anymore. Subaru's tears streamed down his face. Afterward, Amamiyaka ran over to hug him, praising, Subaru, you did well. The two grasped each other's hands tightly, full of unity and affection. At this moment, Subaru choked up and whispered, You did well too. Amamiyaka was also moved, her eyes misty. Both stood in the vast space like the galaxy, holding each other's hands tightly. The scene shifted to the land of the other Subarus. Just then, the bracelet on his wrist suddenly emitted a very blinding light. A robotic voice rang out, You have received a blessing. From the departed family, the relic, remnant of the sun and dark night, has evolved into light resounding in the night sky. The effect is inheriting the skills and traits possessed by Amamiyaka Amamiya. He glanced at his hand, murmuring, Amamiyaka. Amamiyaka saw this and silently stared at Subaru. Right then, Amamiyaka suddenly seemed to sense something and stopped. After that, both Lien and Anda sensed something, turning back to see Amamiyaka suddenly sit down, observing everything around her. In the clear blue sky, suddenly many eyes appeared, opening, wide. Amamiyaka saw this and gritted her teeth, saying, Administrator, Lord Subaru. Then she glanced behind her. Subaru had somehow disappeared without a trace. Amamiyaka anxiously cried out, Lord Subaru. Shikishima and Jinga ran over to ask her, Amamiyaka, why are you in the human realm? Amamiyaka immediately shouted loudly, telling Shikishima, Lord Subaru disappeared. It seems he was kidnapped by the administrator. She was extremely worried. Jinga and Shikishima heard this, and were stunned, unable to say a word. At this moment, in the sky, those eyes were still staring down at the city, but just a second later, the sky became. Amamiyaka immediately shouted, Shikishima, Mr. Subaru has disappeared. It seems he's been kidnapped. She was extremely worried. Administrators Jinga and Shikishima were stunned, unable to say a word when they heard this. At that moment, in the sky, those eyes were still wide open, looking down at the city, but just a second later, the sky cleared up, turning blue again, as if it had all been a hallucination. The scene shifted to Vanquis's location. He looked at the control panel, gritted his teeth, and said, Subaru. Then, Vanquis immediately turned his head and called out, Hey, Elpis. Before he could say anything else, he heard his voice. The dragon has been slow enough. Let's go, Elpis. Elpis was now ready, his gear prepared, and he set off with great enthusiasm. He said happily, We're going to the administrator who manages Subaru's world. Otherwise, he'll be killed. Who is it? I see, that's tricky. Vanquis hesitated for a moment, then asked, So, what about our partnership? Elpis replied with a sly smile. I accept your offer. We will save Subaru. He smirked. Vanquis, standing opposite him, just stayed silent. Immediately after Goisha's death, she had perished under Kotetsu's blade in the Golden Kingdom. At that place, a battle was currently underway. Delta chuckled while looking down. Violet also grinned wide and said, Nice. It's not over yet. You have to play with me until you die. Then she dropped down below, but suddenly Violet startled, noticing something. Seeing this, Delta asked, What's wrong? She spoke in a low, surprised voice. The flame he gave me has gone out. Could this be? At this moment, another voice rang out. You see it too, huh? Hearing that, Urizen looked toward the source and asked, Befrons, is it the same for you? He replied, Yeah. The teleportation gate hasn't been able to connect to the coordinate for a while now. So, could he really be dead? Befrons wondered and speculated. Hearing that, Delta was stunned, thinking, those people from Subaru's side actually succeeded? With their current strength? How could they? In short, whatever he was thinking, he opened his mouth to ask, Should we keep fighting? Violet chuckled, thought for a moment, and said, Let's stop. I'm not in the mood anymore. What a strange company, but it was a decent way to kill time. At that, Befrons also raised his hand. I surrender. Man, I'm unemployed now. What should I do from now on? He sighed, bored. Right at that moment, Befrons startled and let out a shout. Out of nowhere, a bolt of light struck him from behind. Seeing this, both Violet and Delta were stunned in surprise. Befrons was hit by that sudden attack, but he still managed to chuckle, trying to say before his body dissolved, Are you kidding me? Watching him dissolve, Violet happily waved goodbye. Befrons just turned to dust. Delta asked with a confused, low voice, He already surrendered, yet you still finished him off? Are you taking your anger out on him? That's not like you at all. Below, there was someone standing with his hand held back. It seemed he was the one who struck Befrons earlier. Storm Delta looked at Killim's extremely angry face, and said, So it was Killim who did it. Then Killim frowned and muttered, In this world, those who are weak will perish. It's as simple as that. Saying that, he turned and left. Seeing this, Violet clutched her stomach and laughed. Scary, while Delta was still confused and asked Killim. At this point, he had stepped into a portal leading elsewhere. Then, Delta looked down at Louis and asked, Hey, Blondie, what happened? She didn't answer him, but stayed silent. The scene shifted to where Killim had just walked through that portal. As he walked, he recalled a phrase, Master Killim, I have mastered another one of your techniques. The person who said that was Amamiyaka. Killim looked into the space where she had once stood and spoken to him, frowning and muttering, Amamiyaka. Just then, someone sitting at a table nearby called out, Killim, the Thunder God, the Executioner, the Demon King. I've already seen what happened to Amamiyaka through the window. Drink up, consider it a farewell to the girl. The person who said this was the Demon Emperor. Hearing that, he gritted his teeth and turned to look at him. Right at that moment, Diamante also stepped through the portal with a sulky look, saying, Pour me a glass, Killim asked, hesitating. Master, who is it? After picking up the glass of wine, she angrily ranted, I really shouldn't have recruited that Vanquis guy. I can't stand anything about this damn battle. Killim also held a glass of wine in his hand, listening to Diamante in silence, but it seemed the more she talked, the angrier she got. That bastard. I'll beat him to death when he shows his face back here. The person Diamante referred to was Vanquis. At that moment, he was going somewhere. The scene shifted to the coordinate of the administrator, Elpis. Vanquis was walking behind Elpis, asking, Elpis, that order guy who took Subaru, what kind of person is he? He thought for a moment, then replied, that guy, both rigid and conservative, he probably won't get along with you. He didn't understand what he meant, and asked back, what do you mean? But Elpis suddenly pointed at a door ahead, excitedly shouting, found it. Let's go. He seemed very excited to set off to find Subaru at the order's coordinate. Seeing that, Vanquis gritted his teeth and thought to himself, Subaru cannot die yet. The scene shifted to another place. Subaru was standing in a very strange land, the administrator's coordinate of the order. He looked around, stammering, where is this place? Then he mused, recalling that just a moment ago, he was clearly fighting Goetia, and then he defeated her. Subaru recalled the scene of Goetia dissolving, meeting Amamiya. He and she had cried a lot about Amamiyaka's situation. Then, could it be? Subaru remembered the giant eyes that appeared in the city sky. Am I dead? He was stunned at the thought of this possibility. Right at that moment, a voice rang out, startled Subaru. Where is this? I don't understand what the hell is going on. The person who said this was Lacey. She seemed extremely angry, saying, just a moment ago, I was fighting the invaders. Did I step on a teleportation trap? Then, Lacey walked toward Subaru and asked loudly, who are you? Seeing this, he honestly replied, greetings, I am Subaru. She heard that and snapped, that's not what I meant. Why is it you? Where are my teammates? Just then, another voice rang out behind the two of them. Who knows? You're being too loud, so noisy. Who are you guys? The person who said this was the demon man Bick in the world. He gritted his teeth, looking around angrily, and cursed, damn it, what the hell is this place? If I'm not mistaken, I was soloing to occupy the AB. Just then, someone else approached and said in a drawling voice, oh, where is my treasure? This person was the demon god Kuzuki Adelga. Lacey and Zhongwan, seeing this, said in unison, another person? At this point, Subaru mused, are all the people here players? Then he stammered, asking them, hey, everyone was also suddenly brought here, right? Hearing that, Lacey replied, that's why I'm wondering who you are. Zhongwan also asked, so, you were also brought here? Kuzuki added, where is this place? Just then, someone dressed neatly approached. He walked step by step toward their group, slowly saying, everyone is finally here, right? Welcome. To my coordinate. This person was the administrator. Seeing that, Lacey asked boredly, who is it this time? At this moment, he realized something. You don't recognize me in this form? Finishing his sentence, the administrator raised his hand, creating a rift. Then he magnified that rift into a giant eye, saying, the administrator, I am called Order. Subaru saw this and was startled, gritting his teeth in disbelief. Lacey was also surprised to realize it was the eye that appeared in the rift. Zhongwan stared at him, muttering, could it be? Only Shiro looked curious, not yet thinking much about it. Subaru opened his eyes wide, stunned, saying, he is. Before he could do anything, Order cut them off. The reason for inviting you all here, details will be explained later. First of all, I would like to state the conclusion. From now on, you will have to make your choice. Either become executors under my command, or disappear forever along with your world. Choose one of the two. Everyone in Subaru's group landed on the ground at the same time in front of Dissy Bai. Lacey glanced at the person standing next to her and saw Subaru take a step forward, shouting, that bastard is the administrator. On his face, a lot of sweat was currently running down, gritting his teeth as he silently realized. Using the heaven clock, he turned his world into ruins. Subaru looked at the person standing before him, certain in his mind that he was the source of all evil. He led the charge, with the others rushing forward at once toward Deify. Fly, to attack. Subaru's glowing sword swung high, aimed directly at him, and slowly descended. Deify had his hands clasped behind his back, standing perfectly still with a calm expression as he shouted, stop. The figures of everyone in Subaru's group turned blurry following his command. Deify applauded. As expected of the strongest from their respective worlds, not a single wasted movement. He clapped his hands together, then signaled. Immediately, All 4 people in front of DFI were teleported to 4 different positions surrounding him. Subaru frowned tightly and whispered, "Forced spatial teleportation." DFI, standing in the center, spoke up. "To all present, even if you may already know, I will reiterate." He began to describe how managers like him had set up the Heaven Clock in 10 billion different worlds, designating them as participants in the game while managing and operating the system. There were 9 people in total. DFI turned his gaze to the side and introduced himself. "DFI, I am in charge of about 1.6 billion worlds, including yours." Subaru turned his head, repeating his words. "The ruler of 10 billion worlds." "Huh." Jongwon, on this side, gritted his teeth. "I have always wanted to meet you. The questions I have for you are as high as a mountain." His face filled with rage as he asked, "Why are you forcing us to participate in this game? What is the purpose?" Light hit the glasses on his face, making them glare. DFI rubbed his chin, pondering. "The purpose? To put it simply, it's just to warm up our universe." Upon hearing his words, Lacey cried out in anger. "What?" DFI asked them in return. "Do you know the concept of the heat death of the universe?" Lacey replied, "No." Jongwon, like her, muttered, "No." DFI suddenly raised his hand. "Of course not, right? Even if it's not perfectly precise, I will explain it simply." He snapped his fingers. In an instant, the scenery where they stood changed completely. Above them was a massive ceiling with a gorgeous crystal chandelier hanging down. The 4 in Subaru's group were seated neatly on 2 sides of a long table in front of DFI. Subaru glanced around, thinking to himself, "Teleported again." Jongwon taunted, "So, you can do that too, huh?" DFI's voice echoed through the space. "Imagine the entire universe is the inside of a porcelain cup." Kuzuki closed her eyes, pressing her hands against the porcelain cup, exclaiming, "It's so warm." Subaru didn't follow. He just silently stared at him. DFI lowered his head, glancing at the cup in his hand. The inside was still warm. His eyes widened, as if pondering something. However, DFI let go, causing the porcelain cup to fall, and as time drifted by, the heat in the cup gradually cooled. After spinning a few times in the air, the cup lay scattered on the ground. Eventually, it would turn ice cold. Lacey, sitting on the other side of the table, rested her chin on her hand. The next words from DFI made her hand holding the cup freeze. What if the same thing happened to the universe? Lacey's face was stunned. The water in the cup rippled. His voice reached her ears. "If left alone, the stars will slowly die, and the universe will lose its heat. Ultimately, what awaits is a complete standstill due to absolute zero." DFI stood straight and declared, "Of course, that is a matter for the far-off future, but we are eternal existences." Jongwon and Kuzuki just sat silently listening. Because of that, DFI's voice shifted to Subaru and Lacey, sitting opposite. "We established this system to prevent that which will eventually come. It's a system that siphons soul energy from your universe to warm ours. That is the essence of the game." Lacey glared, her face showing utter disbelief. She stood up abruptly from her chair. "Hold on a minute. The explanation just now." Lacey directly exposed the implications of his words. "Did I just hear correctly? To live comfortably, you force us to slaughter each other?" DFI had no intention of hiding it and bluntly admitted, "Yes, I think you understood correctly." Upon receiving the result, Lacey said nothing, becoming dazed. Who knows how much time passed before she shouted with all her might, "Just for something like that? Where on earth do you get the right to do that?" DFI recounted, "An executor named Gothia, who was incredibly powerful under my command, is no more." Subaru was bewildered, not understanding why he mentioned this. DFI waved his hand, stating his goal, "I need a replacement, but not an ordinary one. That is why I invited you all." He analyzed. "Everyone present here shares a common point. All of you are powerful participants from your own worlds. First, the hero, Lacey Violin, the strongest in the 310 billion, 789 million, 234,000th world, or at least someone with experience defeating an executor like the second one, the Demon Lord. Baek Jongwon, the strongest in the 1 billion, 270 million, 15 world, all undeniable talents. Like the third one, the Demon God, Kuzuki Adelga, the strongest in the 893 million, 700, 1,049th world. DFI announced, "I will take at least one of you as an executor under my command." And the last of the candidates is the Savior, Subaru, the strongest in the 1 billion, 188 million, 943,663rd world. Lacey's entire body emitted a wave of oppressive power. "You think you can make us obey quietly after giving us an explanation like that?" DFI's expression remained calm. I don't care about your wishes. It is a pity that you don't understand. But this is something we have already decided. Lacey glared, her body frozen, unable to move. She gritted her teeth, spitting out each word. Not wishes. Lacey's frustration exploded as she loudly scolded him. Because of your selfishness, people in my world, my comrades, many people had to sacrifice their lives, even my family. DFI's gaze was emotionless and indifferent as he replied, I don't know anything about that. Lacey raised her sword and lunged right in front of him, screaming, Die. All three of them, Kuzuki, Jongwon, and Subaru, hadn't reacted in time, able only to stand by the table watching them. Jongwon yelled in worry, warning her, Lacey, fall back. Have you forgotten what he said? Your world will be erased. When Lacey's hand was just a short distance from DFI, he shouted, Stop! She groaned in pain. Her figure gradually became blurry, no longer clear. DFI commanded again, Cancel. As soon as the words left his lips, Lacey's body began to vanish piece by piece. Subaru gasped, whispering, That is. Kazuki narrowed her eyes, her mind sinking into confusion over everything happening. Jongwon thought to himself, This has surpassed the very concept of strength. He cursed, Damn it! Subaru looked at Lacey vanishing on the other side, helplessly wondering, What else can I even do? His eyes unleashed a surge of power toward the two of them, and he shouted loudly, Stop it! Subaru's surge of power cut through the erasure process that DFI was using on Lacey. An explosion occurred in mid-air. The massive force from the explosion pushed Lacey's body backward. At this moment, she had returned to her normal state, without a single scratch. Jongwon opened his eyes wide in astonishment at the sight. DFI thought to himself, Subaru, so you can indeed interfere with the system, huh? Kuzuki's face was filled with bewilderment. The gaze behind DFI's glasses narrowed slightly, exuding danger. For you alone, I will. Subaru's eyes were made blurry by his power. He screamed, but when he looked down, he saw his body was still intact, thinking, it was only replaced for a moment? When he tilted his head, Subaru discovered that his arm had been half erased, and the vanishing was still continuing. DFI stood before him, calling his name, Subaru. His finger pointed forward, saying, Take care of yourself as you end your life. Subaru gritted his teeth, unable to do anything else, glaring as his body vanished. Suddenly, a foot appeared from nowhere, blocking DFI's surge of power. Vanquis and Elpis stepped out from a crack in space, smiling at him. Hello, long time no see. Elpis flashed a sly grin. I'm here to crash the party. When DFI clearly saw his face, the corner of his mouth twitched, calling out a name. Elpis. The two, Vanquis and Elpis, stepped out from the crack in space, standing before DFI.